Welcome to the $100 million scaling roadmap brought to you by acquisition.com. Off of the experience we have looking at thousands of different deals, investing in many, and personally having 10 companies between the two of us inside of our portfolio right now that does over $250 million a year. And we want to share the absolute best tactics that you can use to scale your business. All right, so you may be here because you, one, got a custom plan emailed to you, and this is the first video. And so if that's you and you're like, yeah, I did get the custom plan. And if you're like, but I did opt in for it, but it's not, I don't have it in my email. Well, we have these custom plans that we made for you for the $100 million scaling roadmap, which this whole training is all about, that breaks down exactly the level that you're at, where you need to go, and what you need to graduate to get to the next level. And so if you haven't found it, just check your email. I promise it's automated, it's there. Search for acquisition.com. It might be in the spam box, God forbid, but I promise we sent it to you. Alternatively, if you're like, wow, what's that? And you're just here from a book or a content or something, then you can go and click the button below this video to get your own customized scaling roadmap specifically for you, and we'll send you in PDF format as soon as it goes through the interwebs with the millions of dwarves that we have in the background working to make this happen for you. All right? So with that being said, let's get into it. So the disclaimer is money making is hard, and most people don't make much. And so we promise you none. This training outlines what we did and what we have seen work across a lot of companies, and it may not work for you. And so our promise here is that we're going to break down every step from scaling from 0 to 100 million from experience and not theory. And so we're going to walk you through our scaling roadmap so that you can figure out exactly where you are and know exactly what to do next, which we call the $100 million scaling roadmap. Ta-da! All right, and so little proof, just in case you don't know who we are, Layla and I, we are managing partners at acquisition.com, which is a portfolio of 10 companies at this point, 4 of which have scaled beyond $100 million plus in enterprise value. 2 of those are software companies, 2 of those are service businesses. And so this is kind of the experience that we're bringing to the table for this scaling roadmap. And so with that being said, let's begin.
So there's really 3 elements of scaling, okay? So first, you have to have the functions at each level to scale, okay? That's what a business has to do to make money. So think marketing, sales, finance, customer success, legal, right? On the other hand, you have to have people, right? And that's the who that does those things. That's directors, that's managers, that's individual contributors, right? Those are the people that do the things. And then you have operations, and operations is what connects the people to the functions, okay? That's meetings, that's communication, that's training. It's really the glue that brings everything together. And so when you have all 3, you can go from $0 to $100 million and beyond. Or you can go from no humans to a bunch of humans, right? Basically, you can build a business if you have all those 3 things. And so for context, imagine 2 businesses, okay? So say we have a restaurant and we have a software company, okay? And let's say that they make very different amounts of money. So the restaurant makes $2 million and the software company makes $100 million, okay? But they have the same number of employees. You see this all the time, right? Restaurant has 35 employees. The software company has 35 employees, okay? They may actually have a 50x difference in revenue, okay? That software company is making $100 million, which is a crap ton more than the restaurant, okay? But they organize similarly, okay? So the restaurant has 35 employees, does $2 million a year. The software company has 35 employees and does $100 million a year. But they look the same when it comes from a people standpoint. Similar functions will occur within the business in order to scale it. And so that's why we organize this by function and by number of people or headcount, because we recognize that one business that has 35 employees organized like the last slide can make only $2 million a year, but another business with employees organized as such with the same functions can make $100 million per year. That's usually based on the opportunity of that business in general.
And so functions by headcount will be the first of the 3 scaling trainings that we made for you here, all right? And so we divided them into 10 stages, and I will say this again, by headcount. And so although you may have been attracted to the title of 0 or to 100 million, 100 million plus, the thing is that the things that are far more common and consistent between businesses, like the software and the restaurant example, is how many people and the structure of the organization and the functions that must occur at each level. And so that is why we divided it this way. Now, to be sure, if you get to 500 employees, it's very likely that you'll be able to do $100 million per year. It's very likely. Some businesses can do it here. Some, it's very likely you'll be able to do it there. All right. And so On top of that, once we divided this by headcount, we then said, okay, what is the one word theme that we can use to describe each level? Like, what do you have to do at each of these stages of scaling? And so this is how we will break down each stage. And here's our lovely map that has way too many things on it, which is why we have this entire training to break down very nitty-gritty details of what it looks like for you. All right, and so what we'll do, for example, if we zoom in on one of these stages, this is what we're going to be going over. So this is the stages of scaling.
So essentially for the stage of scaling, we're going to have a one-word theme for each stage, and that's what you just saw on the last slide. Going with that, we are going to identify the stages by first headcount. That is the number of employees in the business. The second is by your role, okay? That is how you translate priorities into functions, right? It's where your focus goes. The next is your leadership structure. That's going to be the structure of people working together, and typically how many layers of leaders you have in the company, whether it's just you or multiple. Next, we're going to talk about how many companies are actually here, right? And so the number of companies that actually achieve this scale. And we base this on the US Census Data Bureau of Labor Statistics. Then we're going to go into functions, right? We break the functions down by what's the constraint at that level, and then what do we have to do to graduate, okay? And so we're going to break that down by these 8 functions. First, we've got product. That's the goods, services, and results you deliver to the customer. Then we've got marketing, which is how do you tell people about your stuff? We've got sales, which is how you get people to give you money for your stuff. Customer service, which is how you increase the likelihood that customers rate highly, buy again, and refer other customers. We've got IT, which is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information. We've got recruiting, which is how you find and hire people to work for your company. HR, how you decrease the likelihood that regulators and employees sue you. And lastly, we've got finance, which is how you report and manage your money.
And so at the end of each theme, we're going to have a bottom line objective. And so this is going to be what you prioritize your company's resources to achieve. So big picture, we're going to have one big constraint at this level, and then one big thing, this bottom line action that you'll need to take in order to graduate to the next level. If you only had one thing to take away, you would take that thing. And this has come from us working with thousands of businesses. And so my quick disclaimer here, or our disclaimer, is that as we go through the levels, think of these as guidelines, not rules of law. Every company is unique and sometimes does things in different ways. And so if you find yourself ahead in headcount, but you skipped a step or two in sales and you're, ahead in HR or whatever, it just means that it's likely that that step will become a weak link later. So if you're ahead on something, it could be a weak link later. So maybe you do prioritize that now. If you are ahead a couple steps, then awesome. You're super developed in one area. It's probably not the constraint of your business right now. And if you received a custom plan in your inbox, you'll get the custom PDF of all the 10 steps here, so you don't have to worry about it. And we'll have the closest step to you highlighted. Because again, I'm saying closest, not your step. Because no business is the same. Every business is a little bit different. But these are the things that'll be probably most approximate to you. Along with that, we'll give you the before and the after, the stage before, and what you need to get to, so that you have both, okay, I definitely need to make sure I check these things off, and that you have a line of sight into what you need to do next so that you don't shoot yourself in the foot, build something out that you're gonna end up having to reverse later. And so this way you can make sure you finished all the steps before, right? And that you can solve what happens next. Quick warning that I wanna make here is that we do not recommend watching all of these trainings because I don't think it's gonna be helpful. You're gonna start jumbling all these different things from different levels that you think you're gonna have to do that aren't gonna be priorities for you.
And I would say a lot of companies actually die by indigestion, not starvation. So they try to do too much, not too little, and that's why they end up not growing. And so I think focus is important here. And so consuming all of them and then trying to execute on them or get ahead is probably not actually that beneficial.
Fundamentally, you have limited resources and you have unlimited things that you can do. And strategy is prioritizing the resources that get you the highest return, which is typically going to be focusing on the constraint of the business that you have. And so that's why we've tried to make this as targeted as possible. So despite the fact that we've done a ton of background work for each of these stages, all of them won't apply to you. And so just focus on the one you're at, the one before, the one after if you want to. That's all I would recommend doing. The next video is going to overview all 10 of these levels at a high level, just to hopefully scratch your itch, because I know some of you are like, I still want to learn it all. And so we'll go over it at a high level of what the $100 million scaling roadmap looks like. But I still strongly advise, once you double click into the training that we get you in the custom roadmap that you've been sent, that you just stick with that. All right, that's our big recommendation for you, because I think it'll be a much better experience for you. All right, so with that being said, let's scale. In this video, we're going to give a 1,000-foot overview of the 10 stages of the $100 million scaling roadmap brought to you by acquisition.com. And so you'll see where you're at, and you can watch further videos that deep dive into each level later in the training. You'll also notice that the deeper the stage of scaling, so down this way, the more complexity of the level and things. So the trainings that are over here tend to be a little bit shorter. There's just fewer things you have to do when the business only has a handful of people. When you have hundreds of employees, there's a lot more stuff that's going on, and so it should make sense that the trainings are going to be a little bit more in depth. So before we dive into each of the stages, just as an overview, I just want to double state the fact that we are going to go in a lot more detail. And so as we review each of these really high level, you'll probably be wanting more information at each level. But it's hard to actually contextualize all of the things that you need to do to scale if we go into details and kind of open the drawers at every one of these implementations that we have to do when we cover the problems and the solutions. You'll forget where you're even at in this thing. And so this video is just to give you this really good idea of where you're at, where you're going, how this whole thing fits together. And then everything after this is going to be specific to you, because you should only go into the trainings that are relevant to your current stage of scaling. Let's just start with a quick overview of each of the stages. And we'll start at stage 0, which is improvise.
So at improvise, your headcount is none. There's nobody in the company, and your role is actually to be a researcher, right? And the reason that you want to be a researcher is because you know nothing and you have nothing. And the leadership structure is just you. You're all by yourself. Number of companies here is none because you're not a company yet. It's just you. And so at this stage, what does your product look like? Product is nothing because you ain't got nothing to sell. Right? And so to graduate from that stage, you want to make something free to give away. Now, how does that tie in with marketing? Marketing, nobody knows about your stuff because just a minute ago, you didn't have any stuff, right? And so in order to graduate marketing, you've got to tell people about the free stuff that you have, right? And now how do you sell the free stuff, right? Well, you don't know how to sell. So in order to graduate, you have to get people to try your stuff for free. What about customer service, okay? You don't actually have any customers to service. And so what you want to do is, if you can accomplish selling your free stuff, then you can service your free customers for free, which brings us to IT, okay? IT, you actually don't have any tech. And so in order to graduate from this level, you got to get a computer, you got to have internet, you got to have a microphone, phone, email, whatever it may be, so that you can sell and deliver your free stuff. That's what you want to get to use. Now after IT, we have recruiting. Because it's just you actually just don't know how to work at this stage. And so what you do is you recruit yourself to work. And so a lot of this stage is learning how to increase your work capacity so that you can do many things at the same time. Which brings us to HR, which is you're unprotected. You treat yourself like the business. And so you have no separation between your personal assets and your business assets. So you would like to create an entity that separates these two things from each other. Which brings us lastly to finance. Okay, your personal money is the business money. So at this point, what we want to do is we want to get a business bank account. We want to put money in it. We want to also start to write off expenses to save on taxes, which is a great benefit you have at this point in time once you separate those two things. So the bottom line of improvise is that nothing is happening, right? You are truly starting at nothing. In fact, you could say you're in the wantrepreneur stage when you start here, and you just want to get people to try your stuff for free. And so that is improvise. And now we will move to monetize.
Here, headcount is still 1, but here you graduate when you make your first buck. So now you're officially a company. All right, so your role here is you're a starter. Leadership, it's still just you. And now you get to officially be a company. So you're one of 30 million companies, at least in the US. And to give you some kudos here, only 9% of people start a business. And so you should feel proud of the fact that, hey, you're already in the top 10% of people just by starting a business of your own. Now, what are the constraints around product? In the beginning, not good enough to sell yet, right? And so to graduate, you got to fix it until it's good enough. You make your V1 product. And that's where we got some of the feedback from the free stage from before. Marketing, knows that you have paid stuff for sale. And so to graduate, you have to tell people about your paid stuff and then sign up for free ad credits online. So those are easy, free, cheap ways to get your advertising out there. Sales, you still don't know how to sell at this point because you're graduating by just getting your first sale here, right? And so all we have to do is just use good results from free people to sell paid people and just offer to solve their problems in exchange for money. We're not talking about processing, scripting, or anything like that. You're just trying to make your first buck. All right, customer service. At this level, the constraint is free customers aren't using it or like it. And so to graduate, you have to figure out all the hidden costs, which is why don't they like it and why aren't they using it, by simply talking to them. IT at this level is that you have no basic software tools or social media. And so to graduate, figure out the free software that you need by joining free groups and reading online forums, aka use the Google. Recruiting. At this level, you don't know how to do something or have the time to do it. You're just getting started, right? So you reach out to people who you know to help you. This is where you reach out to friends and families, that guy you know who does that thing. Like, you reach out to anybody you can, use freelancer platforms if you need to, just to kind of fill that initial skill or time gap. Human resources, HR, you pay money to freelancers to get work done, and you don't get what you want. Sad face for you. And so you have to create basic vendor agreements and set expectations. And then finance at this level is that you have no way to collect money. And so in order to actually make your first sale, you have to have a way to collect money. And so you want to set up a payment processor and run your first payment and get your first deposit in your business bank account. And so the bottom line at this level is that your business makes no money. And so what do we have to do? We have to make our first sale. That is how you graduate from monetize. And so we just wrapped up the second stage. See, we're moving through these. So stage one is monetize, and now we move on to advertise.
Advertise. Headcount, still one, just you. We're all alone out here, okay? Your role is you're a doer. And that's the thing at this stage, is you want to make sure that you are in the dirt. You are not too good for anything. Your leadership structure is you don't have leaders. You have freelancers who are doing work with you and for you. And the number of companies here, again, is you're still within the 30 million because they do not count freelancers as employees. And so at this point in time, your product, right? Paying customers have higher expectations, and your product is unreliable and not good enough. To graduate, you want to fix it until it is good enough in an unscalable way. And so if that means you have to jump over the moon for your customer, you're going to jump over the moon for your customer, whatever you got to do. Which brings us to marketing, okay? At this point, lead flow is inconsistent because you're inconsistent. And so in order to get consistent lead flow, you need to live by the rule of 100 and prioritize advertising daily. Well, that means 100 calls daily, 100 dials daily, 100 minutes on social media daily, 100 minutes of posting daily, whatever it must be, you do 100 of anything daily to consistently advertise, which then leads into sales. All right, at this point, sales conversions are inconsistent because you still just started learning how to sell. And so what you want to do is nail down a script for setting and closing, okay? Where we have a formula, we will go into greater detail, called the closer framework, which leads into customer service, okay? Paid customers have higher standards and now they're complaining, okay? And so in order to graduate here, you've got to learn how to deal with disappointed customers, which we go over in the Angry Boat in the longer video for this, as well as how to get testimonials from happy customers, which is the Epiphany Bridge script, which then goes into IT. You actually have no money to afford tech. And so what we want to do to graduate is use free technology. Yes, it exists. And get free trials and credits for starter softwares, right? Starter CRMs, starter softwares, use free trials, extend those free trials, because right now you still don't have that much money. Brings us to recruiting. At this point, you have too much work for part-timers, okay? So they're starting to get overwhelmed. So what you want to do is try your best to convert those part-timers into full-timers. You want to make public posts or run ads on job boards to get full-timers for the part-timers who don't want to convert. Then we've got HR, okay? You have full-time employees, but they're actually contractors. So you treat your contractors like full-time employees, okay? And so what you want to do is try and convert those part-timers into full-timers and set them up as W-2s, and then convert your contractors into 1099s to make sure that you are compliant. Lastly, we've got finance, right? You don't keep track of your money or have a way to pay taxes. You don't know what's coming in, you don't know what's got to go out. So you want to spin up a QuickBooks equivalent, you want to save up for taxes on a quarterly basis, and you want to check your bank account daily because what you measure gets managed. The bottom line of this phase is that new customers are inconsistent, okay? And you want to let more people know about your stuff, which brings us to the third stage, which is stabilize.
All right, so at the stabilize, we're at now 1 to 4 employees. So we've hired at least one person in addition to you. So you actually have a full-time employee, and this goes all the way up to 4. Your role now is you're a trainer because you got all these people in here. You got to train them up because they don't know what they're doing. And you're probably calling your friends, your family, the people in your network to try and get this going. Your leadership structure is, these are your first full-time hires. The number of companies here, and this is where there's a big kudos, only 24% of businesses have at least one employee outside of the founder, right? And so the vast majority of businesses are non-employers. And so pretty cool that just by making that one move, you move so much forward in terms of percentiles. All right, so the constraints is at this level. So for product is that you don't have time to fix everything that's wrong, right? Because things are starting to pick up. And so to graduate, you fix the one thing that they complain the most about. For marketing, leads aren't buying fast enough. So you kind of used up your friends and family they're trying to sell. And so now newer audiences are colder. They're like, I don't know who you are. And so what we do is we add long-term nurturing via emails and or content. For sales, because you're starting to do that, you start wasting time with bad leads. And you don't have enough time to talk to good leads. And so to graduate here, you decide on basic qualifications. Who is supposed to buy your thing? And then you outsource setting and or calendaring so that you have more time to be on the phone with good prospects, not texting back and forth to figure out times. The next thing for customer service is that your new customers feel lost because your old customers, they've been there a little bit, they knew who you were. These people, they didn't get that same onboarding because it might not be you anymore. All right. And so to graduate, you have to learn how to onboard customers properly, which also means consistently. In terms of IT, you have a bunch of different tools that you don't use because you got all those free trials. Some of them started converting money. You're like, wait, I don't use all these things, or at least I don't use them at the same level. And so to graduate, you figure out the useful ones, you extend the free trials, getting discounts and credits online, which you can look for, and you cut the rest. And you just want to make sure that at the end of this, you just have a basic sales pipeline. How do people come in? How do they schedule? How do they show? How do they convert? Just a basic pipeline. Even on a piece of paper, wouldn't matter, but you just want to have some sort of predictable way of knowing how customers are coming in. Recruiting, at this level, you're not getting quality applicants because you're brand new, you don't have a reputation. And so to graduate, just learn how to write a job description and review resumes. That's all you got to do at this level. HR, you're not withholding employee taxes and fees. So get a payroll provider so all the taxes and fees by state are handled. Because listen, this is the last thing you want to do is have a lien on your account that shows up because you didn't pay your payroll. All right, so easy things, but a lot of people are paying people via Venmo and PayPal and checks. Like, it's a mess. Go by the book, go legit. Finance, people are getting paid informally, like I just said. And so you have to set up the processing, get basic bookkeeping in place, and you have to start managing invoices and payments because you start paying vendors, customers start paying you. You got to make sure that that's being managed. Otherwise, you have this money that's sitting in your email and vendors who don't want to do their work, and all of a sudden your business stops because you're not paying people. So the bottom line is there's too much for one person to do. And so what you got to do here, you got to get help. You got to get your first couple of people on board. And so we just wrapped up the fourth stage, which is stage 3. Stabilized. The reason it's offset is because the first one's 0 because you don't have a company yet. And so then we move on to the next stage.
Prioritize. The headcount now is 5 to 9. So you've got a little team. Your role is you're a manager. So you are having to manage the output of those people on your team. And your leadership structure is you have your first layer, right? Because it's your first team. Now, the number of companies here, pretty cool. Only 3 million. So think about that. Out of all the things you see on social media, there are only 3 million companies that even have 5 to 9 people on their team. What does this look like when it comes to product? Okay, product right now, you said yes to anybody that would give you money. And so you have feedback from so many different customers, right? It's creating too many different product directions. So what we want to do is we want to specialize the product. We want to turn it into a V2, right? And we want to price it to serve a niche down avatar. The problem is most people go wide right now when they've got to go deep. Which brings us to marketing, right? We have too many unqualified leads, especially as we specialize our product. And so we want to make better free stuff and more creative so that we can boost volume. Okay, we want to add qualification and friction so that the extra volume self-selects. At this point, a lot of people think they have to start up a second channel when in reality, they're just not doing a great job with the first. Which brings us to sales, right? Speed to contact drops. And you have no metrics around sales to make sure that nothing else drops. And so what you want to do at this point is you want to track basic KPIs manually on a spreadsheet. Okay, contact rate, schedule rate, show rate, offer, close, cash collected. I'm thinking Google Sheets tracking, okay? This doesn't need to be a CRM at this point. You just need to have the numbers. Customer service. Right now, we have no metrics for customer service or customer success. And so we want to install tracking KPIs. And we want to record and centralize notes for each customer in a CRM. So we just want to have metrics and then have a place to store the metrics and have a place to store notes so that your team can talk to each other about the customers. Which brings us to IT. Your new team is not using everything. Okay, and so what we want to do is get everybody on the same platforms. Protect your passwords, get project management tools and communication tools. Think Monday.com, Asana, Slack, LastPass. Those are the things you want to get in place right now so everyone is using the same basic software to communicate and use for work. Which brings us to recruiting. We are wasting time with bad candidates. The reason is because we need to learn how to conduct a proper interview and check references, okay? So at this point, you need to step it up and learn a little bit more about the recruiting process, which brings us to HR, okay? Employees don't know how to behave. So you've got a few employees now, you're adding more in. They don't know. What's a PTO? How do I do a sick day? Oh, hey, I'm not coming in tomorrow. Hey, what are you wearing? There's all these things they start doing and they don't really know how to act. And so you want to install an employee handbook and policies to teach people how to behave. And lastly, we've got finance. Your cash flow is lumpy because you're lumpy due to one-time expenses, okay? And so you find out that businesses cost money to run. And so what you want to do is you want to get in place a profit and loss statement and cash flow statement set up and basic business insurance, okay? So at this point, you've got people on your team. You want to make sure that you're protected. So watch the money and get some protection. The bottom line is that you are trying to be everything to everyone. You need to niche down and pick one customer, your best customers, to serve. So we just wrapped up prioritize, and now we're going to move on to productize.
So at the productize level, we got 10 to 19 employees, so we're into that next tier. You now are a director. You kind of have like 1.5 layers. So you've got your first maybe 2 managers that are on the team managing a couple people each, and then you still have some direct reports yourself. The number of companies here is 2.4 million. The constraints around product are that customers have nothing else to buy from you in turn. So you have this new niche down product that serves this better avatar, but now that you've niched it down, they're like, okay, well, what else do I have to buy? There's nothing. So to graduate, you connect your CS, your customer success, to product so that you can figure out what else they want so you can make something new to sell. This is why productize is the theme of the stage. So once we have our second product, marketing-wise, qualified leads are too expensive and cap your ability to advertise. So once we spend more money on our niche down marketing with our new offer and our new higher LTV to CAC because we have a second product, we can afford to spend more. And so we can start scoring our leads, get attribution in place, and a good CRO process, which is conversion rate optimization. And if all that sounds like a little bit meatier, we go super deep on this when we go to the deep video for this stage. All right, sales at this level. Customers get sold with unrealistic expectations and refunds and bad reviews become an issue. And so to graduate, create sales aids and materials. So think VSLs, webinars, like presentations, things like that. You want to install weekly game tape between customer service, sales, and marketing. So this is basically a cross-departmental meeting so that everybody's on the same page of what are we promising and what are we delivering. And this then leads into a feedback metric with NPS and CSAT, so Net Promoter Score, Customer Satisfaction Score, and refund rate. And if you want to get a little bit sexier, by rep, as in by sales rep. Customer service at this level, customers come in with unrealistic expectations and they get inconsistent answers. And so to graduate, you have to build a proper CS playbook to onboard and train team to answer questions the same way. And so weekly game tape review is also kind of across all of these departments that are happening, but it is that important. And you begin having a customer ascension path. So IT at this level is employees are using their personal hardware, right? So you're at 10-ish, and maybe some of them came in with laptops and they're just using their own phones to work leads. Because let's be real, you probably didn't have as much money at that point, and you're like, oh gosh, this is a problem. Somebody just left with their phone and their computer and they have all my leads or they have all my media, right? No bueno. And so because of that, the company provides company-owned and controlled hardware and software, and you'll need to build a basic dashboard and reporting system. Recruiting at this level is that you have trouble finding higher level roles and managers. And so to graduate, you create deliberate promotions from within rather than the Peter principle, which we go in depth on, which is basically you promote people to their point of incompetence. You want to avoid that, and we'll show you how. And then you want to incentivize employee referrals equal to your cost to acquire talent, which is CAT. Just like CAC, cost to acquire customers, you have CAT, cost to acquire talent. And so you have to be willing to spend to get the best talent. Human resources, you're firing people incorrectly and that exposes you. And so to graduate, you have to create termination policies and process because at this point, you probably will start letting some people go because you'll realize that you didn't know how to hire people the right way. And so you got some bad eggs. All right, finance, you don't know how much money you can invest into growth. You got some extra cash, you want to grow more, but you're like, how much? And so to graduate, you make a budget, you save for big expenses, and you have simple financial forecasting so that you can begin keeping track of tax write-offs. And so it's like, I know we're gonna have this big event, so let's start budgeting for that, and let's start writing off some of these bigger expenses because that's gonna ultimately lower your tax bill. And if you have more cash left over, you can invest more into growth. And so the bottom line at this level is that you're not making enough money per customer. You have low LTV to CAC. This is why we productize. This is why we start the second product. And so you make and sell your second premium product to your customers and have all of these downstream impacts that get you to the next level. And so we just wrapped up the sixth stage, which is stage 5, productize, which moves us into the next stage, stage 6, optimize.
All right, optimize. This is when our headcount is getting up there. We are 20 to 49 people. Your role is you are an actual leader now, right? You have people to lead. You have 2 full layers of managers underneath of you. So usually that looks like a director level and a manager level. The number of companies here is only 2.1 million companies. And so it is definitely an accomplishment to get to this point if you are there in your business. Now, what does this look like from a product standpoint? At this point, improving 2 products slows down improvements. So you've got 2 things to focus on. You've got split attention. And so in order to graduate, you need to install incremental product improvement processes for both products, right? It's almost like a product pipeline for each of these things with separate owners able to oversee them. Going into marketing, marketing looks like ads are not converting as well to colder traffic. As your company expands, you sell more people in the market, the people become colder and colder, and so CAC goes up. And so in order to combat this, you want to implement an ad assembly process to increase volume, which is something we're going to go into more depth in the video itself. Going into sales. Sales are closing efficiency on the core product drops, and it becomes very inconsistent. Refunds go down, but so do closes. So it's like, great, we're not losing money, but we're also not making more money. And so what we want to do is we want to install sales training systems, individual coaching, and a team cadence to increase closing efficiency and to make sure that we get consistent. That brings us to customer service. Churn increases due to the volume and the new product. And so what we want to do to combat the churn and to graduate is to create a customer segmentation by cohort and activation points. So essentially we want to segment our customers so that we can figure out how to reduce churn for each type of customer. And we want to make sure that we understand how to activate, aka engage, the customers that we do have. Bringing us to IT. New people are coming in. Old people are leaving with IP, with data, with access, right? And so we need to install cybersecurity, malware, password protection from and for employees, and proper onboarding and offboarding procedures, okay? It's all about protection because you got more people coming in and more people going out. Speaking of people, recruiting. The number and types of roles that exceed your current network, okay? So everyone you've reached out to already has a job or they're not what you're looking for. And so you have to learn to headhunt higher level roles and add in multiple interview filtering for different skills. Okay, so you're gonna learn, how am I gonna find people that can be a head of finance for a 50-person company or a 35-person company? How do I find a director of marketing? And how do I make sure I interview so I get the right people? Which brings us to HR, right? You can't get higher level talent because they expect a full compensation package, benefits, bonus, retirement, etc. So you wanna set up benefits, retirement, and an advanced compensation plan so that you can attract that talent that you need to grow your company. And finishing off with finance, you are spending money to grow, but you're not growing and money is missing. Where the heck is your return? We want to scale up AR and AP, so accounts receivable and accounts payable. It's like, all right, we're paying vendors and then we're collecting money from customers, right? We have to start tracking both of those meticulously with more granular financial data. So we want to have more visibility into what's happening with the finances. That's why we mentioned the balance sheet, and we want to make sure that we're paying our taxes quarterly so that we are compliant. So the bottom line here is that everything is inefficient. And so we grow by doing everything better rather than more. So that was the 7th stage of optimize, which brings us to the next one, which is categorize.
All right, so stage 7, categorize. You're at 50 to 99. So we got into 50 plus all the way up to 100 companies in this range. And so you're now an executive. So you've got all these directors, you've got 3 layers of leadership underneath of you. And now we've got 1.2 million other companies here. Out of 30 million, we're already down to 1.2 million companies. So we're in already a very small percentage, 4% or less. All right, and so the constraint here for product is that the product begins to get outdated. Improvements take too long to roll out. And so to graduate, you fix one problem at a time with focused feature-specific teams. All right, so you have to prioritize, but now you're doing that same structure with more people that you're doing these priorities for. Marketing, lead flow is volatile because you only have one way to get customers. So this is typically when we recommend you start looking at that second acquisition channel. And so to graduate, you fund the second acquisition channel with 2 things to pad yourself. So you create a much stronger referral process, which we'll show you how to do. And you want to have segmented lead nurture by lead score because we've already started scoring our leads, but we're not marketing to them differently internally via email. And so as soon as we segment them, we'll get higher returns on our email, we'll get higher returns via referral. And so that extra cash, which cost us almost nothing, allows us to fund the second channel for growth. So we pick the most similar platform, and we have a whole process of how you pick what the next advertising channel you're going to use is. So the next constraint is going to be sales. So leads are getting wasted. all right? And they're not getting consistently worked by the team. And so to graduate, we create better schedule coverage so we get more throughput overall. We create a lead nurture checklist, and we create kudos. So a culture of working leads and shout outs for the people who have just as high show rates as close rates. From there, we go to customer service. And so at this point, customer service is only reactive. It's all firefighting. It's chaos. And so to graduate, we have to go from reactive to proactive. So we create a proactive customer journey and communication that matches with each of the milestones. And we focus on renewals and extensions at this point. So then from an IT perspective to support that, data, IP, and access are all over the place and disorganized. That's the problem here. To graduate, we create network technology. We bring solutions to the cloud. This is specific if you're in person. If you're remote, you probably are in the cloud. You get a data host, and then you centrally locate hardware if you're offsite, and if you're onsite, obviously you have a storage closet that has all the new computers and things like that. Recruiting-wise, it takes too long to hire good people, and they get hired elsewhere. And you have too many roles open to keep track of candidates and where they are in the process. Because at earlier stages, we already talked about, okay, we're gonna have multiple interviews now, and we have multiple candidates for different roles. And so you have to track all these things, and you're like, are you in interview too? Wait, you're John, I'm talking to Tim. It's completely disorganized. And so to graduate, you install an ATS, which is an applicant tracking system, to keep track of so many open roles. And so think about this just as a CRM, but for applicants. It's like a sales pipeline for candidates who are coming in. And so then on top of that, you add in specialized recruiting firms to keep up with the demand of hiring and some skill sets that you don't know how to hire yourself, or go find those pools of super specific developer or really some type of programmer, whatever, right? From there, HR is that we have too many different places for employee information and you have no data. And so to graduate, we set up an HRIS, which is a human resource information system. It's all the, wait, who's due for a promotion? When was their last one? Who's got John's date of birth? Like, you have all this information for employees that's scattered all over the place, and it's probably not protected data. And so you put it into an HRIS to be compliant. And honestly, at this point, when you got 100 employees, you need it. Right? So finance-wise, the problem is your team starts spending your money stupidly. This happens because you're no longer the one who's spending everything. They're spending money, and they don't do it as well as you do. And so to graduate, you have to set up quarterly expense management, budgets by department, cards with limits, an expense approval process. You add in insurance coverage, and you get fancier projections. You're like, that's a lot of stuff. We cover it in a lot more depth in the deeper video. All right, so bottom line here for this stage is that every system is overwhelmed and the business is disorganized. And so to graduate, you have to triage. You have to organize stuff, and you've got to move it and say, this bucket goes here, this bucket of leads goes here, this applicants go here, these leads go here. You get organized. All right, so we just wrapped up the 8th stage, which is stage 7, categorize, which then moves us into stage 8, specialize.
All right, so specialize. This is when we really get into the big teams. We have 100 to 249 people. Your role is you're really president. You have 4 layers underneath of you, including a full-blown executive team. So you've got an executive team, usually some directors, and then usually 2 levels of management underneath at a minimum. The number of companies here, only 900,000 companies. So less than 1 million even get here. So if you're watching this video and you are already here, you are already an exception to many. What does it look like for product at this stage? At this place, product has too many features and it starts to overwhelm customers. So it starts to be this like discombobulated thing that's like a Frankenstein that is, accumulated over the years. And so in order to graduate here, we've got to survey our customers to understand what they really value. We've got to prune the product to take away the things they don't value, improve it through deletion, and then the things that we prune, they can become cross-sells, they can become add-ons, they can become things that people can buy on their own as additions to the core product. Which brings us to marketing. At this level, broader creative brings in lower quality leads and it dilutes the brand. And so our CAC goes up again because of these 2 things. And so in order to graduate, we've got to grow the brand with standardized messaging, big free value, and very big positive brand associations. So we start having to repeat our core messaging that we feel like got forgotten along the way. We have to hone in on that. And we have to make sure that we are constantly giving and pouring into the audience rather than just continuing to extract from it. Then we go into sales, right? So right now, closing efficiency on the premium product drops. Okay, and so in order to solve this and graduate, we want to route the best leads, right, that are going to buy the premium product to the best closers. Okay, and then we want to get in place automated metrics tracking to make sure that we can track everything by closer, by product, to make sure that we're routing the best leads to the best closers. Now, customer service. We have multiple customer journeys and they are conflicting or poorly timed with one another. So things are starting to route and they're starting to hit each other, right? And so we want to create proactive recommendations to cross-sell other stuff and a blended customer journey. So in the beginning, you had a customer journey for your first product, then for your second. Now you want to have one that combines all the products into one so people understand where they interact with each other. That brings us to IT. So the department outgrows general software and needs specific solutions, okay? And so there's too many internal inquiries and there's no inquiry process and we don't have any departmental policies. So to graduate, we have to get specialized tech stacks for each department and create an internal inquiry process, aka like a ticketing system for IT for each one of those tech stacks. Then we have to staff it up as needed and create departmental processes and service level agreements. Service level agreements are essentially understanding how long specific tasks take that the IT team does over and over again. Now, going into recruiting. Recruiters are holding inconsistent standards and your culture is suffering for that, right? The wrong candidates are getting too far in the process. And so what we need to do is standardize our selection process and have a founder final fit check. So I want to make sure that we have a process for how we interview and a process for how we select so that we can protect ourselves against inconsistent standards. Human resources, what does that look like? We have so many new and existing employees, performance starts to suffer, right? Just due to volume. And compliance issues and complaints start to go up. So you start to hear just negative HR stuff. And so what we want to do is we want to set up group onboarding, which you can solve with software, as well as documented performance management. So we can bring on a system or a piece of technology to help us manage performance at this point, as well as getting employee liability insurance. And we want to reinforce our cultural values. At this point, the same problem that happens in marketing, which is that we have broad messaging, happens culturally, which we have broad messaging, and it's not as potent. And so we want to reinforce the messaging, reinforce what built the company, and make sure that's getting through to all the employees at every layer. And then lastly, we have finance, which is you're still paying retail for everything, okay? And you're getting overcharged, right? Your cash is unprotected and you're not getting any returns on it. And so we want to renegotiate rates on everything. You're the big dog now, right? Okay, there's only so many companies to get to this level. You should get special treatment at this point in time. And you want to make sure that you are getting special finance roles, right? Especially like tax, to make sure that we are mitigating risk. And so we're starting to specialize our roles at this point in time. And internally, we want to make sure that we are auditing our financials on a consistent basis. This could be a yearly audit that you do from an external firm, because at this point in time, we are unprotected and we need to make sure that we have a third party protecting us, looking out for us on our behalf, because unfortunately, a lot of the things that occur that go wrong in finance happen internally, not externally. And so the bottom line is that no one is good enough to know everything, right? So we want to create dedicated people and teams for specific tasks. So we just wrapped up the 9th stage, which is stage 8, specialize. And so we will move to the last stage, which is capitalize.
All right, so stage 9 of the $100 million scaling roadmap. So now you're past 250, all the way up to 500 in headcount. Your role, you go from president to chairman. Now you've got basically product leaders, division leaders, CEOs. The terminology will change between companies, but you basically have these little mini businesses that are all revenue lines that sit in one conglomeration that you're in charge of, and you're fundamentally allocating resources between these divisions. And the number of companies here is 300,000, so it's 0.001%. Of companies who start here actually end up making it to this point. So kudos to you. It's a very big accomplishment. So the constraint for product at this level is that changes to successful products, aka cash cows, this is the main thing that made you money. This is what made you famous. This is what built the business. That changes to it at this point just make it worse. So the problem is you still need to make new stuff to grow, but you can't change your main thing. And so to graduate, you want to find your next rising star. And so you either have to buy it through M&A, mergers and acquisitions, or you want to build it through R&D, so research and development. And you need to start thinking 1, 2, 3 years out of like, what's the bet that I'm going to make with the product so that I have that thing ready right as the market needs it. Because at this point, you're so big that for someone to move the needle for you, you got to capture a market. You got to capture a whole trend. Marketing at this level, your lead attribution by channel becomes very difficult because you're marketing all over the place. You're getting leads everywhere for different types of products, different types of salespeople. And platform and regulatory compliance starts to become an issue as well. And so to graduate, you shift to brand first advertising with an omni-channel approach with blended ROAS across products, and you install a compliance process. So basically, it's like, okay, we're gonna spend $1 million every month. Fine. All right, well, how much of that is top of funnel? How much of that is awareness? How much of that is brand sponsorships? How much of those things are collaborations? How much of that is investment into things that our customers will love and know about relative to just arbitraging the ROAS of direct response, conversion optimization stuff? We got to go bigger picture at this level. Sales. So the constraint here is that there's too many leads and products for any one type of salesperson. You got way too much stuff going on. You can't just feed leads to sales guys because there's too many things for any one salesperson to learn. And so to graduate, salespeople specialize in selling different products to different leads using different processes and sometimes even in different territories. And so if you have, let's say you're direct to consumer and then you have wholesalers, that would be a second completely different thing. And the wholesalers might be by territory, right? And so you're going to have different entire salespeople, 4 processes, 4 different products, 4 different prospects. So the constraint for customer service at this level is that support for varied new offerings is breaking due to high volume. You got a lot of stuff going on. All right, and so to graduate, you have to start triaging to specialize CS reps to improve efficiency and shorten training. And this is a common theme for both of these, is that no one can know enough. Like you can't get somebody onboarded and they have to learn the wholesale sales process and the prospect and the products and also the direct to consumer process and prospects and sales script. It's too much. Same thing on the CS side. They can't service all these different types of customers. So you start specializing in those. IT at this level, the old tech stack is now insufficient. So you're like, wait, two steps ago, I got a new one. Well, at this point, it's probably been a few years and you know what? It probably needs to get updated. And departments also demand new and even more specialized solutions. So to graduate, you hire more specialized tech roles for each major tech function with updated and segmented tech stacks. And you may need a new ERP or enterprise level software to kind of try and tie all these different disparate systems together. And so in the last section, the IT is like, okay, we maybe get one person to support this new tech. Now you almost have these mini departments that have to support entire departments of these new technologies that you're putting into place. And so the constraint now leads to marketing. So the best talent doesn't respond to standard recruiting efforts from anyone besides the CEO or founder. And to be clear, you're still going to be recruiting like your normal thing. You're still going to have individual contributors, managers, directors, et cetera. But the best talent in the world, the people who can really take you to the next level, they're only responding to you. And so to graduate, the founder has to start directly attracting the highest level roles and they have to sell them. You have to sell these stars on why they should help you build your company and your vision. And this is where sometimes it's 6 months, 12 months plus of courting someone to get them to switch their entire world over to your business. For human resources to support that, so that huge amount of growth that somebody like that can bring on, churn is going to increase. You have customer churn. Well, when you got 250 employees, you might lose 5%. It's like, oh, wait, holy cow. So we're losing between 12 and a half and 25 people every single month. Oh my God. So we have to recruit 25 people just to break even on our churn. So this becomes an issue. And you don't have the right people who you need to grow. So this is where we create strategic workforce planning. So this is just fancy word for basically forecasting out the people side of growth. And so it's like, okay, what kind of capacity are we going to have? Who do we need to backfill? Where are the skill gaps within our company? What kind of redundancies do we want? What kind of redundancies do we not want? Can we shift people around? And a lot of times we're going to go from generalists to, before this we had some specialists, now to hyper specialization. Because in general, the more specialized the labor, the more productive it is, but it just takes a lot of volume to be able to get somebody to do one ticket all day long. And you can't do that in the beginning. But when you have scale, you can. And so finance at this level from a constraint perspective is that your finances aren't legit enough to get other people to give you money. So think about this in terms of raising money, borrowing money, or getting bought, like selling some of your equity. And you do all of that stuff so that, or you want to consider doing some of that stuff, so that you can make a big investment into that rising star through M&A or R&D, like we talked about earlier in product. And so to graduate, you go through what we call a prep for sale, which is you get a quality of earnings, you talk to investment bankers, they tell you all the things that are wrong with your business, you get your capital structure audited, you look at your entities, you get legal people to look at that, and then sometimes you consider hedging your big investments so that when you expand, you can actually smooth out your profit curve depending on market trends or different prices for commodities that might relate to your business. And so at this point, you can just say, cool, I'm professional enough that I've got this credit line of 20 million bucks and I can go do something big, or it's just good to have it in your back pocket because when you clean up your house, it always just makes the house better. All right. And so the bottom line at the capitalized stage is that you're not sure where the next big growth comes from. For you to get to the next level of growth, you got to make you got to capture another big market. You got to get a new product that's really going to capitalize on all the resources that you have at your disposal. And so to graduate, you make your big bet on the future. And so we just went from 0 to hero in one video. All right. And so the remainder of the videos give deeper dives into each stage. And if you want your own customized $100 million scaling roadmap, which I was referencing earlier, you can click below this video on the button. I'm not sure if it'll say that, but if you have a business, then you will be able to figure it out. And so we make these customized scaling roadmaps for you that break down the things you should look out for at this stage, what you should already have finished by this point, and what's coming up next. All right. And so we do this for you so that hopefully we can transfer as many of the lessons as we've learned throughout our careers and our portfolio companies and the thousands of companies that we've looked at over the years to you. So hopefully you can grow faster and save the world. All right. And so reminder, we recommend just using the roadmap to navigate. Otherwise, you may end up wasting time learning about things that aren't relevant yet. So I don't want you, if you got a 40-person business, like don't go through the first 3 steps. It's about like getting your first payment processor in place, right? And at the same point, you might not want to go to 250 to 500 because all the stuff is going to be deep dive on the types of compliance that you have to look at, and you don't want to deal with that. All right, so just try and stick to where you're at because that's fundamentally the only thing you need to focus on to get to the next level. All right, and so next up, we're going to go into the video that hopefully if you're watching this, the next one isn't going to be, unless you happen to be at 0, right? It's going to be the one that is specific to you. So go click that button, get the customized scaling framework, and click the video that is your stage and go to that one next. Welcome to the $100 million scaling roadmap. If you're clicking here and this is the first video from the personalized plan that we sent you, which would be in your email, and if you're watching it from that, then you already have it. And if you don't have it, it's about 20 or so pages of the breakdown of exactly what you need to do to scale at your particular level, videos and text that's associated with that. It's our gift to you. And if you don't have that, you click below this video and you can go insert your information. Then we will have our 1,000 dwarves in the background process it and then send it out to you so that you have an exact plan for your business right now.
That being said, we are at the first stage. Okay, so the first stage of scaling is just you. And so we call this improvise. Okay, at the stage of improvise, your head count is 1 because it is just you, right? What is your role? Your role is really to be a researcher. You're just trying to figure out what's going to work. Often in this stage, people lack clarity, and the way to gain clarity so that you can know what to do next is by researching, right? Now, what does your leadership structure look like? Just you. So notice the theme here. It's just you, it's one person, and your role is to figure it the heck out, right? The number of companies that are here, not really any, because you're not a company yet. You are a one person just trying to figure out what the heck to do next.
All right, so I'm going to kick it off with products. So remember, we have the constraint and then what is needed to graduate. And so at the product level, we are here. Remember, this is the good services and results that you deliver in the business. At this level, the constraint is you have nothing to sell. All right, so this is the big problem. And so to graduate, you have to give something away for free. Now, you don't have to. This is our strong recommendation. This is what we've done with every company we've had, is that we give away free stuff. And there's a lot of strategic reasons for that. All right, so this is what this really looks like. So big picture, we're looking at product categories. So, okay, are we going to give away our free thing as software? We're going to give away our free thing as media. So that'd be like books, content, information, et cetera. Is it going to be some service? We're going to give our time away for free. So either something we know how to do that other people don't know how to do, or just something that other people know how to do, but they don't want to do. So if I know how to code websites and someone doesn't know how to do that, then that would be like a knowledge-based service. Or if it was if I knew how to mow lawns and other people knew as well, but they just don't want to do it, then that would be like a time-based service. And then finally, just have stuff, physical products, things that people can actually hold in their hands. It's like, okay, what's the thing that we're going to be giving away for free? What's the mechanism? Within that, we usually have an objective, especially if you're trying to sell some sort of software or service, sometimes even media, is that with your free thing, you either want to reveal a problem that then opens up the loop so that you can sell other stuff in the future. It's a free trial, so they taste the solution, but they don't get it unless they keep paying. Or you have a one-step and a multi-step process. And so the reveal problem would be like an assessment. So if you go to a chiropractor and he says, hey, I'm going to do this assessment on your back, and look, your posture's messed up. And now that sets up the stage for me selling, longer services. Free trial is what's something that someone's going to need on a consistent basis. Let's say I do some sort of speed test on your website, and I can show that I can decrease the page load time, which increases conversions. And I say, great, I'll give you 7 days of that. And you can see the increase. It's like, okay, well, if you want to keep that increase, you got to keep paying for it. And then the free step of a multi-step process would be something like, at the most basic level, if I have a garage, sealant business, I might say, hey, there's 3 coats that we need to put on the garage. I'll put the first one on. This one just protects from sun. Okay, but you still need to protect from termites. You still need to protect from wind. You still need to make sure the color is protected. And so you say, okay, well, we got this one thing, but there's still these other things that you want to have to make this whole thing work. Now, beyond that, I just like having these as my little back napkin, right? We want services, products, access, risk, money, media, data, software. These are all the types of things that people sell. And so BDC services, if you're just getting started, I just like to remember that these are things that people hate doing for money. So B2C, consumers, is like you do things that everyone hates. You clean, you cook, you do laundry, you do lawn care outside, you fix stuff on the house, like things that most people know how to do, they just don't want to do. B2B services tend to be things that businesses aren't as good at as you. And so the functions that we actually went over, all the categories that we're talking about, you basically function as a fractional expert for that particular thing. So you might be think about it as like a consultant or a done-for-you person who helps with product, or a consultant or a done-for-you person who helps with IT, or a consultant or done-for-you person who helps with marketing. And basically across all the functions, B2B is just doing a portion of the business for somebody else because you're better at it for them, or you can do it faster than them.
Or creating a software that does both.
Yes. And so I like to think, especially from starting out, what's the unscalable value that I can provide somebody? Like, I don't need to worry about scale because we currently have no customers and we have no employees, right? We just need to provide something really valuable to them. So I think, what's one-on-one time, one-on-one work that I can front to somebody at my own cost, because I might not be that good yet, and just get feedback from the marketplace. And so our objective at this point is really to learn more than it is to earn. And I think a lot of people mess this up, is they want to immediately start selling, but they have no expertise, they have no proof. And I can promise you long-term for your reputation, and you talk to the best founders in the world, you just want to learn more about your customers, learn all the pains they have so that you can create and innovate and iterate the product to make it a little bit better. We talk about this in more depth around in our Leadmatics chapter inside of the Leads training, which is also on the site. The Offers book helps you make offers, and the Leadmatics chapter within $100 million leads covers this in a lot of depth if you're like, what do I give away for free? All right, so this is the constraint that we had, was they had nothing to sell. To graduate, you make something that you give away for free, and then we move on to marketing.
So the next function that we have is marketing, right? And so that is how you tell people about your stuff, right? First, you had nothing to sell. You made something that you can give away. Now you need to tell people that you made something to give away, right? And so at this level, nobody knows about your stuff. You have made it in the dark, in the corner, with nobody watching, right? And so to graduate, you just need to tell them about your stuff, right? And it's free, so that makes it easy, right? So let's tell people about the free stuff we have. Now, there's a few different ways that we can do that. This is something that we call the core 4. Okay, so this is the way that we make people aware of the product that we have. At this point, that product is free, right? And so there are 4 ways that we can do that. We have warm outreach, we have cold outreach, we have post free content online, and we have run paid ads.
And those are the only 4 ways that you can let other people know about your stuff. And so if you're starting out, then you probably want the cheapest way to do that and fastest, which is going to be warm outreach. Sure, like you could post content which is free. It just tends to take a lot longer in order to get things going. Whereas reaching out to people who already know you is a much faster way to get started for any kind of product or service, to at least just get people to try it.
And so warm outreach might look like you reach out via email. You reach out via calling people. You reach out via texting people. You reach out on social media. I would say the most popular one that we see right now is that people reach out to people that they know and that follow them on social media, right? And so whatever platform that you have the most presence on, that's typically the platform people start with, and they start reaching out to let people know about their stuff.
And when we say platform that you have the most people on, to be clear, you're using all the contacts you've ever gained throughout your entire life. So think about every person you've ever emailed, every contact in your phone, every person who follows you. So even if you have like 200 people who follow you on Instagram or 100 people who follow you on Facebook, it's 100 leads. It's still people who know who you are, and these have very high affinity. It's very different than getting 100 cold leads. Like 100 cold leads is not going to get you very far, but 100 people who know who you are and potentially like you a lot can absolutely jumpstart a business.
And to give you guys complete clarity on this, both me and Alex, when we each started our own one-person businesses, mine was personal training, yours was actually
online personal training.
Online personal training. We both did exactly that. At the time for me, I posted on Facebook. I made people aware that I was doing training for free, and because of that, I built an entire business off of it. I think you did actually the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are the same person. So we both did the same thing, and it worked. It's just a matter of what platform that you're on right now that you have the most amount of followers. Again, it could be 100 people.
And so if you have no money, you should have no shame. So knock, call, email, text, DM, ask. Life-changing doors do not open themselves.
The biggest thing at this phase that we see with people is that they don't want to do the warm outreach. They don't want to do that work because they think, oh gosh, well, I heard that I should be posting content. And they actually almost use that as an excuse not to do the warm outreach. But it's actually because you're scared. It's actually because you're embarrassed. It's actually because you don't want to do the work because you don't want to be rejected. And here's the thing, you have to be willing to be rejected at this point. And so fearing what others think, fearing what your grandma or your mother is going to say when you post something to let people know about the thing you made for free, that's what stops most people at this phase, is they're too afraid to market the thing that they made because they're fearful of the judgment of others. And what I will tell you is you can either remain fearful of the judgment of others, or you could be fearful of never having a business. And so you have to pick which one you're going to stick with. And we'd say in order to graduate past this phase, you have to let go of that fear of judgment and the fear of shame to do these things so that you can build a business.
And it's also the reason that we recommend starting with something for free. Because a lot of people have so much fear around like, oh, what if I ask for money? It's like you're literally just giving away help. That's all you're doing right now. You're giving away help for nothing. So there should be no fear around you reaching out to people. But that at least takes you one step closer to be able to ask for money in the future.
So great. You graduated marketing, right? You told people about the free stuff you had. So now we'll move to sales.
So sales, as a reminder, how you get people to give you money for that stuff. All right, so mind you, now at this point, we're giving away free stuff. So the issue that you have now is you just don't know how to sell. You don't have the skill set. And so to graduate, all we have to do is to get them to try it for free. Like that's the sales, getting them to try it, getting them to use it. All right, and so this is what that looks like. So you ask them what their problems are, and then you offer to solve those problems in exchange for one, telling you what you could do better in the future. And if you're good, leaving a review or sending a friend. So I think about it in terms of review, like the R's. So it's like, I want a review, I want a referral, I want to retain this person ideally from the free into later they'll pay me. And then I want them to resell something even more expensive, right? I want them to ascend into a higher level. So those are the R's that I think through in terms of what I would want from somebody long-term. And so what were the objective of this in the short term is that we want to figure out the perceived hidden costs. All right, and so this is the inverse of the value equation that I talk about in the offers book. But I want to see what are the things that are effortful. Because if someone doesn't want to try it, or they say they'll try it, but then they don't follow through with it, then it means there's some cost associated with it, right? And so is it something that I had them start doing that they didn't want to do? Is this something that I had them to stop do that they wanted to keep doing? So if they want to sleep in on Saturdays, to go work out in the park with me, they have to stop something they like? Is it risk they have to take on if I'm B2B and I say, hey, I'll run your ads for free, but you got to spend $2,000 a month on ads? Well, the business owner is still risking money and then also time. So from the effort perspective, like now I've got to hop on a call with some kid who's running my ads for me. That's something that I don't want to do that I now have to do. And then finally, the delay between when you say you're going to help someone and when they actually get the result that you promised them. And so all of these things, if you think about it hypothetically, is these are all costs that are non-monetary. And so we want to figure these things out because you'll often find out that the biggest costs associated with your products are not the money. And so if you can actually eliminate all the other costs of your product, you can almost charge an infinite amount. And I'll give you a hypothetical example. So let's say I said, hey, if you click this button, you'll immediately get a six-pack. Holy cow. Like if you just click the button and then you just pull up your shirt and you get a six-pack, the amount of people who'd be willing to buy that would be an exorbitant amount of people, right? And the amount we'd be able to charge for that would be ungodly if we were the only people who know how to do that. And so the thing is that other solutions promise a six-pack. It just takes a year. You might get hurt from training. You have to give up your early mornings. You have to give up your drinking. You have to give up your cheat foods. And then you have to start working out, being sore, doing all these other things. So it's like the promise is still the same. And so one of the easiest ways to increase value is just take away everything that sucks.
You want to think about it like, how do I make it as easy as possible for this person to get value from my product or service?
And this is it in the beginning. And so when you're looking to this kind of transition, because obviously we haven't even asked for money at this point because we're trying to get them to try it. And so we're just offering to exchange for these things. So instead of money, we're getting for the 4 R's, the reviews, the referrals, the retention, and then the resell. Like maybe they'll stay later or they'll buy something else later. And for every reason they don't want to do that for us, we want to find out why. And if you're not sure what business to start or where to begin, watch this. This is a Cybertruck, and this is 100 grand. And someone watching this ad right now is going to one of these two in the next 30 days. But listen, this is what last month's winners did. And here they are in person with me. Nicholas got to $50,000 last month. Hayden, $38,000. Thomas, $35,000. Dion, $31,000. Patrice, $29,000. Jesper, $35,000. Eddie, $36,000. Elmer, $28,000. Ruben, $27,000. Evelyn, $81,000. But listen, these are all insane outcomes. But what is the average paid community owner make? $1,360 per month. And you might be like, well, shoot, but what if I don't make it? What if it doesn't work for me? Well, 1 out of 2 people, 54.1% people who start a paid community school make their first dollar online. And the reason we have such a high success rate is because we have a blueprint of what every single one of these people did, step by step, of exactly what you have to do. And I hop on a call every single week. We have a couple hundred people on the call, so it's still small. And I answer questions every week to help people actually win. And the best part of all is you can start absolutely free. And so if that sounds interesting, click the link, make money, have fun, join the community, and save the world.
Great, so now that we've covered sales, we go into customer service. Okay, so this is how you get customers to refer, retain, review, and resell. The 4 R's that Alex was just speaking of, right? And so what's the constraint at this level is that you don't have customers to service. Big surprise, right? You're like, where the heck are my customers? I don't have any. Okay, so in order to graduate, you want to service the free customers you have. Okay, so what does that mean, right? This means being available all the time, being fast in how you respond. It means, cleaning the toilet if you have to. Like, there's no job too small. It means not holding resentment for the fact that you're going to work your freaking butt off for nothing. That is just the reality of it, right? And then you want to act as if they are paying you. Because here's the thing. They are paying you with their time. They're giving you their time. They're either giving you a review. They're going to possibly be retained when you move to a paid service. Like, this is your time to shine. A lot of the times it's the things that we do when nobody's watching. It's the things that we do in exchange for very little that set the precedent for how successful our business is going to be later on. And so remember this, right now, you are getting the better end of the deal. Because the reality is that there's probably a better product or service out there that has better customer service. So the only competitive advantage you have at this point in your business is just ruthless execution, like as fast as possible, as much as possible. There is no scope of customer service at this point. You're gonna do whatever the F it takes to win and to keep this person and to hopefully convert them into being a paid customer later. The issue at this point is that a lot of people think, oh, well, that's not scalable. I want you to just remove, even though this is a scaling roadmap, remove the word scale from your mind right now. Because right now, you need to figure out what works. To give you an example of this, every time that we have started a new business, I will get in at the ground of customer service, both myself and Alex, to understand what's gonna work. Basically, you've got to throw the kitchen sink at your customers to see what they actually value from what you threw at them. And so that's what you're doing at this point in time, not to mention building your reputation. Because if you blow people's minds just with good service, there's a very likely chance that they're gonna tell other people about it. And to give you something very interesting, McKinsey did a study on why customers leave. And more customers leave due to bad customer service than due to the product or the price. And so somebody could have a better product that costs less money, but if they have bad customer service, you could still keep the customer or win the customer over.
I mean, like in a real world example, T-Mobile exists solely because they have a superior customer service experience. They have worse coverage, they have lower speeds, objectively just a worse service. But they still continue to gain market share. They did for a very long time just because they beat Verizon and AT&T on the fact that their customer service didn't suck.
And so that is customer service. It is doing whatever the F you have to do to get value to these customers. So we went from having no customers to service to servicing our free customers.
All right, everyone's sexiest topic that they want to know at the beginning, at ground zero, when you have no employees and only free customers maybe, is IT. And so to be clear, IT is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information. Because as you gather people, you're gonna get their phone numbers, you're gonna get their emails, you're gonna have conversations with them, you're gonna have sold them a product, they're gonna give you feedback on the product. All this stuff is information, and if you have no way to gather, store, analyze it, and display it, it's gonna be tough. All right, and so here's the constraint, is that you currently, in the very beginning, remember this is level 0, all right, is that you have no hardware, okay? And so to graduate, save up and buy your hardware. Some of you, if you're watching this right now, are watching it in Pakistan on a public computer. That's fine, but Like where you'd like to be is where you can save up and you can buy some hardware. All right, now if you have hardware and you're at home or you're on your phone right now, then you can already have graduated this level. I just want to be very clear. Like Layla and I said, like some of these you might already be 2-3 steps ahead, which is great. But we wanted to have a true zero all the way up so that no one will be left behind. All right, so here's what that looks like. So your tech only has to do two things. All right, this is the output of the technology. Number one is that it has to help you communicate with people, because how are you going to advertise? How are you going to sell? You got to talk to people because they have money and you don't, right? And then you have to deliver your stuff. So whatever the thing is that you have to be able to deliver it. So if it's a physical product, then you have to have whatever hardware is required to deliver it. If you have a service and you mow lawns, then you need to have a lawnmower, right? If you're a makeup girl, then you need the makeup kit with the brushes and the paint and all the other stuff they do, right? And if you're a coder, then you're just going to need a computer and an internet connection and your keyboard in order for you to work, and maybe a comfortable chair if you want to do that because you're sitting down for 10 hours a day. All right. Point being, the two things that you want with the hardware is a way to communicate with people and a way to deliver your stuff. All right, so with that being said, now you had no tech, and now you graduate by getting a computer, an internet, microphone, phone, and email. And so we move on to recruiting.
So recruiting, this is how you find and hire people to work for your company. So at this level, you actually don't know how to work. Okay, and so in order to graduate, you recruit yourself to work, okay? And so what that means, right? This means working early mornings, working late nights, learning how to put in the work, because a lot of times you can beat 99% of people out there by simply out executing at this point in time. And at this point in time, a lot of people are thinking like, who do I need to hire? Who do I need to outsource? Okay, get this. We had a lot of success with our first business. We learned how to build a business to $100 million, and then we sold that business, and then we started over. And when we started over, we had no employees. And so what happened in the beginning is Alex and I didn't go say, oh, let's go hire 17 people before we can do anything in the business. I got right down in there and I was like, guess I'm IT, guess I'm customer service, guess I am HR right now. And so got right in there and said, cool, I have to out execute right now to build this from the ground up. And so what I want to explain to you guys is like, nobody is too good for this phase. You're never too good to recruit yourself to be the hardest worker in the room. And it doesn't matter if you've done this before, if you've had a 6-figure job, or if you've never had a job. The point is that at this point in time, most people don't actually have work capacity. They don't understand what it means to work hard. And I think that is often what limits people, is they say, well, gosh, I'm waking up, I have my coffee, I do this thing, I start at 10 and then I'm going until dinner, I'm going until 5. Listen, the reality of this is that to get this off of the ground floor, you might have to wake up at 5 a.m. and work until 11 or 12. And that might be the sacrifice you need to make for 6 to 12 months.
They're going to say years.
Yeah, or you could be like us and just do it forever, right? But the point is that a lot of times the reason people can't break past this level in general is because they cannot recruit themselves to build the type of work capacity that is required to get to the next level.
I can't believe you just quoted me so much when you made this slide. It's very kind of you. And so I will read the quotes that Layla decided to select of me, which is, you can beat 99% of people by preparing the night before, showing up early, leaving only when the job is done right, remembering people's names, following up, and improving one thing at a time. So it's not about being fancy. Doing the basics every time is what makes you advance. That's what allows you to graduate. And so if you're willing to work exceptionally hard, get rejected, and live below your means for 3 years, you can beat just about everyone. And you can beat 99% of people by continuing to work without needing immediate reward. And so most of this phase is that you have to be investing right now. You're putting a lot of time and you're putting a lot of money in. You're not seeing anything out because really you're the asset that you're investing in right now. You need to get better in order to then have that rub off on the business so the business can get better and grow.
And just to give you guys perspective on this, when we were building our first business, we slept out of extended stays. We were waking up at 4 a.m. every day. We were working until 11 p.m. every day. And I remember every night tossing and turning, waking up in the middle of the night, thinking about my business. And so it is tough. It is stressful. It is hard. And it requires a lot of long hours. And you don't get respite from that stress until stuff starts to work. And that's the reality of it. And you can't skip that part.
More quotes for me? Fine. Find what works. Do more of what works. Find the thing preventing you from doing more of what works. Solve it. Do more of what works again. Repeat. And you can get good enough at almost anything with 20 hours of focused effort. The problem is that most people spend a decade delaying the first hour. And that last one I think is super, super important because a lot of the skills that we're going to be going over are things that you can learn in about 20 hours. And you're like, 20 hours? Like, yeah, it's half a week. That's if you work just like in the mornings. If you work 2 full days, 10-hour days, you can learn in a couple days. But most people just like put it off for years. So just be willing to confront, be willing to face the fact that you suck, and that's okay. And you're in the exact same position as every other person who started at zero.
And the reality is that you want to remember is that you are in the position you're in because you've been in your head. You need to get out of your head and into your hands and to start doing things in order to see if something even works. If you really think about it, you will learn more from 10 hours of testing to see if something works than you would from 10 years of reading about something to see if it will work. And so with that, that is recruiting. That is how you find and hire people to work for your company. And in the beginning, that means you recruit yourself.
Thank you, Layla. Now we're going to be talking about HR, which is my favorite function, which is how I define it, how you decrease the likelihood employees or regulators sue you. That is the output of HR. People may reject me on this, and those people would be wrong. And so at this point, the constraint of your HR is that your personal assets and credit are unprotected. And so here's the lawyer holding you up for your money, and you're like, oh no, that's me. I'm losing everything. And so to graduate, we create a business entity to separate your personal assets from business assets. We have to put this wall that blocks your stuff from people who might otherwise try and take it. And so this is what it looks like in practicality. So in the US at least, it's an LLC or an S Corp for most businesses, unless you have investors, in which case this video probably isn't for you anyways. You probably have some sort of C Corp structure. All right, and so just go to an attorney or use an online tool like LegalZoom, and you can set it up your own. It costs you a couple $100. That's it. That's all we have to do at this level. Very, very simple. If you're level 0, just get an LLC so that your personal assets are not tied up with the business. That's what we were at. This is what we did. And now we move on to finance.
So at this point in time, right, how we define finance is how you report and manage your money, okay? So the constraint at this level is that your personal money is your business money, right? In fact, you might not even know at this level, there's a difference between the two. Yes, in the future there will be, right? And so to graduate this level, what you want to do is get a business bank account set up. Put money in it, write off startup expenses to save on taxes. Okay, so what you want to do is go to a bank. It could be a local bank, it could be a commercial bank, whatever you're more comfortable with. You want to put money in it, whatever you need to do to start it, or whatever amount of money you can to pay for business expenses from that account. And then you want to make sure that you are writing off startup expenses so that you can save on taxes. So if you didn't know this, if you're not essentially taking the expenses, if you're taking them from your personal account and not your business account, then you cannot write those off for taxes, which at this point you might be like, oh my gosh, taxes, that's a thing. Yes, in the past, you may have actually made money from taxes because you were an employee or because you didn't make any money. Now you're going to have to pay the IRS because you're making money. And so welcome to being a business owner where you get to pay people money every year for the fact that you made money and add value to the economy.
And I'll just piggyback on this. If you're starting out, is one of the smartest financial moves, arguably even the strongest financial reason to start a business and to actually incorporate, is that if you make an attempt to start a business, then all costs associated with doing business you can expense. And so to put this in context, that means that you probably have a cell phone. Now, if your cell phone gets used for work and used for personal, but you use it for work, the majority of the time, I'm going to trust you on this, then you could put it through your LLC. So all of a sudden, what you're using after-tax dollars to pay for, using your personal income, you can use as a write-off so that you don't have to pay taxes on that money. So basically, it's like that money gets removed before you have to pay taxes on what's left over. The same applies for maybe your computer. Remember, we're talking about the hardware at the IT level? In the finance function here, we can write off all that hardware we had to do. The internet provider that we had, maybe you had to upgrade it because you could only do certain levels of work at a higher level. If you use a room in your home, because you work from home, you can, as long as you clearly delineate that that's the office that you work exclusively from, which I'll trust you that you'll do that. If you do that, then you can write off a portion of your rent. So all of these things, like you can immediately increase your wealth by taking some overlap of expenses that you're currently paying 100% for personally and probably have excess capacity, as in like you're not using 100% of yourself on 100% of your internet, 100% of your computer personally. Well, we could use all the remainder that's left over and actually write all of that off against your income. So you actually can become wealthier simply by starting a business, even if you haven't made your first dollar yet. You'll just save on Mr. Government trying to take more money out of your pocket.
And you want to make sure that you do this now before you get bigger, because if you are paying for personal things that are not write-offs, but just personal expenses from an account that is actually a business account, all that stuff's gonna be much harder to undo later. So it sounds like a pain in the butt to drive to the bank and set up an account and do all that stuff now, but I promise you it's better to do it now before you even are making a ton of money than it is to do it later.
And I'll show you, like, you only need 2 cards. You need your you need your, don't worry, my numbers aren't showing. You need 2 cards. You need a business card, you need a personal card. And it's the only cards I have with me besides my ID. So it's like right before you take it out every time, it's like, is this for me or is this from the business? And you just use your 1 or 2 cards. Very easy way to set that up.
So fundamentally, everything that you use to work, you can use to offset your regular income, right? And you expense against it. So something a lot of you might not know is that a lot of banks actually want your business, and they will incentivize you to actually do business with them and use your cash, right? And so if you look at Chase Total Checking, they will give you a $300 bonus to open up an account with a direct deposit in the first 90 days. If you look at PNC Virtual Wallet, they offer up to a $400 bonus. US Bank Smartly Checking provides up to a $400 bonus. So banks want you to bank with them. End of story. You are their customer. And so they have programs that incentivize you to bring your money to their bank. So also just to show you, it's an incentive for them, it's an incentive for you. And so if you're like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna get from this? Well, you could get $300, you get $400, you can take that money and put it towards getting customers that pay you nothing.
And you can get a credit card from those places. Usually that starts at $500. That'll get you going so you can build some credit there. This is assuming you're starting at true zero. If you already have a card, or you already have, you have an income, you probably have a credit limit that's higher than that. But we wanted to make sure that we were covering like, okay, I'm truly starting at 0. And I was talking to some the other day, and they were telling me that there was a stat that they found around starting new businesses. But today, the average small business only takes $3,500 to start, all in. And so it's significantly less. Now, mind you, that's like a human being who has nothing. But if you that basically just means like internet, laptop, phone, maybe 1 or 2 basic softwares that cost a few $100s a month. That's it. Like that's what it costs on average now to start a business. Like now, some of you are like, well, I don't have $3,500. We'll do the steps that we just outlined. Well, we can save you some of that in taxes. Cool. We can get some bonuses. You can get a card. You can start building credit just by spending the things you already are buying, getting 1 or 2% off there. Obviously, if you're like, well, I can't manage myself. Well, it's like, well, then you got deeper problems to deal with. Like we're not even talking about getting customers yet. Like you can't even control what you spend. All right. But like if you can just do the basics there, you can set yourself up pretty quickly.
Great. So we went from personal money is the business's money to you get a business bank account, you put money in it, and you start to write off expenses.
And so the bottom line, if you forgot everything that we just talked about at level 0, the big problem is that nothing is happening. You don't even have a business yet.
So to graduate, you get people to try your stuff for free.
Ta-da. And so with that, we have now graduated from improvise to monetize, which is stage 1, because we started at 0 because we don't even have a business yet. At monetize, we'll cross the threshold into officially being a business. And real quick, guys, if you just finished this and you are truly at level 0, you're thinking about what business to start, I'm co-owner of a company called Skool, SKOOL.com. And we help thousands, well, now it's tens of thousands of people start their first business online. So it's one of the easiest ways to get into business. There's no inventory. You don't have to hire their people. You basically have almost no capital risk to get started. You don't have to rent, you don't have to sign a 5-year lease. You don't have to buy a lawnmower. Like it's one of the cheapest businesses to get started. And right now, 1 out of 2 people, a little bit over, it's 54.1% of people start a paid community on Skool, which is a platform that helps people build groups online. So all you do is you build a group online about whatever it is that you love. You invite your friends or invite your enemies, doesn't matter. And they basically pay you to have access to it, just like a nightclub. You stay at the door, they punch the ticket, you have a good party on the inside, everyone talks about what they love. And you are the guy who owns the party, so you're the one who gets paid and gets the credit, even though you might not be the life of the party. And it's one of the easiest, most scalable models that I know for people to start with. And so you can start absolutely free, so it's a free trial. And inside of it, we have super tactical trainings on exactly what you need to do for that very, very specific business. If you're like, what business do I start? It's a great way to get started. So you can click the button below that says Skool below this video for free. And otherwise, we'll see you in the next vid. Welcome to the $100 million scaling roadmap. And so we just graduated from stage 0, which is where we improvise, and we've moved on to stage 1, which is monetize. And if you are new here, you're just clicking over from your custom personalized scaling roadmap plan, then you'll know where you are. And if you are somebody who's like, man, I'd love to have a customized roadmap just for me and my business right now, then below this video, there's a little button that you can hit. And when you hit it, you can put your information in, and then our little minions in the background will do this a lot. You'll get a multi-page breakdown of explaining exactly where you're at, and then by function, what you need to do to scale your business to the next level. All right, so let's rock and roll. So monetize is where we're at. That's the theme. Our headcount right now is 1. It's still just you. Your role is that now you went from researcher to starter. All right, so before this, we were gathering information, we're getting feedback. Now we need to start, right? And so the leadership structure is it's still just you because there's only one, right? And the number of companies at this level. So now by the end of the time we graduate this level, we will be an official company. All right, and so there are 30 million, at least in the US, companies that exist that generate at least $1 of revenue. And so this is a good way to think about it. And let me just put this in context for you. Only 9% of people own a business. So literally by just starting a business and generating $1 of revenue, you're already in the top 10%. Kind of exciting from that perspective. And so I told you in the beginning, like the stats here will probably amaze you, and they're very different from how social media likes to portray success today in business. All right, and so with that being said, let's begin with product.
So product is the goods, services, results that you deliver, right? And so the constraint at this level is that your product isn't good enough to sell, right? So if you remember at the last level, or if you've looked at the last level, it's that you didn't have one. Now it's not good enough to sell and charge people money. And so to graduate this, you have to fix it until your product is good enough to sell to release your V1. Okay, and so what does that actually look like? So what it actually looks like is we need to find the hidden costs of the product. Okay, so that is all the non-monetary costs that cause somebody not to buy. Okay, why will you not pay for it? What makes this a no? What would make it a yes? What would it take? So when we think about the hidden costs, right? Think about it if you are selling weight loss, for example. When I was a personal trainer and I was like, why is it that these people are 50 pounds overweight and they don't want to buy personal training? Well, think about the hidden costs. I've got to drive 40 minutes to the gym. Then when I get there, it takes me 5 minutes to find parking. I have to eat less. Don't like doing that. I have to change how I live my life because I eat out dinner every night. And so there were all these hidden costs. It didn't have anything to do with what happened when they showed up to work out with me, but they were all the hidden costs of things that made it difficult to say yes to buying my service. And so what you want to do is you want to ask people why they don't buy, right? So why won't you pay for it? What makes this a no? What would make it a yes? What would it take? One of our favorite questions to ask people, we actually ask this all the time, and I got this from Alex, now I use it on a daily basis, is what would it take, right? So if somebody gives you a no, the question is what would it take? Because, for example, if I said, how about I pick you up from your house, right? I bring you to the personal training studio, I train you, and then I have dinner with you every night. Would that make it a yes? Right now, if I'm willing to do that or not, that's another separate question. But it's always good to identify what are the largest areas of friction, the hidden costs that are causing somebody not to buy your product, right? And so a magic question to ask is, if I asked for $3,000 for us to work together for 3 months to accomplish your goal of losing 20 pounds, right? What would that look like for you to be excited to move forward? So you want them to paint ideal state for you. What would this look like in a perfect world for the customer? And then your goal is to say, okay, how can I work backwards from there to figure out what I can do, what I am capable of doing to make it as easy as possible for people to say yes.
And I want to piggyback on what Layla said around this what would it take question and also the magic question. So the what would it take basically assumes purchase and then works backwards into features. Same thing with here, this just all adds in price. So if we were to work together for $3,000 over the next year, whatever, to accomplish the X goal, what would you need to see for it to be exciting for you? Because then they have to solve and the price has already been set. And so Layla said briefly, I don't know if I'd be willing to drive to pick somebody up. Well, I think it's worth just looking at it. Would you be willing to do it for $1,000 a session? Probably. And so a lot of people come into these assumptions, especially earlier on, that they're not willing to do certain things, but they make that decision divorced of price. And so there probably is a price you'd be willing to do something at. And so sometimes the price you're willing to do something at is what someone else is willing to pay you to eliminate some other hidden costs associated. And this is why we're such big advocates in the beginning of charging a premium and going higher than most of the market so that you can actually provide a different service than most people do that is more ultimately valuable to the consumer. And so if you're like, well, what am I supposed to do? Pick up 10 clients every day? It's like, well, you're saying that you currently have 0 and you don't want to get to 10 because you think there's going to be a problem at 10. That's like saying, I don't want to start working out because I'm going to grow out of my shirts if I get too muscular. Well, why don't we start with you just looking like you work out first? Why don't we start with you just actually making some money first? And then with that money, you have the resources to then solve and make your business more scalable. Okay, so this is the value equation. I'm going to briefly touch on it. I talk about this more inside the $100 million offers book that I have. This is probably the core concept of that book, and I think in the beginning it's probably one of the most important things to understand when you're starting a business of any kind. So fundamentally, you create value, and then you get to exchange that value for money. And the more value you create, the more money you can exchange it for. So it's a very important equation. And I made this equation because so many people talk about creating value, but they don't operationalize what does that actually look like? Like, how do I create something that's more valuable? And so I put this equation together so that it's basic division. So you got 2 at the top, which are the things that increase top line value. And then the bottom are the things that you want to remove the negatives, right? So like, how do I take away the bad stuff, add more good stuff? And the more I do that, eventually it becomes infinitely valuable. And so let's say that I wanted to relax. All right, that's my big dream outcome. All right, if I took a Xanax, my perceived likelihood achievement is pretty high. I know that if I take a Xanax, I'm probably going to feel relaxed almost immediately. And my time delay on taking the Xanax is almost nothing. It's 15 minutes. And my effort and sacrifice in order to get relaxed is basically 0. And so because of that, Xanax is a multi-billion-dollar drug that people happily buy. On the flip side, if the same dream outcome could be achieved by, let's say, meditation, my perceived likelihood of achievement, if I said, oh, I'll just meditate. Well, on some level, I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to succeed at this, right? And so my risk goes up. My perceived likelihood of achievement goes down. And so if I'm a seller and I want to sell meditation, I have to show them how using my method is more likely that they're actually going to achieve that relaxed state. And then with the time delay, it's like, hey, in my way, you can, instead of taking months to get good or 20 minutes to get relaxed, you can get relaxed within 5 minutes and it'll take you just a few weeks to get proficient. So that's shrinking the time gap. And then effort and sacrifice are the things that you have to start doing that you hate doing and the things that you have to give up that you love doing. And so it's like, okay, how can I make this in a way that doesn't make them add more stuff to their life that they hate? And what are all the things that they have to give up? So maybe it's, you have to give up time on your phone. Okay, so I love time on my phone and you have to give up time on your phone. And so it's like, well, what if we could find a way that we could put the time on your phone in addition to meditating? Probably not, but you get the idea, which is we wanna think through all of the additional things, the additional variables that create value. And so the easy way to think about this in terms of my moniker is you've got good, you've got fast, risk-free, and you've got easy. And so it's like, if those are the words that I'm like, it's like, how do I make it easier? How do I make it faster? How do I make it risk-free and consistent? The result of those things is a very valuable product.
So for product, we went from having something that's not good enough to sell and into graduating, you have to fix it until it is good enough to sell. Make your V1. And next, we have marketing.
All right, so marketing at level 1 is how you tell people about your paid stuff. So before we were telling people, we're trying to get people to try it, trying to try our free thing. Now we talk about the paid thing. And so the issue is no one knows that you have paid stuff to sell. You're like, yeah, I charge now. They're like, wait, it's not free? WTF, right? And so to graduate, you tell people that you have paid stuff. So you're like, no, this new great thing for you. And they're like, oh, I want this, right? And so this is what it looks like tactically. I want to deep dive on this one concept because I think it's so important, especially as you're starting out, which is proof over promise. All right, and so I'll say that again. It's proof is greater than promise. All right, so you want to show them the results of the free people that you just did work for to sell more paid people. So a lot of people jump to here and then someone's natural question is, well, who else have you worked with? Can you show me some testimonials? Can you show me some reviews? And so let me give you a hypothetical example. If you had a restaurant, that you had 2 restaurants that are both Mexican, same street as you, okay? And one has 1 review that's a 5-star. And then another one has a 4.4 star, but has 20,000 reviews. Which restaurant are you gonna go to? Probably the 20,000 reviews one, because there's so much proof that this is a pretty decent product that you're like, you know what, I'm willing to, like, that's lower risk for me. And so if you think fundamentally, you make a promise to someone, but the likelihood they believe that promise is based on your proof, which is why we're so adamant about doing stuff for free in the beginning. And I never start trying to sell stuff until I have 10 plus testimonials. And I do that for 2 reasons. One, because it's way easier to sell. But secondly, because I want to have conviction in myself that the thing I'm doing is actually good. If I can't get people to give me a testimonial for free, then I certainly am not going to be able to get people to give me a testimonial for money later. And so it's like, get good first. Proof's important. Got it. So hopefully you believe me on this. So there's a lot of elements to proof. In other words, not all proof is created equal. And so if you think about this as a continuum in each of these, well, if I could have in-person proof, that's stronger than virtual proof. So if I sell door to door, if I sell in person, if I could have somebody, sometimes it's somebody on your staff who lost 100 pounds, who transformed their marriage, who do whatever. Having that in-person testimonial is like, wow, this is super compelling. Now, live versus recorded. If I had a recording of it versus someone being the testimonial live, more compelling. if I had it raw versus processed. This is why those iPhone selfies sometimes convert significantly higher than heavily processed footage, because it's more believable. Show versus tell. If you just say, I helped this person lose this weight, or this person says, I lost 100 pounds, versus saying, look at them there, here, look at them now, it's like the showing is going to be significantly more valuable or more compelling. Other people saying your stuff's great is more important or more compelling than you saying your stuff's great. And this is just fundamentally how proof works to begin with. Those other people underneath of that, you want them to be identical to the prospect rather than opposite to them. And so if I'm selling, IT services to startup tech founders, if the only testimonials they see are me with home services businesses that are plumbing and HVAC and roofing, then they're like, is this really gonna apply to me? We used to run traffic across zillions of gyms at Gym Launch. One of the things that I actually tested that had a huge throughbit increase was just what testimonials we tested relative to the market. And so if we were in a predominantly black market, what do you know? Using black testimonials work better. If we were in a big white market, using more white testimonials work better. If we were targeting women, using female testimonials work better. This seems like common sense, and yet no one does it. And so make sure that the proof that you have is related to the prospects you're trying to sell. Personal versus generic. This is where you're basically, it's just more specific to the outcome they want, rather than like, highly recommend this product or John's great. It's John helped me increase my conversion rate on my site. John got me 25 appointments a week for the last 6 months. You want to be more specific, more personalized to the outcome they want, rather than just like a generic recommendation. Big results, small results, bad results. So this is actually very interesting. So you want to show both big and small results, because sometimes people won't even ever believe your big results. It's just too out of the realm of believability for them. And so having a mix of both is helpful, but either of those is always going to be better than bad results or no results. And so just showing that is on that continuum is more effective. Now, the next one is, what about new versus old? Well, you're brand new to this. Say the fact that the testimonials you have are brand new. It's more compelling than if I had a testimonial that's amazing but 10 years old. And here's the crazy thing. People will assume that the last testimonial you had is the last good result you delivered. Now, that may not be true. Hopefully it isn't true. You just might not have captured the testimonials that you've done for the last 2 years. But if the last testimonial you show is 2 years ago, people are going to assume that you're not that good anymore. Lots of proof is only one. This is called overwhelming social proof. And so if you're in a brick and mortar setting, I advise a lot of brick and mortar businesses to have floor to ceiling testimonials. You go to your website, you screenshot every single 5-star on Facebook, on Yelp, on Google, and then you frame them. You can go to the dollar store, get $1 or $2 frames, and frame them all the way around the wall. When people walk in, they're like, holy cow. The question of whether you're good or not evaporates from their mind. And this is what that looks like. Very cool. This is what we did with gyms. Numbers versus no numbers. Obviously, numbers is just like specificity. More numbers is better. And then brand trust versus no back track record. Now, in the beginning, you're not going to have a track record. But long term, obviously, if you have some sort of past proven history, it's going to make it more compelling. And so these are the things, these are the components of proof that the hypothetical perfect one would be everything on this side. And the worst proof would be a generic testimonial that says recommend, that's 10 years old, from a business that doesn't look like them, about an outcome that is not related to them, that's not visual at all, is just text, doesn't even talk about what the result was, that has $0 in it. There's only one of them. And the thing is we laugh at that, but I see y'all's websites and that's what you use. And then you're surprised that people don't opt in. At this level, because this is still marketing at level 1, this is just a little pro tip for you, is that all the ad platforms that exist give free ad credits. And so Google ads, Bing ads, Pinterest, Snapchat, LinkedIn, TikTok, almost all of them give $50 to $500 of credit for you to start spending on their account. There's some qualification you have to meet, whatever, but still overall, they'll give you $500 to spend to get started. Not a bad thing, especially if you consider, well, wait, I remember we had our credit cards from earlier. It's like, wait, we got our credit card cash. We got the money from the bank. Okay. We got these platforms that are all giving us a couple $100 each. It's like, man, we're like collecting stuff. And it's because these businesses literally benefit from you staying and getting into business. There's more people willing to help you than you think. You just have to know where to look. That concludes marketing at level 1 for monetize, which is telling people about your stuff. And so we started with no one knows that you have paid stuff for sale, and then you tell them that you have paid stuff, and you sign up for free ad spend credits, and you collect proof along the way. And if you're not sure where to make your first dollar, watch this. So what if phone flipping, barbering, and teaching Kung Fu have in common? Well, Christian is teaching people how to phone flip and making $3,977 per month. And he's only halfway through the school games. And then you've got the School of Barbershop that just started, and they're making $6,800 per month in recurring revenue. And then you've got Sifu, who's got his Kung Fu Academy. 4 people, and he just cracked $20,000 per month halfway through the school games. And so it doesn't matter what you know, or even if you know anything at all, if you have the right system, you can turn eyeballs into money. And so if that sounds a little interesting, that's why we started the school games. 1 out of 3 people who finishes their first month makes their first dollar online. Super proud of that. And so if that sounds interesting, you can click the link and I'll see you on the inside.
And now we have sales, okay? So at this level, when it comes to sales, you still don't know how to sell, okay? And so to graduate, what you want to do is use good results from free people to sell paid people, right? And then offer to solve their problems for money. That is what we want to do, okay? And so what does that look like? This is actually an excerpt from $100 Million Leads book, which you can find on Amazon. So since I'm only taking on 5 people, I can give you the attention that you need to get brag-worthy results. And I give it to you all for 80% off, so long as you promise to use it, give me feedback, and leave a killer review if you think it deserves one. Does that sound fair? That is the script that you can use because essentially you're piggybacking off the fact that you have the results from the people that you gave the product to for free. Okay, and so that is the script that you want to use when it comes to warm outreach. And at this point, you have the proof from the free people that you delivered the product to. Right? And then what you want to do is what we love doing, which is every 5 sales that you make, you raise the price by 20%. Okay, so in the beginning, it's free. Then it's 80% off. Then it's 60% off. Then it's 40% off, 20% off, and then you're paying full price.
And then you can keep going and keep raising your prices by 20%. Like, no reason to stop the party now.
So something that we did in the very beginning when we first started gym launches, so the package first started at $6,000, then $8,000, then $10,000, then $12,000, then $16,000, then we went all the way to $20,000, to $22,000, to $30,000, to $35,000, to $50,000, right? And it goes on from there. And so we continued to raise the price to understand where the threshold was when it came to getting the most bang for our buck from the customers, right? Like, what's the price they're willing to pay that results in getting the most customers with the highest LTV for our business? And so use this script based off of the results that you got for people, and then continue to raise the price based on the success you have of selling the people in each run. And understand that if you're not able to, right, sell the 80%, because I know you're thinking, you're like, well, what if I offer all of these people and they don't say yes? Then it's like, look, 1, do you have the proof to support the claim you're making, right? And are you demonstrating that? Are you showcasing the proof? And then 2, are you really asking for the sale, right? Like, are you following the script? Are you asking the right way? And do you have conviction behind what you ask? So to graduate sales, you still don't know how to sell, so you want to use the results from free people to sell paid people, and you want to offer to solve their problems for money. So next, we have customer service.
So here, the point of customer service is how you get customers to refer, retain, review, resell. All right, so at this level, free customers don't like it or use it. So the free people, again, remember, we're graduating once we make our first sale, but at this point, we have free customers. That's what we're trying to get them to use it and like it. And so to graduate, you figure out all the hidden costs, why they don't like it and use it by talking to them. All right, and so if you're like, this sounds similar to the product thing, it's because a lot of times in the beginning, they're very interrelated and it's just you. Right? So you have the product, we have the variables that we talked about earlier, and the customer service component of it is talking to them, not feeling like you're above it, not worrying about being scalable, and actually just making a list of all the problems that they're demonstrating. And so I would put this into the bucket of, is this a result issue? Did they not get what they wanted? Or is it an experience issue, which is the way they wanted it? And so these are 2 separate things, and Layla referenced it earlier, which is that most people will be more likely to stick if the experience is good and the result is bad than if the result is good and the experience is bad. And so if you had to over-index on one, this, by the way, is the advantage for the novice, is that you don't even have to be the best in the beginning, but you just want to show that you're trying your ass off. To fix results, here's what we do. So 1 is you want to have better expectations that are set during the sale. So this just references the thing we were just talking about, but this will help you on the back end. Next is you want to match their goals. So it's like, hey, this is expectations. Think about that in terms of experience. This is how we're going to talk. This is how frequently. This is my response time. These are the hours, right? Goals is like, this is the result side. This is what we're going to accomplish. This is what's going to happen. And then the workflow is communication cadence in between, right? What are the milestones? What are the objectives throughout this process? And then in terms of the fix part for the experience, it's like, how do I make it easier? How to make it faster? How to make it more pleasant? All right, it's the same thing, value equation variables. All right, and so once you're thinking through that with customer service, we started with Customers don't like it or use it. We figure out the things that the hidden costs, notice the common themes here, why they don't like it or use it by talking to them. And that's the customer service side of it at this level, at level 1. All right, so let's go IT.
So when we look at IT, this is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information. And so the constraint right now is you do not have basic software tools or social media to get started, right? You look like grandma over here not knowing what to read on the screen. All right, and so how do you graduate? You want to figure out the free software you need by joining free groups and reading online forums, aka use the internet and Google that ish, okay? For IT, we have no basic software tools or social media. We want to figure out the free ones by joining groups and Googling. And now we go to recruiting.
And so with recruiting, we're talking about finding and hiring the people to work for you, right? And so the constraint at this level, remember level 0, we've just started servicing free people, is that you don't know how to do something or have the time to do it. And so it's a skill deficiency. All right, and so to graduate, you reach out to people who you know who can help you, or use freelancer platforms to get help. So let's say you want to build your first website, for example. Either know how to do that or you have to get somebody to help you out, right? And so freelance platforms where you can get people very, very cheap, Upwork, Fiverr, 99 Designs, things like that, can help you get started for just a few $100. And the main purpose of here is to fill the knowledge gap or skill or time gaps as you start your business without commitment, the full-time commitment or the fixed cost of hiring a full-time employee. Right? That's the idea, is basically minimizing risk and trying to get people who are very specialized who can just debottleneck these tiny little things that you might not know how to do.
And the key here is that you want to make sure, the reason it's so advantageous to use freelancers or platforms at this point is because your needs are going to change very quickly, and the likelihood that you would hire the right person right now is actually very low.
Yeah, and in my first business, I was so untechnically sound that I ended up paying someone $5,000, this is years ago before the website builders even existed, to build me a website, hard-coded, and I just couldn't figure out, I was like, how are they gonna give me money? And so I signed up for a PayPal account, and then they integrated PayPal into my checkout, and that was like the first way I was able to collect money. Now, you don't need to spend $5,000 anymore. I probably didn't even need to spend $5,000 then. But I say this to say, like, I made a lot of the mistakes too, but this was, that $5,000, the next month made me $4,000, the next month I made $4,000 again. And so I was able to pay for it. And that was a freelancer, it wasn't an employee, it was just some guy that I knew through a friend who knew how to build sites. From a recruiting standpoint, this is how you find and hire people to help work for you. When you start it, you don't know how to do something or have the time to do it. And so you reach out to people you know who can help you, or use freelancer platforms to fill the little gaps that you have to get started. And so now we move on to the resources of humans.
So human resources, right? This is how you decrease the chance that employees or regulators sue you. So the constraint at this level is that you pay money to freelancers to get work done that you don't get what you want, right? So you're paying the money, but you're not getting what you actually want. And so to graduate this level, you want to create basic vendor agreements and expectations. That's it. You want to create expectations so that you ensure what they are building for you or delivering to you is what you want. And then you want to have agreements in place to uphold those things, right? And so you want to make the agreement pass this test. Who's involved and who does what, right? So who does what, where, by when, how much does it cost, for how long, who says it's good, what happens if it isn't good. The issue that most people have right now is that they bring on vendors and they assume that people can read their minds and that they can read your minds. And the reality is that you have to set expectations and discuss it. And so what the agreement does is it helps you clarify things before you start. In most cases, it's not that you have this agreement to sue somebody. It's that you have this agreement to clarify what you do, what they do, and what happens if it goes wrong. I'll give you an example, which is I had a friend who set up a relationship with a videographer, and that videographer was to video her and then deliver her a certain amount of videos a month. Well, what happened was he was behind on the videos. And so there was a month that she didn't get any videos from him. And she said, well, what happens now? And I said, well, where's the agreement? She said, we don't have one. I said, okay. So you didn't talk about what happens if somebody's late or if something goes wrong, right? And that's why it's important in the beginning to put these things into place. So if you don't have an agreement, at minimum, draft up a document that discusses these things and make sure that you both agree on it before you start working together.
And 2 pro tips. One is that when you're starting out, oftentimes people don't have these discussions because they don't even know what they want. Which means they're just like hoping that someone else who knows more about the thing, well, you tell me. It's like, no. You have to be clear. Like, you have to know. You have to make the decision. And a lot of times you're afraid to make the decision because you don't want to be accountable, but it's your money. So you're just waiting for someone to create a unicorn for you so that you can somehow say they did a good job, which just sets both of you up for failure. The other part here is that if somebody that you're doing business with doesn't have a contract, it's because they're also a beginner. So it's just the blind leading the blind here. It's two beginners who have no idea what they're doing. It's just a friend of yours who's kind of tech savvy because he'll do it for cheap and you have no idea what you're doing. And so both of you just end up sacrificing your friendship because both of you are afraid of confrontation and saying, what happens if you don't deliver on time? I'm not going to pay you. And you feel weird saying that to your friend. But guess what? Welcome to business. This is how you do it.
So to graduate human resources, right? We pay money to freelancers to get work done and they don't do it right. They don't give us what we want. So we want to create basic vendor agreements, aka expectations. And now we will move on to finance.
Finance. At level 1 in monetization, the constraint here is that you have no way to collect money. Very sad. Now, you didn't need to in the beginning because you were servicing people for free. You were bartering with them. They were giving you reviews, they're giving you feedback. But to graduate, you got to have a way to collect money. And my recommendation is that you set at least 2 ways to get paid. And so I say one of them is always cash, right? And the second is that you have some sort of way to collect cash from credit cards, since that's probably the most predominant way that people pay today. And so the way that you graduate very, very distinctly is that you run a payment and then you get a deposit in your business bank account. As soon as that deposit hits, you have run $1 through the pipeline and it actually works. All right, and so this is what this looks like, is you set up a credit card processor or online checkout or both. And the examples that you can use here is you can use your bank, Stripe, School, for example, processes the payments. You don't have to set anything up, it already does that. Shopify, Amazon, all of these are checkout pages that already have processors integrated, or at least the bottom 3 are. The top 2 are, you have an extra step. And then all you do is you test it and then make sure you get the money. That's it. Very easy to graduate at this level. All right, so that being said, we had no way to collect money, and we graduate by setting up a payment processor, ideally 2, running a payment and watching the money hit. Now, at this point, we've covered monetization level 1. The bottom line problem, if you forgot everything that we talked about, is that your business makes no money. That's the problem. And you graduate by making your first paid sale. That's what this is. And if you are brand new and you're getting to level 1 and you're like, man, I do want to start a business. I am co-owner of School. And so it's a great platform that can help you solve a lot of these problems already, kind of built into how it works. And we give very tactical training on just like that very specific business, rather than saying these are the themes that have to occur within every business. We just say, hey, do this X times per day, do this Y times per week, build your community this way, and you can start monetizing it. And you can start absolutely free. We run trials all the time, and we run a challenge every month. And so if that sounds at all interesting, click the link or the button that's below this video. And otherwise, we'll see you in the next level, which is advertise.
All right, so stage 2, we have advertise. Okay, so advertise, headcount, again, we're at 1. Okay, so just you, you're all by yourself alone in this world, starting this business by yourself, right? Your role is to be a doer. So the mistake a lot of people make at this phase, and just in general starting a business, is they see people like Alex, people like myself, and they say, look at what they're doing, I should be doing that. No, you should be doing, you should be in the weeds, and you should be getting your hands dirty. Okay, your leadership structure right now is you don't have one. You are the leader and you're leading freelancers. Okay, so at this point, you don't have any full-time employees, or at least most businesses in this realm do not. And the number of companies here is 30 million.
And the reason for that is because there's no actual statistical differentiation at the Census Bureau. I would imagine that there are fewer companies that use contractors and vendors than ones that are solopreneurs. It's just that I couldn't find a really good data source for it. So I would just imagine it's less than 30, but more than whatever the next level is.
So the first function we have is product.
All right, so these are the goods, services, and results that you deliver. And so the problem at this level is that paying customers have higher expectations. The product is unreliable and or not good enough. Now, to graduate, you have to fix it to be good enough for now in an unscalable way. All right, and so this is what this looks like. So valuable over scalable. So you need to work more and make sure they actually get the result they want. And then try and build a better version of it that delivers that same result that is scalable. So first optimize for experience and result, then later worry about, okay, well, I had to drive and pick that person up, and then I had to go to the airport, and then I had to do X, Y, and Z. And I'll tell you an interesting factoid about this. So there's a business that we're launching that's a treatment center for addiction. And part of that model is that we're willing to pay for somebody's flight and we pick them up from the airport in order to take them to the treatment center. And so some people might think, oh, that's crazy, that's unscalable. Well, it's just there's a cost associated with every service or benefit that you have. And if they're willing to pay for it and you're willing to deliver it, that's just called free exchange, which is a wonderful thing about capitalism. All right, and so one of the big errors that new entrepreneurs make is they spend so much time trying to make their offer scalable, they forget to make it valuable. And so that's really the big theme here, is because the main big thing for this stage is advertise. We more or less did fix a lot of the things that we had earlier, but the clear focus of product is that you just want to make sure that it's actually good and don't worry at all about scalability. Then we move on to the marketing.
All right, so marketing is how you tell people about your stuff. The constraint at this level is that your lead flow is inconsistent. It looks like this, and it's a lot of times because you're stopping and you're starting. If you're the one that's creating the leads, then often what happens is you are inconsistent, so lead flow is inconsistent, right? And so to graduate from this level, we want to live by the rule of 100 and prioritize advertising daily. Okay, so what this looks like is getting consistent inputs. The rule of 100 is that make 100 dials, make 100 outreaches, send 100 texts, send 100 emails, not every other day reaching out to your leads, not sometimes reaching out to your leads, not only when you need it reaching out to your leads, but every single day reaching out to your leads. And it's the consistency that's the most important. Most people, where they go wrong here is that they stop advertising when they have enough customers. Very soon when you don't, you're going to wish that you had been doing it all along. And if anything, right, even if you have excess demand and excess leads, that's going to create good problems later. You can figure out what to do with those later. The point is you want to get consistent with generating those leads so that when you do open up capacity, when you can take on more people, right, you actually have people interested in buying your product. We call this the core 4, right, which is this is the 4 ways that you can reach out to people. There's warm outreach, was what I just talked about and what I referred to, and this is the most common one. But there are 3 other ways that you can practice the rule of 100, right? There's cold outreach. Means, okay, these people don't know who I am and I'm going to reach out to them. This could be people on LinkedIn when you use a filter to search for people. This could be people that follow your friends on Instagram. This could be friends of friends on Facebook. This could be people that don't know you at all and you just buy a list from somebody.
So those are the one-on-one ways, which is private. All those are private communication, text, email, knock on doors, whatever. One-to-many is you post content to people who know you. And so the reason it's rule 100 is that you spend about 100 minutes a day on content. And so that includes 2 things. One is you make the post, you have to make the post. And then on top of that, you want to use your outreach attempts on people who liked it, on people who commented, and you can then take the remainder of that time to make 50 or so comments or even 100 comments on other people's posts that advertise to your same audience. And the objective is to have the best comment on that specific person's thread. So the nice thing is that when you comment inside of a group or you comment on a post, you're actually not competing against the internet anymore. You're just competing against the other people who made a comment. So it's much easier to win if you just take an extra minute. And that's where you get other people who engage with you and then they like your comment and then you can message them. And so all of this is to create some sort of engagement so that you can start conversations, start dialogues. And then finally, the most leveraged way of doing this in terms of advertising that one person can do is that you run paid ads. So the rule 100 would be like if you're starting out, you spend $10, spend $50, spend $100 per day. And the 100 part is about the amount of time you allocate towards those ads. So the money takes no time to spend. It's how long am I going to spend looking at new hooks, researching and making new creative, posting that, writing that content, posting it, and then blasting it out.
So again, if you are at this point right now where you need to do this for marketing, go ahead and literally screenshot this while you're going through this course so that you understand how that applies to each one of these from the core 4. So to graduate marketing, right? Lead flow is inconsistent because you're stopping and starting. You need to now live by the rule of 100 and do this every day. And so next we have sales.
All right, so at this level, this is how people exchange money for your stuff, right? So sales conversions are inconsistent. And so to graduate, you need to nail a script and a process for setting and closing. So this is obviously under the assumption that you sell customers, one-on-one, which is 78% of businesses. But if you have a checkout page, it'd be a little bit different because then it's really just optimizing the checkout page for conversions. But for the sake of this, since the vast majority of businesses do just sell this way, I use the closer framework, which is an acronym for clarify why they took action and showed up, label them with a problem or plan that you want to solve, overview their past pains and experiences. You sell them the vacation, not the plane flight. Explain away their concerns once you've made the offer, and then you reinforce the decision. And so fundamentally, if I had to give you a very easy mental picture here, all we're doing is saying, where are you now? Where do you want to be? What do you think's stopping you? I would like to S, sell you how I can help you overcome this issue. And then within S, I like to have a 3-pillar pitch, which means there's 3 key points that I like to boil or chunk everything up to, which is what are the 3 things that someone needs to be successful? And then I make a 1-line statement and then I give an analogy or a metaphor. And so the classic one that we had in fitness was Fitness, nutrition, accountability. Those are the three legs of the stool. If you have two of them, the stool falls over. If you just have fitness and nutrition and you don't have accountability, you're not going to do it. Doesn't matter how good the plan is. If you just have fitness and accountability, but you're eating like crap, you're not going to lose any weight. If you just do nutrition and accountability, then you're going to lose weight, but you're going to lose muscle too, and you're going to gain it all back in the end. And so it's like you have to have all three. And if you have all three, you can't lose, right? So then it's like, great, that's the fundamental argument. And then you say, okay, so for fitness, and then you make the explanation. For accountability, it's like, hey, have you ever, when you were a kid, you were trying to brush your teeth and you never wanted to do it. And your parents are like, hey, you got to go brush your teeth. You're like, fine. And you brush your teeth. And then now you're an adult. Do you brush your teeth? Yes, of course I brush my teeth. So what we did is we took external accountability to create the habit, and then eventually it became internal accountability because the habit was created, then you do it without your parents yelling at you. And so that's all we're going to do with fitness, right? And so you want to have a little analogy like that you can use to explain each of the core components of your three-pillar pitch. Now, mind you, the three-pillar pitch doesn't usually take more than like 2 or 3 minutes. And so a lot of times salespeople will take, 20 minutes to do their pitch when people don't care. They care way more about them. So you want to spend the majority of the time saying, hey, where are you at? Where do you want to go? Got it. This is what I'm hearing. Okay, what have you tried so far to solve this? And you go through the pain cycle. We want to keep asking them, what else have you tried? How'd that work for you? What did you like? What did you not like? What else did you try? How'd that work for you? What did you like? What did you not like? And you keep going through that until you've exhausted everything. Because the way that sales works is that you motivate someone to take an action. And the way that you motivate someone is that you increase their deprivation. So if I'm hungry, I'm more motivated to eat. And so if I want to get someone to eat, I want to explain to them or remind them how hungry they are. Maybe me talking about hunger right now. Think about the last time you ate. Think about a pie. Think about like the smell of cookies. Maybe you're in a steak or like a nachos mood right now, right? So right now, all I'm doing is like, when was the last time you ate? Has it been a few hours? Right, so all we're doing is we're talking about the deprivation. We're trying to say, hey, wouldn't it be nice? We're trying to extend that. And so it could be like, when was the last time you had lead flow that was regular? What would it be like if you did have those kind of leads? So what have you tried so far, right? And so all we're doing is we're extending that, and that increases the motivation for someone to take action. So this is me translating the closer framework into questions. So what made you opt in? What made you engage? What made you take whatever the initial action was? What made you open my email? What made you respond to my comment? Okay, and so they say they have some sort of problem. Got it. So it sounds like, this is label, like you'd like to be here. Is that right? You're labeling, this is where you want to go. Okay, cool. So what's got in the way? Got it. What else have you tried? How'd that work for you? Cool. Three-pillar pitch, which we covered. And then now we're in the E and R. So the three-pillar pitch is sell. Then E and R is explain away their concerns. So the concerns are typically going to be time, like I'm busy right now. Stall, I don't like to make decisions, like give me a couple days to think about it. Money, this is too expensive. Preferences, I don't like this particular thing. I'd rather get your results my way. The last one should be decision maker, which is basically they give the decision-making power to somebody else. This should say authority. That's on me. And so fundamentally, those are the things that you have to overcome to get someone to make the decision today. And then after that, the R is that you want to sell them on the idea that they made a great decision and reinforce that by having a beautiful offboarding experience or onboarding into the next step for CS. For those of you who have to set or have a two-step sale, I'll just give you a little bit of tactics here. This is the AAA framework. So if you need to set and you have a two-step sale, we break this into two parts, CLO and AAA. CLO is the first three. So you don't want to sell if you're setting. You're just saying, hey, what's your problem? Where do you want to go? Label the gap and the obstacle that they've tried, and then overview their pain. And right when they're like, oh my God, I'm starving, you're like, you know what? I think you'd be a good fit for this. Let me set you up with John. So you basically blue ball them, or you get them really hungry, but you don't provide a solution so that it increases the likelihood they want to show up for the next thing. Now, during the actual conversation, I like to use the AAA framework, which is while you're basically circling between questions, you're just like, okay, got it. So I'm hearing X, Y, and Z. Is that right? Okay, that actually makes you just like some of our best customers. And so then you ask and answer the next question. And that's it. And that's basically how you move this script really seamlessly without it sounding like really robotic. That is such a key point at level 2, which is now you've already made your first sale. Now we need to get consistent with the sales process so we nail it down with script for setting and closing. And if you're just starting out and want to learn how to advertise at the basic level, watch this. Real quick, can I get your email address? Because I want to send you $1,000 of free stuff straight to your inbox. And the way I'm going to do that is through the school games. I will help you build a community and monetize that community through school. And this training is the type of stuff that people charge $1,000, $5,000 for, $10,000 for. And it's yours absolutely free. And the reason I'm doing all this is because I just became the co-owner of school. And to commemorate that, I wanted to make the most insane offer ever. If interested, click the link and I'll see you on the other side.
Great, so then we move to customer service, which is how you get customers to refer, retain, review, and resell. Okay, so at this level, the constraint is that paid customers have higher standards and complain more than the free ones that you were used to, right? And so to graduate this level, we need to nail down a customer service script to deal with upset customers and get testimonials from happy customers. These are both responsibilities of customer service. And so let's look at the first one, right? We're gonna nail down a customer script to deal with upset customers, and that looks like learning the angry boat. Okay, so let me tell you a little story about the angry boat, which is the angry boat is essentially when a customer comes to you and they're extremely upset about something, right? You're actually gonna get more upset than that person because only one person can be in the angry boat. So I'll give you an example of this. So say that I have a customer and they signed up for a workshop that we host. And they're extremely upset because they realized all of a sudden that they signed up for a date that doesn't work for them, but it was the only one we offered. And they're like, what am I gonna do? I can't come to another date for 6 months. When my rep gets on the phone with them, when that person's saying, they're like, I can't do another date for 6 months. My rep is gonna get on the phone and be like, I can't believe this. That's unacceptable. I can't believe the fact that you have to wait 6 months. I'm so upset about this. I'm gonna have to do something about it. And what you'll see is that only one person can be in the angry boat at once. So that customer is suddenly like, oh, shoot, they're upset. And they're gonna start to back off because only one person, whoever is the most upset, is gonna be the one in the angry boat. And what you will see is that the other person is going to cry and almost backpedal on what they were saying. And that customer is like, oh gosh, no, like fire somebody, do what? No, don't do any of that. Like, it's not that big of a deal, geez. And they're gonna start to backpedal on what they were saying. What's the most frustrating thing, if you think about when you're a customer, is when you call somebody and you're upset and they're like, yeah, I don't know if we can do anything about that. And you're like, what the heck, man? Like, do you even give a crap about me? And so don't be that person. Instead, learn how to get in the angry boat so that they get out of it. Which leads us to the HERE framework, right? So what is the HERE framework? First, we're gonna hear the customer out. Here's the thing, you need to let them vent and you need to shut the fuck up, okay? Let them talk, let them be angry, let them get it out, okay? Engage with body language and short responses. Okay, God, oh my goodness, okay, okay. Just acknowledge what they're saying, let them get it out, right? You're gonna hear them out. The second thing you're gonna do is you're gonna emphasize and acknowledge how awful the experience was, okay? You're going to agree with their thoughts and feelings and escalate beyond their upsetness. Oh my gosh, you know what? I cannot believe that you've had to deal with that. I can't believe that we signed you up for that, not knowing that you couldn't even come for another 6 months. This is ridiculous. I am so sorry. You must feel so frustrated that you spent so much money and you can't even do this for 6 months. I am so sorry and I'm so upset. Do I need to fire somebody? You see what I'm saying? Once you've emphasized and acknowledged, you need to apologize for the issue. Does apologizing actually do anything? No, but apologize, okay? Apologize for the issue. Does this make it right? No, but taking accountability for the impact and inconvenience you have caused them will help them, right? So it's like, hold on, Mary, I wanna take a second. I am so sorry. This is unacceptable and I deeply apologize that you're having this experience. Does that do anything about what's gonna happen next? No, but she wants to hear you beg and plead for her acceptance of the apology, okay? Which brings us to the last part, which is R, resolve the issue. Work with the customer to resolve the issue rather than working outside of the customer because you want to ensure that they like the solution. You know what, Mary? Let's work through this. I want to work with you to figure out what we can do to make this right. And so I've got 3 things that are top of mind for me, right? 1, I could refund you, but you know what? I don't want to refund you because I know you actually want to do this. And so the second option I've got is that I'm going to work to get, I'm going to go to my manager. I'm going to do whatever I've got to do to get you into the next one. That's at a time that works for you. I have December 12th. Does that work for you, Mary? Okay. Or you know what, Mary? I've got a third option. Okay. My third option is that I can get you into our next level event. And I know that you didn't pay for that, but you know what, Mary? This is our fault and I'm fucking pissed about it. And so, I'm going to take my paycheck. I'm going to put it towards getting you to our next level event. Mary, out of those options, which one sounds the best for you? Or is there something else that I missed out that would have been best? And so that is the HERE framework. And that is how you're going to de-escalate upset customers. And so here's the thing I want to explain. Do not back down from an upset customer. Do not cower. Always confront it. At this stage, a lot of the time, the reason that people don't do this is because they lack the skill of being able to have hard conversations. And so use this to have hard conversations. It can be with your customer, it can be with your spouse or your friend, right? And so if you use that, then what brings us to is the next one, which is understanding how to get testimonials from happy customers. So we know how to deal with upset customers. The next piece you need to graduate is to know how to get testimonials from happy ones. Because at this point, you're still a new business, right? You still don't have that many testimonials. You're not going to be able to continue growing unless you have all this social proof that you're capturing, okay? And so what you want to do is learn the Epiphany Bridge script, right? And that's really understanding the internal and the external journey from where they started to where they end up from using your product, service, etc. And so what does that look like, right? First is the internal struggle. What was rock bottom like? What were you doing before this? What had you done? What did you have to do that you hated? What were the things that you wanted to do but you couldn't, right? So if it's somebody that's losing weight, it's like, what did it feel like? The fact that you couldn't wear a bikini at the beach. You know, tell me what it was like when you felt like you couldn't even look in the mirror. You're thinking about what did it look like before. Then you've got the external struggle, right? What were your objective metrics? I was 250 pounds, right? I was eating 3,000 calories a day. I was a size 45 waist, right? And so it's all the objective metrics. We've got how it feels internally, and then we have externally, what are the measurements that show us where someone was at? Then we've got skepticism. Okay, Mary, well, what were your main concerns before joining this program? What were your main concerns before clicking on the ad? What were your main concerns before you talked to anybody on the phone? What customers can relate to is they can relate to the pain another customer felt before they worked with you, before they bought your product, or before they experienced your service, right? And more people relate to the pain than they relate to the solution, because the people that are watching or reading the testimonial don't have the solution yet. So you really want to dig into what were they skeptical about? Where was the pain? The next piece is what made you do it anyways? Why did you decide to do it, Mary? Why did you decide to sign up for my program when there's all these other programs out there? What was so different about it? What made you finally click? What made you actually pay the money? What made you actually take the risk?
And you can ask, why us, why now? Or why us, why then? And then that can also zero in for them, like about your specific or unique differentiator that made them make the decision and why temporally that was important to them in that moment.
Exactly. And then once you've done that, you want to loop it all the way back, going from the internal struggle to the internal victory and the external struggle to the external victory, right? What are your objective measures now, right? Mary, what do you weigh now after going through the program? You know, what size waist are you? What kind of clothes do you fit into? Where do you shop, right? And then internally, what has been the best moment that you've experienced since joining this program? What has been your biggest win? What's the thing that you do now that you couldn't do before? Can you wear a bikini? Can you go to the beach? Can you walk past a mirror naked? What can you do now that you didn't used to be able to do? And what things did you hate doing that you don't have to do anymore? And so what pain got taken away? And so if you can walk somebody through the script, and guys, this is under customer service, customer service always has an element of sale, right? When you have an upset customer, you're reselling them on you, right? That conversation is a resell. When you're taking somebody through this testimonial script, again, you're reselling them and re-exciting them about the product that they just used. And so what you want to understand is that whether you are selling somebody into your product, or you're selling someone to continue using your product, or you're selling somebody not to exit your product, you are selling people. And so that takes us in customer service from having paid customers that have higher standards and complain more to learning how to deal with upset customers and getting testimonials from happy ones, which brings us to IT.
IT is how you store, analyze, and display information. And so the issue at this level, at level 2, is that you have no money to afford tech. Surprise, surprise. And so to graduate, you start using free tech and free trial credits for starter softwares you picked before. So last time we tried to figure out which ones we were gonna use. This level, we start using them. You set up your basic site to collect leads and a starter CRM. So this is the Google Suite, the CRM, School. Those are all examples of those things that we referenced earlier. And so what that looks like is that you have to be able to have a place for customers to submit contact information, a way to keep track of prospects and customers, so think sales pipeline. And then this is where basic automation can save you a lot of time earlier on, because in the beginning, you don't have a lot of time, right? So the basic little things you can do, like an automatic response, a text reminders for scheduled appointments, like little things like that can save you huge amounts of bandwidth. I remember when we started in this business, there was no automated texting, so we manually texted all reminders to every person all the time. Online calendars were not a thing yet. And so when leads would go to a thank you page, I had a picture of Layla and a number that said, please text to us. Text Layla to figure out when you can come in. And then my 201 version of that was, hey, text Layla 2 times that work for you. That way we could start with the time, and then she could just say, that works for me or not. So technology is advanced, but fundamentally, this is what has to occur. And so you start with things as simple as Google Suites or School to get those first steps going and get the first sales. All right. And so that's pretty much all you have to do at IT. If you're like, wow, this is pretty simple. Yes, it is simple. And so the only thing simpler is just not doing it. All right. So you had no money to afford tech, so you use free tech. And now we move on to recruiting.
So recruiting is how you find and hire people to work for your company. Okay. And so at this level, you have too much work for part-timers and freelancers. That is the problem and the constraint that you're experiencing. Friends and family can't keep helping you and also have their main job, right? Your mom's like, I can't keep doing your bookkeeping on the side. Your friends are like, listen, I have a full-time job and this is becoming a thing, right? You also become the majority of the freelancers' work. So the freelancers, they actually start to become a constraint because you're like, hey, I'm giving you more work. You're slowing down. Why are you so slow? Why are you not delivering on time? Why is this not getting done as fast? And they're like, listen, I've got 10 other clients. I can't keep doing this as fast as you want to. I can't keep up, right? Your demands exceed what a contractor can deliver on, aka the freelancers as well. And you need to make decisions about who is worth bringing on full time and what roles you need to replace contractors. Okay, so there's two things you want to do there. What do you need full time? Because now it has really turned into a full-time role due to volume. And who do you need to replace to bring on as a full-time role? Okay, and so to graduate this level, you want to convert part-timers into full-time employees and make public posts or run ads on job boards to get full-time employees. So when we talk about converting part-timers to full-time employees, right, that means that you're probably going to go to people and you'll be like, so you told me that you don't really like your job. How about you come work for me? That is the conversation that you're going to have time and time again with people that are working part-time for you and have a full-time job. And this is something we walk businesses through all the time, which is you're just making them an offer, right? And so that's part of this is, can you get the part-timers to be full-timers, right? Some of them are gonna be like, F no, you're never gonna be able to pay me as much. Some of them are gonna say yes. They're gonna be like, I don't like my job and I want a shot at this, and maybe this will turn to a big thing, right? For those who say no and miss out on the biggest opportunity of their lifetime, right? We wanna look at how can we recruit people, right? And I would suggest doing this. Start with basic recruiting platforms like Indeed or LinkedIn, right? Both of those have internal candidate pipelines, and you can also post on your social media, right? And so if you've never done this before, these are the two things I would do. One, this is an example post that I have posted. I still do this, right? And actually it's even better that I have a bigger audience. This was a post I put on LinkedIn, right? I'm looking for a director of customer success. Here's what our current scores like. If you know somebody, apply here. Copy my post, post it on your social media, right? So that's one way you can get people for full-time roles, right? So even if you have a really small thing, here's what I would tell you. When I was first hiring for an executive assistant, I posted on my Facebook, and one of the first people that responded, she still works for me today. Came from a Facebook post. I had no friends on Facebook. I had like 1,000 or 500 something, right? Maybe it was more than most people, but less than a lot.
Wow.
And yeah, okay, whatever.
1,000 must be nice.
And that person came from an old personal training client I had, and she still works today. She went from Gym Launch to Prestige to Allen to Acquisition.com. She is still here. Her name is Yasmin. And she came from a post just like this. The second thing you can do is start with a basic platform like Indeed. And I swear to you, Indeed is so easy that I don't need to explain to you at all how to use it. If you log in, you create an account, it will step by step walk you through exactly what you need to do. And it will even do automated reminders and reach outs for you. So that's the first platform I would start with when I'm hiring people right now in this phase of advertising. What happens is that you have too much work for part-timers, you convert them, or you run ads or make posts to get full-timers. Which brings us to human resources.
As the king of resources of humans, the constraint at this level is that you are treating contractors like full-time employees, which is illegal, unfortunately. And so to graduate, you set employees up as W-2s. That's at least what it is in the US. In other countries, it'll be different, but there's probably going to be some full-time employee status that you need to make sure that they get set up properly. And so what it looks like, and this is directly from the IRS, this is a 20-point checklist for, is this person an independent contractor or is this person an employee? And so I think it's 13 if I'm not mistaken. No, yes to 5 of 20 means they're probably an employee. So literally if you get over 25% of these as yeses, you would qualify, or the employee would qualify as being full-time. The reason that's important is that means that you have to withhold taxes, you have to pay payroll tax, Medicare, Medicaid, all that kind of stuff on top of what you normally pay them. So if you're like, wait, this means that it costs more. Yes, running a business costs more money, especially if you want to go legit. Some of you might be like, well, I had a mentor say, don't worry about that stuff. Well, I'd say like, how big is that mentor's business? But beyond that, like all of this has to do with risk, which is like, you can absolutely run completely illegal businesses. Drug dealers do it all the time. The thing is that you run risk. And so it's a question of how much risk do you want to incur. And so our recommendation is to be by the book. And I'll zoom out one step. If you making the extra payroll cost puts you out of business, then that would be a greater risk. And so you can, and I'll probably get sued or something for saying this, but I get what it's like to start out. And sometimes, again, it's how much risk am I willing to take and what is the larger risk here, right? Like if you had, for example, completely compliant advertising, the most compliant way to advertise is to never tell anyone that you exist. And so that then guarantees that you'll go out of business. And so the idea is that like everything you do in business is managing risk rather than saying that this is risk-free or this is 100% guaranteed. It's just levels. Our recommendation, just go by the book as long as you can afford it. This is the actual risk. You're like, how much is this? So one is you can get sued for back taxes and you have to pay penalties and interest. And so that means right now everybody loves you, but maybe in a year, one of those employees leaves who was an independent contractor and says, you know what? When they get their tax bill, they're like, oh, I didn't pay taxes. I shouldn't have to pay taxes. I was an employee. And then they're going to pull up that checklist and say, well, did you have to show up on time? Did you have regularly scheduled meetings? Did you have a uniform? Were you customer facing? Like they have the list that they have there. If they meet 5 of them, they'll win. And then the IRS will go after you for the taxes they should have paid with interest and penalties. And now if you do that for, call it 10 people, and you do that for 2 years, then you have 2 years of back taxes, penalties, and interest across a lot of people. Because once they find one, what do you think the IRS does? Well, they're trying to get money. And so they just pull the thread and see, let's take a look under the hood. Let's see what else you messed up, which is something that I personally would prefer to avoid. And so the bigger you are, the longer you let it go, the larger your turnover, the larger your liability, the larger your risk. And so now on the other hand, having to withhold taxes decreases their gross pay to them, the independent contractor, and costs you more. But again, this is just what going legit means. So my TLDR on this is relax, don't be a jerk, and you'll be okay as you transition everyone over to full-time employee or W-2, or replace the ones that don't want to make the transition. That wraps our human resources at level 2, which moves us into finance.
All right, so finance is how you report and manage your money. And so at this phase, the constraint is that you don't keep track of your money or have a way to pay taxes, which is a problem, right? And so to graduate, you want to spin up a QuickBooks or an equivalent to that. You want to save for taxes and you want to check your bank account daily. Okay, so here's the thing. New business owners often forget that they're going to have to pay taxes. And then they get surprised with this massive tax bill and they're like, oh my gosh, I don't understand. How am I supposed to pay these taxes? We're like, yes. So you're supposed to be saving for those quarterly, right? And so the best thing that you can do as a business, especially if you're somebody who likes to spend what's in their bank account, is start paying taxes quarterly, okay? This also teaches financial discipline. And so in order to do this, the one caveat I will say is that you need to have a not sketchy CPA. I can't tell you the amount of people that come to us and they're like, my CPA said that I could pay for my wife's wardrobe and my, guys, if it sounds like it's illegal and it could be risky, don't do it because it's not worth the peace of mind. And also, if you're trying to build something legit, act legit. Don't pay for your freaking dog's haircut in your business bank account. Like, don't try to expense a vacation that you made one work phone call for an hour one day. Like, be by the book. And that's something that we have always been just very adamant about for our own peace of mind. And so here's the thing. What you want to do is you want to make sure that you get a good CPA, and then you can have that person tell you how much money you need to set aside to make quarterly tax payments. Now, you could pay taxes all at the end of the year, but for new business owners who don't have the best financial discipline, you don't have a CFO, you don't have a controller, you don't even have an accountant, it makes more sense to pay these quarterly so that you're not spending money that you're going to have to pay the IRS later, okay? Now, the second thing to that is you need to develop a personal habit. Right now, you don't have a P&L. You don't have somebody telling you this is how much money you have, but you do have a bank account. And if you check it daily, you're going to at least understand the flow of money. And you will feel every expense that hits it. So you're going to be more financially disciplined. It's very similar to if you're trying to lose weight, you want to start weighing yourself every day. You step on the scale every morning and you're like, yeah, you know what? I did eat that froyo last night. And I weigh more today for it. And you know what? Now I feel crappy. I probably shouldn't eat so much today. The same is going to be with your bank account. You're going to check it and you'll be like, why did I buy that computer monitor when I already had one that was fine? I don't even have that much money. I'm not going to do that again. You want fast feedback loops. Because right now, you're at a point in your business where having fast feedback loops is better than having very accurate, precise, organized ones. You just need to have a pulse on what's going on. And so that's it. In order to graduate finance, you don't keep track of money or have a way to pay taxes. You start to keep track of money with something like a QuickBooks or an equivalent. You save for taxes with a non-shitty CPA, and you check your bank account every day. Which brings us to the bottom line, right? The constraint is that new customers were inconsistent. And to graduate, you need to let more people know about your stuff. That's it at the end of the day.
And if you are brand new to business, because this is the last transition where we have no employees, so going into the next video will be our first 4 employees, our first full-time team that we have at that point. But if you're not there yet and you're like, I'm still not sure what business I want to do, School is a platform that helps people start their first business online. It's one of the cheapest businesses that you can start. It's a very fast feedback loop. And it's online, so you can go wherever you want all over the world, which is one of the advantages. And right now, 1 out of 2 people who start a paid community on School make money online. So we're very proud of that statistic. And so we let people start for free. You can click below and you can get started. We have tons of in-depth training inside of there for you to get a taste of step by step by step, exactly what you need to do, what the best model is, what the best pricing is, all of that stuff. I take a call every week in there to answer questions in real time. If some of the stuff that we went over was a little bit basic for the level of business that you're at, 2 things. One is, that's by design because this is for a smaller business owner up to this point. We're gonna keep going all the way up to 500 employees. So like, we've got room. But if you want to jump to those videos that'll be specific to you, I would encourage you to get a custom $100 million scaling roadmap. And so we put a ton of work into this whole system by department all the way up. So let's say you've got 30 employees. Well, you probably want to know what you need to do to get to 50 and then from 50 to 100, right? And so we actually have this delineated with more detail, broken down by department before and after the transition. And so, like I said, if this is basic for you, cool. That's why we make this more advanced stuff and we can customize it for you. But in the meantime, we're going to go all the way from cradle to grave, from no humans to all the humans. All right, so that being said, we'll see you in the next vid, which is
Stabilize.
1 to 4 employees. See you there. All right, so we just concluded level. This is the 3rd level up. Now we're getting into the 4th level up, which is level 3. That seems weird, but we started at 0. So anyways, we're getting into 1 to 4 employees. Theme is stabilize. All right, and so the head count here is 1 to 4. Your role now transitions into trainer, because now you got 4 people. They don't know what they're doing, and you got to train them. Right? The leadership structure is this is your first team of full-time hires. Your first small team that's like you and your 3 people, 4 people, and you're like, okay, we're just getting things going, right? The number of companies that are here, notice the massive drop off from before. So the number of companies that have just 1 full-time employee or more is 24%. So remember, 9% of people have a business to begin with that makes $1. Now, cut that by 25% of that. So 1 out of 4 of those 1 out of 11 actually have another employee. And so if you even have 1 employee, you're already in the top percent. And so I say this just as an encouragement to you that like you're not as far back as you think you are. And even though there's there's Apple and Google and Tesla and some of these monster companies, there's so few of them. There's 7 of them right now that are the magnificent 7 out of 30 million businesses. And so I say that you're probably doing better than you think you are. All right. So with that being said, let's kick off product at the stabilized level with Layla.
So product is the goods, services, or results that you deliver, right? And so the constraint right now is that volume creates cracks, okay? And then you have no time to fix all the things that are wrong, okay? And so in order to graduate, you have to fix the thing they complain about the most or create the highest activation throughput, okay? So what does that mean? So what you wanna do is you wanna look at your list of feedback from your last stage. You were collecting a list of all the things that created friction, creating a list of all the things that were hidden costs, okay? Now what you wanna do is prioritize the things that you can fix by return on investment, okay? What does that mean? It means that what are you gonna get the most bang for your buck for if you fix it, okay? This is actually the strategy of business, which is like we put our resources, aka our time, money, people, etc., towards the thing that's gonna give us the most return. How big of an effect will this have on the product? What's the investment to do it, time and resources? And what's the likelihood it works? Does this look similar to the value equation, right? Because what we're trying to do is figure out what thing, if fixed, creates the most value for the business, by proxy, doing it for the customer. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take that list and we're gonna force rank it using this framework, right? In that order. If you're not sure, think about it like this. What's the reason that they cancel or leave? What's the number 1 reason that they're canceling or leaving? And that thing can be number 1. So if you want to just cut through all this, if you're like return on investment, value, I have no freaking idea. Cool. Why are they leaving? Let's just fix that, right? So if, for example, people are leaving because they're saying that you're too slow to respond, we have to figure out something to make it fast to respond, right? Maybe it's a platform you need, maybe it's visibility, whatever it might be, right?
Or you hire somebody.
or you hire somebody, right? And here's the thing. Longer term, we're going to reverse engineer activation. Activation is the point at which somebody receives value or engages with the product to get value from the product, service, or result. So an example of that might be, in Gym Launch, for example, we might say that activation with our last company, Gym Launch, was when somebody got on their first call with a coach. And so it's like their activation was like the first time they're getting value, the first time they're engaging with the product is their first call with a coach who's on our team.
And when you think about activation, there's two things that you can think about. So one is, what are the things that occur? And then the other is, what are the behaviors that they took? All right, so you can look at both of those things. So the thing that occurred was for us, if they made a sale in their first week from the leads that we helped them generate, that would be a big activation. It's very likely that they'd stay and continue to pay with us. On the experiential side, things that they did, well, what are the things that create that outcome? Well, the people who attend the call with the first coach to get them started on their ads and make sure that they're coached through their first sale and how to work the leads, then that would be a leading indicator to them getting the sale. So you can break it into both sides and thinking in terms of thinking about activation.
And so what that looks like, you can look at this framework, which we call the RICE framework, right? Reach, impact, confidence, expense. Okay, so up here, we have things of the highest impact, but also the highest investment, right? They're cost us so much money. Below that, we have things that are low impact, but high investment, right? So it's like, they're not gonna return much for us, and they also cost a lot of money. Gross. Over here, we have things that are high impact, but low investment. We like things like this. Things that cost very little money, time, resources, and create a lot of return for our customers and product. And then below that, we have things that are low impact, but low investment, which are just kind of like, I would say like golden BBs. And so what we wanna do is like the upper left is the most important to do better, not more. Okay, so we want to do better with the upper left, not more of it.
The obvious thing you're going to do is like, I'm going to do all the things that make big impact that are low investment. This seems obvious. And the thing is that because it's so obvious, most of the times people have already done these. And so most of the time this box is almost, now if there is something that magically appears there, obviously you do that first. But if you've kind of used up all the very simple solutions that have high impact, you're kind of left with these. And so here's the issue, is that sometimes you might love redesigning your website, but it might do absolutely nothing. And so many entrepreneurs stay stuck in here, or they just basically do what I would consider B- and C+ tasks. Like, it's stuff to do, it's not really gonna move the needle. But because they can do it really quickly, they get a fast feedback loop. So they're like, oh, you know what? I've got 6 things to do today. I'm gonna get some momentum, get some quick wins for the day, but they never actually get to the heavy win. And so for weeks and months on end, they never actually do anything substantive. And so the best entrepreneurs that I know and the things that have made huge material impact in terms of the speed that our companies have grown has been ruthlessly prioritizing, okay, now we have 3 things in this high impact, high investment box. Of those 3 things, which one is the biggest impact that we can make? And you know what? It's usually a big, hairy problem. It's usually got lots of variables attached to it. It's got 2 or 3 departments it's gonna touch. But if you really wanna make a difference, if you really want to set yourself apart from the other businesses in your space, those big, hairy problems are typically the opportunity. And so I like to give myself a little money tag saying, okay, if I solve this big problem, how much do I get paid? Because if let's say we cut churn in half and we're gonna do it in this one big way that we think is a high predictor that's gonna happen. Okay. Well, I might get paid $20 million. All of a sudden, I'd be like, you know what? This is kind of worth it. Frames in reference the effort that I have to put relative to what I'm going to get back for it. So just doing that in a vacuum sometimes can feel really disheartening because you're like, man, I just have to keep working and working and someday maybe I'll get it. But if you quantify how much you think you're actually going to get in terms of enterprise value lift or profit boost, it makes a huge impact, at least for me, in my motivation to continue.
At this point in time, you don't have that many resources, and so you want to prioritize fewer, bigger wins. That's the main theme of this. Once you have a big team, doing things that are, low investment, high impact, and low impact, low investment, those are things that you can delegate to your team. But like right now, it's just you and maybe a couple people. It's like we want to focus on the biggest bang for our buck. And so at this point, right, we started with product that we had no time to fix everything that's wrong. So then we fixed the thing they complain about the most. Now we move on to marketing.
So we got to tell people about our stuff and how it's better, right? And so now we're stabilizing. Okay, so the constraint is that leads aren't buying fast enough because they're colder than your first prospects. So in the beginning, you reached out to people who knew you reached out to your warm network, maybe you made some posts, and you got some initial customers, but now you kind of like exhausted that pool, right? And so to graduate, the thing that I like to add at this level is long-term nurture because everybody's colder now. So it's basically like we have to expand the size of our warm pool. And so you do that through email and or content. All right. And so this is what this looks like, is that you start installing an email cadence. So I think best is 3 times a week segmented. That's the super extreme. You might be a little bit early on that. And so the worst or the minimum would just be send one blast to the entire list once a week, just to show that you're alive, that you're top of mind, and just keep it value driven. And in the next slide, I'll show you a full breakdown of how I structure those emails. All right, but these are the bullets. You have a subject, you have some quick hit of value to reward them for opening. You have some tactical value about whatever it is that you sell. Then you have some sort of call to action that can be light, like, by the way, if you want more help with this, by the way, if you want a personalized thing, by the way, if you want a personalized plan for us walking you through this, we've got a custom scaling framework you can check out. And then you train the click, which is like, I like to have a PS statement that drives people to click in general, because I want people to get used to opening my emails and clicking from them. All right, now so that's the email side. All right, now the content side, it's having just at least one platform that you're consistently making content on. All right, and a lot of people think that this content is in order to get customers. It's actually not. A lot of people who are already in your audience are just a little colder. And so this should just be seen as nurture more than lead gen. Now, of course, you might get some people, the algorithms might expose it to a new audience and they come in, that's fine. But really all we're doing is we're trying to warm more people up, because we've already done the first ring of people who know you. And so this is what an email might look like for long-term nurture. So the quick hit, so this is from Mosey Money Minute, which is my newsletter. If you want to check out, you can just opt in for it. But all of my emails pretty much follow the same structure. My favorite quote of all time, or some quote that I have, which is, we question all of our beliefs except for those that we truly believe, those who never think to question. And then we do our values. So for me, this was a belief breaking formula. A lot of people need to know how to break beliefs, whether with their team or a prospect. And so there's 4 steps. Say the wrong belief, say why it's wrong, say what's right, and then provide proof. Right? And then the CTA would say, by the way, if you're a business owner who's looking to scale, you can apply for a seat at our workshop that we have. Right? And then finally, I like to reward the click, which is, hey, this was a funny meme that I had that I thought was good. So then people click it, they laugh, and then they associate that laughter with me. Great. And so that's what that looks like. I can't tell you how to make content in one video, obviously. So in the Leads book and the Leads training, which is on our site, I have a full 2-part training series just on making content. But I'm just gonna give you 2 frameworks that are really helpful. So almost all content, written, video, whatever, have these 3 components. You have a hook that gets people's attention. You have to do something that provides value to retain them. And then you reward them for doing it so that they come back again. And that's fundamentally, and every piece of content can run through this cycle many, many, many times. And so if you think about this video, for example, the kind of the hook is every one of the introductions for a department or a function is kind of the hook. If we do a good job of providing value, then we can retain you. And then if you're like, oh, I'm going to use this, I'm going to write that down, then you get the reward for it, and then you're willing to stay for the next one. Now, the topics, there's 5 categories that I like to think of when I'm trying to think about creating content. Because you're like, what do I make my content about at this stage? Well, I look at my life stories. These are my far past. My recent past is like, what happened last week? Let me look at my calendar. What are the conversations I had? What are the customer issues that I had? Your life happens every day. And so you only have to make content about a tiny piece of it. And so just take the most interesting part from the last week. I mean, believe me, I'm sure you had something that was interesting. If you're in business, something interesting happened in the last 7 days. And then you just talk about it. Even just how you solved a problem. Very valuable. There's the present, which is like what's top of mind. So for me, I always like to have a way that I can document quick ideas as I get them. That's where I tweet. And then trending stuff. So this is more like, okay, people are talking about interest rates. People are talking about this new algorithm change on a platform. This new law came into place that affects my industry, right? These are the trends that you can hop on that'll just get disproportionate views for short periods of time. And then finally, you have manufactured content, which is like you try and do something purposefully crazy. So it's like, I lived on $100 a month for 2 years. Here's what happened, right? And so those take the most work, but if done well, can get you the most views and growth overall. When I'm thinking about how to structure the content in general, there's really just 3 components that you do it. You're either gonna do this in a list format. These are all the requirements. Let's think about like a checklist. There's steps, which is we have to do this in this order. First you do step 1, then you do step 2, then step 3. This is a sequence. And then finally you have stories. And so you'll merge lists, steps, and stories and interweave them into your content. But these are the 3 core structures of content that humans consume. And so like, what is this presentation? Well, it has a combination of lists. Like every one of these departments is a list. We're not saying do product and then marketing or marketing and then IT. These are all the things that have to occur to move on. But in terms of steps, the entire framework is done in steps because we have level, stage 0, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and they are done in sequence. And then in between, Layla and I try and tell stories. And so I have 2 chapters on content. You can check it out. I think we'll probably link it below this video if you want to go start on that course. But that's fundamentally what we have to do to warm up more of the prospects so that we can get sales to close faster again. So that's what we have to do at marketing at this level and stabilize.
So now we move on to sales, right? Which is how you get people to give you money for your stuff, right? And so the constraint right now is that you waste time with bad leads, okay? You don't have enough time to talk to good leads. And so to graduate this, you need to decide on basic qualifications, outsource setting, and calendaring. Okay, so qualifying. Literally qualifying prospects is just saying like, who are we not gonna sell? Okay, I'll walk you through some examples. What is required for someone to even be able to use our product, right? And so when we think about who are we not gonna sell, what you could look at right now is who are all the people that are the worst customers? Who are the people that take up the most time from customer service and are a huge pain in the freaking butt? And so those are the people oftentimes that you shouldn't sell and don't meet the requirements to even be able to use your product. So for example, when we first started Gym Launch, we recognized that all of our systems that we had in the very beginning were really catered towards small gyms. If we sold to like a really big gym, or if we sold to a yoga studio, or if we sold to a bar studio, it didn't really make sense. Now, are those things that over 10 years we've iterated on? Yes, but in the beginning, if we sold to those people, they were really loud, they took a lot of time, and they were not saying good things about us. So we said, you know what? To qualify, you actually have to be this type of gym. You have to be a small fitness related gym, right? We also realized that people who didn't have at least 3 employees didn't do well because they didn't have enough help to execute our systems. So then we said, okay, we need people to have at least 3 employees. Then we realized that people couldn't do some of the things that we had in our product if they didn't have at least 30 clients. So one of the things we had, for example, was like, hey, we're gonna have you reach out to your clients and give them this paid in full play, right? That was one of our like claims to fame. It's like, you're gonna get all these clients to pay in full for the year, and it's gonna give you all this cash that you can put back into marketing that you can get any more new clients, right? Well, if they didn't have 30 clients, they couldn't do the paid in full play. And so we were like, okay, cool. 30 clients, 3 employees, don't be bar, yoga, go meditation, anything like that.
And not be a personal trainer, which was even lower.
Or a personal trainer. And the last thing we wanna consider, right, when it comes to like qualifying is consider BANT.
BANT was actually initiated by IBM like 50 years ago, and it's more or less stood the test of time. And so BANT stands for budget, authority, need, and timing. And so if you think about like what you want a prospect to have, it's like you want them to have the money to spend, you want to have them be able to make the decision, you want them to want to start now, and that the need, which what Layla is kind of referencing, like, well, if they don't own a gym, then they don't have the need for Gym Launch. If they already are at full capacity, then they won't have the need for Gym Launch unless they want to open another location, right? And so it's like we want to make sure that the need matches too. And so when you're thinking about qualifying a prospect either on a set call or an application form that's automated, we want to ask questions that relate to who they are, and then what are the things related to the decision that we need to know in order to close the sale for the right people.
So a cool tactic we have is actually, this is for B2B, but if you are a B2B business, one of our favorite tactics for outbound is actually this voicemail. So basically, you're gonna call somebody and you're going to reference their competitor. So if I'm calling CrossFit 123, I'm going to actually mention their competitor, which is CrossFit 345, in the voicemail. I'm gonna say, hey, this is John calling in regards to CrossFit 345. Give me a call back when you get a chance. And that person's gonna be like, why the heck are they calling me about the CrossFit across the street? Like, I'm so interested. I'm gonna call back immediately, right? And so that's actually just a cool tactic that we have in terms of what you can do from an outbound standpoint. So that brings us to sales. We wasted time with bad leads and we didn't have enough time to talk to good ones. So we qualify people, we outsource setting, and we calendar. And that brings us to customer service.
All right, so customer service is how you get the 4 R's: retention, referrals, reviews, and then ascension, so getting them to resell. So at this level, the constraint is that new customers feel lost, and it's not the same experience as when it was just you, right? Like they're like, I miss when it was just us and a couple of gals, right? And so to graduate, you learn to onboard customers properly. All right, and so this is what this looks like. So this is the growth framework. So growth is the acronym here. And so when you're onboarding, you wanna, this is just an easy way to think of it. So goal setting is the G, so you wanna establish clear expectations. So a lot of this will sound similar to the CLO closer, right? And that's because humans respond to things the same way in order to get them to change their behavior. And so if we initially had to get them to change their behavior to buy, now we have to get them to continue to change their behavior to do, right? So we establish the clear expectations, what their goals are, what they're trying to do. Then we allocate time. So we provide personal success paths saying, okay, this is the goal. These are the steps you need to take in order to get there. Then we want to optimize the first experience. So you ensure a positive start with quick wins to see immediate value. So that's kind of like trying to get to that activation point as soon as humanly possible. And so all onboarding is really a streamlined or lubricated process of getting to activation as quickly as humanly possible. Then from a workflow integration, that sounds a little bit B2B-ish, but from a B2C component, it's just thinking like, how do we make sure that it fits within their lives? Like, and if it's a business, how do we fit within their daily operations? Because you don't want to add more stuff for them to do. It's like, how can I seamlessly integrate so that they don't need to do anything new in order to use my product or service? Then we want to track and provide feedback and have regular loops so we can monitor, recognize, reward, and relay. And so thinking about it like, okay, what cadence are we going to communicate on? And then every time we want to BAM, which is book a meeting from a meeting. And so you say, hey, this is the end of the onboarding call. This is the next time we're going to talk. And if you have any issues, please reach out to X, Y, and Z, or you can reach out to me here. All right, and so this is kind of the last step, hand off to ongoing support and growth. So you transition to long-term support and relationship building once success is realized, and you make sure that they know where to ask questions. That's why I underline that. A lot of times people just feel lost, right? And this is why a lot of new customers, in the beginning, you didn't need to do this because they had your cell phone. But to graduate from here, it's like, okay, this is our chat support. You can go to our portal. You can message us here. We have response times that are within 5 minutes. We have 3 reps, Susie, Sandy, and Sarika. And so they're going to take care of you, and they're abreast on what's going on in your business. That's the deal. Now, if we did this stuff, think about the difference in experience of like you just sold somebody and then like they don't get an email, they don't know what's going on, versus, hey, this is your goal. This is what the steps you need to take are. This is the first win we're going to give to you. This is how we're going to make sure that's not a big cost to you in terms of your day-to-day. This is going to be our feedback loop on a regular basis so you know when to hear from us. And then from here on out, if you have questions, talk to us on this cadence. And this is our next meeting, right? Like if you had that, people would be like, I feel pretty good. I think I know what's going on. These people seem legit. They seem on top of their stuff. And that is a good onboarding experience. And so from here, at Stabilize, they felt lost and we learned how to onboard customers the right way. So we go to iTizzle.
How you gather, store, analyze, and display information, okay? And so at this point, your constraint is that you have a bunch of tools that you're paying for, and you thought you would use, but you don't pay for them, and you don't use them, right? So to graduate, what you wanna do is you wanna figure out which ones you actually use, okay? And so of the platforms that you actually use, extend your free trial through credits or discounts if possible, and then also cut the rest of them. And the result of all of those is that you want to build a basic sales pipeline. Okay, and so it might be duct taped together at this point, but that's okay. We're gonna get everything tied up in a later stage. And so a basic sales pipeline, okay, what does that look like, for example? We'll put this here. We've got conversion, we've got opt-ins, scheduled, showed, offer, closed, cash collected, backouts. Basic pipeline. Like, here's the thing, this is your baseline and you cannot improve without knowing where you are. And so you just wanna start to track things, and you wanna make sure that you have enough software that can basic track these metrics. Now, can you add more? Will it be a little bit different based on your business? Yes, but this is a baseline to give you to understand where to start. And we've added a descriptor as well as a metric so that you understand what metric are you actually looking for when it relates to opt-ins or showed or offer, etc. And so start here and you can iterate from this point on. And that really covers IT. At that point, you have a bunch of different tools. You're going to cut the ones you don't use. You're going to extend the ones you do use. You're going to make sure that you have a basic sales pipeline where you at least track and know your metrics. Which brings us to recruiting.
All right. So recruiting is how you find and hire people for your business, and the constraint at this level at Stabilize, stage 3, is you're not getting quality job applications, or it just takes forever to find good people or new people. And so to graduate, you have to learn how to write a job description and review resumes. And so we have an SOP that's available below this video in terms of thinking about job descriptions overall, but they actually work the same way as ads. All right, so you want to write a hook or a headline. This is the first line that you want to speak to their dream job, as well as the ways in which we see this role differently. So why should they apply here and not to ABC job across the street? Next, we want to retain them in the ad, just like normal ad copy. So now that you have them reading, explain why the values of the company are important, what they are, and how to translate this into the role. How do these values translate into what they do every day? Then we transition to educating them. So you educate them on the main stuff that this job entails. These are the activities, right? What are the top 3 things that they're responsible for in the business, and how does that impact overall growth in the company? And then finally, you reinforce them, which is, okay, what's in it for them, right? They're like, okay, I get what you have. You got my attention. I understand how this all ties together. What's in it for me? And so how much money are they gonna make? What are the benefits? What are some of the, do they have paid time off? Do they've got great, is there a great working environment? Did you win an award for, great places to work? That kind of stuff. And so this, if you just follow this structure, and we have a whole SOP around it, you'll get far more job applications. The number of times that Layla and I have gone to a portfolio company that's been struggling to find or fill a specific role, and we just say, just show me the job description. And then I see Layla do this more than me, go in there and she'll just change the headline, change the way it's described, change the first line, and then literally overnight, they go from having like 10 applicants a week to getting like 30 a day. And so like the difference is huge. It's not like you won't get to like a double. Sometimes you can get like a 30x, and it happens all the time if you know what you're doing. And if you look at this like an ad, and that's why they call them job ads, not just like, I'm gonna make them jump through the hoops and make this look terrible. It's like, yeah, well, you're gonna get nobody who's gonna apply.
So if you really see at this point in your business, in the beginning, you only have an external funnel to get customers, and now you're developing an internal funnel to get talent.
And so the next piece, so it's like, okay, we've got applications. So all these people are coming into us. Well, now we also have to review resumes. Because if you remember, the problem was we're not getting high quality applications and it's taking forever. Well, once we learn how to write the job application, or the job description, we're gonna get way more. But now we still need to sift through all this stuff. And so we have an SOP below this, you can go check it out. But the big picture is you have to figure out what you want. So what are the past achievements that they have objective data to support that they actually did it, not just claiming they did it, right? What's the relevant experience? Like how does it relate to what the business is currently and to their specific job? And what are the skills that transfer, as well as what are the ones that don't, right? So that's the good stuff. That's the stuff we want. The next is what are the stuff we don't want? Right? Where's the irrelevant experience? Do they have too much experience? Do they have too little experience? Do they have the wrong skills for the role? And then finally, for a benchmark to look at is you want to target a 20% pass rate to screening call. So if you get 100 applications, you should be hoping that you get about 20 that you could pass to screening. Now, if you're like, well, I wouldn't pass any of these people, then you might have an issue with the job description and you need to fix that. And so this metric is both a measure of how good your job description is in terms of how well you're passing them, and also how effective your resume review process is. So it's both of those things put together.
One thing that you want to pay attention to at this level is that a lot of people, what they do is they bring in somebody with irrelevant experience or too much experience. Oftentimes, you know when you bring in somebody with not enough experience because they don't know how to do the job. But a lot of times what happens is you might get people when you do really well with the job description that actually are overqualified for the job. So what happens is that then you hire somebody who might be at stage 7 in the scaling framework, and they've been at a company that's there, and they take the stage 7 practices and bring them into stage 3. And sometimes that can actually cause issues. So there is absolutely such thing as having too much experience, because somebody will take big company habits and bring them into a small company where it throws things off and it's actually not good. And so we want to make sure that someone has the right experience that you're looking for and can help you with the stage of growth you're at right now, and you will be in the next 12 to 18 months. Beyond that is not something that you want to pay attention to today.
Boom. And so that concludes our recruiting step at stage 3. So you're not getting quality applicants, or it takes forever. So you learn how to write a job description and review resumes properly. So at the stabilize stage, you've just got your 1 to 4 key people. You're building your first kind of original team. You're transitioning from some vendors. You might keep some of them on too. And the whole problem is that you need help. And so one of the things that people don't know is that in the very beginning, that core first team, that first few hires, sets the bar, it sets the culture for what you're going to create. And in the beginning, of course, you just like reach out to your friends and your family, and people be like, hey, do you want to like work with me a little bit on the side? But the thing is that if you set the wrong direction for that team and that culture, it can create really big issues when you're 3 or 4 times bigger, and then you have to undo it all and do it again. And so if you would like help getting to the next level here and scaling your sales, scaling your marketing, scaling your ability to deliver customers on a consistent basis so you can have a reliable product that people find really valuable, that has really good margin, that you can reinvest into scaling, then you should come and check out one of our scaling workshops. And so if you're just watching this video randomly and you don't have a personalized scaling roadmap, you should do that first. You can click the button below this video and grab your own. It'll tell you where you're at, what stage you just graduated from, and what you need to do next. But that's with broad metrics. If you would like us to help tailor those solutions to your business and your industry right now, we would love to do it. And so if that sounds interesting, somewhere above this page, there's probably a button that says something like workshop. And if you click that, you can apply and see if you qualify. So if that's interesting, click there, and otherwise enjoy the rest of the video. And then boom, over to human resources.
So human resources is how you protect yourself from employees and regulators, right? And so at this level, the constraint is that you are not withholding employee taxes or fees, okay? As where a lot of people are. And so to graduate, you want to get a payroll provider, so all taxes and fees by state are handled, and onboard the team to that platform. Okay, so what does that look like? Payroll providers are fairly easy to find. There are large ones like ADP, Gusto, Paychex. Gusto is for smaller businesses, so you might want to look at starting there. ADP and Paychex are some of the big players in the space. I'm not going to recommend or not recommend either one of those. And to tell you how techie I am, I actually paid all my company's payroll over the phone until eventually got someone to take it over from me in the beginning. You don't have to be a tech person to get these things rolled out. There are lots of ways that you can facilitate these things from happening. The point is that you want to be compliant and you want to make sure that you're doing things the right way so that people don't come back and, like we were mentioning earlier, sue you for, paying the wrong taxes, paying the wrong fees, not paying the states that your employees are employed in. Especially if you're remote, this is something that you really want to focus on sooner, because if you're in one state and everyone you employ is in one state, this isn't something that's going to be as difficult to deal with. But if you're remote and you employ people from all these different states, you owe fees to all those different states, and a payroll provider will actually pay those fees to the states for you.
All right, so finance is how you manage your money and how you report it. And so the constraint here is that people are getting paid informally. You forget to pay bills. This may start sounding familiar for some of you. And customers aren't getting billed properly. All of a sudden you're like, hey, I thought we billed that guy. Well, where's that invoice? Hey, did we get that one? I don't know, right? So all the stuff, you get more volume and things start breaking, right? And so to graduate, you set up payroll processing, which we covered, right? Because that depends on how you want to delineate that. Is that a finance function or is it an HR function? There's basic bookkeeping that we put in place. We have to manage invoices and payments, which is AR and AP. AR means accounts receivable. This is when customers need to pay you. Accounts payable is what you pay vendors. All right. And so, for example, if you're late on payments, then people are like, hey, I don't want to do this for you. And you're like, no, I thought I paid you. And they're like, no, you didn't. And then you're like, oh, but I need that core thing to deliver my service. And they're like, well, tough cookies, because you didn't pay me. And so these types of business interruptions occur right when you're at this stage because you have no formal finance process. All right. And so this is what this looks like. So billing processes is make sure that all client contracts are entered properly. So we've lost so much more than $3 million here. But we've lost so much money here in terms of making sure that contracts are filled in properly. Collections process. So if they are filled in properly, but then the customer doesn't pay them, it's you need to know if, how many declines are we getting? Are we getting chargebacks? Are there, we need somebody who's managing that and making sure that we're pushing customers to pay their stuff on time, right? As much as I'm sure they love you, customers also love their money a lot too and would prefer to get the service for free if you don't follow up with them. You want to set aside money for fixed and recurring bills. So if you know that you always have rent, if you know that you always have these softwares that are core to your business, you want to just put that money aside first. If you're online, just think of your rent as all the software that you need to run your business. And then the last piece here is create process. Even an email will work for incoming bills to get forwarded to. So it could just be AP@yourcompany.com or accounts receivable or finance@yourcompany.com. And that way you at least have some place where you can okay, you're in the middle of a meeting, hey, email that to here. And then that way you can just get it off your plate and then you can chunk the time later and then you can make sure it all gets done. And so for finance, we started with people are getting paid informally, so you get the payroll processor. You forget to pay bills, so you get AP in place, so accounts payable. And then customers aren't getting billed properly, so you put AR in place, so accounts receivable, and potentially a collections process. And I'll give you a quick tip on this, which is that I tend to always be late on collections in terms of every business that I have. And there are few roles in this world that pay for themselves faster than collections. It's okay, we have $50,000 a month that's not being collected. It's well, one person can go collect that, and they usually don't cost $50,000 a month. So worth doing. All right, that being said, the bottom line, if you forgot everything about this stage, is that the constraint you have right now is that workload is exceeding your current resources, and to graduate, you gotta get help. That's it. That's why we're hiring our first people, and we're rocking and rolling. And so we've graduated from stage 3 of 1 to 4 employees. And the next level we're going to get to is 5 to 9, where we prioritize. And so at this point, you are a business owner. All right. You have a business, you're generating revenue, you have employees. And so if you're watching this video and you don't have a custom scaling roadmap, we offer them to you absolutely free. You can click the button below and you can get them. So it's a custom a download basically that we work, and it's a lot more stuff beyond the stuff that's in this video to help you get to the next level. And we show you the stage before and the stage after. That way it's okay, I definitely tick and tied all these ones, and I've got the one in my current stage, and I can prepare for what growth I have to, or the problems that are going to come for my next phase of growth. All right, that being said, we'll see you next video. we started and you did something. Then you made your first dollar. Then you started hiring freelancers. Then you got your first team in place. And now we're getting 5 to 9 employees. It's too many people for you to actually manage on your own. And so we go from stabilize to prioritize. All right, so at stage 4, which is the 5th stage because we started at 0, headcount's 5 to 9. Your role is now manager. All right, so you went from training people to just do their basic skills to like, okay, I got to manage people right now. All right, your leadership structure is that you have one layer. This is your first team, not your first couple people, but this is a fully functioning team. And number of companies at this level is roughly 3 million. All right, kind of crazy how we already gone from 30 million to 3 million in terms of the number of businesses that have between 5 and 9 employees. Like the air gets real thin, real fast. Now, we're going to start with product at this level. What are the good services and results that you deliver? What are the constraints and what do you need to graduate?
So product, the constraint at this level is that you said yes to anybody who would pay, right? That is what you did in the beginning. And then you got feedback from so many different customers, it created too many different product directions. So you essentially have too many offerings for people right now. And so in order to graduate, you have to specialize your product, aka move into product V2. And then you have to also price it to serve a niche down avatar. So here's what we want to do, and here's what that looks like. We want to do an 80-20 analysis to basically figure out who are our best customers, who are paying us the most, who are worth the most money. What is that 20%? Because in most businesses, what it is that out of all the customers that you have, 80% of them actually take up a ton of headache, a ton of time, a ton of resources, and actually give you the lowest return. And so what you want to find is you want to understand who are your best 20% of your customers, and those are the ones that you want to replicate, right? And so then what you want to do is come up with a product that's perfect for that 20%. The 20% that gives you the most money, the most return, and loves your product more than the other 80%. Okay, so these are your raving fans, your perfect customers, the ones that have the most LTV. And so then what you want to do is you want to change your offer to reflect the value to that narrower customer. So to give you an example of that, we had a business come to one of our workshops, and that business, it was essentially a lead generation agency, right? So they just got leads for B2B services, right? Out of those B2B services, he was like, I really want to serve plastic surgeons. And we said, okay, let's understand your customer base, who pays you the most and who are the ones that complain the least. It actually ended up being law firms. And so law firms actually accounted for the 20% of the customers. The only reason that he had gone into the plastic surgeons, he had said that that's who I wanted or whatever, was because he had more of them. So he thought, oh, because I have more of them, these are the customers I should serve. But then what we found is that he wasn't putting the effort into getting law firms that he was into getting plastic surgeons. But when he did get the law firms, right, they actually had almost double the LTV. They barely took up any time from customer service, and they said better things about the product. So the question is, who are your law firms, right? Who are those customers that you actually probably take the least effort to find, they take the least effort to fulfill, and they like you the most?
And this is typically one of the scariest transitions for most businesses. And this is one of the 5 horsemen that I talk about where businesses get stuck, is that now I've only talked about this in terms of headcount, but just to give a little bit of dollar signs, usually between 1 and 3 million in revenue is where people basically run into this issue, where they say yes to everyone. And the rock and hard place problem is if you say no to money, then you're worried that you're not going to make any, right? And so it's like, but if you keep accepting all these different, disparate types of customers, then you're never going to be able to templatize your solutions, which makes it more difficult to scale. So think about it like this. If you have lots of different customers, lots of different product offerings, it becomes more difficult to sell them, more difficult to attract them because you're all things to all people, which means you're nothing to no one. It becomes more difficult to sell because when you get on the phone, you have to then train a sales rep on all the different types of prospects and all the different types of products. And then once you do magically sell this person on the back end, everything's custom. So it's a massive pain. Whereas if you had one message for one specific avatar, it's easy to train the sales rep on where they're at, where they want to go, and then you can templatize a solution. And so you literally get efficiencies all the way through the process. It's just scary. But when you do have templated all the way through the process, guess what happens? Your margins increase, your effectiveness in your advertising improves, your sales conversion rate improves, all of these things improve. It's just scary because you haven't done it before. Like right now, you have the infrastructure to handle 5 times more of the top 20%, right? By very nature, they're 20% of the business, but maybe they account for a disproportionate part of the revenue. So right now, if you got rid of the 80 and then filled it back up with the 20, your business might triple without having to add infrastructure. This is why it's so valuable to niche down. Once you basically spray and pray in the beginning and accept money from anybody who's got a credit card, then you got to be like, who am I really in business to serve? And that's what we're answering at this phase of the product.
It's really a theme across all things, which is like you generalize before you specialize. And there's a like a joke in software that I think applies to all businesses, which is like all software eventually becomes a CRM, because they always look at what they're doing and they say, oh gosh, we could make so much more money if we served all these people and did all these other things. And this is the point in time where businesses, there's the slippery slope of becoming all things to all people. And so right now what we want to make sure is we're not all things to all people, and that's what we're narrowing down in with this product. Don't become the CRM of your industry. Recently, I had somebody come up to me and he was like, you know what? I have a marketing agency, but I'm noticing that they're not closing the leads. And so I'm thinking, you know what? I should probably also close the leads. And I was like, you know what? Let's just run their business for them. Let's just actually build 17,000 businesses instead of have our own. And so the point is, you want to go from generalizing to specializing with your price, with your avatar, with your product.
And I'm just double clicking on that price thing because people are going to object to this, which is if you have this new narrower avatar that you provide significantly more value to, then your price needs to match that. Because maybe that 20% get 5 times the value that the other 80 do. And so you basically are pricing to the lowest customer who you can barely get results for, rather than pricing to the customer that you provide the most value to. And as soon as you do that, maybe you don't need to sell 5 times as many of that 20%. Maybe you just need to sell double of that 20% and you still replace all the revenue because of how much more value you can now provide to that avatar. In the offers book, I talk about the kind of levels of niching down. And so I say, okay, if you had a time management product, generically, it might be $19. If you go time management for sales professionals, all of a sudden it might be a $99 product. If you go from time management for sales professionals to time management to B2B outbound sales professionals, then it might go to a $1,000 product. And then if you go from time management for outbound sales professionals to time management for outbound sales professionals for power tools and garden, then you might be able to charge $10,000 for something like this. And so fundamentally, you're actually, but your basic core deliverable is more or less the same. It's still time management. We just get so much narrower on the people that we want to deliver for that it becomes more valuable because of who they are rather than because of what we did. This is some of the magic behind niche pricing. Like the actual perceived value of the thing you sell goes up dramatically by simply being more specific about who you target. And if you're that avatar, think about if it's you. If you had a course that was $19 for time management versus one that sounded exactly like what you did on a regular basis, you're like, oh my God, this is just for me. And you're willing to pay more for it, even though it's probably the same thing.
So, product. We started with saying yes to anybody, right? And then we got feedback from so many different people. We created all sorts of Frankenstein products, right? At different prices, different avatars, different products. We're gonna specialize our product and our price to serve a niche down avatar. And now we move to marketing.
All right, so now we're at marketing for level 4. And so this is how you let people know about your stuff. So the problem at this level is that you have too many unqualified leads. And to graduate, you have to make better free stuff. You have to add more creatives to increase your volume of advertising and add qualification/friction so the extra volume self-selects. And you're like, how is that different from the band? I'll explain. All right, so first things first, make better free stuff. So I've talked about the unscalable thing. I still double down on this at this point because it's like, okay, you did what you thought was good, 4 stages ago. It's time to update. It's time to say, okay, I have more resources now. I can invest more in the free stuff that I can give away. I can actually give away things that have a hard cost to my competitors that they cannot necessarily afford. And so I like to say, okay, if I were to give something away, it costs 4 man hours and it cost me $100 in labor in order to deliver this lead magnet. Well, if my cost to acquire a customer goes down because I get 4 times the leads because I'm actually delivering free value to people, that's hard cost free value, then I still net a gain. And on top of that, the reason that we add qualifications at this level or make sure we're even more stringent on them is that you can give this amazing free thing away. It doesn't mean you need to give it to everyone. And so you say, if you meet these qualifications, then I'll give you this thing for free. Because if I were to tell you right now, oh, the perfect avatar is on the phone, has the budget, has the need, it needs it right now, has authority, would you be willing to give them a little bit of work for free if they're the perfect customer? Absolutely. You're just not willing to give it to tire kickers. So don't. The clear part here is that if you want to make it better, because now we did niche down our avatar, which means that our free stuff needs to be clearer and more specific to that new avatar to match the messaging, right? And so if we said, for example, that we're going up market, we found out that big law firms are better than individual attorneys, for example. we might be saying, okay, how to go from 100, clients at your law firm to 200 clients might be the lead magnet, versus maybe when we started, we said how to get your first 5 law firm clients or your first 5 fitness clients. You're going to attract a very different avatar with the first lead magnet than the second. And so we just want to make sure it matches all the way through the funnel. And so from a creative perspective, we obviously match the messaging. So that should go from click to close. So that means the ads and the headlines, the lead magnet, the offer, the headlines and the funnels, what you're asking for in terms of qualifications, all of this and the scripting and the nurture, all of this should be aligned with your new person that you're really wanting to attract. That's the better part of the creative. The more part of the creative is that you want to be more specific with the call out, right? So when you're in your headlines, instead of saying, hey, looking for all attorneys, it's looking for attorneys that have at least 5 full-time attorneys that work at the law firm, or looking for attorneys that do at least 100 cases a month, whatever, right? Like you're gonna have your special thing that you can qualify in the ads and the call out to get the best people in. And so we then, because at this point you need to advertise more. And so you're probably used to doing one piece of content, X number of outreaches or spending $100 a day. Well, that stuff starts to fatigue. And so it's like, okay, we have this new messaging, and now not only are we gonna make it better, more specific, we're gonna do way more of it. And this is kind of like the level up that has to happen. From a friction perspective, again, if we are niching down, then this should walk all the way through the funnel. And so now the qualifications in our application, we should add those specificity. So like, generally speaking, sure, I want budget, BANT, right? Budget authority, need timing. Sure, we wanna have that. But we also want to know, it's not just, are you an attorney? It's that you have to meet these other qualifications. We referenced earlier for gym launches, like you have to have an employee, you have to have 30 members, you have to have a signed lease, whatever it is that you actually add more of those things to it to make sure that now you're even getting closer and clearer on who you want. And so those are the things that we do to prioritize in terms of sifting through the traffic at this level. So we went from too many unqualified leads to more better free stuff, more creative to boost volume, lead magnets that match the new narrower avatar, and then we add qualifications and friction to also match that new qualifications for the avatar that we're looking for.
So next we have sales, okay? And sales is how to get people to give you money for your stuff. So the constraint at this level is that your speed to contact drops. So you're generating leads, but you're reaching out to them much more slowly. So you might have reached out to them the same day they were coming in before. Now you're reaching out to them 7 days later. The second thing is you have no metrics around sales. So if I were to ask you right now, what's your close percentage, you might not actually know. And so to graduate this level, you want to track basic KPIs manually on a spreadsheet. Yes, we are using Google Sheets. And so what that looks like, okay, basic sales key performance indicators. A KPI is a key performance indicator. It tells us if we have things going in the direction we want them to or not. And so for sales, it would look something like this: contact rate, schedule rate, cancellation rate, show rate, offer rate, close rate, cash collected, and you can then individualize all of this by rep. So if you have multiple people doing sales, you would get numbers for each person on each of those things. And lastly, we have advanced, which is you could track scheduled call to close percentage. You could track opt-in to close percentage. These are freebies. If you're already tracking some of these things, which some people are at this point, because maybe they really love sales, you come from sales, not uncommon. Start tracking scheduled to call percentage and opt-in to close percentage.
Yeah, and lastly, you want to make sure that you're tracking the absolute amount of sales that you're making and percentages every week across everything. So just chunked all the way up.
The next piece is that because your speed to contact goes down, we want to do some things to incorporate some basic lead nurture, right? Okay, the first one is that you want to change the thank you page headline to sell booking. Okay, so you want to sell people on booking a call. That's the first thing that you want to do. So think about it like when somebody lands on the page, it shouldn't just be it's sitting there with no copy, nothing. You want to have a headline that sells people to book the call. That could be using scarcity. That could be using urgency. I like to say just state the facts and tell the truth. Like, oh, we don't have much time for that. It's like, all right, well then tell people that. Oh, we only have so many seats for an event. Okay, well then tell them we have so many seats for an event. Like stretching the truth or lying is not what we are telling you to do. State the facts and tell the truth. You probably at this time only have so much capacity. You probably only have so many products you could sell. You probably have so much ability to fulfill. Use that in the headline. The second thing is moving the scheduler above the fold. So a lot of the times what people do is when you look at the page on the site is you have the scheduler down below, right? And so a lot of people are like, I don't know why people aren't scheduling a call. And you're like, yeah, because you just scroll all the way freaking down to the end of the page to schedule a fucking call. It's like you want to get people to schedule as many times as possible. And so putting it at above the fold and then also having multiple areas where you incentivize people to schedule. The next is that you want to change to 15-minute time slots, open to 7 days a week, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Okay, so why is this? When we started our company, Allen, it was a software that worked leads. And what we learned was something very interesting. The number one correlation with companies that made more sales was availability. Availability. And so there's a couple ways that you can increase availability, right? And you can beat all your competitors just by doing this. One, you have availability to sell 7 days a week. Two, you have the most amount of time slots possible. So from PST to EST, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then second is that you have 15-minute increments, because 3 o'clock might not work for somebody, but 3:15 will. If you do those three things, you can increase your throughput dramatically. Most people just aren't willing to do it, or they're not willing to ask people. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that one person that's doing sales should accommodate all three, but you should stack people. You should create a schedule so that you can get coverage on all this based on the team that you have in sales. Next that you can do is you can incentivize your setters with 3% of sales. So people who are setting appointments, right, to make sure that you are actually getting leads scheduled quickly, you can say that they get 3% of the sale for every call that they have set that turns into a close. After that, you can implement automated reminders. So personalized reminders are always supersede automated, but what's even better is if you have both. And so make sure that you have automated reminders on top of personal people reaching out.
And I'll throw this in there, is that when you have automated reminders, be clear that they're automated. So don't try and make automated seem like they're not automated. Just be like, this is an automated reminder. And then that way, when you do have your personal one, they know that a real person's behind it.
And so that brings us to manual reminders, 24 hours out in the morning and 1 hour prior. So what we have also seen through our software, Allen, is that, and this is the crazy part, is that when we have the software, it integrated AI. And so it did customize its responses that were automated. However, when we had a rep actually sending the messages, the likelihood that person showed was still twice as high. So there's something to a person doing it that creates a higher show up rate. So because you've incentivized the setters with 3%, they can also do those manual reminders. And the last two things, really. One, daily kudos to the team for show up rates. So a lot of people praise sales, but they don't praise or give kudos to the leading indicators that create a sale. Leading indicators would be show up rate. They would be reaching out to clients. They would be sending those reminders. They would be nurturing the leads. They would also be following the script. All the things that lead to a closed sale, we want to incentivize those. So for example, having a Slack channel where people are constantly reinforcing and shouting each other out for nurturing the leads, that is something that you want to do to incentivize that behavior, because people will do more for status than they even will for money.
And I'll just toss something in here. With the kudos that we're doing for sales, one is you just shout out during the huddles. It's like, hey, so-and-so had a great thing. And then you ask them, hey, what have you been doing? And they'll be like, oh, I'm just following the process. And it's like, right, isn't that crazy? It means other people aren't doing it. But where this is incredibly important for business owners is that for me to say, okay, you're going to go from a 35% close rate to, let's say, a 42% close rate. That'd be a 20% boost. In your mind, you might be like, I don't know if that's realistic given where we're at right now. But if you have a 50% show rate for your calls, you can absolutely go from 50 to 80 if you implement every single thing that you need to do to work leads. And that would be a lot more than a 20% lift. And here's the crazy part is that lift in the show rate results in the same increase in total revenue as an increase of 20% in close rate. All the way down the funnel, it works the same way. Except so few people look at show rate and so many people obsess on close rate. And so right now you probably have even more opportunity for improvement, because this is also way more process-based and honestly way less skill-based. Like, it doesn't take a lot of skill to just follow the process. It takes more skill to close someone on the phone. And so at the very basic level, it's like all closers should be working their leads to get a phenomenal show rate to just maximize the likelihood that they can make more sales.
And then the last thing that you can do to increase show rate is implement a bribe for showing up. So I see this as bribing somebody is either adding a positive with showing up or removing a negative for showing up. So it could be removing a negative would be like giving them a discount, giving them something for free, whatever. A positive would be like giving them money, giving them a gift card, right? There's a lot of ones that I'm sure you have gotten the emails that are like, I will give you a $100 gift card if you show up to the call. There's another one that I thought was fantastic, which was when I signed up for a HR software. The incentive to show was that if I showed, they would give me a $500 credit towards my first month. I actually showed to it. I remember that very specifically. I was like, I want to save that $500. So a lot of people also would be incentivized by saving money. It just depends on who your avatar is.
And if you're brick and mortar, we tested this on Allen, so we have tons of data on it. having a like, hey, a choice. Like, would you like a pink shirt or a blue shirt? Or what size shirt would you like? Let me put one aside for you for when you're coming. It's like you're incurring this minor cost and you've added some level of personalization. So it's like, hey, Sandy, I got your medium pink. It's waiting for you. I'll see you at 4 o'clock. If they don't show, they'll still reschedule. It's just a very different vibe. And like, what do you care? $6 for a t-shirt? But if you can get a 10% lift in show rate, which translates to a 10% lift in revenue, massive. And this is such an underutilized opportunity.
So that being said, for sales, right? Speed to contact was crappy and you had no metrics. To graduate, you want to track basic KPIs on a spreadsheet, that is fine, and also increase speed to contact.
So this is exactly what we do at our portfolio, prioritize. I talk about it a lot as an entrepreneur that you have unlimited options with limited resources. So the growth of the business is decided by the quality of your prioritization, AKA strategy. In fact, one of the portfolio companies we acquired was a medical service brick and mortar business. They had 14 locations when we acquired the business. I looked at all the metrics and there was a lot that we could do. Customer service, improve show-up rates, train the team, but we decided to do one thing, which was triple pricing, and increased LTV by 4x. We did so by specializing the product and tailoring our messaging to the right avatar. We even built an ambassador program for that exact avatar. Our next priority was dialing in the sales script to improve the upsell process. That 10x'd the recurring revenue of the business. If you solve the biggest constraint of the business at any given point, you get maximum return for your effort. And if you'd like my team's help getting dialed on what your priorities are, and sometimes even seeing a move that's more important than everything on your to-do list, then you have two options. One is, if you don't already have a scaling roadmap, just click the button below this video and you can go get your own. If you already have one, and this is the video that you're watching for your current level, then go ahead and click, should be somewhere above this video, to apply to see if you qualify for one of our workshops. Because this is how we can take this entire roadmap and make it real for you, for your business and your industry right now.
Which brings us to customer service.
All right, so customer service is how you get customers to refer, retain, review, and resell. And so the problem at this level, at 4 for prioritize, is you have no metrics for customer success. And so to graduate, we install tracking and KPIs and centralize notes, key point, centralized notes for each customer by getting a basic CRM. Now the thing is that the CRM that you had in the beginning is probably more sales driven. And at this point, this is where it starts to make sense to like, okay, do we need to add in some features to our CRM? Do we need to expand it? Or do we need to get another kind of system for CS or delivery so that we can make sure that every customer is being kept track of? All right. And so this is what it looks like. Yet again, Google Sheets reigns supreme. But KPI installation. So what we look at, like these are probably the 3 things that we'll look at most frequently in terms of metrics, which is and this is outside of activation stuff. This is just easy metrics to track, which is what's your NPS, which is Net Promoter Score. If you don't know how to do it, Google it. And then CSAT, which is customer satisfaction. Churn percentage is what percentage of customers are leaving from last month to this month. And then refund and chargeback percentages. So these are just like key ones that you should always know these ones. Centralized notes from all the touch points in the basic CRM. So one of the key things that makes a magical experience, remember we're talking about experiences versus results. So this is an experience thing. What's a friction point? Repeating yourself or feeling like if you have to repeat something that you said to a different rep or a different person in the company and they're servicing you and somebody else who's in charge of your account doesn't know that, then you're like, well, for sure they're not implementing it, right? And so you want it to appear like magic. It's almost like you want the company to have one brain as though all communication is downloaded in this one point. And I can't even explain to you how much more legitimate you look by just adding this little thing. So if it's like, hey, I saw that you talked to Layla. These are the things that you talked about last week. I want to build on that. And so let's dive into it. They're like, oh, wow. Like it takes 5 minutes of research before a call to just look, review the notes from before, review the goals because you should have those from the onboarding, right? Notice how this stuff stacks on top of each other and be like, okay, so when I'm getting on with Sandy, this was her goal. These were the action steps she was supposed to take. She's had 2 calls with Nicole, and these are the outcomes of those calls. So when I get on, I look so much more professional and sharp and buttoned up that they're like, man, this company's really legit. And that experience is exceptional. And it buys you more wiggle room to mess up. And then to the same degree, this is like centralizing the notes in terms of the good stuff. You also want to centralize the notes in terms of complaints and opportunities for improvement. So always having some place where like those improvements or those friction points can get documented, because at this point you might not be the one delivering. And so you want to keep your finger on the pulse so you can still keep touch with what the customers are complaining about now, because these are still the problems that we have to solve now, even though you're a little bit removed.
So like Alex was talking about, when it comes to CS KPIs, you really have three levels. You've got shallow, medium, and deep data, which equate to different measurements, right? And so right now, deep would be like you have customer focus groups, you've got customer interviews. Medium would be like you have surveys where people can type in longer answers. And then shallow is where we want to focus right now because we're just trying to get a pulse, and that is NPS, CES, and CSAT, right? And so there's some instructions here of how to use NPS. It's probably one of the most popular ones that you can use for customer service in general. The reason I suggest using it is because it has so many benchmarks for industries that it's going to give you, if you Google most common NPS for lawn care business, most common NPS for chef business, most common NPS for customer service business or for personal training business, like you can find benchmarks. You can screenshot this and then reference this when you start implementing NPS scoring. Okay, so NPS, just to explain, is calculated based on responses to a single question. The question is, on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely are you to recommend our product or service to a friend or colleague? And then there are different levels based on what they have responded with what that means for your business. And there is the calculation below.
I personally like NPS a lot because I think it's the most sensitive tool. Like it's very easy with just a generic CSAT or five-star score to feel like you're doing better than you really are. And so to put this in context, you only get a plus point if they answer 9 or 10. 7 or 8 are still zeros, they're neutral. And then anything 6 and below is actually a detractor. And so when you get a 6, you might be like, oh, I did okay. It's like, it's actually, that person is actively telling people not to come to your business. It's significantly harder than you think to impress people. But I'm just telling you personally, like once I got really into NPS, it's like, I just got really obsessed with it. Like I love seeing NPS scores go up because it's just such a sensitive metric. Like it can swing a lot. And to give context here, it's not a 0 to 100 score. It's a negative 100 to a positive 100 score. So I think the average company is like a negative 12. That's how quote bad it is. And to give context of like some world-class businesses, like Apple is a 61, Chick-fil-A is a 58. And so these are really good companies. And it just shows you how much room for improvement everyone has for the perfect experience.
And if you're wondering what our NPS score is, on average for our workshops, it's 91. The next one you can use the CSAT, which is customer satisfaction score. This is a really easy one. It's basically a 5-point scale to measure how satisfied a customer is with a company's product or service. And so the important part about this is that you want to implement this right after they get value from a certain point of your service or product. And so the way this is useful, for example, you look below, is how satisfied were you with the support that you just received? Or if you're trying to understand how good the support is. How satisfied are you with our onboarding process? You do it right after they onboard, right? How satisfied are you with our help materials? Right after they use the help materials. And so it looks like something like this: very dissatisfied, satisfied, neutral, satisfied, very satisfied. And I really like this because if you're trying to improve a specific area of your product or service, then this is a great tool to implement so that immediately after they use it, you ask them for the feedback and you're getting it in real time.
So next we have revenue churn, which is how much revenue is lost due to churn, excluding new customer revenue. And so, for example, let's say the revenue at the start was $10,000, and then lost revenue from churn was $500. And so our revenue churn here would be 500 over 10,000 times 100, which is 5%. And so the idea here is that we want to understand both logo churn. Logo churn is the companies that are leaving. But when you have revenue churn as a parallel metric, this allows you to have expansion revenue. So if you have a business where you have different price points, different customers, or different service levels where people can upsell or ascend into, then sometimes you can have something called net negative churn, which means that even if you lost, call it the bottom 5% of your customers, the top percent of your customers spend more than 5% more this year than it did last year. And when that occurs, you have a business that literally just continues to compound and grow, which is nirvana. That's where every business wants to get to. And so the first thing you can do is actually start tracking what this is to begin with. That was a heavier customer service level for you guys. But as we get deeper into the levels of scale, there's going to be a little bit more detail along the way. And that's because the company's bigger and you just need to do more stuff. All right, so that being said, we started with no metrics and we install tracking and KPIs, centralized notes for each customer, and get a back-end CRM in place.
All right, so IT is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information. And so the constraint at this level is really that the new team that you have is not using everything, okay? And so in order to graduate that level, you want to get everyone on all the platforms, protect passwords, get project management tools in place, and communication tools. So I will break that down, okay? First thing you want to do is stop using your phones and text messages and switch to a work chat tool. Okay, Slack is the best option that I have experienced. You could also use Click by Zoho. There's a few other options, but Slack is like the GOAT of the industry, and I think it's a great option to use. The second thing that you want to do is stop saving passwords on your computer and switch to a centralized password protection tool. So I have used LastPass for probably a decade now. I'm not endorsed by LastPass, but they have saved my butt a few times because I can deactivate people and their access based on if you let somebody go, you can just deactivate that user and all the passwords they have, right? And it also saves all my passwords, so it's not computer specific, it's not device specific. It's specific to me logging into LastPass. And so if I go on a trip, if I use a different phone, I can immediately access everything if I have a login to that tool. And the next thing you want to do is you want to stop using individual to-do lists, right? And you want to switch to using a project management tool so that multiple people can work on and see the same thing with progress. Some other examples of tools, Monday.com, Asana, ClickUp. The key to this is that if everyone does not use it, it will not work well. Because if everyone's not using the tool, then if you're on a project and you've got 7 people on that project, but then only 4 of them actively use and respond to that project management tool on a daily basis, you might as well not have it. And so the key here is responsiveness. Something that, like, if you look at my computer screen on a daily basis, I have Slack, I have Asana, and then I have usually ChatGPT. And so at any point in time, I'm always using those 3 tools to get through my work. So if you notice the theme here, the theme is that we need to go from siloing technology to sharing technology. In order to do that, we need to have more security in place. We need to get on more platforms, and we need to formalize how we track things and how we log things. And so we went from essentially a new team that isn't using everything to a team that is on all the same platforms with protected passwords using a project management tool. And that brings us to recruiting.
Recruiting is how you hire and find people to work for your business. And so the constraint at this level is that you're wasting time with bad candidates and you mishire bad people because of a bad interview process. So remember last level we fixed the job description and the resume review process. Well, now we're living with some of the fruits of still not being as good as we'd like to be. All right, so to graduate, we learn how to screen and conduct a 2-step interview process. So the next part is a 2-step 4-way fit interview. And I'm gonna let Layla take this because she does more recruiting than I do.
So the first step is that you're going to do a screen. A screen is a very quick call that you're going to do with somebody. And the goal of that call is to make sure they're an expectations fit. So you don't want to waste your time with a candidate who doesn't have a pay match. Like they're looking for pay beyond what you can pay. They will not relocate. They don't want to come in from 9 to 5. Basic expectations of the job, things that people must adhere to do the job, you want to make sure that you're screening for on a screen. Now, the second thing you want to do is there's not that many people on your team. And so one person will do one interview that does these 3 things, okay? They're going to check for culture. And when you check for culture, it means, is that person a values fit, right? Do they fit the values of the company? So basically, if you've outlined core values you have for the company, then you would be screening for those on that call. You would then move into skill fit. Do they have the skill to do the job? Usually you can chunk a job into the top 3 to 5 skills that are needed in order to do it well. And so you're going to check for that next. And lastly, you're going to check for potential fit. Potential is, do they have the potential to move up in the company or move into the role that you have next for them? Or do they not, because you don't want them to move from this role and you actually want them to stay where they are indefinitely, which might be something like collections or a staff accountant or something that you're not really looking to have a lot of upward momentum. Screen for expectations, interview for culture, skill, and potential. And then lastly, you want to select, so the person who interviews determines if you're going to offer the job, and check references.
And so basically this is step 1 of the 2 steps, and then this is basically all step 2. This is a short screen, like talking 5, 10, 15-minute screen call, and then this is a true interview. Checking references. It's like if you were gonna hire a babysitter, it's like you like want to call like 5 different families they've been to, and like you grill them. And your business is also like a child, and arguably less stable than the child that you have in terms of its resilience. And we barely take the time to check 1 reference for a lot of people. And so I think doing a little bit of digging is worth its weight in gold. Like you don't want to take the 1 hour that it takes to do these reference checks, maybe 2 hours, but you're about to commit to a massive monthly bill for this person. And if you were to, let's say, buy a software that was going to cost you $7,000 a month, you probably do a ton of research on it to make sure, like, let's Google consumer affairs, let's look at the reviews, let's talk to other customers, let's do all this stuff. But then all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, we're going to hire a $7,000 a month employee. Like, no worries. I'm sure he's a good guy. I'm a good judge of character. You're probably not, Because the thing is that people have more experience lying than you have detecting liars. And so from here, we went from wasting time with bad candidates to learning how to conduct a proper interview and, importantly, check references.
So now we move to HR. HR is how you minimize the risk of employees and regulators suing you. So at this level, the constraint is that employees actually don't know how to behave. Okay, so they don't know what PTO is or how to give PTO. They don't understand sick days and how to handle them. They don't know what to wear, and they don't know code of conduct, how to act, right? And so in order to graduate, you want to have an employee handbook and policies. Okay, so what we've outlined in the next few slides are the basic policies that you want to have in your handbook so that you can be compliant and understand how to set behavior for people, right? And so the goal is that when someone comes into your company, you have a handbook that you can go over with them, they can read, and then they sign and agree to these things. Okay, so this is basic HR 101, like get a handbook. The first thing that's going to be in the handbook is you're going to have a welcome statement, right? That's really an introduction to the company, the history, the mission statement, the values, right? The next piece you're going to go into are employment policies, right? And so this is going to be, is it at-will employment? What is their job classified as? And what are we doing with their employee records, right? It's really basic stuff. And again, you can get templates for this online. You can also pay something like LegalZoom to give you one of these. Third is you've got code of conduct, which is outlining what governs professional behavior, conflict of interest policy. So if they cannot work other places for different reasons, what is confidential? So what information may not be shared outside the company? And then basically ethics, which is like, how do we act in the company? Drugs, alcohol, fraternizing, all of those things fall under code of conduct.
Fraternizing means having sex with each other.
It can also mean socializing.
Yeah, and so no one's getting in trouble for that though. But the reason this is important though, just as a side note, and we're going to go through the rest of these, is that you're not a tiny little company anymore, right? Like you're again, this is to graduate. So we're going into 10 plus employees, 10 to 20 is kind of the next level here. And so we're at 5 to 9, but to get to there, we have to put this stuff in place. Like they're like, man, I miss when it was just like t-shirt and jeans days. It's like, yeah, but like now we have customers coming to the office, or now like we need to all be wearing the same colors. Like we need to look like a business.
And so it starts with setting expectations, which means having an employee handbook. You know, we want to outline work schedules. So what are working hours? What's attendance mean? What does it mean to be punctual? What are remote work policies versus in office? We want to talk about compensation, so information on when they get paid, how to make sure they get paid, salary grades, overtime pay, what qualifies for different bonuses, as well as salary increases. Then we want to go into benefits, whether you offer those or not. We want to give information about benefits in our policy. Leave policy, so again, PTO, sick days, vacation, all of those things. If someone dies, if somebody's pregnant, what do we do in all those situations? We want to tell them ahead of time what's going to happen.
See, sex strikes again.
And then the last few, we've got employee performance. How are we going to grade people's performance in the company? What are our safety and health policies when people get sick? If we have an in-person facility, how do we make sure that people stay safe in the workplace? Anti-discrimination policies, so information that prevents the workplace harassment from occurring based on like discrimination, which could be religion, gender, sexual orientation, or origin, age, disability, all those things. And then we go into some of the last stuff, which is technology use, which is understanding how to use the internet. Don't go to Pornhub. What social media you can and cannot use, what your privacy policies are.
And what happens with that computer that you're going to get that's company issued? Mm-hmm. What happens when you get fired or that you leave? Do you turn it in? How does it work?
Mm-hmm. What about resignation and termination? Are there guidelines? Is there a process? Must they give notice? Is no notice required? Do we do exit interviews? And lastly, acknowledgement of receipt. I actually read all of this shit. And so what you guys are going to notice here is this is the details. And right now, the thing is that when people come in, they're coming from a place that was completely different. And so you have to think of it like, it's not like they were playing chess and now they're playing chess again. It's like their last job was like they're playing chess and now they come over to your business and they're playing checkers. And you need to explain to them the rules of the game. Or Fortnite. Yeah. You need to tell them what the rules of engagement are. And that starts with the handbook. It sounds lame as shit. I get it. But it's the same as a job description. Like some people are going to read this like it is the Bible. Some people aren't going to read it all. The point is that you need to use it and make sure it's accurate so that you can point to it when things occur. Because all the things that we just talked about, I promise you, you're going to have to reference at some point in time. I, unfortunately, have had to reference every single thing on every single one of these slides, probably in the last 6 months. So you will have to do that too, eventually. So that is HR, okay? So we had employees that didn't know how to behave, and then we want to install an employee handbook and procedures. And that brings us to finance.
All right, so it's how you report and manage your monies. So at this level, the constraint is that cash flow is lumpy due to random one-time expenses, and you find out that businesses cost money to run. And so to graduate, you get a profit and loss statement, otherwise known as a P&L, and a cash flow statement set up. And you want to get basic business insurance. All right, and so general liability insurance, now you're like, oh, this is like yawn stuff. You think about it this way, it's like, what are the things that can kill my business? And I want to prevent all of those things from happening. And if I prevent my business from dying, by very definition, it will continue to go, right? And so these are against death. That's all we're doing is protecting from downside here. So you want to protect against claims of bodily injury. So someone slips on the premise, a customer does, or an employee does. And that's just customer slips and falls in the store. Like I had a gym, people had equipment, like I had to have this kind of liability. In terms of P&L, okay, so this is just, if you're like, what is a P&L? People have heard it before. It just shows if your business made money or lost money over a certain period of time. And so example is you just add up how much you earned from selling lemonade and subtract how much you spent on lemons and cups. All right, simplest way of thinking about it. And then the cash flow statement tells you how much cash came in versus how much went out over a month. So for example, in that same lemonade and cup scenario, if I made more than I sold during the lemonade period, but then at the end of the month, before the last day, I then pre-ordered 2 more months of lemonades and cups, I might be cash flow negative for the month, even though I made a profit on my P&L. And so it's good to understand both because the P&L will show you how the business is doing, but the cash flow shows you how you can survive and live until tomorrow and pay payroll. And so it's good to have both statements to understand both sides. At this level, that's all we got to set up: the cash flow statement, P&L, and get our general liability insurance. So we go from random, lumpy, one-time expenses to getting the P&L. And if you know, the reason the lumpy expenses exist there is that in the beginning, especially at the stage, you start making a couple of bigger purchases. Like you just have these bigger investments that are one time, but they happen regularly. And so you have to start expecting these lumpy things that occur. And so you start planning for them. And so the bottom line of this whole stage is that the constraint is you're trying to be everything to everyone. If you recall at the beginning, a lot of this was around niching down, making sure that we're getting the right message to the right people. And so to graduate, we niche down to only serve people like your best customers. So it's like we don't have to guess. Just look at the best ones and say, these are the only ones I want to serve. And then everything downstream from that was adjusting to that big change. And so at this point, we've graduated from level 4, where we have 5 to 9 employees at the prioritized theme, and we're moving into 10 to 20 employees, where now we're productizing. That is the theme of this stage. And if you're just new to this or you're just randomly hopped on here, I want to make a little offer for you, which is, if this stuff's interesting, we will make you a custom scaling roadmap where it'll show you what stage you're currently at and then what you need to do at this stage. And then we break down more specifically in some wording around here, what's going to happen next and what you had to make sure got done so that you can smoothly transition from stage to stage. And I think the reason that we've had exceptionally fast growth in the companies that we founded is that we have a lot of been there, done that. Like we know what happens next. We know what's going to break next. And so the growth is way smoother rather than hitting these plateaus and these walls where you get stuck sometimes for 6 months or sometimes 6 years. And so I'd like to help you avoid that. This is absolutely free. It's a custom plan for you. You can click the button below and go grab it. Otherwise, let's go to the next level. So we started at it was just you weren't doing anything. Then you finally got your first sale. Then you were able to hire some freelancers. Then you get your first 1 to 4 full-time employees. Now you're you were just a manager. You had your first 5 to 9 employees. Now we're at 10 to 20 employees. All right. So we want to get past 20, and we're starting in the 10 to 20 range right now. And the theme of the stage is productize. All right. And so at this level, 10 to 19 is where we're at. Our role is that you're a director now. So you basically went from a manager to now you're directing. You've got managers underneath of you. And so this is now 1.5 layers of infrastructure. So basically, you're gonna have your first 2, maybe 3 kind of like small managers that are running 2 to 3 people on their team. And that's like that's why we have our first almost 2 layers of infrastructure, but you still have some people that you're directly leading yourself. All right, and so companies here is 2.4 million. So we're going from 3 million to 2.4. So we're still marching our way down in terms of rarefied air. At this level, let's break into product. And so this is the good services and results that you deliver. And so the problem at this level, or the constraint, is that customers have nothing else to buy from you, and then they churn. So you finally figured out what your product is, you finally niched it down, and you're like, okay, so now they buy this new, better, for them product. And then they're like, oh, you have nothing else to sell me. And then you're like, yeah, no, I hate money. And so that's it. That's the end of the relationship, which sucks, right? And so to graduate, we have to connect CS and product together and then make something new to sell them. And so this is what that looks like. So typically this is where a back-end upsell comes into play. So the number of times where we see a business that comes in, maybe they're doing 3 million-ish at this level, sometimes 10, somewhere in that range. This point they're like, man, we want to be able to scale, but we need a back end, right? We need something else. Our LTV to CAC is getting lower and lower because we're going broader and broader, but our LTV remains stagnant. And so the back end upsell, in my experience, that's how I like to do them, is that it's typically 5 times the price of the core offer. So this is 80-20 coming back again. And so you're like, okay, now that we niche down our avatar, these are the best customers, these are the customers we want to sell. Even within that slice, there's another 80-20 that occurs. And so customers are fractal most of the time, meaning that 20% of people can spend 5 times more. But if you get 20% to buy something that's 5 times more expensive, you double the revenue of the business. Pretty cool. So for example, if you have 100 customers buy something for $1,000, then you get a $100,000 thing. Now, if 20 of those hundreds buy a $5,000 thing, 5x and 1/5, then we get another $100,000. And so this doubles the revenue of the business, even though you're only selling just 20% of the customers another thing. And so don't get confused by like, oh, I'm only why would I have this back end just to have 20 people take it? Well, those 20 might double the business. And not only do they double the business, they might double the LTV to CAC ratio you have, which allows you to continue to expand. If you're like, okay, well, what do I upsell? If I already have my core thing, like what do I do? So these are kind of like the easy themes, and I'll give you an example in the next slide. So one of my favorite upsells in the world, more of that thing you just bought. Second only to more help with that thing you just bought. And then better/newer version of the thing they just bought, or for longer periods of time. And so this is a little matrix that I make for our companies. And I call this the Crazy 8. But you should, as an entrepreneur, be able to run through any business and think of 8 different ways to make a customer more valuable. And so like if I sold chairs, I can increase the price of my chair. So that's one thing I can do. I can get people to buy more chairs. Like how can I reach out to them on a more regular cadence? Maybe once a year they have to refresh the chairs. I can decrease the cost of my chairs. Now that's not necessarily something that's an upsell, but it still generates more LTV for me. I also have cross-sell. So, okay, with your chair, do you want to buy chair covers? What's a thing that's the next natural purchase that would go with that? That's the burger with your fries. So I'll tell you how much I know this because this is duplicated. So we have quality and quantity, and then we have downsell quality and quantity. So I'll walk you through it. So basically, if I want to increase, this would be an upsell. I could say, okay, do you want to buy a wood chair instead of a plastic chair? So that would be a higher quality version of the same thing. I can also go higher quantity of the same thing. So instead of 1 chair, do you want to buy a stack of 10 of the original plastic chairs? Now, on the flip side, if I want to downsell, I can downsell quality or downsell quantity. So instead of 1 chair, do you want to get a kiddie chair? You want a smaller chair? Or instead of a plastic chair, do you want to have a paper chair? Something even worse than plastic. Like the UMHW plastic that's like, bulletproof and Kevlar? Or do you want one of these like really flimsy lawn chairs? You're like, okay, well, how does this increase LTV? It doesn't increase LTV, but it increases how much revenue you make per lead because it takes a no and turns it into a yes. So it goes from a 0 to at least some money. And so this is how you should be able to, for any product or service, walk through this. Increase price, get them to buy again, cross-sell something different, decrease cost, upsell quality, upsell quantity, downsell quality, downsell quantity. And you can pretty much do that as your mental matrix for any time you need to make more money with the thing you sell. That was a physical product, but let's talk about a service since 78% of business is a service. So let's say you're an agency owner. So I sell marketing services. All right, well, I can increase the price of my services. Okay. I can decrease churn. This gets them to buy again and again. I extend how many times they buy. I can outsource my team to offshore and decrease the cost of my delivery, which is cheaper labor. Or I can increase the ratio, meaning 1 rep can now service 10 companies instead of 5, so I still double my margin. I can cross-sell something different. So I run paid ads as my core thing. Well, I'm going to also tack on SEO, or I'll also tack on creative or content or email follow-up, whatever. I can upsell quality. Like, how do you increase the quality? Well, I can say you're with a junior rep now. You can be with a senior rep or a more experienced rep that's got 5 years of experience, or it's with me, the owner, right? I can upsell quantity. Quantity in a service business is typically going to be either number of touch points or the duration. So I can sell a contract that's a 12-month contract rather than a 3-month contract, or I can say, hey, we're going to touch base 3 times a week instead of once a week. right? And then on the flip side, for decreasing quality or decreasing quantity, you just go in reverse of that. Hey, you can't afford me, but I can have you work with one of my reps for less. That would be quality. And then in quantity, it's like, okay, if you don't want to commit to the 12, we can have you commit to the 6 or the 3, or I can decrease my cadence with you so that maybe you don't get, once a week. Maybe you get every other week, or you get chat support rather than Zoom calls, right? And so we can look at that. That would be more of a quality one. But fundamentally, that crazy 8, you should be able to apply to a physical products business or a service business to make anything more profitable. All right, and so at this level, we've productized, we have our second thing, and we went from nothing else to buy to making something new to sell them. And the reason I had Connect CS and product is that if you're like, well, I don't know which one they'll want, that's where customer service can give you the feedback of what people are asking for. Sales can also tag in here so that you can know, okay, of those 8 things, which one should I pick? And then that'll help guide your selection. So I'm gonna talk about marketing at this level, and we're gonna keep the party going. So at this level for marketing, the constraint is that qualified leads are too expensive and they cap your ability to advertise. Remember earlier, the LTV to CAC ratio, because remember, we graduate with the second product, but at this point, we don't have it yet. And so the LTV is not high enough, and so it's getting harder and harder for us to buy leads because they're getting more and more expensive. All right, so to graduate, we do a few things. So one is that we spend more on our niche down messaging with the new offer, right? So that's when we graduate. Okay, we have our upsell, we know we can make more money, so now we can spend more. On top of that, we raise our CAC limit as a result of that second product because we can factor that into the LTV. And then in terms of scoring the leads, we go from them scoring themselves, which is we add friction to the process, to us looking at the leads that are coming in and then scoring them ourselves, which is different. All right. And so then we also have to begin the CRO process, which is conversion rate optimization. So this is having a regular split test cadence across all aspects of the funnel. So remember we have those basic KPIs where it's like show rate, close rate, offer rate, all of that stuff. Well, we want to see, okay, well, if we do it like this, do we get 10% lift? If we put the button here, do we get a little lift, right? We just have this cadence where we regularly can do that, because sometimes when you get 5%, 20%, 15% across 4 or 5 places, you can double the throughput of a funnel. And at this point, we got to be professionals. Like we got to put our big boy hats on, because now we're getting into the bigger leagues. And so this is what it looks like. So prioritizing leads comes to the leads with the highest closing potential. You pair them with the closers that have the highest potential to close them. All right, and so it's like, okay, you want to put the best leads with the best closers. And so I think about these 3 things. So qualifications is who they are, behaviors, what did they do, and then the source, which is where did they come from. And so, for example, I might know that if a business owner who considers themselves a CEO and has 50 people, that's who they are. Behavior is that I can see that they watched every single video that I have and they bought 2 books, right? And they came from LinkedIn, inbound organic. That lead, by its very nature, might be worth more than somebody who came from TikTok and has a smaller business and only watched 1 reel or 1 clip before opting in on the site. So I can see both those things because we can see the user journey, which is why attribution is so important, which is why we established it earlier, so that we can actually get a better score for our leads. And at this point, why would I want to give the super qualified LinkedIn lead that's got a big business to my worst closer? He could blow it. So I give the best leads to the best guys, and then that is a huge lever on how much you can make. For CRO, instead of explaining how an A/B split test works, I'm just going to tell you what my priorities are in rough order when I run split tests across anything. So the first thing I'm going to split test is going to be my headline and my sub-headline. All right, because those are super light lift and actually have high impact. So if you remember that quadrant we had, high impact, low investment, these are ones that have high impact and low investment. So we want to test the hell out of these. Like the headline on the acquisition.com homepage, we've probably done 30 split tests on that headline, and that's the headline that works, right? And so that's number 1. Number 2. The next one is going to be the offer itself. And the reason that I test this above the offer is not that the offer isn't more impactful, it's just higher investment. If you change the offer, you have to change everything about the business. You have to change what you deliver, you have to change how the messaging works, all of these other things. Whereas these 2 are just how you describe the offer. So it can have almost as big of a lift, but it's so much less work. Then you've got the image, which isn't going to be as powerful as the offer, but it can still make a lift. This would be kind of like medium to low impact, but also low investment. And then benefits bullets. Proof is a big one. And then everything, you want to make sure that it's above the fold or switch the order around on the pages when you're working through the process. And so sometimes if you put your scheduler higher on the page, it does work better. And sometimes the order of proof matters. Like maybe you need to put the girl first and then the guy. These are things that you test. But in terms of importance, this is how I think through it. And so to do this, installing attribution software for more accurate testing and reporting is super important. Now, that costs money, but at this point, you do have the money to afford it. And this is leveling up. And so after we've made all these improvements to CRO, we have our second product, we are spending more, we've niched down the messaging across the funnel, we can now score our leads and we're putting our leads with our best closers. Now we can recalculate the LTV to CAC ratio and create that new acceptable CAC. Actually, we can now spend $3,000 when we used to only be able to spend $1,000. And we want to understand what our 30-day cash collected is, meaning if we have a prospect that's coming in, how much does it cost us just within the first month to get them in? And is there any way that we can just offset that? If we can just break even in the first 30 days, we're thrilled. If we can do even more than that, we make money getting customers and we still have the LTV on the back end, we're even better. But this is where you start to really gas it, where you're like, as long as I'm not losing money in the first 30 days, I'm good to go. And I'll be honest with you, some of the companies that we have that have achieved tremendous scale, we're willing to lose money for 3, 4, 5 months before we make it back because we know our numbers so well. And so this is how you continue to expand, is you're basically willing and able to spend more than your competition. And so you want to break even to scale ads further, right? And this is how the big boys do it. And like I said, we lose money up front sometimes. And so at this point, you're now, you're at stage 5 for marketing. Like we're getting into the big leagues. And so qualified leads are too expensive and they cap your ability to advertise. You're just not making enough. And so spend more money on niche down messaging with new offers, raise your CAC limit so you can spend more. You start scoring your leads, add in attribution in CRO. Woo, there you go. Customer service.
Sales.
Oh, it's sales. Fine, I'm back to sales. It's me again. All right, so the constraint at this level is customers get sold with unrealistic expectations and refunds/bad reviews become an issue. All right, the sales guy said this thing cures cancer, right? Like you don't want that. All right, and so to graduate, create sales aids/materials and install weekly game tape between CS, sales marketing for QA, quality assurance, and feedback. And on top of that, we're gonna track NPS, CSAT, and refund. Now you're like, I thought we were doing that. Now by sales rep. So we were doing this just on the back end before, just to get a general idea. But now we're like, you know what? It turns out everybody that Timmy sells hates us. And everybody that John sells, we're all good with. And so we realized the connection between the expectations being set in sales and what we're actually delivering. And so sometimes because you brought new guys in, they set bad expectations, and so your reputation takes a hit. All right, so let's talk through it. So first one is sales aids. These are slide decks, video sales letters, which I refer to as VSLs. Sales letters are physical sales letters that you can mail out, or digital, you can send PDFs, charts, graphs, data visualization, calculators, anything that help your salespeople sell more consistently. And so here's how I like to think about it. If I have a sales script, right, there's probably a period of the script where the sales guy does the talking. He does a little bit of education, does a little bit of teaching, does a little bit of belief breaking. Well, as a salesperson and who has done a lot of sales, that can get really, really tedious because you say the same thing over and over and over again. So I want to take everything that a salesman says in the perfect pitch that they repeat and put that in front of the sale. And then you say, hey, watch this video. It has data, graphs, visualization. It says it way better than I ever can with nice images to make it sink in. And then after that, when we hop on the call, we can talk about the video and about applying all of that stuff to you specifically. And so that way, the salesman is not having the same conversation every time. And then the prospect doesn't feel like they're just sitting there listening to some guy gab all along, because I think you lose rapport in that. So not only do you shorten your sales call, so your sales utility goes up because the guys don't have to repeat the same 20 minutes 7 times a day. So they get all that time back. And then you have this tool that makes it consistent in terms of the expectations that are being set prior to the call. And so to give you a quick basics on if you have some sort of VSL or video sales that are some sort of pre-sales material, I like to have a very strong and very detailed pain-based hook right at the beginning of the video. So you want to speak specifically to the pain of the avatar, and then you go proof, promise, plan. All right, the promise is going to be related to the pain. Then we hit, why hasn't this problem been solved yet for this person? What's the main impact if it continues? What's the solution and how does the solution work? What makes our solution better than other people's? And then proof that we have that our solution actually works. And then we want to weave this throughout. So the proof is like, you want to weave this all the way through this whole thing. And then after we've kind of hit the main meat, we just hit, what are the risks of investing in this solution? So call them out. Like you don't want to hide the risk. They're thinking about it. Just say, hey, you're probably afraid that we're going to take this money and go to Nigeria and spend it all. Who knows, right? Whatever, be upfront about it. You're probably worried that this thing's not going to work for this reason. You don't think it's going to integrate with your tools. You're not going to, so let's go handle all those, right? And so then at the final step, you're like, cool, now that we've handled that, you're going to be talking to Sean. Sean's going to take care of you, or you can have it before then they book the call. It's up to you. But VSL, sales aids, presentations, slide decks, These things I inject in almost every sales process I can because it just creates less volatility and it creates basically less volatility in our sales closing percentage. So instead of being like 20%, 40%, 20%, 40%, I'd rather just know them and be at 30 every week, right? Now, ideally, I'd just rather be at 40 every week because we found the best sales and then we replicated it over and over again. All right, and so that's the front end on the sales side. So the next thing you want to consider is putting in a game tape. And so game tape review is basically a collaborative meeting between CS, product, sales, sometimes even marketing. And they want to basically have a point where they have transparency into the other parts of the business. And I remember when this is kind of the bridge between Layla and I. Like I tend to be front of house, Layla tends to be back of house. And so this is kind of like the meeting of both sides of what we do every day. And Layla was the one that first implemented this in a business a long time ago. And it made such a massive difference that we've done it in every single business since. And so I'll let Layla break down the specifics of how it works and what the benefits are.
So the first piece is you want to arrange. So we call it the 5 A's. You want to arrange the call, and it's going to be the head of sales is usually one that's responsible for the arranging of the game tape. And so what you want to have them do is basically get a time. It's going to be between 60 and 90 minutes that the head of sales, the head of product, the head of marketing, and the head of CS can all meet. You can add other people from the department too if you think it'd be beneficial for them. Sometimes you have literally all the departments because it can help that much if you have like large discrepancies. But they're going to arrange a time that everybody's going to meet to complete the game tape. And so if your business is experiencing issues right now, maybe there's a discrepancy between, there's high churn, there's customers falling off, they have missed expectations, like you're losing customers left and right. You might want to do this 3 times a week or even every day until the problem's fixed. And so what I want to be clear about is if there's issues, do it until it's fixed. And so if that means you do it every day and it gets fixed in 10 days, great. If it means that you have to do it twice a day, in the morning and in the evening until it's fixed in 5 days, great. You just want to hit it with volume if there's an issue. Normally, if there's not a large issue, I would say that you do this once a week. And so this is to maintain and be preventative to make sure that there are not issues. And actually, if anything, it's not just preventative, it will help all these departments improve. And so the next thing you want to do is assemble. So what the head of sales is going to do is they are going to get a recording from whichever team you are going to review that week. Say it's sales that week. They're going to pull a call. It's either going to be a call that you need to work on, like it didn't close, or it's going to be a call that went really well to show people what went well and what good looks like. And so you're going to have that person pull that call, and they're going to get it from a rep ahead of time. Now, sometimes you're going to do CS calls, right? So you're going to do onboarding calls, you're going to do coaching calls, you're going to do sales calls. And so I'm starting with, okay, they're just going to get a sales call. In the future, and once you start the rhythm of it, you're going to add in onboarding calls, coaching calls, etc. It's just that usually the point that's the issue is the sales call.
A lot of times, your entire onboarding and customer service team has never even seen a sales call occur. They have no idea. They just get these customers that come in. And so it's this huge blind spot. And to the same degree, sales guys have no idea, like the moment they close the sale, they have no idea what happens afterwards. And so right now, if you're watching this, I'll bet you your sales team might not have ever even seen what onboarding looks like. And so this gives transparency across the whole business because all of a sudden CS is like, why are you guys saying that? It makes such a pain for us. And they're like, the sales guys are like, oh, I didn't know that was a pain for you. And you're like, yeah, they get so upset. And they're like, oh, we cannot say it. It's not even a huge deal. They're like, oh my God, please, yes, please stop saying that. And on the flip side, we do something in CS. They're like, I didn't know we did that. And it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, dude, people would love to hear about that. I'll tell them that on the front end. And so it just creates more congruency between all levels or all departments of the business. So you have one through line, one seamless experience for the customers between expectations set and expectations delivered.
Which is assess what piece of that call you can take into your department. So if you are marketing, what did you learn here? What can you use from that call to improve your marketing? Were there things that were communicated on the call that are not communicating in marketing? Are there things about the customer that you didn't know that you can use in marketing, right? When it comes to sales, are we sticking to the script? Are we not sticking to the script? Are we over-promising or are we under-promising? When it comes to CS, are we saying things on the sales call that we're not looping back to on the onboarding or the coaching calls? Are they promising things that we don't deliver or can't deliver? And so that is what you're going to assess. And so each person, and we will attach an SOP below, will be able to assess individually how it affects their department. And that's the assess piece, which is really what is everyone going to do based on watching this call? If you watch the call and you don't change any behavior about your department, there's no point in watching the call. And so the question is, what are you going to do to get better based on watching the call? Which brings us to analyze, which is, okay, what's the one thing that we can do for each of our departments, right? So we have all these things that we can do. What's the one thing we are each going to do? And then the last piece is act, which is decide what you're going to act on in the next 7 days by the next game tape. And so you're committing to taking action. If you do this, I promise you, it is one of the most valuable calls that you can put into your entire business, because most people at this point in this stage of business act in silos. And so what you need to move towards is becoming a team of teams. And the only way to become a team of teams is if you all have the same information. I tell my team this all the time, but I'm like, you're not a sales leader or a CS leader. You are a leader in the company who happens to be over sales. You happen to be over CS. You need to understand how the other departments function. Otherwise, you're going to make decisions that are best for your department at the expense of others. And that's why this call is so important, is it really bridges the gap between all the departments. It just happens to focus on sales.
And a lot of other departments like customer service can learn from sales overcomes. Like they watch a salesman overcome a concern. They're like, oh, that's good. I'm going to say, because we get that too. And they're like, oh yeah, this is how we overcome it. They're like, oh, no idea. And then the marketers can watch and be like, oh, they're presenting on these sales calls with this pain. Dude, I'm going to use that in our hooks. Like, oh yeah, we didn't tell you. They all come in with this issue. And so we've been advertising one hook, but there's actually a much more painful hook that many of the right types of customers present with. And so it just creates huge amounts of transparency in the business. And like, it's something, I'll be honest with you, it was something that I wasn't like super for when Layla said it. I was like, you want to do a meeting of 4 departments on one call, like regularly? That sounds like a lot. Because you think about the dollar per head count per hour, you're like, oh my God, this is a $10,000 call. But we definitely made significantly more than $10,000 from it. And I want to reinforce what Layla said there, which is you do it once a day or twice a day if you're like in red hot, like there's a problem. But you can get to once a week or every other week and be okay. And if you let's say you get to once every other week, then it's like you do one sales call and you do one CS call, and that's your month, right? So like it can get less frequent as there are fewer issues. The last piece here is the NPS/CSAT/refund rate tracked down to the rep. And you will see pretty quickly that your refunds are probably coming from like 1 or 2 reps. And it will drive you bananas. But the good thing is that usually it comes down to one of these things, which is they set bad expectations or they overpromise. So the street term for this is they sell hot. It's basically, it's a nice way of saying they're lying. And so you want to minimize that or eliminate it altogether, obviously. State the facts and tell the truth has been our number one code of marketing and sales that we have. Like if you ask anybody in our departments, like what is the rule? That's the rule. And if the truth isn't compelling enough, then change reality so that it is. All right, and so that's sales at this level. And now we started with customers get sold with unrealistic expectations and refunds and bad reviews become an issue. So we create sales aids and VSL so we can standardize sales processes and increase the conversion rate. We install weekly game tape between all the departments so that we can get cross-departmental learning and so we can have quality assurance and faster feedback loops so we can fix things. And then we start tracking NPS, CSAT, and refund rate by the rep so that you can be really targeted on, okay, we do have a high refund rate, but we just have one guy who has an insane refund rate and everybody else is fine. Okay, then now we can get really specific with what we need to fix. We had a company in the portfolio that was at this exact stage at Productize, needing to make and sell a second premium product. It was a service-based business for consumers. They didn't have a back-end offer to sell their existing customers, and that's when we actually decided to turn it into a SaaS business. So we did all the above. We created sales aids with the new offer, spent more on advertising, we dialed in the avatar, we promoted internal teammates up into the company so we could expand, and that was the beginning of their path to an insane growth rate over the last 2 years. We were able to double the LTV per customer, and now it's actually gone up even another 50% after the double. And so now they're at over $100 million of annual run rate as a software business, which means that company right now is conservatively valued at $350 million, probably up to 500, maybe 600 million, depending on the buyer. And so that's a huge amount of value creation in a short period of time, only done by prioritizing the few things that mattered most. And this was only possible by creating that second backend, that productized second offer that made all of this scale possible. And so if you're at this stage and you would like our help to get to the next stage, not only have we done it once, we've done it many times. And so if you don't have a scaling roadmap, below this video, you can click and get your own. But if you already have one and you're like, you know what, I would love to get more tailored, industry-specific advice for my business right now, I'd love to have you come out to a workshop that we have here in Vegas where we're based at acquisition.com. And so if that sounds interesting, you can click somewhere around this video or above it where it says, apply to see if you qualify for our workshop. And if you do, can't wait to meet you. And that leads us to the servicing of customers.
All right, so customer service is how you get customers to refer, retain, review, and resell. Customers come in with unrealistic expectations and they get inconsistent answers, right? So they talk to one person, they get one kind of answer. They talk to another person, they get another kind of answer. And so to graduate this, you want to build out a proper customer service playbook to onboard and train your team to answer questions the same way. You also, again, you're going to have weekly game tape review and customer ascension path. What does this look like when it comes to building out a CS playbook? Okay. It's really, I want to break it down to be a little more simple than it sounds for you guys, which is one, we want to categorize all the questions that we're getting. So right now, your CS reps are getting all these questions coming in from customers. And it's always this, which is like, they're like, we have so many questions and like, we just have too much customer service. We need to hire more people. Okay, before you do that, here's what I want you to do. Take all of the questions that are coming in by customers and chunk them into 5 categories. There's always 3 to 5 categories that have the most amount of questions that come. Yes, are there random ones that don't fit within? Of course. But there's usually 3 to 5 categories that get the most volume of questions, okay? So examples might be like, I want to change my car. I got to change my address. If it's a physical product, I want a different flavor. I want a different cadence that you're sending me these things on a monthly basis. Or I want to increase or decrease my amount that I'm getting, right? And so there's some examples of categories. And then what you're going to do is once you have these 5 categories, your CS playbook is going to be the templated answers to the most common questions in those categories. And so the way that you get consistent is just like you would get consistent sales by implementing a script, you get consistent CS by implementing templates. And so the common way to do this is to create, whether it be email templates, whether it be a QA framework, however you're answering, whether it be like an intercom, whether it be like emails, whether it be like a ticketing system. It's really easy to have resources where they can take those and they can fill in the template with somebody's name, with their problem, but it has the basic meat so that at least we know they're answering the same questions with the same answers. What you do from there is, because you want to make sure that people can take action without having to ask their manager for every single thing that happens, right? We want to create 4 actions that a rep can take to over-deliver and delight a customer to create raving fans. So this is what an employee empowerment wheel looks like. And when you have an empowerment wheel, this is where you can create those actions from, okay? So what does this mean? In the dark color, these are things that people have to get approval from, right? So if you have a CS rep, they have to get approval for a contract or a legal issue, a major operational decision, regulatory issues, right? Where on this side, we have minor things that they can take action on and we empower them to solve in their own way, and we create templates for how to solve those things. So if somebody has a public communication issue, if there's a direct customer communication, if there's a minor operational decision they have to make, if there's a credit or refund issue, if there's discounting somebody or giving them a bonus, those are all things that we can give someone empowerment to take action on to delight the customer. And so at this point, we don't want to just have the CS playbook with the templates. We also want to empower people on the CS team to over-deliver and delight a customer to create raving fans, but we need to tell them what things they can do to empower with the customer. You know, if somebody is asking for a $20,000 refund, that's something that you probably want the manager to make that decision. But what if we say, hey, actually, they can make any decision up to $2,000 for the customer? An example of that would be like the Ritz-Carlton. So every Ritz employee has up to $2,000 per guest per day to over-deliver if they mess up. And then they have options of, here's 5 ways that you can spend that $2,000 to delight a customer. And so I'll give you an example is in our last company, if we made a mistake with the customer, we had, of course, you can refund the customer if they're upset up to a certain amount without any approval at all of the manager. However, most people don't want a refund. They just want to make it right. They don't want a refund. They want it right. And they want what they wanted in the first place, right? They want your product or service. They just want the result. And so we had it where they could offer an upgrade for free. That was one of the options. We had another option that they could offer time with one of our senior coaches for free. That was one of the offers. And then we also had it that they could send them a personal custom gift that's up to $1,000 without having to ask. Those were 3 options that we gave our CS reps within their empowerment wheel as options of actions they could take on things to delight the customer. The last piece is the ascension path. Okay, so with a new product, you must make a clear ascension path. Okay, and so what that looks like is understanding when you're going to offer that customer to buy the next thing. Okay, here's the thing that we have found out is that everyone always asks, they're like, when should I send the customer? And I'm like, listen, everybody's ready at a different point in time. Some customers, actually, they're in a buying frenzy and they immediately want to buy the next thing when they bought the first thing. It's kind of like when I go shopping and I'm like, just because I bought one coat at Chanel doesn't mean I want 4 more. Of course I'll buy 4 right now because I feel like I just spent money. I might as well just spend more money, right? The second is you've got it 24 to 48 hours later, right? So they get on, they do an onboarding call with your team, or they get the first delivery of the value, right? And then they're like, wow, this is awesome. I feel excited. I'm excited. I haven't gotten the result yet, but I'm excited. And at that point, they want to buy the next thing because they're like, I already am impressed in the first 24 to 48 hours. So like, why would I not want to buy more from them, right? And you could also offer to ascend them with like a discount for being, an early bird special, whatever you want to call it. The next place is when they get their first big win. So it's like, they tell you how much they appreciate the product or service. They leave a testimonial. They recoup their investment. Like if you're B2B, when we had Gym Launch, for example, when people made back $16,000, which is what they paid us, that was their big win. So that is another point at which you can ascend a customer. And then the last 2 are the halfway point. When someone is halfway through the product or service, that's a pretty standard point at which you want to go ahead and offer an ascension or offer an upsell to somebody. And then you really have your last shot, which is like, I'm just gonna throw it. I'm just give my last shot. Like we've tried every other time, you have not taken it, and we're gonna give a last Hail Mary effort, right? And we actually did something really cool when we had Gym Launch, which was our last shot to customers to ascend them into what we called our upper level program, which was anywhere between $35,000 and $50,000 a year.
Is we'd send this old school lumpy mail package. So it's this zebra print mailer that would absolutely stand out, and it was lumpy, right? There's stuff to it. And so as soon as they'd open it up and they would pour out the contents, it was just a ton of rubber bands. And then there were 2 letters. And so the first one said open first and the second one said open second. So they'd open the first letter up. And I always wanted to simulate like what it's like to get money on a birthday or something, or if you're Chinese for New Year or whatever it is, right? And so they'd have a card, it would open up, there'd be a $100 bill inside of it. And so inside the letter, it would say, we're at this point in the process, you've made this much back. I hope that you're enjoying it. We do a bad job as entrepreneurs to take a moment to like smell the flowers. And so I'd like to take you out to dinner. And so although I can't, be there physically with you, go to a nice restaurant around you, celebrate what's happened. The first, drinks and appetizers are on me, whatever. And you might be wondering why you have all these rubber bands. And so the story is Pablo Escobar ended up getting caught and they were analyzing his financials. And they had this one line item that said rubber bands for $4,000 every week. And they kept being like, what is rubber bands code for? What is what's the code? Is this human trafficking? Like, what is this? And so he just cracked up and he was like, no, it's just rubber bands. And they're like, for what? And he was like, for all the cash. And so they were making, and just to give you context, like a bag of rubber bands is like $2. And each one of those is wrapping bills. And he was buying $4,000 rubber bands a week. And so the reason that I had the rubber bands inside of there was I'd say, and for the thing that's going to be in the next letter, you're going to need some of these. And so they would open the second letter when they're out at dinner, and then the second letter had a personalized video that we had made for them that they would watch together after they had a glass of wine, they were out at dinner, and that would then make the call to action to make the next level of ascension.
The point is, put effort into each shot. Most business owners don't ascend people, not because the people don't want to ascend, but because they're asking them at the time that they're not ready. You have up to 5 times that you could ask a customer to ascend, and most people are only asking at one point in time. And so what you want to do is build out the ascension path so your team knows we are asking at all these different points in times. Now, I will say one thing, which is that you want to have leading indicators of when you want to ask a customer. And so what will go with each of these things is immediate, right? How do we know if we're going to immediately offer somebody, right? They might express on a sales call that they actually would really love the next product. And so you're like, hey, by the way, I think they really want this next thing. When they get their first big win, they might say like, I can't even imagine that I never worked with you guys. It might just be that they leave a really amazing testimonial, right? And we know they've recouped their investment. You can tie leading indicators to all of these things. For example, the halfway point, something that we did at Gym Launch was we had to make sure that those people were netting a certain amount of money per month from their business in order to say that they qualified for a halfway point ascension sale, because then we knew that they could afford the investment that it was going to be.
And so I boiled down ascensions and any kind of upsell into 3 things: right product, right time, right way. And so if someone doesn't buy, you offered it to them at the wrong time, or you offered them the wrong thing, or you did it in a way they didn't like. And so my 2 cents on having put a lot of sales processes together is most times the sales fail because you didn't actually try. And so what I mean by that is like, make it cool. You know what I mean? Like that whole rubber band store, like I thought, I was like, what would be the coolest thing I could think of? And so I feel like so many business owners are just lazy with it, and then they get lazy results. And so it's like unsurprising, right? And so it's like, okay, if I have 5 opportunities, well, not only am I going to ask it those 5 times, I'm going to ask in a different way each of those 5 times and have maybe a different incentive that's associated with that, that's more relevant to that time period or the problems that they're dealing with. We might lead with a different hook in terms of how we're like, you might not have taken the first hook that we said, hey, to get more of that thing. So then maybe the second way we offer even the same product is just a different way to offer the same thing. And they're like, oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was this. It's like, oh no, we also do this. And I think that would help you. And so we want to kind of be like a Rubik's Cube of being willing to change our sides depending on where the customer's at in the journey with the business. And so I can't overstate this, like make it cool. You know what I mean? Like make it an offer so good they feel stupid saying no, and fewer of them will.
So that is customer service. Customers came in with unrealistic expectations. They got inconsistent answers. You graduate by having a proper CS playbook to onboard and train the team so that they are consistent. You get in that game tape review, which is also in sales, and you create a customer ascension path that everybody understands. So next we move to IT, which is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information. And so right now, the constraint of IT is that employees are using their personal hardware and software, which creates issues when people leave, right? There's no tracking for leads and customers interacting with your business. And so to graduate, the company needs to provide company-owned and controlled hardware and software. Also, you need a dashboard and a reporting system, okay? So what does that look like? It looks like getting them company hardware, okay? Here's the thing. I learned this in my first business, which is like, don't skimp. If what you're getting them is like a shitty, I don't even know what you use anymore, T-Mobile or something. I only have Verizon, so I have no idea. What's a shitty phone?
Well, it's like you can get a bad phone, you can get bad service, you can get bad internet, you can get a bad computer that's slow, you can have them not have enough memory or enough RAM. Like all of these things affect their productivity.
And the thing is that they won't use them if their personal devices are better, faster, and more up to date. And so do not be cheap. Invest in their work devices. Just have very strong policies in place around that you get those things back if they leave. And if they damage them, what they're liable for versus what you're liable for, and get freaking insurance on all of your shit. That being said, it can go in the employee handbook that they turn them in when they are fired or when they quit.
Just to give you a monetary incentive for this, if you think, for example, that someone, like if you have a computer, like their personal computer versus a work computer would have twice the upload speed or download speed time, or that would be like on a media department. If you have a sales guy who has bad connection, and if you had an upgraded materials or upgraded service, he'd be able to have way fewer drop calls. What's like a really good laptop and phone and everything might cost like $2,000 or $3,000, right? And like on a sales guy, you would literally make that back on one sale a year. And so it just makes almost no sense not to do. And this is just something that I am the cheaper of the two of us. And so I'm like, they can use a pigeon. You know what I mean? Like they can send mail. You know what I mean? They can use these cheap Android phones. But the thing is like I was the one who ended up losing out overall. So it's like make the slightly higher short-term investment to get way more on the tail. It's also a cool factor. Like you get a new job, you get some new gear. Just like we have an all moment that we have for our customers, you can have the same thing for your team. And it doesn't cost much. Like you have a $100,000 a year employee and you spend $2,000, that's a 2% relative to their income. It's like, can we get even just the buy-in that they think it's cool, does that raise their productivity 2%? Maybe. Like if they enjoy working on their computer more, they will work more. And I'll also say, if you've ever had somebody walk away with like all your SOPs or all your customer data or all your files of videos that you recorded content on and you have none of the originals because they took this is why you have to own this stuff, because now you start making real investments and the products of their work belong to the company. Not just not the hardware, the stuff they did on the hardware belongs to you. If you have these super complex models that they built, but it's just on the computer and it's gone, it's gone.
So for IT, people are using their personal software and hardware. And so to graduate, we want to provide them with their own. So the next one we move to is recruiting. So recruiting is how you find and hire people to work for you and your company. So at this level, you have trouble finding higher level roles or managers, okay? And so to graduate, you want to make sure that you have deliberate promotions from within rather than defaulting to what we're going to call the Peter principle. And you want to incentivize employee referrals so that your cost to acquire talent stays low. Okay, so I will break down. So the Peter principle is when people are promoted to the point of their incompetence, okay? And so a lot of times what happens is that you promote people because of convenience. Because you're like, I don't know who else would go there, and I don't really know how to find the people to go there. And so what happens is you have shitty managers. And so your business actually then loses efficiency because then you have people who are inexperienced or incompetent, or both, which is often the case. You promote people to be managers who are both inexperienced and incompetent in the role. And so because of that, things start to suffer in the business. If you do it in sales, sales will suffer. If you do it in CS, CS will suffer. If you do it in finance, finance will suffer. And so the department will always suffer because of the incompetence or inexperience of the person that's over it.
And you lose twice when that happens. One is you lose an individual contributor who was really good, and then so you lose that guy, and then that guy now fills into a role where he also sucks as manager. So you lost a contributor and your manager sucks, so everybody else starts sucking too. Like, it hurts you twice.
So here's what you want to do to protect yourself against this, okay? Put your people through the normal hiring process to see if they would even get hired if they came from the outside. That's the first thing that you can do because process protects us from our emotions, okay? The second thing is have them prep an interview for the role like normal. So a lot of times what happens is you go into it and you're like, oh yeah, they're gonna go through the process, and then people don't actually ask them the same questions or grade them like they would somebody else. You have to make sure that you treat them just like they're a candidate coming from the outside. Or if you're like, I do think the person is ready for this role, you can do what you call a try before you buy trial period. Okay, and so what that means is you're going to essentially give them 60 to 90 days to try the role. Okay, so what this might look like is you say, hey, you know what? You're a CSM, you're a customer success manager. You want to be a customer success director. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give you a 60-day trial period. That 60-day trial period, I'm going to outline the milestones that you need to hit, the things that you need to complete in order to pass the trial. And so what you would want to think through is basically like, if you were to bring somebody new into this role, what would they do in the first 60 to 90 days? That actually is a great benchmark for what the trial needs to complete, because you're seeing essentially if they can do the job. And so the reason I like this is because if I have confidence in somebody and if they like learning and growth, this is a way that you can invest in them and give them a shot at the role. So the worst case is that they come out with more skills even if they don't get the role. The best case is they have more skills and they get the role. And the way that you can measure this is essentially by you take the job description for the role that they're wanting to get and you just highlight it red, yellow, green. Here's where you suck, red. Here's where you're okay, yellow. Here's where you're great, green. And then from those, you can go over it with them and say, great, by the end of this trial, these all need to be green for you to get the role. It is like that. It's that objective. And then you can have check-in periods with those people, say on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, to talk about the progress they're making towards that try before we buy period. And so either way, put them through the normal interview process or have them try before you buy. Either one, notice that you're being objective, not subjective. Do not put people in a role out of convenience, do it out of intention. And you have to do that by putting these processes in place. Now, the last thing I will say is that when you are trying to get better people in managerial roles, right? And you're trying to get better people overall, focus on employee referrals, okay? This is the crazy thing. People who are referred by somebody else in the company stay 70% longer, 70%. And just like increasing your LTV is like the goal of most business. It's like, how do we increase LTV? Because if we increase LTV, it makes everything else easier. We can spend more money on all these other things. The same goes for employees. If you can get them to stay longer, you can invest more in the hardware. You can invest more in the software. You can invest more in employee gatherings and meetups. You can invest more in training them. You can invest more in all those things if your people stay longer. And so you get that by getting referrals from people. And so then what happens is just like there's CAC, there's CAT, right? Which is the cost to acquire talent. And so if you can get people to refer, then you can do that. Now, an easy way that you can do that is by thinking about it like this. How much money would you pay a recruiting agency to bring in somebody to your team? It's like, okay, well, average agency takes 20% of the role. Say you're hiring for somebody that's $80,000 a year. So you're like, okay, well, shoot, I'm gonna be paying, whatever, $16,000, $17,000 to this agency to find this role. Well, couldn't you take like half that and pay your team for a referral? Seriously. And so it's actually really interesting because in our first business, we paid $2,000 to an employee for a referral. Now we pay $5,000 to an employee for a referral. And there's a significant increase in how hard people will try to refer somebody into our business, because it's almost like, imagine if they could refer 5 people. I mean, gosh, that's $25,000. That could be a third of somebody's salary, if not half of somebody's salary. That's incredibly meaningful. And so you want to make sure that if you want employee referrals, employees are incentivized to refer. And so look at what it costs you to acquire talent and then say, okay, I could pay all the way up to that to acquire talent.
And so a friend of mine had an insurance business, and he was kind of stuck for a few years. And his was a kind of a broker agent model. So it was just all about headcount. Like how many productive agents could he recruit to his insurance company? And he realized that a productive insurance broker or agent made him $250,000 a year. And so his whole business transformed when he said, okay, well, I'll give 10% of that year one to get somebody. He just delayed when they would give it until the point that they had become productive. And so he started giving $25,000 for every agent that people brought into his firm, because he's like, I would happily pay $25,000 to make $250. And so if you have a revenue producing role specifically, and you know what that role should do when it's productive, it's the same LTV to CAC ratio as you have on a customer. It is literally a reinvestment in the business, and you have an expected return. And so it's one of the huge, like most underutilized ways to compound a business is just pay the entire team. And the other benefit of this, and Layla brought this up with the referral staying longer, is guess what else they do? Is you have an internal champion that wants their friend to succeed. And so they get the discretionary effort of the person who referred them because they want them to be productive by day 90 so they can get their commission, right? And so it's like, they also are only going to bring in the smartest people because they're like, well, I don't want somebody who's going to drag ass. I got to work with this guy. And so they're only going to bring in the best people. They're going to work extra hard to make sure they're productive. And they're going to drag them through that higher bar that you set for the much bigger payout. And then you as the business owner, and everybody wins. And you don't have to pay Zuckerberg. You don't have to pay these recruiting firms. You keep the money in the family. And by family, I mean team.
So for recruiting, right? We have trouble finding higher level roles and managers. And so to graduate, we need to deliberately promote people and then also incentivize referrals, which brings us to human resources. Okay, so human resources is how you decrease the likelihood that regulators and employees sue you. Exciting. And so the constraint at this point is you're firing people incorrectly, and so you're exposed. So most people at this point, they're like, I know how to hire people, but they have a really hard time knowing how to fire people, right? And so to graduate, you want to create a termination policy and process. Okay, so what does that look like? There's a couple different things. I'm going to connect some SOPs down below because I think that firing people well is one of the most important things you can do as a business, both from a risk standpoint and from a cultural standpoint. Because think about it like this. There's the risk that you get sued for firing somebody incorrectly or following the wrong process. There's also the risk of how you damage the culture if you fire people incorrectly with no process. If you just fire people unpredictably, following no process, and your team thinks you just do it whenever you feel like it, who's even going to want to stay on your team? Probably nobody. They're not going to feel safe. They're going to feel like that guy's just like a loose cannon. We never know when Sally or Jerry's going to go, right? And so here's what you want to think about. One, firing well. Firing should never be a surprise for people, okay? Most of the times when I have to fire somebody, it is absolutely not a surprise. I will tell you that the last few that I've had to fire, they already knew when we got on the call. They were like, I knew what this was going to be because we had talked about it the week prior. You know, if this continues, if we go one more week with this thing happening, then it's not going to work out and we're going to have to, you should look for another job. And then we get on the call, they're like, I need to look for another job, right? And I'm like, yeah, you got to look for another job. And so you want to get it to the point where it's not a surprise because here's the thing. People feel like, I don't want to make them feel bad. I don't want to. Okay, well, you could either make them feel bad and then they get to keep their job because they know what they're doing wrong, or you can make them feel bad when you let them go and they have no idea why you let them go. And so what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're very explicit about what someone's doing wrong and if they're at risk of losing their job before you even get to firing them. So what this does is it eliminates you as an option for being why they're getting fired. Most of the times people come to me and they say, Layla, how do I know if I should fire my friend? It's always a red flag for me because I'm like, does your friend know that you think that he's so bad that he should be fired? And they're like, I'm like, okay, well then you're the problem. If they don't know how bad it is, you're the problem. So you need to eliminate you as the option. And so what you want to do is give more than you want to give to this person. You want to make sure that you give them all the resources, that you properly tell them where they're sitting. Are you a red, yellow, or green? Hey man, right now, you're a yellow for me. And so like it could either go green or it could go red. And like, I really want it to go green, but it could go red if these things keep occurring. So like, what can we do to get you back on track to be a green? Like simple language like that works really well when you're having these conversations because you're telling them where you're at, but you're also telling them you can be a green and I want to help you get there. Okay. So the first thing I want to state is that this should not be a surprise. You want to eliminate yourself as an option because here's the thing. You could fire people incorrectly all day, but nobody's going to fire you. So if you're the problem, the only person that can solve that problem is you. And so eliminate yourself as the option. Now, if you've determined, okay, this person is an issue, I've identified they're a bad culture fit, they're a bad skill fit, or they don't have any motivation. right? And I have told them where they sit, they're yellow, they're not getting better, they're actually turning into a red. Then we want to talk about when to fire that person, right? Which means we want to prepare ahead of time. We want to make sure that when we fire somebody, it has the least disruption to the rest of the business. So what does that mean? It's actually quite simple. Most people actually delay it. They're like, it's going to need to be months. That most of the time what it means is that when you fire that person is when it's not going to disrupt the rest of the team because you've prepared ahead of time. You've determined, okay, I'm going to fire this CS rep, right? I've got to fire Sarah on Monday. Well, I've determined that these other 4 reps can take on 15% more work each. And so I already have a spreadsheet set with here's the customers going to each rep, and then here's her other things she's doing outside of this, and here's who they're going to go to, and here's what I'm going to take on. And so ahead of time, you determine how you're going to disperse responsibilities before you let somebody go. And then you let somebody go at a time that doesn't disrupt other people's work. So you want to make sure, ideally, the more inexperienced your team, it's right before you're going to meet with your team. So then you can get on a call and say, hey, I want to tell you guys what just happened. I want to explain what just went on here. Ideally, you don't do it before you have a really big sales day for the sales team, right? So example is like, if you're going to let go of a sales guy, do it at the end of the day. Because otherwise people are going to be in their heads. They're like, what the fuck's happening? What's this? It's like you want to give people time to process, especially the less experienced the team, the harder it's going to be for them to hear. If I let someone go who has a lot of friends on the team, I know that it's going to be in their head all day. It's going to disrupt their workflow. And so I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to do it at the end of the day. I'm going to make sure I have 2 hours that I can answer questions for those people. The last thing is how to fire a person, right? So you've created a plan, you create the coverage, then you do the deed, which again, we're connecting a script in the SOP below. And then you're going to want to tie up loose ends. You're going to want to let them know, hey, I'm going to send you an email that's going to give you the information about your last paycheck, about the severance we're going to give you, and about the benefits and what's going to happen to them, as well as where you can turn in your computer. And so if you fire well, if you know when to fire a person so it doesn't disrupt the rest of the organization, and if you fire them in a way that is not personal but objective, then you will have completed this process and you'll be able to protect yourself from risk, both from a compliance standpoint and from a cultural standpoint.
I'll also add this in, is that the 3 reasons, you've got culture fit, skill fit, will fit. Well, if somebody doesn't have skills or they have low will, then the good news is that when you check on coverage, there's not much they're doing. And so the amount of times where we've had somebody where we got to get rid of this person, and we're like, I don't know what's going to happen. And we get rid of them and nothing happens, is more times than not. The only times where you can really feel it, in my opinion, has been when we have somebody who's really effective, but they're a bad cultural fit and they're just kind of a cancer on the team. Those are, I would say, significantly rarer than the other 2. And so I would give this to you to say that so many people just sit with these ones for such a long time just because they're pansies and are unwilling to just have one hard conversation with the person. And so please avoid that, because I've heard somebody in the same conversation say, oh, I've got to let go of this guy, he doesn't do anything. And then say, oh, I can't let him go because we'd have to replace all the stuff he's doing. It's like, well, you just said he's not doing anything. So you just use that as an excuse so that you don't have to have the hard conversation.
Most of the time, people are avoiding the conversation. They're not avoiding what happens after the conversation. And so that's why I've included the SOP, is because I understand it's hard to have those conversations. Let me tell you, after doing this for a decade, I don't look forward to firing people. I still get sweaty, I still have a stomach ache, I still am up the night before. No matter how many, I've done it more times than I would like to share. And so what I want to say is it's not like suddenly it's going to get easier with some magical thing that happens. There's no magic. There's just that you do it scared, anxious, annoyed, frustrated, worried. You just do it anyways. And the thing is that I know that you feel bad because some of these people, you're thinking about somebody right now and you're like, but they have a family and they have this and they have this. And I'm like, yeah, and they deserve to go somewhere that they have a future. And every day that you hold on to that person, you prevent them from having a future in their career. And so you're saving your own feelings in the short term, but then damaging theirs in the long term. You're preventing them from actually tracking with the career that they can have somewhere else. And so I think take that frame, because you don't serve anybody by keeping them in a job where they have no future. So that being said, HR, we were firing people incorrectly, we were exposed. We create termination policies and processes, which brings us to finance.
All right. So the constraint of this level is that you don't know how much money you can reinvest into growth. And so to graduate from here, you make a budget so you can save for big expenses. You create simple financial forecasting, which is okay, well, if this continues into the future, this growth rate or even this plateau rate, what things can we expect to have happen and what things can we plan for. And then you begin keeping track of tax write-offs. So we did little versions of this. Now we're kind of doing the slighter, bigger boy version of this. All right. And so thinking about the big expenses / investments coming up. So this is like events. You have a big promotion you run twice a year. Inventory that you're going to buy in the future to make sure that you can get some economies of scale. You're going to pre-order a little bit more than normal so you can decrease your average cost, but it's going to cost more cash today. You might have equipment that you're going to need. Okay, we get to 1,000 witches a day on this machine. We're going to need another machine. If we get to 20 lawns a day, then we need another, lawnmower. Right? If we're going to open up a new location, if we're brick and mortar, all these things are expenses and or investments that are coming up. Investments are things that increase the output of the business. Expenses typically are things that just allow you to continue running the business as is. All right, so figuring out how much they're going to cost and where you're going to need it. And so as soon as you have this forecast of like, we're going to probably do it on these days, it's going to cost this much, then you say, okay, well, how much do I need to save per month to make sure that it's smooth for us cash flow wise? Then you figure out how much you're going to have with your current run rate, 6 to 12 months out. And then you start, and then the last piece here is you have write-offs. And so as you have more expenses and more investments, you can write off more and more things from a tax perspective, which is one of the benefits of being a business owner. And so pretty much that's it for finance. Like there's not a huge amount there. Like the big point here, you don't know how much money you can reinvest in growth, and you need to. And so we make a budget, we save for the big expenses, we put a forecast in place so we can actually make a guess based on how much cash flow we're going to have. And then we begin keeping track of those expenses and write-offs so that at the end of the year, maybe we don't get hit with as big of a tax bill. And so the bottom line at this level of productize is that right now you had nothing new to sell new customers because your LTV to CAC was too low. And so we had to expand the LTV to CAC. We had to create a second product around that. And so to graduate, we make and sell our second premium product to those customers and then continue to reinforce the infrastructure of the business as we continue to scale. And so at this point, we've graduated from 10 to 19. And so now our business should be at the point where we're in the 20 to 50 range. All right. So we're starting to become like, we're starting to really be a business. And we go from productizing where we had to create the second product to now we need to optimize. And if you're brand new to this, or this is the first video you've seen and you're like, man, this is really cool. Well, we can create a custom plan for you. And so we spent a long time. So me and the acquisition team, our functional experts, I talked to 3 billionaires to vet the model that I have here. And they were like, dude, this thing's so accurate. It's crazy that you're just giving this away for free. And so inside of it, you'll have exactly where you're at in the roadmap, what you need to do at this level, what you need to do the level before that you can tick and tie off, and then what things that you need to prepare for that next level. So that not only are you saying, okay, I've shored up my back end, I've got everything I need to do today, but I'm solving today's problems with sight or with a line of sight to the future so that I'm not screwing myself for the next step. And I would say, honestly, a big benefit of taking a page out of someone else's book is that we've made a lot of mistakes. And now we've done this 4 times, getting to 100 million in terms of enterprise value for companies. And sometimes it's tough because you'll get somebody who's one step ahead of you and they'll just tell you what to do the next step. But they don't know that one step ahead of them, they're going to actually have to backtrack 2 steps and then do it again right. And so we've been all the way to the top of this pyramid multiple times. And so some of the things that we're telling you to do along this way might not feel like it makes sense at that point, but we know because the first time we went up the mountain, we're like, man, it would have been so much better if we had not messed that up. And then the second time we're like, we got all these ones right, but then here was a lot of friction. And then the third time. And so every time we do it, it gets faster and faster that we go up this mountain. And so I'd just like to help you do the same. And so it's free, it's custom specifically to your business. There's a button below this, you can go opt in for it. If you want it, just enter your information and we'll send it to you. Otherwise, we'll see you at the next level for stage 6, optimizing.
So we started, if you noticed, it was just you, and then you moved from it being just you to using freelancers, and then from freelancers, you had like 1 to 4 employees, just a handful, then it turns to 5 to 9, then you're crossing the double digits. You go from double digits into now we're looking into double tens, which is 20 to 49 employees. Okay, so we've gone all the way from it being just you to having like your own little community, right? And so what is the optimize phase? Okay, it's 20 to 49 people. That's what we're looking at. Your role in this optimize phase is you're a leader now. So prior you were a manager, now you've stepped into, you must be a leader because you cannot manage everybody on your team. You have to be able to lead people on your team. And what that looks like is having 2 full layers of managers. So before you had the managers that were managing individual contributors. Now you have managers that manage individual contributors. Now you're atop of all of those. The amount of businesses that get here, only 2.1 million. So it's really like looking at everything you see online and all the people that you hear about having all the success, 2.1 million businesses at all get here. So like if you are here and you're watching this and you're like in this phase right now, like congratulations, because that's freaking awesome. It's insane. And it's hard to do because in general, once you get to this phase, you cannot do everything yourself. Things become a lot harder because you have to work through people to do them. So that being said, we are going to dive into what does product look like at the optimized level.
And also, if you're connecting from stage 5 to stage 6, when we're saying team like layers of managers, the title of the manager would be different. So like we were directors with managers and then individual contributors, and now we are the one leader above directors, manager, right? And so you'll notice that in the beginning, the first few phases, because I don't want to say it's made up, but to a degree, like researcher, starter, doer, trainer, like there really aren't terms for that because it's so small of a business. But basically from 2 stages ago until now, you're more or less the actual title, you're above the highest title in the business. So right now you have directors and you're leading them. And then next level, it's like, okay, well now we're gonna need leaders, right? So a little foreshadowing there. But now let's begin with product. So these are the goods, services, and results that you deliver. And so at level 6, 20 to 49 employees, the constraint is that you're improving 2 products. Remember, because we have 2 products now. Product improvements slow down. All right, because you're like, oh shoot, you're balancing 2 plates, right? And so to graduate, you need to install an incremental product improvement process for both products. All right, so this is what that looks like. So you list all the problems with both products, then you estimate gain, cost, and risk. So this is the same RICE, like there's a number of different frameworks you can use here, all right? But like RICE is a common one which we talked about earlier, which is like reach, impact, confidence, expense. Here, it's what's the impact, which we're saying is gain, what's the cost, and then what's the risk. Almost all of these have the same 3 to 4 elements in terms of the decision-making process, which all of this is, which Layla referenced earlier, is just prioritization of resources. And what you'll find is a common theme as you kind of go up the entrepreneurial ladder. You listen to Steve Jobs talk. You listen to Elon talk. And the best entrepreneurs, like at the highest levels, all they talk about is focus and prioritization. And so if you see this as a repeated theme, it's just that resources expand, and so you need to recut, reprune, reprioritize. And then resources are going to expand again. So this is more of a cycle than it is a box that checks. It's something that continues to repeat over and over again. And so at this point, you have your estimations. How much is it going to make us? How much is it going to cost us in time? How likely is it to occur? And you could add how many people will this affect? You could also combine that together, but fundamentally, will it affect a lot of people or a few people, and how much, right? And then we re-rank them by the highest impact, lowest cost. And then we prioritize fixing them one at a time. So I want to really, really nail this one. A lot of people don't like this concept of fixing things in sequence, right? They want to do, we have multiple people, like we have them all work on different things concurrently. But here's the thing. It just, in my experience, this is like, it's so big, is that you have to be able to say, that's a fire. We really do need to fix our conversion rate. We really do need to fix sales. And yet we are not going to talk about it as a company because it's not the priority. Now, is it a problem? Yes. But is it the biggest problem? No. And so here's the cool thing, is that if you tell the whole team no one's going to work on any problem but this problem, guess how fast that problem gets solved? And so here's the thing. If let's say we wanted to solve all 4 problems at the same time concurrently because we have 4 teammates, I will guarantee you that if all 4 people work on one problem and they feel the urgency because they're like, that fire is still going, you're like, yep, we better solve this one quick then. Then they solve that one. And then all of a sudden you're like, great, we tick and tied this one, it's done, we don't need to think about it. And now all 4 resources are dialed into the next one. And so if you think about it like a magnifying glass, it's like you have this sun and you're trying to burn a hole in the paper. Most businesses just stay too far away and they just warm the paper up. They never actually break through. You have to concentrate all that effort, and you would be amazed, and I'm telling you as an entrepreneur, you will get addicted to the rate of progress you will make if you actually say, no, we're gonna do this in order, even though we can hypothetically in our minds think we can do it at the same time. The urgency of the other fires will force you to the first one so much faster because no one's allowed to do anything else. And then by the very nature, their whole schedule is clear except for that problem. And you'd be amazed how fast problems get solved. And the last piece here is that if you have, from a prioritization perspective, sometimes you get lucky. And so if you have a contingency-based priority, which is like, well, we can't walk through the building until we open the door, right? And so if you have one of those, then it actually makes prioritization easy. Well, no matter what, we have to do this first. But a lot of times you don't have contingencies. You have a shared pool of resources and many problems that all need to get fixed. And so I'll put this one last piece that Layla taught me, and it's honestly like really changed my outlook as an entrepreneur, which is why I'm hitting on this so hard, is the difference between missed opportunities and problems. Missed opportunities have stressed me out my entire life because I'm like, oh my God, we're losing all this money, but you're not losing all this money. You could be making more, but you're not. But there are problems that currently exist in the business. And the more I have focused all of my effort on solving problems, not pursuing opportunities, the more my existing opportunity expanded. Because the thing is if you do pursue those opportunities, instead of solving the problems, you actually scale both. You scale your problems and you scale the new problems that come with that new opportunity that you didn't know about. And now you have more problems and even fewer resources to deal with them. Whereas if you tick and tie all the way up, you actually keep things contained and you grow by getting better rather than by doing more, which you'll notice optimize being the theme here. That is the theme at this stage.
I think in Alex's instance, what you relate to is the missed opportunities versus problems. What I relate to more when it comes to prioritization, what I struggle with, somebody with my personality type, is wanting to have a perfect business, wanting to be a 10 out of 10 product, 10 out of 10 marketing, 10 out of 10 sales, 10 out of 10 CS at all points in time, and therefore creating competing priorities. And so a lot of the times for somebody in business who is a little anal, you have to learn that you need to let things be imperfect. And that there are no perfect solutions, because even the solution that you deploy will create other problems. And so a way that I have been able to prioritize things is by allowing things to be imperfect and not making the goal to have a perfect business, because likelihood that you have a perfect business, the only businesses that are perfect probably exist on paper, right? Or they go out of business. And so, or they make no profit. And so realizing that business is not perfect and that things are going to remain imperfect and that you cannot solve all problems at once has been what I would say one of my biggest breakthroughs as an entrepreneur, has just been realizing that if you try to perfect everything at once, everything becomes mediocre.
And so looking at this from a feature prioritization, so every single product has features, services have features. These are the things you do that you bundle into your service, right? Or whatever you sell. And so there's kind of two methods you can think about. So method one is you list your features in a community and have them upvote them. I don't personally like this, but if you're just kind of not that smart, you can just do this, because they will make a judgment based on their existing understanding of the resources that they don't know exist. And so if you know that there are technological capabilities, that there are things that you could do that they don't know you could do, then that's where you miss out on the big order of magnitude jumps. But I have seen some businesses do this well. I think it works better in businesses where there's very little technology, in my opinion. I have seen some tech businesses do this, but in my opinion, I think the most innovative businesses, they have a deeper understanding of their business than the customer does. And they're like, what if we did this? And then the customer's blown away by it. But it's like Elon's gonna probably release a phone, and it's gonna be because of SpaceX, because he's got more satellites in space than anyone else. But thinking, wait, how is the space company going to make a phone? But it's because no one would ask for the phone, because they don't understand the technological capabilities required to make a phone and the hardware requirements in order to do it. So one is that you can just ask the audience. Not a terrible idea, but it's, I would say, mid. Method two is that you list all the features you have in your product and ask, and this one I like a lot in terms of pruning. All right, so to be clear, this is about elimination rather than what we're going to build next. Here we say, if I have these 10 things that are associated with my service or product, if I got rid of all of them but one, which one would you want me to keep? And so it forces the customers to say, no, these are the things that are most valuable to me. And so one of the things, we actually learned this with school, is that the number one reason people cancel memberships and subscriptions is overwhelm. People want to over-deliver to their customers, but in so doing, they just overwhelm their customers. And so they just keep adding things because they think more is better. But better is better, and more are very different things to do. And so the way you make things better oftentimes is just by pruning things off in order to let the tree continue to grow and get healthier. That's why in gardens, you prune the tree. That's how it grows. It's how you make it stronger. That's how you make it better. And then on the flip side, you could say, if we kept everything but one thing, which thing would make no difference in your life? And then here's the kicker. Once you have, okay, these are clearly the top 2 or 3 things that matter the most, and these are the 2 or 3 things that matter the least, delete the bottom one, and then don't say anything. And the reason we do it that way is because you don't want to say, hey guys, would you be okay if I remove this? Everyone's going to be upset because it's just, you're taking something away. But most people don't even, you can look at it, no one's even using this, right? Or if they are using it, maybe they're not getting value from it. If they all ranked it lowest, and I'll tell you the story behind this. We did this exact survey, and one of the features we had 11 or 14 things, whatever. It was a big list of the things we were doing at Gym Watch. And the thing that came back that was surprised to me was tech support. We had a 35-person department handle tech support, because it was one of the big things that happened. Gym owners didn't understand how to make websites, pixels, ads, whatever. And so it came back that the lowest ranked thing we had was tech support. They said, if you got rid of it, I wouldn't care. We got rid of a 35-person department, which was incredibly painful for us in terms of, it was like a layoff, but not really. The company was healthy, but just no one valued it. And nothing happened. Churn stayed the same. Customer CSAT score stayed the same. Nothing happened. And so if you do the deletion, then wait. If no one says anything, congratulations, you're making more money for doing less, and you have literally a better product. And if people do respond, before you immediately add it back, just think to yourself, who are these customers? Are they the type of customers that I want to serve? And long-term, is this what I want to grow? Do I want to grow this part of the base, or do I not want to grow this part of the base? And so sometimes you do have strategic cuts where you're like, we're going to lose 5% of our customers on this, but overall the product or service is going to be healthier. That is how we're thinking about through optimization. So it's a combination of what new things are we going to create in terms of how we're going to improve the product, and then what things are we going to delete in order to also improve the product. So it's both through new things and also deletion. And so this is what we graduated from. Improving two products slows down their improvements. And so we have to prioritize and say, this is the only thing we're doing. We will solve this problem first. We will work on the rest once we've solved this one. And then from a deletion perspective, you take the bad stuff out. And so that completes product. And now we move on to marketing. So how you tell people about your stuff. So at optimization level 6, you're doing 2 to 50 employees. The constraint here is that ads aren't converting as well to colder traffic. So CAC goes up. So before this, we couldn't convert because LTV wasn't high enough. Here, CAC is actually continuing to go up, which feels similar, but you have different ways of solving them. All right. And so to graduate at this level, we implement the ad assembly process to increase volume. So we have to just make more ads. You're advertising in more platforms, in more places. You're spending more money per day. Ads fatigue faster in those audiences. So we need to have more variety. All right. So this is what the ad assembly process looks like. And so the way that we do this is that we write out 50 hooks, 3 to 5 kind of meaty parts of the ad, and then 1 to 3 CTAs. And you'll notice the reason that this is so disproportionate is that if you quote David, or I'll quote David Ogilvy, he said, after you've written your headline, you've already spent 80 cents of your dollar, which means that only 20% of people are even going to get past the hook. And so this is where you have the most variety, because you could literally run the same meat ad and just keep recycling hooks and get different people over and over again. That's how you prevent the banner blindness, actually comes from the hooks. So the hook is by far the most important thing. If 80 cents of your dollar for advertising is getting spent there, then 80% of your time should be spent there. So this is how I think about hooks. So hooks are, I like looking at my past ad winners. So in the beginning, if you have never had an ad that worked, then you just make up 50. But at this point, you should already have ads that are working. So you look at your past ad winners, you say, cool, how do I just do more of that? Then you look at your content winners and say, oh, there's hooks from my content. I wonder if I can use that hook in my ads. One of my top performing school ads right now is actually the hook from a content piece that was, hey, when you're 85 years old, you're not going to wish you had fewer crazy stories. That's from a content piece that then became a top performing ad. The next is other people's ad winners. So if there's other ads that you see, I love taking hooks from completely disparate industries. So it's like, there's a hotel chain that uses this hook, but it could totally work for what we're doing. We just have a different meat afterwards. So I love the artist steal, or whatever the saying is. I love stealing like an artist. All right. Other people's content winners, same concept, just on content. And then finally, I use this as my last kind of resort, which is I just research the ad library. So most platforms have ad libraries that are public. And so if you see an ad that's been running for a month, 2 months, then you know that that's probably a winner. And so you can look at different people in the industry, you can look at people outside of the industry. And I just like looking at top performing ads, period. Because personally, I don't like looking like I'm looking at other people's stuff. I also don't like being influenced in general. I kind of always want to just do my own thing. And so grabbing from, a TikToker, TikTok shop for lashes, and then I realized that I can use the first part of their hook with the second part of someone else's hook over here. That's where I think the magic really happens. But I still do the other 4 first, because these are in order of risk. The likelihood that a past ad winner works again, super high. The likelihood that your past content winner works to the same audience, pretty high, right? And so we're just going in decreased order of likelihood for the hooks. So once we have the hooks written out, then we have basically different ways of stating the offer. More or less, that's what this is. And so you think about the 8 value drivers, which we had 4 for the value equation. They just have mirror images. And so you have your dream outcome, which is, here's the good stuff, but you also can depict the nightmare situation. Like, you ever seen an ad where it's like black and white and they're like, it's like, it's a nightmare in terms of the meat of the ad. Like, what's the situation that they're describing? Then you have risk or perceived likelihood. So how can we show the risk of not doing this, or show the low risk of taking this, our option, right? Then you have speed. So it's like, okay, Other ways are really slow and delayed, whereas our way is faster. And then how much work and effort and sacrifice you have to do it with other ways or by not doing our solution versus how easy and sacrifice-free it is for you to take our thing. So I like to look at both sides and think more good stuff, less bad stuff, and we push that all the way through. In terms of the themes of the ads, I either make ads that the meat is about the product or service, so it's just like talking about what we do. The other is talking about the people who have done it. So this is the testimonials. This is sometimes employees talking about the product. Educational is more talking about the explanation behind how it works. Narrative and emotional ads. So these ads are like, you think more like cinematics, if that makes sense. Like that's kind of like the essence of these ones. And then non-human ads. So these are like cartoons, memes. These are the types of ads that work really well here. And so all the way through here, and especially with this product or service one, you're thinking about it, how do I demonstrate the product? How can I demonstrate the service? So if I'm a marketing agency, one way I could demonstrate it is leads. But what do people really want? They want a full gym. And so some of the best ads that we had talking about our service for gym launch didn't talk about our service at all. We just showed a gym that was full. And we're like, that was us. And that works better than saying, look at all the leads we got, people. Because that's what they really wanted. And so there's a famous marketer saying is that people want holes, not drills. They buy the drill to get the hole, but they fundamentally just want a hole in the wall that meets a certain requirement. And so we want to talk about the hole, not the drill. All right, and so then finally you have the CTAs. So once you have their attention and then you deliver the value and explain to them why they value drivers, right? And we make it about one of those 5 themes. Then we go to CTAs, which is we tell them what and how to do it, when to do it, what they get for doing it, what happens next, which is optimal, and then demonstrates what it looks like and what happens. At the end of almost every ad I make, I have what the next page in the funnel looks like and showing them click on the button that creates the form that submits. And I like to show them because that way it's congruent. So they see that and then they go to the page and it's exactly what they expected. And so it's congruent. That little thing can give you a significant boost across all ads. And so at this point, now you've got a machine. You're assembling ads at this point. You're not making ads, you're assembling them. You're putting the pieces together because what happens is when you have 50 hooks and 3 to 5 pieces of meat and 1 to 3 CTAs, you have 150 to 750 ad variations you make per week. And anyone can do 50 hooks, 3 to 5 pieces once a week. But this amount of ad volume, this is what it takes to scale. Because the thing that's probably limiting your ability to scale your advertising is not your market. It's that your ads just aren't good enough. And so to convert at the coldest levels, you just have to have that much better creative. And so at this level, in Optimize, all we did was get more out of the resources we have. Again, the theme is optimization for here. And so we go from ads not converting well to colder traffic and the CAC going up to implementing the ad assembly process and doing that weekly at a minimum. And so at this point, we transition to sales, which is how you get people to give you money for stuff. And so at this level, the constraint is the closing efficiency on the core product drops and becomes inconsistent. And refunds go down, but so do closes. And so to graduate, we have to install sales training systems and individual coaching in a team cadence. All right, because now you probably have a team of people. And I'm not going to get into too much people stuff because we're going to do that in a separate scaling framework. But this is what what must occur should look like. And so big picture here is that we like to set the frame that no one is perfect. And that means that you as a director or a leader or a manager, you need to tell your team, I'm not better than you are. I'm going to role play with you and I'm going to mess up too. All right, because if you feel like you have to look perfect to your team, you're not going to role play enough because you're going to be afraid of looking stupid. So you got to be like, dude, I'm going to get in there. I'm going to mess up too. We're going to do it together, right? And so number 1, sales training system. This is where you want to start getting recordings in place of like, what do the really good sales look like? What does the perfect script look like? You want to create a tone guide for the script. So what that means is if you have a script that you've got italics, you've got underline, you've got bold, you've got caps, and that can give you insight for the sales rep. Where do you slow down? Where do you speed up? Where do you ask? Where do you ask with a question frame? Like, is that really what you mean? You like dogs? Like, that's a question, or you like dogs. It's like, that's a very different statement, right? And so giving tone guides for where do we emphasize, where do we speed up, and then where do we lift or lower trail on our voice to become more compelling, right? And so that's what we do inside of the sales training system. Once they have the system that they all go through, then it's like, okay, well, what are the discrepancies from the people who come in? So this is where individual coaching comes into play. So we've got role playing with the specific deficiency for the rep. We typically do twice a day for the first week, once a day for the second week, and then once a week after they're productive. If someone isn't productive by the end of the second week, we strongly consider cutting them. Team trading, so this is the individual level. And then team trading, we still have the game tape. Remember, that's still happening. We have game tape just for sales only. So we have the full team, but then just game tape for the team itself. And on these game tapes with sales, the sales guy gets up and he says, here's all the things I could have done better. I learned this one the hard way. You don't want to get on and have people just tell that guy all the things they messed up. It's horrible. We actually did that. It was like no one wanted to get called. And so now the way it works is you get up, you go first, you say all the things you would have done better, and then everyone else says all the things you did right. And so you get public praise, and then you get to be the one. And what's crazy is most people, when you watch your own game tape, you're like, oh, I messed that up, right? And so that way they know, you know if you watch your own game tape. And then after that, this then informs the specific training that the manager is going to do with that individual. Be like, hey, we're missing rapport. Let's keep training on rapport until we get it right. And then finally, the cadence. So weekly team, daily huddle, and then weekly one-on-one. This is once you're at maintenance. In the beginning, you onboard this way, but over time, you just get into maintenance like that. All right, and so this is what sales optimization looks at this point. Like you've got a team, and you've got to squeeze as much out of them as you can. We're getting more for what we put in. And so for sales, we went from closing efficiency on the core product drops and becomes inconsistent. Refunds go down, but so do closes. And we transition to creating a full sales training system with recordings, with scripts, with best calls, with game tape. We have individual coaching, and we get a team cadence in place so that the team can continue to tighten the screws and get better and better and better. And after that point, we move on to the customer service.
So customer service is how you get customers to refer, to retain, to review, and to resell. Okay, so 4 R's. And so at this level, churn increases due to the volume and new product, right? So you have another product, you also have more volume coming through the existing and now the new one, which creates more churn, right? And so to graduate this, you want to create customer segmentation by cohort, and you want to create activation points. So the first thing that we want to do is segment our customers. So an easy way that you can segment people is by when they sign up or the product that they purchase. Okay, so I'll give you some examples. So when I talk about by customer count, right, it's looking at the time at which somebody signed up. So if you're looking at, okay, somebody signed up in July, in August, in September, in October, in November. Here's why that's important, is because most of the time when something goes wrong, when churn occurs, we can figure out what did we change or what did we stop or start doing at the time that churn increased. And so what I look for is I want to segment customers by when they've signed up to understand what changed or didn't change or stopped or started at that time. So that's one of the first things. A lot of times people say, oh my gosh, we've got to fix all this stuff because of customer churn. It's like, let's find out what we stopped doing or what we started doing at the time when those customers came in. So an example might be, we might have added the second product, and maybe what happened was the CS team just wasn't on their game because they weren't fully trained on the second product, and that happened to happen in July, right? The other thing that could happen is we could say, oh, you know what? Interesting. The people that we signed up for gym launch in January had higher churn than people who signed up in October. Maybe that's because in January, everyone's all excited and they think, oh, I've got to sign up for this stuff. But the people in October were actually just really committed to losing weight. They didn't need it to be the new year to sign up. And so when you segment customers, you're going to learn more about why they will have churned based on when they signed up.
And do you want to be able to put this is actually from one of our portfolio companies. You want to be able to see, okay, this is month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5. So obviously month 1, these guys signed up this month, so we can't get to month 2 yet. This one only has 2 months. This one has 3 months. This one has 4 months. And so we can see, oh, you know what? We have a massive drop off between month 4 and month 5. Okay, what occurs or what doesn't occur here that should occur? And is there something that we can do to get people over this hump? And so whenever you have these points of churn that you can, once you have the data, it becomes much easier to identify these things. Is there something that we can implement 1 to 2 months prior to churn as an incentive to stick? Because if we know that churn happens at month 6, you don't want to give it at month 6. You want to give it at month 5 or month 4 because that's the average. It means that some people are leaving here, right? And so we want to push people through that hump.
So think about it like this, right? You look at when churn occurs. So the month at which it occurs, when they are engaged with your product or service. And then you also look at when they signed up for your product or service and what has occurred at each point in those times. Because when they signed up can set up if they succeed or if they fail at that point of churn. And then at the point of churn can tell you if there's something that happens in the 4 to 8 weeks prior that led up to that point. And so those are the data points that you want to look at when you're looking at customers.
And oftentimes people make the decision to leave 1 or 2 months beforehand anyways. And so you want to be a little earlier on it.
The other thing that you can do is you can do this by product. So you can essentially see, okay, let's take these customers. Let's also segment them by product to see, okay, what if we find out that our customers in our level 1 product always churn, like the highest point of churn is at month 4 versus our second level product, it's actually at month 10, right? And so what you'll see is that when you look at churn without segmenting by product, you're going to solve the wrong problems for the wrong people for the wrong product. And so you want to make sure that you're always segmenting it by product, by understanding even when they signed up. And then sometimes you even want to look at segmenting churn by rep or by CS rep. So what I mean by rep is you can segment churn by sales rep to figure out, is this churn coming from improper expectations that were set? And you can also segment it by who is their assigned CSM. So if your business is one where they have an assigned rep, an account manager, an account executive, you can also segment churn by that. And so the bottom line is that the more specific you can get to the data of the customers, the more likely you are to solve the actual issue that someone's churning. And you don't want to change the entire product or service if it's one sales rep, one CS rep, or one bad month that somebody had, or one poor month of onboarding. So you want to get as specific as possible so you don't make a holistic change for a one-time event. The next thing you want to do is you want to figure out activation, and you want to map out activation for your customers. So a lot of people, when they think about churn, they think about, okay, how do I stop people from leaving? Okay, so then that means that I need to fix, let's make it harder to cancel. Yes, let's hide the button, right? Worst thing that you could possibly do is make it hard to cancel. That's not how you solve churn. Now, that is what a lot of people do. I promise you that will just leave bad reviews for you because people hate when they can't cancel. They hate when it feels like this big amorphous thing. You don't know who to email. You don't know if they're going to email you back. You've got to make a phone call and leave a voicemail and then give your first baby to them. Like, nobody likes that. And so instead, what you want to do is you want to focus on being proactive so that you just prevent churn from happening in the first place. The biggest correlator to reducing churn is activation. Okay, activation is getting someone to engage with your product or service, meaning they actually freaking use it. Okay, and so we call this the 5 M's of activation. Okay, step 1 is you want to map the journey. Okay, so you want to outline the key milestones all the way from onboarding to ongoing delivery to understand the customer behavior. Okay, so what that looks like, if you Google customer journey, you will see it's all of the key milestones. It's the actions that the customer has to take and that your team has to take for the customer to realize value and to go through the entire process of all products. Okay, so it's all the steps the customer does and all the steps you do. So you might call the customer after the sale, onboard the customer on a call, send them an email, send them another email, give them a free guide, get them on a coaching call. While the customer might start measuring their metrics, start running ads, learn how to record ads, and so there's 2 journeys happening at the same time. And so both of those combined are a customer journey, right? And so oftentimes when you're mapping this out, I like to color code them. It might be that the actions the customer take are in blue, the actions that I take are in yellow. That's the first thing, map out the journey. The second thing you're gonna do is measure patterns. So what you wanna do is analyze, notice the theme here that is throughout all these videos, your best customers to find out which behaviors correlate with the highest retention and engagement. Okay, so who stays the longest and uses the product the most? What do they do differently than other people, right? It's a really interesting question. Ask yourself. So an easy way that you can measure these patterns is by interviewing your best customers about what they do through the customer journey. So you would walk them through the customer journey and ask them if there's anything that they don't do or do that are not on that customer journey. Okay? And so once you've mapped that out, what you'll notice is that a lot of the times you will find that your best customers do some things differently. This is something we figured out in Gym Launch, is that we would pull in our best customers to do a focus group, and then we would find that the best customers often did a few things differently than the entire rest of our customer base. And then once we found those things out, we could implement those into the customer journey, which looks like this. Step 3, we make a hypothesis, right? So we identify the key actions or milestones that could represent the activation point based on those patterns of our best customers, right? So once we figured out what they do differently, we then make a hypothesis. Okay, it seems like 8 out of 10 of our best customers do these 2 things that the other customers don't do. So those 2 things might actually be our real activation point. Maybe what it is, right, is that our best customers actually all bring their operator onto a sales call. So in Gym Launch, what we found is that if somebody brought their operator from their facility onto the sales call and the onboarding call, the likelihood of retaining and staying longer was almost double. And so it could be something just as simple as that is a activation point. They bring in their partner to engage in the product. Step 4 is you're going to monitor results. So you're going to run tests to validate if these milestones actually drive engagement, conversion, and retention. So what does that mean? It means, hey guys, you let your team know, we're going to try adding in these 2 things as requirements. We're going to require that everybody bring their operator onto these 3 calls. Okay, and we're going to see if it affects churn in the next 90 days. So maybe if you're seeing that people churn at week 6, so you're going to say, great, we're going to try this, and it's going to take us 3 or 4 months to see if this affects churn, but we're only going to try these 2 things. And here's the key here, is if you change more than 1 or 2 things, I would even say more than 1, you aren't going to know what affects churn and what actually activates a customer. And so the key is to test one thing at a time. And I know it's annoying because it takes time to pan out, but I promise you, what's worse than not knowing how you fail is actually not knowing what creates success. And so the only way to know what creates success in your business is to test one thing at a time. So after you've done that, you modify your onboarding and offer, right? So once you've gone through this process, you're like, okay, this drives success. I have to bring the operator on the call. You're then going to optimize your customer journey to hit the real activation point, and you're going to integrate this into your offer guarantee to include the activation point if that's possible. So here's an example of what that might look like. So I onboarded with a financial software, and I'm guessing that they realized that activation meant that I had to consume these 5 videos, because in order to get me to activate, what I had to do is they said, you will get your first 2 months free if you consume these 5 videos in a live webinar format. So I had to be there at a certain time 5 times, 5 weeks in a row at it was 3 p.m. on Thursday, watch this recording, fill out a survey to get the 2 months free. But I am very certain that they know that that activates a customer, because guess how long I used that software for? About 4 years, right? And why did I use it for 4 years? Because in each of those webinars that I consumed, I learned so much about how to use the software I would have never known if I had not consumed. And so that is an example of how you can then optimize your offer, right? Which you can say, and great, if you sign up today and you watch these 5 videos, then you can, and that goes to Alex and something that you would optimize.
Yeah, and you get a rebate that's associated with that, which then allows you to advertise the net cost post rebate in your advertising, just as long as you disclaim the fact that it's after rebates. If you've seen advertisements that say free television and it says after rebates, then that's how it works. It's because they want you to do certain actions.
So when it comes to customer service, churn increased due to volume and new product. So what we did is we segmented our customers by cohort, and then we implemented activation points by the product.
We acquire a lot of companies at this stage. Optimize. They have 2 products, but everything's inefficient and they need to grow by doing everything better rather than more. And so there was a company that we had where CAC was going up and the ads weren't converting as well. And so what we did was we just implemented the changes to help them optimize their front end. And so we tore up their entire webinar funnel, sales script, lead nurture process, and the close rate went from 14.1% to 34.9%. And ROAS, because this was an automated conversion process, went from 1.62 to 3.96. And so CAC got almost cut in half, and we increased how much customers were worth. And we did this by implementing a significantly better customer journey. And the renewal then went from 2%, which basically they didn't even track, to 30% of customers, because customer success was having extremely intentional touch points rather than just having it ad hoc or randomly. And so profit went from 5% of this business to 30%. We 6x'd the profit of the business. And so if you are at this stage and you'd like to get to the next level, we have not only done it times over a scaling roadmap that's personalized to you, click the button below this video, go grab it. Secondarily, if you already have the scaling roadmap and you're like, I'd love to have more tailored, individualized, industry-specific tactics on how to implement this in my business right now in the right order, then I'd love to have you out to a workshop. So if that sounds interesting, you can click around, I'm sure you'll find it. And otherwise, enjoy the rest of the video.
So next we have IT. IT is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information. Okay, so at this level, when you have an IT department, right, you have new people coming in and old people leaving with IP, data, and access. Okay, and so what do you want to do to graduate this level? Cybersecurity. I know, it's so sexy and everyone loves talking about all these things. I promise you, this is what most business is. It's boring. So cybersecurity, malware, password protection, and all those things for your employees, as well as onboarding and offboarding procedures. So let's talk about what that looks like, okay? Onboarding is having checklists and password account creation processes for every system with all your company credentials. So here's the key here. By this point, you should have that password protection tool. You also now need to make sure that every account that anyone signs up for is done so with their company email. This sounds so simple, but you'd be surprised what happens that you bring in that password protection tool, people don't want to use it, so then they use their personal emails to sign up for accounts instead. And so what you want to make sure is that when you onboard people, you only allow them to use their company email, and then with that email, they must sign up for everything with that. And there are actually tools that you can use to track by email to see every account that somebody signs up for. So even if they don't put it in the password protection tool, you can actually use other tools to track if they have other accounts they've signed up with that email. So I could go in right now and I could say, okay, let me see every account that Daniel has signed up for. And I could put his into the software and it can show me all the, the Pornhub and I'm kidding, all the accounts that Daniel has signed up for, and I can see that. And so that is how you want to make sure that you're onboarding people. The second thing that you're going to focus on is training, which is you want to have training for each system, for each of their use cases or role, right? And so what that looks like is making sure that for each specific department, you're training them on the cybersecurity and what's unique to them. This is going to look different for a financial department, for a sales department, for a CS department. Anyone who handles the money, anyone who transacts, that is something that is going to fall into needing a lot of training when it comes to this. Okay, so if you look at people in like the operations department, if we look at even like maybe people managing our facilities or like, managing our events or like, speaking with portfolio companies, they might not have to worry too much about this, but people that are facilitating sales, they're facilitating transactions, they're handling financial information, they're gonna need training on how to remain compliant and how to ensure that we have proper cybersecurity protocols in place.
I'll give you a quick story about this. So when we had a vendor, we got an email that was like, hey, just FYI, can you wire, like we're switching our accounts, can you wire the monthly payment? And so for us, it was like $150,000 for this particular vendor per month that we were sending to them. And we got an email like 30 days later from the vendor being like, dude, what the hell? Like, why haven't you sent your money? And I was like, we always pay our bills. So like, that's, our shit's dialed. And they were like, started like escalating, calling us names. And I was like, dude, let's just hop on the phone. So I hopped on the phone with the founder and he's like, we did not get the money. And I was like, well, here's the wire confirmation. He was like, well, what's that account? And I was like, it's the account that you told us you wanted to switch to. He's like, we didn't switch anything. And it turned out that they had been spoofed by somebody else, had made an entire chain with eight of their employees, because it was a chain of our finance and their finance department communicating back and forth. And the wire had been sent to whoever, wherever else it had been, and it had gone through wire hell into all these different accounts. And so the good news was we, because of Layla, had already gotten a multi-million-dollar cybersecurity insurance policy. And so they also had an insurance policy. And so our insurances just basically duked it out to figure out who was liable. And it turned out, since they were the ones who had the data breach, not us, we were just responding to, it was from their domain. So it wasn't like, oh, they misspelled something. Like, it was from their email address. And so anyways, the TLDR is these things are real. And for some businesses, losing 150 grand in 1 month might have been, even if it wasn't your fault, even if you did have the insurance, could be in 3 or 4 months something that would have destroyed the business because you didn't have the cash flow. And so I bring these things up because they are real things, and the more money you handle, the more of a target you become.
Which brings us to the last piece on this slide, which is offboarding. Again, if you can create the proper onboarding, the reason that's so important is because if you onboard people properly, where they're inputting their company email into that system and using the password protection, then when you offboard, you can do a one-click shutdown. So something that prevents a lot of people from firing people is they're so worried about all of the things they have access to. But if you use the onboarding properly and you actually use the systems, then you can do a one-click shut off so that when somebody goes AWOL, you have to fire them, or they quit, you can just boom, shut it off in one click by deleting their account from that system. What are the basic cybersecurity protocols? Okay, so if you are at this point in your business and you're going from 20 to 49 people, these are things that you actually need to learn what they mean. And so what I would say is this, I'm not gonna bore you with it. Screenshot this and understand what these are, because if you bring in somebody to help install these into your business, these are the 5 basic things that we're going to want to get. So we want to have a firewall, something that monitors and filters incoming and outgoing things from our network, basically. We want to have encryption, which is a process of encoding data to ensure that only the authorized people can read it. This would be for legal and financial primarily. Next, we want to have multi-factor authentication. So that's like when you log into Google and they say they have to send you a text to your phone to confirm it's you. You're going to want to have that on multiple accounts for different people in the company. The next one is having software updates and patch management. So this is just the process of keeping software up to date and also applying patches and updates that fix security vulnerabilities. So actually, when you don't update software, it actually leaves you vulnerable, which is why it's important to continuously update the software. Otherwise, oftentimes, that is where you can get like a data breach. And lastly, you want to have access control, right? And this is just, you need to have the least amount of people possible having control to, I would say, high-risk platforms. That's financial, that's legal, that's transactional, right? That's customer information that is confidential, to make sure that if at some point there is a data breach, you know it's only these 4 people that could have had access to it. And so you need to have a list of who has access to the most risky systems. Again, let's think legal and financial. When it comes to IT, you had new people coming in, you have old people leaving with data and with access creating risk. So you want to install cybersecurity protocols, malware, password protection, and proper onboarding and offboarding so that you don't have that risk and you can sleep well at night. Which brings us to recruiting, which is how you find and hire people to work for your company. Okay, so at this level, the number and type of roles that you need exceeds your current network. You can no longer ask your friends, okay? And so everybody who's good that you already did know has a job, okay? And so what you want to do to graduate is you want to learn to headhunt at a higher level roles. And you want to add in multiple interviews and interviewers filtering for different skills. Okay, so you're going to notice some things that were from the last few levels here. The first thing you want to do is you become the headhunter, right? And so outreach becomes more important because job ads typically don't deliver the highest level roles. Because think about it like this. You need a higher level role. It requires more skills. It requires more experience. That means that person is rarer to find, which means that person probably has a job because more people want them. There is less supply and there's more demand, meaning they're harder to find. And so the best people have jobs, which means that you're going to have to find a way to get their attention because they are not looking for you, you are looking for them. And so these are actually some examples that I've included that have gotten me interviews with some really high quality candidates. And so I included them there so you can look at them. Essentially, I have just introduced myself. I tell them some information about me. A lot of times I'm de-risking by talking about a track record, or I'm letting them know that I have a really cool role. And at the end of it, what you'll see is I also ask them always, by the way, if this doesn't work for you and you're not interested, do you know somebody who would be? And so it's actually really cool because I've actually gotten 2 people that are currently on my team hired by sending a message and then someone saying, you know what, this actually I'm not interested right now and I really love where I'm at and all this stuff, but I actually have a friend who would be perfect for this. And then they give me that friend's information and then that friend has actually worked out in 2 cases. And so the main thing you want to think about is you need to start reaching out to people. Now, the easiest way to do this, especially if it's for a higher level role, is you think, where do higher level individuals live? It's typically on a platform like LinkedIn. So on LinkedIn, for example, you can pay to get LinkedIn Recruiter. You can pay to get LinkedIn Outreach. And both of those tools, they have different levels on them, allow you to pop up in somebody's inbox who is not your friend on LinkedIn. And so it doesn't matter if you have the audience or not. As long as you can craft a message that's going to get people's attention, then you can find people on LinkedIn. And LinkedIn allows you to filter for the type of experience, the type of role they have, the geography of where they live, and all of the other things as well. So it's a fantastic tool for doing outreach. And at this point, I will say this, you can reach out to people in your network, but again, you've probably exhausted at this point. And so you kind of have to move to doing this. The next thing that you want to move to is a 4-person, 4-way fit process. Okay, so before, remember we had in the prior levels, we had the 2-person 4-way fit process. So the 4-way fit always remains the same. What we're doing is we're extending how much we're giving into each interview and we're adding more people into the interview process. Because here's what's happening is that when you bring in people with higher level skills, they're also better at BSing you. Because a lot of times the skills they have are presentation skills, influence skills. Those are things that you have to be able to see past an interview. And so when you're recruiting for higher level positions, you need to be digging in more and having more people in the process. So what does that look like? Is that you're actually going to segment these 4. One person will do the expectation screen. One person does an interview for culture. One person doesn't interview for skill fit, and one person doesn't interview for potential fit. So I'll give you an example. Oftentimes, a recruiter does the screening for expectations. The founder or CEO will do the potential fit. And then you have two other leaders that will conduct the culture and the skill fit. That is how you get more, you can mitigate more risk when it comes to bringing the right people into the business. Because what happens as your business gets bigger is you actually also want to get the perspective of other people of that person. Because at this point you have 50 people, you have anywhere between 20 and 50 people on the team. You have other people who know what culture looks like and what culture on the team looks like. You have other people who are going to be working with this person, who are incentivized to make sure that they have the skills, because if they don't have the skills, then this person's job is going to be harder. And so you have other people that you want to insert into the process who are incentivized to get a good person. And then lastly, I would say at this point, you still want to be conducting what I call a potential fit. A potential fit is making sure that this person's career goals align with your goals for the role. After you've gone through this process, you can go into selecting, okay? Selecting is picking the right person, okay? And so that's what's the rate, aka the compensation that you're going to offer to them? What's the offer as a total package? And then how do you check their references? And here's the thing I will say to all this. This piece, at this point in your business, you don't have more than 50 people. You should be involved in all management selection. You should be doing the final interview, and I would suggest, I heavily advise that you do, and I really heavily suggest that you approve all of these things too. Because think about it like this, at this point, you are making an offer. It is a more complex compensation package. There's going to be, and we'll talk about this in the coming ones, but there's going to be more things that you want to play with, and it's going to have to be more custom based on the person's experience and skill. And so because you reached out to that person, and because a lot of the times they have a little bit more leverage than you have to be very prudent in terms of how you present or how you select and what you present to that person. And then how you check for references. Again, as a role becomes more prominent in the company, the more prominent reference checking becomes. And so I might have only asked for 1 or 2 references for an individual contributor, but when I'm hiring for somebody for a manager or a director level, right? Because at this point I'm a leader, I've got directors, I've got managers, I might ask for 4 to 5 references, and I might spend 30 to 45 minutes talking to each. I want to ask the same questions to each of the references because I want to make sure that I have the right data to compare it with. But I will spend a lot of time talking to those people because I want to not just ask one question, but then ask 2 follow-up questions to every answer they give me. If it's like, hey, would you rehire this person if given the chance? And they say yes. I say, okay, why? And they give me a reason. I say, okay, can you tell me why that's true? Right? So you always want to be digging, not 1 follow-up question, but 2. And so again, what you notice the theme here is that we're going to go deeper into each one of these ways of understanding if someone's a fit. We're also going to mitigate risk by making sure a different person handles each one of these things. And then we're going to get really specific with our selection process, and we're going to be involved in it because we want to make sure that the offer that we present to that person is custom to them.
I want to piggyback 2 things on this. Number 1 is that this applies to the higher level roles. So it's not like the 2-step that we had before is now you're like, oh yeah, now all of our individual contributors are going through a 4-way fit. No, if you're getting frontline individual, like say it's editors or it's customer service or it's sales, right? You don't need to do all of this because it doesn't make sense. We're not saying we're going to change the entire process of the business. It's just that now we have a new level of person we have to attract, and the process to attract them is different. And to the same degree on this selection process thing, I want to just give you a cautionary warning here, which is that, there's a couple times in the portfolio we've had founders, who are like, this person wanted to negotiate their pay. How dare they? But it's like, no. Like, this is a higher level role. This is far more common. They're not insulting you. It's par for course. This is just far more standard. And so I'm trying to make you aware of this because if you are now bringing in directors, maybe even bringing in a leader above that, like the conversation changes, the tone is different. It's way more like you're having more conversation with them because it's a bigger bet for them. It's a bigger bet for you financially for both parties. And so it's way more like dating than it is like one night standing.
I might have 3 or 4 calls discussing compensation with somebody who's coming into a director or leadership level role because we need to make sure that it works on both sides. And honestly, if you can't talk about money on the way in, you're not gonna be able to talk about money during the entire time that they're employed with you. And so you might as well start with transparency on the front end because it sets the tone for the entire relationship. That being said, when it comes to recruiting, we have the number and type of roles that exceeded your current network, right? So You already have tapped out your network in terms of trying to get people to work for you. And so you have to learn a headhunt, and you have to install multiple interview cadence with multiple interviewers. Which brings us to human resources. Human resources is how you decrease the likelihood that regulators and employees sue you. Okay, so what does that look like? At this level, the constraint is that you cannot get higher level talent because they expect full compensation packages, benefits, retirement, etc. Okay, and so to graduate, you need to set up benefits, retirement, and advanced compensation plans. So this kind of goes with what we just talked about in recruiting, which is the reason it takes longer is because these are things that you're going to have included now. And so what does that look like when it comes to selecting benefits? I just want to give you guys a quick 5 points that will help you select the right benefits, because I know this sounds incredibly boring. I actually think it's boring as well. It's also very important because though you may not give a crap about benefits, because I know I don't think you ever have. I think we don't even use our insurance, right? Many people do. They have families, they have kids, and they love the fact that they don't have to pay things out of pocket at the company they're currently at because they have amazing benefits. And so I want you to understand, just because it's not important to you doesn't mean it's not important to the people that you're attracting.
I'm gonna throw this in there. Business owners, benefits typically have a higher return than compensation. Hear me out. So it's like if you spend $1,000 a month for an employee to have insane benefits, it's $12,000 a year. And that may retain someone like an extra $40,000 a year in compensation. And so it's like you just make the trade for the money for them ahead of time, and then you can include it. And so a lot of times it's actually a cost savings to you. This is just something that I learned because I'm always like, I tend to be very dollars and cents oriented. But I'm just saying you get a pretty good return on benefits because people value them more than the money it costs to get them.
So when you go about, you're like, okay, how the heck do I figure out what benefits I need, right? Okay, I want you to think through this as a process. The first is you want to assess needs. So identify the top benefits that your employees require and desire, okay? And then ensure they align with your budget and legal obligations. Obviously, so when I say budget and legal obligations, based on the size of your company, the state that you're incorporated, you might have obligations to give a certain type of benefit in a certain degree, okay? That's one piece, and you need to look that up. You can find it on Google. The second piece, though, is identifying the top benefits your employees require. So if you have people of a lower age bracket, you want to understand are, in terms of what types of benefits are available, what's in highest demand based on your workforce. That's the first thing you want to understand. Like, what do people want, right? Is it, for example, at acquisition.com, we have a lot of people who are having like their first kids, right? And so they're building their first family. So they have a lot of needs for dependents, right? And so that is something that I keep in mind when I'm looking at assessing benefits, is like, what are going to be the benefits for somebody's kids when they have kids? The second thing you're going to do is, once you know that, and you're like, okay, I think this is the main thing that people want out of the benefits, and then these are my legal obligations, you want to analyze providers. Research providers based on industry. So the main thing you want to start with is, what providers are popular for the industry of business that you're in? Are you software? Are you service? Are you medical? Are you tech? Are you, all those things you want to factor into who you're going to go with. Then you want to look at, obviously, their experience, their reputation, and their technology. Okay, here's the thing I will say. It doesn't matter how good the benefits are if people don't know how to use them. And knowing how to use them has to do with having a good benefit portal. And so when you're analyzing providers, look at industry experience, look at reputation and reviews, and look at technology. The biggest thing that I've gone wrong on is picking people who have great benefits, but then the platform is so outdated that my employees don't even want to use the benefits, right? Because they don't know how, because it's so archaic that they're like, what the hell is this? This looks like a freaking, I don't know, from 1990, which some of them are from 1990. So that's what you want to do there. Then you want to appraise the plans. When you go with a provider, they're going to provide you with, here's the 3 to 5 plans that you could go with, right? And then you're going to evaluate those plans based on the type of plan, the cost, and then you're going to balance that with what you can afford, right? And value-add services, like they provide wellness programs, they have, health programs. There's all this stuff that people throw in nowadays that you can get based on the plan that you pick. What you want to understand is this. The biggest thing that you're picking is how much you're going to cover and how much your employee is going to cover when it comes to appraising a plan. You're going to have them give you sample plans of what it would look like for different people in your business. So my suggestion is, when they give you the plans to appraise, is that have them run a scenario for an individual contributor, for a manager, and for a director on your team, so that you really know what would they be paying out of pocket and what would you as a company be paying out of pocket. Because just so you understand, when you get benefits, it's going to be anywhere between, on the low side, 15%, on the high side, 25 to 30% of payroll that you're going to add on just to cover benefits. The fourth thing you're going to do is assess the support and compliance. So once you've picked one, you want to make sure that they are going to have your back when it means like they're meeting regulatory standards, and they handle the administration. So right now, when you're from 20 to 49 people, this is where I've gone wrong in the past, is I go with a provider and I go with a plan that has no administrative support, and then I have to hire somebody to do all the administrative support. And you don't want to have to do that when you're this small of a company. When you are big, you're going to have an entire department that handles benefits when you have hundreds and thousands of people. At this point, if you can outsource it to the benefits provider, that is the ideal scenario. Because I promise you, it is something that you don't want to deal with, you don't want someone on your team to deal with, and you don't have to pay someone an extra $80,000 a year in payroll just to cover administrating benefits. And the last one is adopt and adjust. So once you've selected somebody, you communicate the benefits to your employees, meaning you want to sell them on these benefits. Like when you present it to them, it's like it's somebody's birthday. It's a holiday. It is a thing. Because I promise you, you don't want to tell them about the benefits. You want to sell them on the benefits. Because most of the time, talk about it like it's a big deal. You are increasing your payroll costs by 25% just by adding this in to do good for the people on your team, right? Yes, it's going to attract talent and such. It's also going to help people and make their lives better. And so you want to sell them on that. And you want to make sure that you are constantly collecting feedback, I would say on a quarterly basis, about your benefits so that you can figure that out when renewal comes. Because essentially each year you get to determine if you want to stick with the provider, stick with the plan, stick with the amount of support that's provided. And so the only way that you can do that in a way that is beneficial for the company is to continue asking for feedback.
And you want those rates to be reappraised on an annual basis because, for example, I'll give you a real story. So one of our companies, smallish company, so like in this range, because of non-disclosure and HIPAA rules, the healthcare provider can't tell us as the employer who on your team is using the benefits and to what degree. But we had one employee that somehow was in the team and was spending $1 million a year in health costs. And so the thing is that it wasn't them, it was their spouse who had some sort of brain thing that they had to go to some very special hospital and get these very expensive scans that cost something in the neighborhood of like $25,000 every time they got a scan. And so what happened though was that just like you have a credit score, you have like a health score for your business. And so an insurer is going to look at that, or a benefits provider is going to look at that and say, oh, well, this is actually a really expensive company. It really just turned out we had one guy who's just unbelievably expensive and it wasn't even that person. And so, by the way, that cost still comes out of your pocket, which is tough. And this is what, like, I'm just being real here. And it's good that they don't tell you who it is, because all of a sudden, if you had this one employee that you pay, $100,000 a year and it's costing you $1 million, it hurts a little bit, to be honest with you. But I bring this up to say, if in the future that person is no longer with the company, you want to have that appraised regularly so that it's like, oh, our health score is actually way better. And so you can give us the much lower risk rate than we had before. And as boring as all of this is, these are the things that are required to grow. And at least in the US, once you're above 50, you have to have benefits. It's legal because of Obamacare at least. And so we're putting this in to graduate above 50. You want to get this stuff in place because you're going to need it either way. And if you think about, because I think about from a sales perspective, when someone goes to describe why they're staying at the company, they talk about their comp a little bit, but they're like, the benefits are great, right? Or they'll be like, I have great stock options. And so think about what people use to sell other people on why they're at a company. And oftentimes they're not weighted the same way you weight them as an entrepreneur, because by the very definition, you make different decisions than your team does. And so you want to weigh it based on their values, not yours.
And the next piece is advanced compensation. Okay, so advanced compensation, you can break it down into the 5 S's, okay? The first thing you're gonna do, right, because at this point in time, let's think about this. When we are getting in higher level talent, we need to make sure that we have different compensation plans that can be customized based on their level of experience and what you need them to do in the business so you can attract and retain them. That's really what advanced compensation does. Attracts people, retains people, either one or both. And so advanced compensation, the first thing you wanna do is set strategic goals. What do you want to achieve? Is it that you need to attract people or is it that you need to retain people? okay? And then also defining whether your pay will be performance-based or market-driven, right? And so a lot of times when you're thinking about advanced compensation, you're thinking, am I just paying somebody market rate for the role, or am I going to make this performance-based based on what they do once they come in, right? So let's think about somebody that comes in and they are in a CS role, for example. So are we gonna pay them based on growth or retention or both, right? And so when they come in, understanding what's your strategic goal. Is it to drive performance and growth? Is it to drive retention? Is it to drive both? I would suggest not making it more than two things at this point in time, because that's going to be too complex. So 2 at most, 1 is ideal. Here's the last thing I will say on that. Nobody has complete autonomy over any one metric in your company, including you. And so a lot of people will say, well, sales has, yes, I understand, but I also need you to be incentivized to work with sales to affect retention by fixing the sales calls. So no one person has complete autonomy over any one metric, but in order to create advanced compensation, you want to figure out what metric they have the most control over that drives the most growth for your business based on the goals you have. The second thing you want to do is segment and structure the pay elements, okay? So you want to think about salary, then you want to think about bonus or performance pay, and benefits to motivate the team to align with the business goals. So we've got base pay, we've got some kind of bonus incentive like I just talked about, and then we have benefits. All of those create compensation. Compensation is not just the paycheck somebody gets. Compensation is also the benefits they get. It's also the bonuses they get. And so you have to think about those as a package rather than individual things. You could lead with salary and be like, listen, you're going to get really high base pay, but then have lower performance pay and like okay benefits. Or you could say, you know what, you're going to get paid jack shit. I'm kidding. You're going to get paid not much, but we've got insane benefits and you have the opportunity to make a lot of money based on your performance. I will say a lot of businesses that are of this size lead with performance. So they actually say, you know what, we're going to have really high earning potential, and then we're going to have a mid-level salary, and we're going to have good benefits. Neither of those by themselves are competitive, but the performance pay, they're like, holy crap, I could make up to this amount of money. That's usually good for businesses of this size because so much is driven by their individual performance. You only have between 20 and 50 people on your team, so it's really important they perform, and so you want it to be a competitive-like environment. The next thing you want to do is study market trends. So you want to look at the industry you're in to get benchmarks to make sure that you stay competitive and attract the right people. So what you pay, for example, if I hire somebody to be a sales rep in a lawn care business, they're going to make probably a third of what somebody selling enterprise level software makes, if not even like a sixth. It's completely different ballpark. Now, why is that? It's because you're selling less expensive shit. And so think about it also in regards to if the thing you sell costs less money, then it's likely that the performance pay on those roles is going to be less. And so there's a lot of things that affect market pay. Another example of that would be if you look at getting a CFO for a private equity firm versus getting a CFO for a e-commerce business, you're going to pay way more money in the market for getting a CFO for a private equity firm because they need more skills. And so their skill is worth more to that business, and it's harder to find in the marketplace than for a B2C business with e-commerce, where it's like you just need them to count the money and make the P&L, where over here you have them handling $100 million transactions. Okay, so which skill is more valuable? It's going to be valued different based on the industry of the business. Then the next thing you're going to do is just set performance metrics. Define clear goals and incentives that tie to their performance plans, right? And so you can do this with benefits, but I would suggest at this point, you only are tying bonus pay and increases in salary to their performance plan. So what does that look like? It looks like being able to tie their career growth with their pay growth. So if you can clearly define someone's career path to grow in their role, and you can tie it to getting bumps in compensation or even increases in their percentage of their bonus of their performance pay, then those are things that can retain people, they can increase performance, and they can be really attractive to top talent when you're trying to get them in. And then the last thing you want to do is you want to start, share, and simplify. Roll out the plan with clear communication, get feedback from the person, right? And then adjust as your business grows. So each level of management is really going to have a template for the plan. So this is what I will tell you is like, you might have right now, you have your first level of leaders, right? Your managers, then you have your directors right now. It might be that this level, right? Your manager level, you're going to say, you know what? I think based on everything I just thought through, it makes sense that their bonus pay is, you know what, you can earn a bonus up to 25% of your salary. And that makes sense based on the market, based on the size and the growth goals. For your director level, it might be that you say, you know what, in this level, people can earn up to 75% of their salary in bonus. Those are things that you can do so that you can roll that out, and then you can assess it every year. You can look at your bonus pools or your performance pay, your advanced compensation, and say, does this still fit my business goals? But this is a great place to start right now, because at this point in time, you need it to attract and retain that talent.
So I'll just throw this in, which is, you want to be clear, like when we're talking about advanced compensation, is that we want to think about these types of more advanced structures if there's a problem that occurs. And so either we're not able to get high quality talent coming in, or the talent that we have that's high quality is leaving to go to better opportunities. And so what I would caution you against is, oh, I'm going to watch this video and immediately make these super advanced compensation plans when you don't have a problem. You don't have an issue bringing talent in, and the people that are coming in are staying. So if you don't have either of those problems, in some ways, you want to delay this complexity as long as humanly possible. But if you're like, we're putting the job rec out there, we can't get any bites on it, then it's like, all right, we might have to raise our level here to get the kind of talent that we want. Obviously, we've already checked the job description. We know how to review resumes. We've already kind of done those basic things. We really just need to increase the offer.
And I would say that the biggest way that you can figure out that is studying the market. Like if you study benchmarks of your industry, you'll see if you're in the benchmark and you're already paying, then likely none of this needs to occur right now. When it comes to HR, we couldn't get higher level talent because they expected full compensation packages, right? And so we set up benefits, retirement, and advanced compensation plans so that we can get that talent and retain it, which brings us to finance.
Finance. All right, so finance is how you report and manage your money. And at level 6 for optimization, the constraint here is that you're spending money to grow, but you're not. And so money is missing, and you're like, where's my return? You're like, we made these bets, we made these investments, and you're like, I'm not seeing, where's the money going, right? And so to graduate, you have to get more granular financial data, and this is called financial ops, where finance blends with operations so that you can get more, granular by product, understanding what are the gross margin per product, what's your LTV per product, things like that, where you get much more granular information on the business that you have. On top of that, you're going to want to start having a balance sheet for the assets that you have. Because if you keep spending money and you start buying stuff, you start buying equipment, start buying hardware for your team, all of a sudden it's like you have assets, right? You might have a building, you might have multiple buildings, you might have many lawnmowers, you might have studio equipment, you might have cameras. All of these things start to become assets because they are things that you own in the business. And so you want to account for that. Now, because for example, when a company is valued, you value it with the cash that's in there. You value it for the company itself in terms of its ability to generate cash flow. And then you add in the cost of the assets. And so if a business owns 5 buildings, then the cost of those 5 buildings should add into the overall enterprise value of the business. The last piece is that you want to begin making quarterly tax payments, which we already covered earlier. But this is you absolutely have to do this. Please do this. I think I included this twice, mostly because I forgot to do this at this point. And this is when I first started doing it. But I was like, what, we have to pay them quarterly? I thought we had to do it end of year. And so make sure you're doing that. And then you have to scale up AR and AP. So it's pretty common at this point that you have more accounts receivable, you have more vendors, you have more bills to pay. And so those systems need to scale. All right. And so let's talk about AR AP real quick. So not collecting is now unacceptable. So every AR person always has, they will pay for themselves. And so if you only have one, but that person's barely collecting all the amount of stuff that's overdue, then you staff that up. It's a huge missed revenue opportunity. You cannot, and on the flip side for AP, you cannot get behind on payments to core vendors or partners. If you have e-commerce, for example, it's you can't get behind on your 3PL. You can't get behind on buying more ingredients or buying more inventory in the future. They're partners of yours more than they're even vendors. They're core to your business. And so we want to make sure that I always like to be every vendor's best customer. I want to make sure that we pay on time, that we do what we say we're going to do. And it's amazing how quickly you can lose leverage in a relationship with financial mishaps. So if you pay late, I know immediately I'm not getting priority service. They don't like me as much anymore, because sometimes that's how I feel with customers who do that to me, right? And so sometimes in your mind, it's I didn't mean to. It's but it still affected their business. And so by all means, make sure that you staff those roles up, because they are super important also to your reputation.
And one thing I just want to note is that when it comes to scaling up the AR, this doesn't need to be finance. So it can be that AR is a function of customer service. The only thing I'll say is this, which is like AR sits kind of between finance and customer service. What you want to make sure is that when people reach out to people to collect money, that it doesn't feel gross and like they're shaking people down, but it feels like a conversation, and you always ask before you assume. You ask to make sure, hey, did you know that you missed a payment? Hey, did you switch your credit card? Hey, always give them the benefit of the doubt. And what I've noticed is that when we've had AR sit under finance, it tends to be more aggressive and less empathetic. But when we have it sit under customer service, it tends to be more empathetic and less shake you down for every penny you got. And I think that the reality is you want them to not just pay you, but also remain a customer. And so to do that, it's best that it's a collaboration with finance and CS.
So the next piece is the balance sheet. I covered that already, but think about things like furniture, equipment, tech, IP, trademarks, domains, like acquisition.com. That itself is a trademark that has intrinsic value. The domain itself has value. Like there are probably some things in your business that actually do have real value that can trade on the marketplace. You want those things to be assets on the balance sheet. In terms of more granular financial data, this is probably the biggest one in terms of operational for the business, in terms of like what will actually make us more money. And so having a financial dashboard, I remember when we got a controller in and I had my first financial dashboard that I got to see finances across all department, meaning, okay, how much does it cost us per month for customer service? Well, how much does customer service affect churn? Or how much does customer service, has it reduced refunds? How much has it added to our collections ability? Okay, so each of these, remember I said in the beginning, the problem is that you're spending money and you're like, where's my return? When you have it more granular, you can see, oh, this department, it cost me this much money, and this is the return of this department. This department, it cost me this much money, and it brings me this return. The higher up you go, the more you begin to be an allocator of resources. You're an investor. You start to shift where you're prioritizing money, time, energy, humans in the business so you can get the best returns. And you can't do that without data. And so this is why you need to have a more operational finance person who understands how the money trickles down and comes back to the business. And if you don't have an operational CFO, they won't be able to make the tie. Like you should know this as an entrepreneur, and if you don't, like I would challenge you, can you clearly define how every department makes the business money? If you can't define it, they certainly won't be able to. But you want to make that connection so you can see what the true ROI is for the investment in the business. And so some of the things that I like to, when I remember when we got our first financial dashboard was like gross profit by product line. I was like, oh, okay, because sometimes gross profit is cross-departmental. Like we have some CS that's associated with it. We have some like experience. We have some tech that's associated with that. And we want to see a blended idea of what's the gross profit on that product line. And then all of a sudden you get some amazing insights. You're like, oh my God, we really print money on this. And then your controller will be like, oh yeah, this is super profitable. Let's sell more of this. You're like, no shit. And so then all of a sudden you reinvest more, you allocate more resources there. And same thing here. This is gross profit, but then we have our LTV to CAC by product line. It's like, oh, this product line, not only does it make us more money, it also costs us not a lot of money to get these customers. And so again, this is just think more granular, top down, by traffic source, by product line, by customer set. And this just gives you a much better idea to make good investments in the business.
Really the theme here is you're moving from making decisions by intuition to making decisions by information. And that's the biggest shift that you're noticing is there's a theme across these departments. No more intuition. It's too big for you to make all those calls by gut. You've got to move into having the data.
Taxes, this is just a reminder to save up. So like if you know they're due quarterly, don't spend the money. Like save up and then be able to pay your taxes. Just believe me, sleep well at night. And then finally, I added this thing because I thought, I was like, where does this really fit? But I told you the cybersecurity story. I would consider cybersecurity insurance. Like it is worth, like especially in this day and age, the AI stuff and the spoofing, it's getting so advanced. It's one of the most expensive types of insurance because it's so prevalent. And one of these big losses could put your business under. And so I would strongly recommend doing that. And also having an interruption of business insurance as well, which I didn't include there. But if you have some material thing that majorly affects your business, one of your vendors goes out of business, that would majorly affect your business. And so basically that insurance will cover all of your overhead during the time period it takes for you to find somebody else to replace that. So that could be like the insurance company covering 6 months of fixed costs in your business until you can get spun back up again. And so it's one of those things like I like to think, what are the things that will kill my business? And what little percent can I pay today to just make sure that I completely don't have to worry about those things? And so at this level for finance, at level 6, you're spending money to grow, but you're not making money and you're not growing. And so money's missing and you're like, where's my return? And so the answer to that is you have to scale up AR and AP. You have to get far more financial, granular in your financial data. You need to start seeing, oh, we have put money, but it's in these assets that sit on my balance sheet. We have to start having a balance sheet because we've spent money on stuff that actually matters and has value. And we need to begin saving for tax payments on a quarterly basis and consider some of those higher level insurances where you think you have more exposure. What are the things that can kill my business and how can I prevent those things from happening? And so bottom line here, for this level, the constraint that we started with was that we were wasting time and resources on increasing workload. There's just more stuff everywhere. And so to graduate, we grow by doing everything better rather than doing more. We got tons of leads, we got more products, and so this is all about optimization. How do we get streamlined? How do we focus on the things that matter? How do we allocate resources to the places where we get the best returns? This is the theme of this level from going from 20 to 49. You grow by getting better rather than by trying to do more. And so at this level, we got to 20 to 49, so we're crossing into the 50 threshold, so 50 to 99. So now we're looking, okay, we're gonna grow from 50 all the way to 100 employees, and the theme of this next step is gonna be categorize. And if you're brand new, or this is the first video that you watched, and you're like, man, it would be so cool to have someone give me a breakdown like this for my business, we will give you a $100 million scaling roadmap customized to your business, absolutely free. And so below this video, there's a little button, and you'll get a full breakdown of the phase that you just finished or should have finished, and the things you need to watch out for, because you may be ahead on 2 steps, but behind on 2 other steps. And so the things that you're behind on are probably gonna be things that as you get ahead will be increasingly larger risks. And so we said at the beginning, these are rules of thumb. Like sometimes your advertising, you might be an amazing advertiser. You might be a level 9 for advertising, but you might be a level 3 for your HR, right? And so it's like, but that thing's gonna nip you in the butt. And when it does, it's gonna be nasty, right? And so it's like, okay, if we know we're behind on these things, we wanna look backwards, make sure we got all those tick and tied off, and then we wanna be able to look forwards and say, oh, these are the next problems that are coming. How do I prepare for those things now so I don't have to backtrack? And so if you want this, you can go below, click the button, enter your information, and we'll zip it off to you through the cyber worlds. And that being said, let's get to the next level. We just finished Optimize, where we went from 20 to 49 employees. And so now we graduate to 50 to 100. Anywhere in here would apply to your business, but basically you graduate once you pass 100 employees here. And so the theme is categorize. So headcount 50 to 99, your role is that you are now an executive in the business. And so Leah will talk about kind of the layers that kind of exist now.
Yeah, so a lot of the times what happens at this level is you actually form, or at least you'd like to form, 3 layers of leadership. And so what that looks like is at the very bottom of your organization, you have your individual contributors, right? Those are people that don't manage people, they're just operating independently. Above those people, you have managers, and that's your first line of management, so the least experienced management team that you have. Above that management team, those managers roll into what we call, most companies, directors. And then above those directors, what forms at this level and what you typically see when you're at this size company is that you have an executive team. Now, that executive team is usually not fully built out at this point. People are usually more strategic with hiring, say, 2 or 3, even 1 executive, depending on your business and where you need leverage. So an example is in our first business gym launch, we actually ended up hiring a CFO as our first executive because we needed somebody who could help manage inventory, work with legal, and basically redo our finance department, because those were things that we didn't like and they were not our skill. And so a lot of the times selecting who's going to be your executive team depends on your business, what your business needs, and what your strengths and weaknesses are as the leader of the company. And so the second piece to this is that oftentimes what happens at this point is that whether you're informally or formally decided, you as the founder or one of the founders kind of becomes the CEO. And so that's something that a lot of people don't formally identify with, but a lot of the times at this point in the business, what you'll see is that if somebody doesn't really identify with that role, then there's a gap in leadership. And so that's what it usually looks like at this point: managers, directors, executive team. Again, not usually fully built out. Even the directors team at this point, a lot of times you're missing a couple of them, but that's okay, because as you scale up, you will fill out those teams.
And so to put this in perspective, we had 30 million businesses total in the US. There's only 1.2 million businesses that actually get to this level. So you're looking at like 3 to 4% of all businesses, which already only 9% of people own a business. So 9% of people own a business, and of those 9, 3 to 4% get to this level. So you're in rarefied air. So if you are here, congratulations. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is start with the constraints of product and what we need to do to graduate. And so, reminder, product is services, goods, and results that you deliver. And so the constraints at this level are that product becomes outdated, right? Because you've probably been doing this for multiple years at this point. Improvements are beginning to take too long to roll out. And so to graduate, you have to begin fixing one problem at a time with focused feature-specific teams. All right, and so this is what that looks like. So it's ruthless focus on the problem that yields the biggest reward, not the easiest one to solve. I love this story from the GitHub founder. He would come on, and rather than doing this massive onboarding, he just asked what were the top 100 problems that people complained about for the system. And so he brought the whole engineering team on, and he said, we're just going to solve this problem today. And they didn't do anything until they solved that problem. And then they just kept going. And then finally, they would solve the second problem. And what's interesting is that we have this fallacy of concurrent thinking, which is that, theoretically, we should be able to execute 5 things at the same time and get them done in 1/5 the time. But in fact, it takes like 5 times the amount of time as if you had just done it sequentially or chronologically, because the cost of switching is real. And so people don't work that way. And so putting all of the company's resources on one problem then creates the urgency from the fact that all these other problems exist to get that problem done quickly. This one, one problem, one team, one measurable objective. The idea here, so this comes from Peter Thiel. I mean, his team has talked about this, he talks about it, but he was just ruthless in trying to make sure that people only solved one problem. That was it. For the same exact reasons that people have a very hard time splitting focus. And a split focus is like 1/5 as effective, not half as effective between two traits. And the thing is that works company-wide. And so fundamentally at this level, it's very easy to describe this. It's like we just did a quarterly with our largest portfolio company, and we spent the whole day just to say, this is the one thing that we're going to do. Yeah. And it's hard, like I want to be able to describe this to you, but I could just tell you that like at the end of the day, when that happened, the whole team was like, wow, we get it. And so I'm trying to like bring this to you, like right now, if you're like, oh, we've got these 5 objectives and we've got these sub-objectives, it's like you actually haven't prioritized. And that is the job, is that there are many things that are important, but if you can't say this is the most important and that we will do this first, then you haven't done your job.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the times what happens is as the team gets bigger, you think, well, now I have executives, now I have directors, like we should be capable of doing more things. It's not about doing more things at the same time. It's about being able to do more things over the span of a year or 2 years with ruthless focus on the sequence and focusing on one thing at a time. So I think that a lot of the times the reason that there's this illusion that now that we have more leaders, we're going to have more capability of doing that because we have more people and more leaders. But the reality is that it's still one company and the departments are still pulling from resources that you may not even know about. And so there's an example, which is, earlier today was on a meeting with our team and we had, a big problem that we're like, this is the first thing we're going to solve. And the way that I plan my time is I'm focused on that problem this week. And someone said, you know what, actually, we should start really thinking about this right now. So should we use the rest of the meeting to talk about this other problem? I said, oh, no. Even though this problem we now have solved and now we just need to go execute the plan, if we start on the next problem, people are going to have split attention. So something that you want to think about is it's not just the resources and the time, it's the attention of the team. Where's their discretionary effort going? And this is something that we're both ruthless with in terms of how we use our time. We have very different roles in the company, but we both are very particular about what we focus on because the value of having all of your discretionary effort, all of your shower time, all of your dinner conversation to one thing, you're going to solve that thing in 1/3 or 1/4 of the time than if you were to spread out your attention over all of these other things. And so it's almost like you have to be able to put blinders on and then also help your team put the blinders on so that they're focused on that one problem and they will solve it in such a shorter period of time. And so again, just because you have the time and the people doesn't mean you have the attention.
And so at this point, we graduate from product being outdated, improvements taking too long to roll out, to fixing one problem at a time with a focused feature-specific team. So it's like, okay, this is the one big objective. Now, if we say, okay, risk is our biggest objective that we need to tackle, well, there's going to be components to that. There's going to be like, okay, what is our messaging on email? What is our webinar language? What does our telemarketing look like? Like all of these are going to have kind of tendrils attached to them, but you want to be able to actually go deep on them. And my little litmus test for you is that you probably had 5 goals last year. And then when you looked at your goals this year, you probably didn't accomplish them. And so as much as you're like, well, I could just do all 5, and why would I want to wait? Because we could just do all 5 by the end of the year will come and you will not have done them.
There's a quote that has always stuck with me when it comes to building a company, and it really resonates with companies of this size, which is companies die from the inside out, not from the outside in. And so most companies, the reason that they don't succeed is not because of like the external market force or the economy or the weather or anything else happening. It's how they organize themselves internally. And most companies die from indigestion, not starvation, meaning they try to take on too much rather than too little. And that starts with product.
And that's why the big prioritization, you're going to have one thing that you're going after. It's just that thing, when you get to a bigger company, is a bigger thing. And that's really the difference. So it's not like, oh, we have all these capabilities, we should be able to do 5 things. You have all these capabilities, you should be able to do one bigger thing.
To give an example of that, we have a portfolio company right now, and that one big thing is we are changing from a service company to a software company. And so it's really like, we're not going to try and do more upsells. We're not going to raise the price. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to transition from a service company to a SaaS company. And that is the focus. And it's like, all right, that might take 18 months, 24 months, that we have to do that one thing and nothing else that is going to get in the way. I will say there's always the unspoken sixth, which is like, keep running the business and making money and doing all of those things. But priorities wise, like that's the number one priority, and everything revolves around that. And as tempting as it is to capitalize on all these other opportunities that keep popping up for the business, we just remain ruthlessly focused on that one thing.
And to put your mind at rest as the entrepreneur, if you are like, wait, we're not gonna tackle all of these other things that I see as mini priorities, or they're important but not as important. The thing is that, and I've learned this the hard way, when I would leave a business alone, it would almost always just invariably do better. And so whenever you change stuff, you guarantee a cost of change. You don't guarantee the upside of improvement. But every time you change something, everyone basically has to reset at zero, relearn the new process, relearn the new whatever it is. And so the fact that you are deploying all of your new or discretionary effort and resources towards this one problem, the rest of the team that's kind of like making the sausage, transacting every single day, they just get better and better at their jobs because you're finally just like letting them breathe. And so some problems do end up just solving themselves. And so you end up making up an efficiency in the normal business, what you thought you were going to have to do through brute forcing it. This is something I've seen myself. All right, so from there, that's what we have to do for product. So what do the constraints look like for marketing at this level? So lead flow becomes volatile because you only have one way to get customers. So this is usually in the 1 to 2 million a month-ish range, where you get to this point, and you obviously know how to do something. You know one channel pretty well. When you have lots of volume, tiny changes, it's like, our lead flow is down 20%. It's like, oh shoot, well that's 4 sales guys who don't have empty calendars now. And so like the volatility of a couple percentage points when you're small, you barely notice. When you're big, those couple percentage points make huge swings in the business. And so to graduate, you want to fund a second acquisition channel with a referral process and track it, which I'll explain out in a second. You want to have segmented lead nurture by lead score, which I'll also break down. And then you want to pick the most similar platform or do a new core for. So I'll walk through like, how do we prioritize what platform we're going to go as our second platform for acquisition. So one of the hardest transitions in business is adding the second channel. So I want to be really clear about this. It's one of the biggest risks, but it has one of the highest upsides. So let me explain. So if you think about decreasing risk and increasing upside, then a second acquisition channel kind of checks both boxes. Because now if you go from 1 to 2, you're split in terms of where your customers are going. You don't have one itis. You're not reliant on one thing. So that decreases risk in the business. Good thing. But on top of that, if this stays the same, which I'm going to walk through how to do that, then all of this is just gravy. You can double the business and make it less risky at the same time. So it's one of the most powerful moves you can do in business, but there's a reason that we wait until we're at Category 7, hurricane, until we're at this stage to basically make this bet, because it will drain resources and it will take significantly more time than you expect. All right, and so I like to frame it like this, which is that this is an investment. If I were to say to you, hey, give me 500 grand, and in a year, you'll have a second acquisition channel that's profitable and equal to your current one, would you make that trade? At this level, 500 grand, you should absolutely do that. Like, there's basically no way that you wouldn't do that trade. You say that. And then as soon as you spend your first month of ads on a new platform, you spend 10 grand and then you make $0 back. And then you do it a second month. You're like, ads don't work for me. All right. And so I would encourage you to say, like, don't think that, because the way it's going to feel or the way it's going to actually happen is like you spend 10, you lose 10. 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 You spend 10, you make 5. You spend 10, you make 25. You spend 10, you make 50. And then you're like, holy shit. And then that 1 month, you made back all the losses you had, but it took you 8 months to get there or 9 months to get there. That's what the experience is. And so you just have to focus on moving the dial one at a time down the pipeline. Are we getting clicks? Are we getting opt-ins? Okay, we're getting opt-ins. Are they scheduling? No, they're not scheduling. All right, let's improve this. Let's improve the offer on that page. Okay, they're scheduling now. We're getting on the phone. They're not showing. Okay, how do we improve our lead nurture? You just keep pushing it along until eventually you're like, we're getting on the phone with the right people. Holy cow. And then you've created a second channel. So expect a 12-month delay for the return. Doubles acquisition, it can reduce risk. The intervention story, when we started doing outbound as our second main channel for Gym Launch, to give you context on this, it took I think 3 months for us to get our first sale from outbound. And at month 6, my entire executive team did a little mini intervention and was like, hey Alex, I think this might be a shiny object. I think we should just focus on the main thing. Trying to use my language against me. But I was like, no, because the thing is that they weren't close enough to see the progress. And so I was like, no, we figured out the list thing. So we're getting the list, we're enriching the data. And okay, now we figured out the pickup problem. So we know how the best times a day and how to wrap our phone number so we can come from a local area code. Okay, we did that. Okay, now we're getting pickups. Okay, and then we couldn't get the script right to get them to book a call. So we got the script right in the offer. So now they're booking calls. Okay, cool. But now they're not showing up to those calls. So we had to figure out, so the team just saw zeros over and over and over again in terms of sales. They saw the money that was going into it, but they didn't see the progress along the way. And so as long as you can see progress, I would say keep going.
And I would say that at this point, what you want to recognize too is some of the dynamics that are happening, which is a lot of the team that you have now, they are people that are great at growing a business and iterating on what exists, but they may not be people that can go from 0 to 1. And it's really good to understand the people on your team. It's best if on a new initiative, like when you're spinning up a new channel, you put somebody who's a good 0 to 1. They can create something from nothing versus taking someone who's a 5 to 10 who likes to iterate on an already existing idea and then say, hey, go do this thing, create something out of nothing. Those people get very anxious. They say, oh, it's not going to work. They speak a lot of doubt into it. And so just recognize too, if you have people that are consistently doubting something new, they're probably not 0 to 1 people.
Okay, so cash flow the transition. You're like, okay, well, this is going to be a big bet. So what we want to do at this stage is create space. We want to create padding for the bet. And so the two main things are referrals and segmented nurture. All right. And so from a cash flow perspective, we're going to get more out of what we already have, right? And so how do we put a really strong and sexy referral play? And I'll cover that in a second. And then with our lead scoring, that you should already have lead scoring at this point. If you don't have lead scoring, please strongly consider scoring your leads by who they are, what they've done, and where they came from. But once you have that and you're feeding them to the best sales guys, instead of blasting your list 3 times a week, you can say, oh, we have 6 pockets of leads. We should delineate what messages go to which leads. All right. And so from a referral perspective, these are the 7 plays. This is directly from the $100 million leads book. But these are all plays that I have done that worked. So these are not theory. These are the actual ones. So really simply, a one-sided referral benefit is that you pay your average CAC to the referrer. And so what's weird is that we're really happy to pay Zuckerberg or Sundar or whoever, Google's, right? We're really happy to pay them like $3,000 for a new customer, but we're not willing to pay our customers $3,000 for a customer. And a referral is going to be way more likely to stick, way more likely to refer another customer. They say yes at higher prices, they convert better, they stay longer, all those benefits. And for some reason, we're not willing to do that. So just look at your CAC and just say, I'll give you that. Don't do 20% or 50%, just pay them what you would pay somebody else. And you'd be amazed how much that works. Now, the second is two-sided. Now, this takes that concept, and I like this much better, which is the math is the same, except I split it between 2 people. And so this way, it's like, I think about this as relational capital. If I'm gonna go to Jason and say, hey, Jason, you should come join this thing, or you should check out this software or whatever, if he knows that I'm getting this big nut for doing it, he might be like, wait, are you just doing this to make money off of me? And so it doesn't look as cool. And so if I'm like, dude, if you come through me, you get 20% off. You can't get 20% off anywhere else. And it's like, oh, cool, thanks, man. So he gets 20% off, I get 20% of the revenue overall, everybody wins. And so I like two-sided benefits for referrals. The next is just tactically, I've told this story before, but we had a sales guy who came in at one of our portfolio companies, outperformed everyone, like doubled the top sales guy. And he was getting the same number of leads as everyone else. We're like, what is this guy doing? And so I hopped on. So I'm like going down 2 levels into like the manager's meeting of a portfolio. Anyways. And so he was like, I just ask him if they want to bring somebody else. And just by doing that, he was able to double the sales. And so it's these basics that we forget to do. But the thing is at this level, you need to build some padding because you're going to be dumping cash into this new channel. It's not going to work. So it's like, all right, we're going to get some more referrals. We're going to ask for them on the sales call. If you have people who are coming in and want discounts, you can also use that as a bartering chit. So it's basically like, hey, can I get 10% off? It's like, well, I can't give you 10% off just because you've got a pretty face. But what I can do is if you bring a friend or 2 friends or give me 3 leads, I'm happy to give you that 10% once they transition over, right? Or basically you look at this one-sided referral CAC and say, well, I'll do you one better. You want 10%, I'll give you $3,000 off when you bring somebody in, right? And so both of these are sales team oriented. This is just kind of you as a business owner in terms of what you're thinking about. Number 5 is referral events themselves, which is just actually having a cadence for doing this. You can run 1 a quarter, you bring customers together, bring clients together. A lot of times they get value from meeting one another. And you say, bring a friend, right? This works exceptionally well with local businesses. If you're national, then maybe it'll be 2 or 3 times a year, but same concept. It works exceptionally well. We did this with all the gyms. And a lot of times, most people can just get their entire month of sales just from this referral event. Ongoing referral programs, this is just being consistent, just consistently talking about it and having special time. This is if you're consumer based, special times like double Fridays where you like double the referral bonus. I think we call it Fast Cash Fridays in the gym world. And so you say, hey, for the whole month of October, we're doing this. And if you refer them this Friday, you get double on it. So it's just like fun stuff. But that way, because if you do it at all the time, it becomes not important. So having some sort of like mini promotional cycle for when you push referrals just gets more to actually happen. And then finally, especially if you're a national business, having some sort of unlockable referral bonus that they get some sort of status associated with it. All of these things put together can build a banger referral program. And we're doing this because we need this cash that we're going to dump into this new pipe to get it live. So let me cover segmented nurture real quick. So with segmented nurture, HubSpot has this amazing statistic, which is that email marketing that is segmented gets like a 791% increase in sales versus people who don't segment their lists. And so whatever you're currently getting on email, if you only have like 1 segmentation or 2, you could probably at least double or triple the amount you're getting from email simply by saying, oh, we're just gonna make more emails, but we're not actually emailing more. We're emailing more specifically. So don't think about it like, oh, I'm spamming my list, because if you have 7 categories in the list, those people now just get far more targeted messaging and the response rates will go through the roof. And so these things, and the thing is that ROAS on email is one of the highest across all channels. Or it's not one of, it is the highest return advertising channel in existence. Right now, I think it's between 36 and 45, depending on the source you look at, 45 to 1 in terms of dollars in versus dollars out. And so from here, we get more cash. From here, we get more cash. This is from our customers. This is from our leads. And now we dump that cash in the second channel. So then you think, okay, well, what am I going to make my second channel? Like which, there's all these different places I could advertise. Where should I go? And so this is kind of my framework for walking through it. And I do this in order of risk or likelihood. So the highest likelihood, the one that you'll get fastest results on, will be let's say you're advertising. So you're going to do the same core 4. You're running paid ads. Well, we're going to keep the thing you already know how to do. In terms of platform, you're like, okay, well, we're going to stay on the same platform and we're going to stick with the same placement. All we're going to do is add a new audience. So it's like, let's say you do meta newsfeed ads and all you're doing is you just add new targeting. That's it. Now, if you're like, well, we've already maxed out our targeting. Okay, well, cool. You've maxed out all that. Now we go to the next level. Okay, now we're going to go same core 4, same platform, same audience, but new placement. So it'd be like meta story ads instead of meta newsfeed ads, and everything else remains the same. And the reason this is a little harder is that it's a new style it's a new medium. So if you're not used to making vertical videos or in story format, things like that, or if you're on YouTube, it's like, oh, we want to have tile ads. Like there's all these different ad types. It's a bigger jump of skills to just do that than just find another audience you can hit with the same stuff. The third level beyond this is, okay, we're gonna do the same core 4 still, but on an entirely new platform. So now we're running ads, we were doing meta, now we're gonna try YouTube. Well, what's the closest thing there? Well, pre-roll ads are kind of similar to newsfeed ads. because they're both interruption based before someone's consuming something else. And we're like, okay, well, we'll use that as our next targeting platform. And then finally, if you're like, we're on all platforms, all paid advertising platforms, because you repeat the cycle again. Because, okay, let's say you have Meta completely maxed out and you just started YouTube. Well, you're gonna run the same processing. Okay, YouTube, and we're gonna do community ads, or we're gonna do sponsored video ads. Like all of these are just different versions that we can add in, right? And once we've maxed that out, then we go to the next platform, right? Finally, we go to new core 4. And so what we did at Gym Launch when we went from Meta paid ads to outbound was actually the riskiest move you could possibly make. And it's also why it took us a whole year before it really got to 50% of revenue. And so I bring this up because hopefully you don't have to make the same mistakes I did. There's so many more levers I could have pulled that would have made us more money, that would have been lower risk and faster. And so unless you want to have your whole team trying to strangle you for a year, I would strongly recommend following this process, which is what we do now.
One thing I just want to add is that a lot of times people go to start their second channel, and the biggest mistake that we see at this point is that they take the same people that are running the first channel that's working and fueling the business, and they say, great, can you go start the second one? And so one thing that you do not want to do is split resources. In fact, we have this saying that we say, which is we don't put a new on a new, right? And so we don't put a new on a new, and we don't put the same person on 2 initiatives. And so what that looks like is if you have somebody that's really great that's running the first channel, before they go to start the second channel, you want them to backfill themselves, make sure that that person is able to run it and hit the same KPIs that they've been hitting, then put them on the new channel. The reason that we're not the biggest proponents of bringing in a new person and putting a new person on a new channel is because if the channel isn't working, how do you know if it's the channel or the person? It's very difficult to know if you've never worked with that person before because you don't know what they're proficient in. And so be very careful making sure that you're putting the right resources on that new channel. And I would say that all in all, you as a founder or CEO should probably be pretty involved in spinning up the second channel to make sure that it actually succeeds and you know if it's not working, what the actual problem is.
And extend the time horizon. It's not gonna happen in 30 days. It's very unlikely. All right, and so at this point, at category 7, we went from more volatile lead flow because you only had one way to get customers to funding our second channel with a better referral process, more segmented lead nurture so we create more padding, get more customers in, get more cash flow so that we can make the investment that's going to take us 6 months, maybe 9 months to get fully profitable and spun up to the same level as our existing lead channel. And so that leads us to the sales, which is how we get people to give us money. And so the constraint at this level is that leads are getting wasted. And you're not working them consistently. See, your leads are getting wasted. Very sad. All right, and so to graduate, you get better schedule coverage, and you create a lead nurture checklist, and you give kudos for top show rates. All right, and so I covered this in one of the earlier ones. If this is the only video you've watched, I'll break this down real quick. But changing your thank you page headline to things that are more compelling, moving the scheduler above the fold is going to get a higher conversion rate. Changing to 15-minute time slots, we saw this at Allen. This is one of those things that people have the perception of a more accurate time. So 3:15 might work better than 3, and so you have a higher show rate from that. It also gives the perception of more appointments and more potential availability. We open up to 7 days a week. So if we're noticing here, better schedule coverage is, and Layla talked about this earlier, but the biggest difference in throughput all the way across the funnel between 2 businesses in identical space is literally the amount of hours per day and days per week that they have available. And so if you think about these changes together, that's all we're maximizing. How do we basically go open every day of the week, 7 days? How do we do as many hours as possible? And then within those hours, how do we have as many options for someone? Because people pick out of convenience. I had somebody ask me at a workshop, they were like, hey, but shouldn't I try and book some of the time so it looks like we're busy? I was like, no one cares. If the time they want is now booked because you created a fake booking, what an idiot you are. All it shows is that you have capacity. If I've got 20 sales guys, that means that only one of them has to have enough availability for the whole day for me to have availability the entire day. Incentivize setters with 3% of sales. That's just an easy thing if you're not incentivizing them. Implementing automated reminders, which you should probably have at this point. These are why we're calling these the basics. And then we have manual reminders that are layered on top. Of course, pro tip one, make sure that the automated reminders are clearly automated and that the manual reminders are clearly manual. And so yes, that means we buy all of our guys' iPhones because we want them to have that blue message. We want someone to know it's a real person. And when we connect the setters with the closers, if you have a two-step sale, for example, or even if it's not a two-step, like you want to have some sort of three-way introduction. So it's like one shared message where there's three people on. They know one person, but then it's less likely they'll ghost because they're like, oh, I just talked to Sarah for an hour. Okay, I'm gonna meet this guy, John, but Sarah has visibility and the person knows that she's kind of watching. Daily kudos, this is just making sure that you're praising the stuff that matters. It's a lot easier to get a 20% lift in show rates than it is to get a 20% increase in close rates. All right, and so I will tell you right now, you will get significantly more. All of this is nurture is okay once you have them scheduled, but all of this is to increase scheduling overall. And so if you put these things in place, you can often significantly more than increase your throughput by 20%. Bribe for show rates, this is just the t-shirt for gyms. What flavor do you want? What size shirt do you like? Like we like to have some sort of either or you can just give straight up cash, which is like, hey, let me give you a gift card to something that's relevant to this particular customer.
Actually, where we got this from was we had a gym that was a kickboxing gym. And they were getting insane show rates. I mean, I think it was like somewhere upwards of like 70. It was absurd. And what we found out they were doing is basically when they were booking the leads, they were saying, hey, great, so when you come in, do you want pink or black gloves? And they were like, what? And they were like, yeah, so if you show up for the appointment, we're gonna give you some free gloves.
Your own custom pair of gloves. And everyone's like, oh, wow. And then when someone has the gloves, they sweat in them, it's like, are you gonna not? It's like, oh, let me get, it's like, no, those are a gift to you. It's like, oh no, I'm not gonna sign it. It's just like, you feel horrible. Right, and so it worked great.
The only other thing that we want to mention is that if you have sales team that are texting people, they are sending reminders themselves. If you're a local business, make sure, this is such a small thing, make sure that they have a local area code. Because people are not going to likely pick up if it's an area code from Florida and you're in New York, or if you're in California, it's from Florida. And then the second piece to it is that if they're not local, you can get software that will, when they call the leads, it will change their area code to match the area code of the number that they're calling or texting. And so highly suggest doing that because it also is one of those like tiny little things that affects throughput way more than you would ever imagine.
You'll probably see this and be like, oh, well, for me to get better schedule coverage, I'm gonna need to hire more guys. Now this whole training is about just the functions of the business, not the people. But I would feel remiss not mentioning this one point, which is that, okay, well, if in order for you to do this, you have to hire 3 more sales guys. Well, if it increases your sales by 30% for your revenue, and if you're at this size company, that's a no-brainer. So yes, you might have to hire more people. Also, welcome to growing. And when these people come in, my recommendation is that they get low man status, meaning they don't get now you have all this coverage that has to get handled. So start the new guys on the worst coverage. If your guys are working 5 days a week, by the way, easy way to make more money, sell the other 104 days of the year. You pay rent. So have those guys start Saturday, Sunday, and then pick their 2 days off in the middle of the week. Maybe they take off Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever it is. Right? So just little easy things that you can do. That way the new guys can work their way up. And for us, we like to do okay, the guys who are the top closers this month, they get to pick their schedules.
Something to note as well when it comes to the availability is that you want to think about the customer that you serve. When we were running Gym Launch, what we knew is that gym owners usually run sessions in the morning and in the evening. And so they actually have the most availability in the middle of the day. Whereas a lot of other customers, if you're talking to people who have jobs, they might be more available in the morning and in the evening and not available in the middle of the day because they're working 9 to 5. So also you want to optimize for the times that work best for your customers.
And so that is sales at this level. We started with your leads were getting wasted and you weren't working them consistently. And so we put in better schedule coverage. We do the lead nurture checklist. We create kudos and kind of a culture of show up rate being equally valued as close rates, because at the end of the day, the dollars spend the same. So with that being said, let's transition to is it customer service.
All right, so customer service is how you get customers to refer, retain, review, and resell. And so that is actually what we're gonna talk about, because at this level, your customer service is only reactive, okay? It's all firefighting and there's no proactivity happening. And typically what you're realizing is that's probably not gonna cut it, right? And so what you wanna do to graduate is you wanna create a proactive customer journey and communication so you can focus on renewals and ascensions. So here's what that looks like. When you're looking at what you want to input into your customer journey, okay, we talk about this the entire way through, which is these are really the 4 R's of customer service and customer journey. Okay, so when we think about retaining, what do we want to do to retain? We want to ensure that customers remain engaged and satisfied by delivering exceptional experiences and continuous value. Okay, so that's one of the first things that we want to optimize a customer journey for. Is how are we consistently delivering an exceptional experience and continuous value? I'm going to talk about these more tactically after I go through all. The second one is that we want to review, right? So we want to gather feedback through surveys and reviews, right? To identify improvement opportunities or what additional products and services can we offer people. A lot of the times what you'll see is that when people are complaining about something or when people are giving like negative feedback, it's because you actually have an opportunity to create a new product or service, right? That could be an add-on, it could be an upsell, it could be something else to send people to.
And I'll just split this. You get feedback from the people who hate you and you get reviews from the people who love you.
Third is that you want to get people to refer, right? So encouraging happy customers to recommend your business by launching referral programs and tracking advocacy, okay? And the last piece of the customer journey is resell. So how are we going to boost revenue by upselling, cross-selling, or renewing subscriptions to maximize customer lifetime value? So essentially what you want to do at this point in time is these are all the things that you want to have happen. Now you need to make sure that these things are mapped out and you know how they are happening, right? And so exactly. So a customer journey, what I recommend doing is that you have a line for each one of the R's. Okay, and so a lot of the times that we have, and what I've talked about in earlier videos, is you have one line that's talking about what happens for the customer, and then you have one line that's talking about what's going to happen for the employee. So what's the employee going to do? What's the customer going to do? But then what you also want to have is you want to have these things segmented out, because at this point, each one of these things is important enough and has enough, I would say, like meat to it, that you want to have a line for each of these. So it's almost like I'm going to have, this is what my customer is doing at this point in time. This is what my employee is doing at this point in time. And now, what are all the things we're doing to retain? What are all the things we're doing to get reviews? What are all the things we're doing to get people to refer? And what are all the things that we're doing to get people to resell? And that needs to be clearly articulated in the customer journey. Now, here's the reason why. If you want to go from being reactive to proactive, you need a process. And so a customer journey is literally a process. Once you get the customer journey, then you can look at, okay, how do I actually train people to do things at these points in times? And that is when you take the customer journey and you're probably going to take it and configure it into your CRM, which we'll talk about in one of the next slides. And so the first thing that you want to do though, is you want to outline where are all the areas that we are attempting to retain, attempting to get reviews, attempting to refer, and attempting to resell. And what you'll see is that a lot of the times you have a lot of missed opportunity at this point because you've been firefighting the entire time, you haven't switched to being proactive. But the thing is, your team won't know how to be proactive unless you actually show them what the journey looks like and what to do when, at what point in time. Once you have that clearly laid out, you can create triggers within your CRM to make sure that you're hitting all of these things.
In terms of making these triggers, 3 ways to think about them, which are all programmable. Is it a time-based thing? After X period of time, we ask for a review. After X period of time, we ask them to buy something else. Is it a behavior thing? Is it something that they do? Like once they've done this, then we go through, they check that box, then we ask for the review? Or is it something that occurs, right? So is it something that they do? Is it something that happens? Or is it time that elapses in the meantime? And so there's kind of like 3 different variables that you can consider in terms of making the customer journey and adding kind of like meat to it.
And what you'll notice is these are actually in order. So in order to get people to refer, in order to get people to resell, you need to actually make sure you retain people and make sure you're getting feedback from people. And so the one thing that I do want to advocate for is if you're looking at this and you're like, I actually don't have any of this laid out, focus on these first 2 first. You want to make it as easy as possible to get referrals and to resell people. This should not be like you're shaking people down for the reseller ascension. This should be like customers are banging on your doors saying like, I want to buy the next product. And you've done such a good job on 1 and 2 that 3 and 4 become the obvious next step. And so that is what you want to focus on at this point in time, is outlining this for your team. And then what this will help you do, which we won't talk about in depth in this video, but I will allude to it, which is once you understand all the proactive measures that have to happen, you can also look at who you need to hire for that division that will focus on being proactive versus being reactive. And you can likely segment the team into 2 teams, which is really having reactive CS and having proactive CS. So at this point with the customer service, we are all reactive and we're firefighting. And so we want to focus on creating that customer journey with the 4 R's so that we can get ahead and we can keep customers and keep them happy.
I had a company come to me at this stage where every system in the business was overwhelmed and the business was disorganized and they had stalled. And so what we did was 3 main things. Number 1 is we took their entire mess of different products that they were selling, and we looked at what percentage of customers were buying which suite of products, and then we made it into a simple A and B offer. And so that streamlined offer then created 3 efficiencies. Number 1 is it was much faster to onboard new sales reps because they didn't have to learn this whole suite of products. Second, the customers were far less overwhelmed because it was much easier to make a decision because they understood exactly what the offer was. And then finally, the delivery team didn't have all these different things that they had to learn and get trained up on, so it was easier to onboard, recruit, hire, train, and manage the back-end team. And so the result of all that was an increase in margin as we increased revenue, which is not always typical. And so that business was able to get an offer from private equity within 18 months of cleaning all of this stuff up, and was an offer worth tens of millions of dollars to the founder. And that, by no means I'm saying, is a typical experience or what you should expect or anything like that. But first off, if you don't have your own scaling roadmap, go ahead, click the button below and go grab it. All right, it's all customized to you, and there's lots of extra text that I have inside of them to help you scale. But if you already have one and you're watching this right now because you're looking at your scaling roadmap and this video was relevant for you, then I'd love to invite you to come out to one of our scaling workshops here in Vegas, where acquisition.com is based. And so what we do is my team will actually work with you, so my actual portfolio team, not like some facilitators that I hired off the street, but my actual team, because they want to get to know your business, because this is how we find our next investments. And so if that's at all interesting, you can click somewhere around here. I'm sure it's above on a banner or below this video. And you can apply to see if you qualify to come out to one of our workshops. If you do, we'd love to see you and help you scale.
From there, we're going to go into IT. IT is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information. Okay, so at this level, our constraint is that everything is disorganized. It's all over the place. And so a lot of times what happens is you get to this point and you're like, what the heck? Where is everything? Where's everything living? What are we doing? Where's our data? And you might have systems that exist, but like half your team doesn't even know they exist, right? And there's many times this has actually happened to me where someone's like, did you know about this thing? And I'm like, what thing, right? And so that is often what happens at this level. So what you want to do is, this is going to sound dry. This is going to sound really dry right now. But you want to look at network technology, bringing solutions to the cloud, getting a data host, and centrally locating hardware. Let me explain what that means so you understand it, okay? So I'm going to do my best. I am not a tech geek, but I do understand this well enough to explain it to you. Yeah, nerd, yes, okay. Okay, so AWS, this is a tool that at this point in time is probably something similar to this you want to look into, because what it allows you to do is store all of your data in one place, because that adds an extra layer of security and backup. So what this means is that if people delete things off of computers, if something gets lost on Google Drive, if your film that your media team has, something happens and there's an overload or overheats, you have everything your entire business runs on backed up in a tool like AWS.
Let's say somebody really hates you and has access to your customer records. Wouldn't it suck if they just went in and deleted all your customers? Wouldn't it suck if they went in and deleted all of the files of all of the media that you've created for 4 years, all of the logo, there's people have more access, and so having backup or multiple backups, it's mandatory. Like, you have to do it.
And I will tell you guys, I thought this was BS when I brought in an IT director and he was like, we need AWS. I'm like, this sounds like a pain in my freaking ass and I don't want to do it. There came a day where we had a company that built out a custom tool for us. And that company, then we had to rely on them to operate this custom tool, but we backed everything up in AWS. That company went out of business. Suddenly we had no access to half of our customer records that were in that system, along with financial information. The only thing that saved us was having this thing that for 2 years I'd been like, this thing's a piece of, why the fuck am I paying for this? And so I say that because you don't need it until you're like, thank God I have it. It's basically insurance.
It's insurance, yeah.
Yes, it's basically insurance. Now going with that is just making sure that you're gonna centrally localize, that you're gonna be able to centrally locate all of your hardware. An easy way to do this is if you use something like Mac. Apple can actually store the computers for you and track them on your behalf. But in general, it's also great if you can keep them with one person in the company. This could be HR, this could be an admin, this could be you. It just depends on who you're comfortable with. But at this point, you want to make sure that all the extra computers, all the new computers are centrally located, as well as the phones and anything else at one person's house if you are remote. And if you are not remote, then it is easy to have them in a place in the office. Great, so at this point, everything was all over the place and disorganized. You get a network solution to centrally locate everything, and you want to get all of your hardware on site or at somebody's house if you're remote.
And I'll just add this in, which is having some sort of organization process for how departments name things. this sounds like really silly, but how do we store, because someone new is going to come in, and if they have to remember something that happened before that they were here, that's not going to happen, right? And so then basically it means that you have longer and longer ramp up periods for new employees the longer you're in business, which means that you have a compounding disadvantage working against you at all times, which sucks. And so taking that little bit of friction is something that's called a local cost with a global benefit. And so naming things a certain way, organizing folders a certain way by department, those types of things, everyone in the moment's like, oh, I don't want to do it. But as soon as someone new comes in, and this is like how I would do this, someone who comes in and you have a really messy thing, you're like, hey, look around. Do you understand this? And you have it in front of the whole team. And they're like, no, I have no idea. And you're like, guys, this is all of our fault. And sometimes you have to do these data projects where you're like, we got to go back, we got to clean all these things up and name them properly so that going forward, we can expand this team.
So next we have recruiting, which is how we find and hire people to work for our company. So at this level, what happens is that it takes too long to find good people and they get hired somewhere else because you take forever. You have too many roles open and you do not have anywhere to keep track of all the candidates and where they're at in the process. So it just feels like this giant mess. And you're like, why is everything taking so long? This is so annoying.
At this point, you should already have this in place. But you should already have a multiple step interview process. But now at this point, think about it. It's like you've got 6 roles that are open or 15 roles that are open. And you have some people, like role 1 is at interview 2. Role 2 is at interview 3. Role 3 is at screening. And you're like, wait, but you've got 4 guys in this one, and 1 guy's at interview 2, 1 guy's at interview 1. Across all this, it becomes an absolute nightmare to try and get this all organized. And meanwhile this is happening, all the good people are going to the companies who know how to run it.
So you start to notice things like, you're like, where's this candidate at? They're like, oh, they had an interview on Monday. And you're like, it's Friday, what's happening? And people are like, oh, they've got an interview scheduled on Monday. And you're like, 7 days we're waiting? And so you start to notice things like that start to slip through the cracks. And so to graduate from this, you want to install an applicant tracking system. It's called an ATS, to keep track of all the open roles and where everyone's at in the process. And you want to pay specialized recruiting firms to keep up. So let me explain why these 2 things are important. So I think Alex just covered why an ATS is important because a lot of the times, and we've tried this, you can configure a CRM to also be your ATS, but it's never going to be as good as an ATS that's out of the box. Is there a perfect ATS? No. Is there a perfect CRM? No. None of these systems are perfect. So there are no perfect solutions in business. Just remember that with literally everything, including people you hire. But at the same time, we can at least be better than what we are right now. And what an applicant tracking system will be is like, think of it like a sales pipeline is for your sales team. When we talked about a few stages back where we're going to get a pipeline in place, it's the same for an applicant tracking system. It's literally a pipeline for talent. And so just like you have, your lead generation funnel, you now have your talent generation funnel. And so you need to formalize it by having software that helps make it easier. The second piece to that is that we're going to notice at this point in time when you're at this size business is you're going to have a lot of roles that your team sucks at finding. That's it. Is like you have maybe a recruiter on the team, maybe you use a general recruiting firm. As you move into 50 to 99 people, you go from a lot of generalists to having way more specialists. Well, to find specialists, right, people have very specific roles, they are harder to find because they have a specific skill set you're looking for, and they're not as general as the other people you've been hiring. And so what a lot of people do at this point in time is they say, I'm going to hire some more recruiters to help with these. And it's like, no. There are specialized recruiting firms that only find financial controllers for healthcare companies. There are specialized recruiters that only find, sales reps that are, selling things between, $5,000 and $10,000. There are specialized firms that find very specific roles, and it makes no sense to bring people into your team to recruit for something that's going to probably resolve itself in 2 years. So let's talk about how to select an ATS, okay? Because a lot of people, this is like selecting a CRM. If you get this wrong, it will fuck up your business. And so
And we have done that. We have done that.
Yeah, don't get it wrong. I've just banged my head against the wall too many times. Okay, so the first thing that you want to look for, and this is me as a founder saying this, like not as like, oh, I love HR and recruiting. Like people that love HR and recruiting, forget this. This is the most important one. It needs an easy user experience. Okay, if it's not easy for other people in the company to use, if it's only good for recruiters or for people that are techie, it's not going to get used, and so it doesn't matter. It's just like a CRM. If you go into a CRM and it looks incredibly complicated, you're like, how's my 19-year-old sales guy going to use this? He's not. He's going to use something else, or he's not going to use it. And so the same goes for an ATS. You want to find one that makes it simple, right? And it simplifies the workflow for the recruiters and the candidates and the people that are interviewing. Basically, within an ATS, you're going to have the people doing interviews using it. You're going to have the hiring managers using it. you're going to have the recruiters using it, and sometimes you even have the candidates using it. And so if we talked a few stages back, like Indeed has a built-in ATS. So if you use something like Indeed right now, you already are using an ATS. It's just built into the platform itself. But at this point, because you are finding more specialized roles, you're looking for people on LinkedIn, you're headhunting people, you can't just use an Indeed one because it's only finding candidates off Indeed.
When you have specialized firms, they're not dropping them in, like you have to enter them somewhere, otherwise they'll get lost.
The second piece is you want to make sure that it integrates really well with everything else you have. So I always try to find an ATS that's going to integrate with my payroll system, my HRIS, any other CRM that I use. The more that this can integrate with things that you already have and tools that you're already using, the better it will be for you. The third is automation. So you want to find one that can do resume parsing. So a lot of them now have like AI capabilities where they can parse the resumes for you so you don't have to worry about doing it yourself. They can do interview scheduling. So they can prompt you to schedule. They can also provide open time slots to candidates. It's really cool. And then they also have AI-driven candidate matching. So they will basically save you a ton of time by going through all the candidates and saying, these are the top 5 that meet your needs the most that we think. And so if you can find one that has automation and AI built in like that, like please do it, because it will also, like, having more process at this point in time with the amount of people you have on your team and get in, it's going to protect you from people making mistakes. Because at this point, your recruiters are probably taking a ton of time reviewing resumes because you have a lot of open roles, and that is not the most valuable thing for them to do. So if you can use the automation, then that's ideal. The fourth thing is analytics and reporting. So you want a system that gives you actionable data on the hiring metrics and the recruiting performance. So you want to understand, how many resumes do you have? How many resumes are you taking to a screen call? How many people are passing the screening call? How many people are going from screening to first interview? How many people pass the first interview? Because just like a sales pipeline, you want to like dial in every step of the way. You want to be able to do the same with your recruiting, because you want to find out, like, oh, do we suck at interviewing? Does nobody pass our interviews because like my team actually sucks at interviewing? Or are we passing people and then everyone gets nixed at the final interview because nobody's doing a skill fit? And then at the end, the hiring manager's like, what the hell, this person can't do this role? So it's like, you're constantly working through that pipeline like you would work through a sales pipeline. Until you have it in a system, it's really hard to do that. And then lastly is scalability and support. So you want one that grows with your business, okay? And has really good customer support and training, because that will save you from, again, having to hire somebody to manage a platform that does not grow revenue for your business. And so I always prefer to get the most amount of support possible. And the last thing I'll say is, like, you need to pick a system when it comes to people systems that scale with the amount of people you're going to be hiring. So picking HR systems, picking recruiting systems, and not thinking, how many people are we going to have in the next 18 to 24 to 36 months? You're going to have to trade up again. And so you would like to pick one that can grow as you grow. Sometimes what I see people do is they pick a tool that's really good for small businesses or businesses that are below 100 people. And then within a year, they've outgrown it. And they're like, well, what the heck, this doesn't work. And I'm like, yeah, it's just the wrong tool for you. So make sure that you pick one that you have room to grow with. The second piece that goes with this is we need to pick specialized recruiters. So this is something that I have gotten really skilled at, and I think it has been the reason that I've been able to grow teams quickly, is I establish a lot of relationships with a lot of different recruiters. Like we have a role come up and I'm like, Jimmy can take that one. Or, oh yeah, Ryan's really good at that one. And so I have a suite of recruiters that I can pick from. We have our own recruiters on our teams, and we always have. But it's really nice when you have special hiring needs to know who to go to and who can give you great candidates. So the first thing you want to do is identify the highest job concentration hiring needs. Like, what do you continuously hire for? Okay. For you, it might be like, you know what? I'm always hiring for sales reps. I'm always hiring for SDRs. Or it might be, you know what? I'm always hiring for customer service. Or it might be like, I'm always hiring for coaches. Whatever it might be, you want to figure out, what do I hire for the most? And does it make sense that I use a specialized recruiting firm for that? Now, why am I asking, does it make sense? Because there's one thing that's a caveat. If the role that you're hiring for is incredibly specific to your business, meaning it's not a role that other businesses demand. So let's give an example. Say you're a fitness and nutrition coach and you are looking for nutritional coaches that know keto. No recruiter is going to be able to find that for you. That's going to be something that you're going to have to find yourself. However, if you're like, I need sales reps, I need CS reps, I need IT people, then recruiters can help with roles like that. But when it's company specific, not job specific, that's when you have to say, okay, we might have to take this in-house and figure this out on our own. The second thing you want to do is you want to kick off the recruiter search. So before you can work with a recruiter, you've got to find a recruiter. And if you're not good at finding people, you might have a hard time finding recruiters. So the first thing you want to do is you want to search around and ask honestly, for referrals for recruiters that are in the job market that you're looking for. And so the best way that I found this is I ask friends of mine, I'm like, what recruiters do you use? Have you used firms? Do you have any guys? Do you have any specialists? Do you have anyone that's helped you with event roles, CS roles, sales roles? So your network is the best place to start. The second best place to start is actually LinkedIn. LinkedIn is like the best place to find recruiters. I swear to you, if I post or look on LinkedIn for recruiters, like you don't have to have a following. They will find you because especially like most of the time, think about this, right? When a company isn't growing, the first role to get let go is recruiters. And so recruiters are a dime a dozen in terms of contract recruiters because they hate the fact they get fired all the time. And so they end up just working for themselves and just being like a gun for hire. And so you can post, you can look for recruiters on LinkedIn. It's the best place to find them. The third piece is you want to look at their track record and results. So what you want to see is what is their placement success rate? Meaning when they receive a requisite for a job, what's their rate of filling that job? This is very important to ask for. It's the one metric, if you ask for nothing else, ask what their placement success rate is. Because you want to find somebody who has a high placement success rate. I mean, the best ones have 100. They're like, I literally don't, because they don't take jobs they know they can't fill. So the best people will have 100. That is absolutely possible because they know what jobs they're good at filling and they will be able to fill those jobs. The second way is to also ask for ratings and client testimonials. So a lot of times before I work with somebody that's a recruiter, I'm going to ask if I can talk to somebody that's worked with them before and ask, how are the people that they recruited for you? How are they working out now? Can you tell me about your experience with them? Because not only do I want people that can find the right candidate, but I want people that are going to be communicating along the way. Because recruiting is not, I just give them all what I need and then they bring it back to me. It's a constant conversation. You're consistently making sure that you're on the same page of what you need in a candidate, just like you would with an internal team. Lastly, you want to ask about the process and expectations. The main thing I want to hone in on here is you want people who are fast. Okay, the best candidates are gone like in 9 days. And so you need to make sure that your recruiter is fast. I will tell you that I pick recruiters most of the time based on how quick they are to respond to me. If they're not fast in terms of their communication, there's no way they're going to be fast with candidates. And so why am I going to use them? Because the best candidates are going to be gone.
And because so Layla said earlier that they will find you, right? Well, that's because you're a lead to them. And so how they work you like a lead and how they converse with you and organize the calls that you have is exactly how they're going to work somebody else who's a lead to sell you that person later and how they're going to organize those calls and set them up. And so it's just a really good, easy litmus test is what they do with you is how they will act for you.
100%. And the last thing that you can do, which I am a huge fan of, is try before you buy. Do a trial with them. Take on, say, hey, I'm going to give you one role before you commit to a contract with them or before you sign anything. Just say, I want you to find this one role for me. Make it a low role, not one that's like very important that you need for the business to survive. So you can kind of test them out. And that is recruiting. So first we had, it took too long to hire good people. So they were getting hired other places. And you had too many open roles and not an ability to track the candidates. And so we install an ATS and we get specialized recruiters to speed things up. Which brings us to HR, which is how do we reduce the likelihood that employees and regulators sue us?
Yay.
So at this level, the constraint is that there are too many different places for employee information and you have no data. So you have all these employees now, right? You're like 50 to 99 people. Like you have a lot of team, but you don't know how's everybody doing? How's everybody performing? Where'd this person come from? Did we hire that person yet? Is that person onboarded? When's that person starting? You have all these questions, right? And so you're constantly pinging your team saying, what the fuck is going on here? When's John's birthday? Does this person get a raise yet? What's going on, right? And so to graduate, we want to set up an HRIS. That is a human resource information system. So think about it like a CRM for your team. So just like you have the ATS, which is the pipeline, then you get a CRM, which is the long-term nurture, right? And that is an HRIS.
I just want to highlight this in terms of thematics, right? So we talked we put in ATS, so we're categorizing people in terms of applications. We put in an HRIS so that we can categorize the people that we have internal to the business. In terms of the IT, we had to put basically categorization for the information that we have within the business. And so at this point, just everything's disorganized, everything's everywhere, everyone is everywhere. And so all of these are basically putting in systems that we have to categorize all the stuff that's already happening in the business.
So in order to remain efficient, we have to make things easy for people. So what is an HRIS? What does it have, right? So it's going to store things like your employee records. That's the basic stuff. That's their titles, their salaries, their benefits, their performance reviews, right? It's also going to include your payroll and benefits administration. So most of the time, the HRIS will integrate with your benefits, or it actually comes with a benefits platform. So you can have the 2-in-1, and that is the ideal, and that is what I suggest. So it'll automate things like payroll, tax calculations, and benefits enrollment, all of that in one place. It also will have time and attendance management. So for people that are hourly and people who, when they want to take PTO and they've got sick time, has all of that in the system. It will integrate a lot of the time with an ATS, or it will have its own built-in for recruitment onboarding. And it will support all the onboarding and hiring workflows after you get a candidate in as well. And then performance management. This is my favorite. So this is actually the main reason that I ever got an HRIS, which was to monitor employee goals, performance reviews, and KPIs. So all this other stuff is important, and you need somebody to do it, like a CFO or a controller. The last piece is the one that I think you pay attention to as the CEO or as the founder of the company, which is an HRIS. Usually you can deploy things like you can monitor and see performance of every single department. You can have performance reviews in the HRIS. People will fill them out. You can see who's filled them out, who hasn't filled them out, how everyone is rated. You can run employee engagement surveys. You can run performance review surveys. You can have everyone track their KPIs in one place. And so when you think about picking an HRIS, I always over-index on this piece. Because if you think about what's going to make the company more money, what's going to drive growth for the company, knowing the performance of people on the team. Because at this point in time, I remember when I didn't have one of these, what it felt like was I'm just guessing and going by what other people say. I don't have any data to support anything they're saying. And I also don't have anything to measure if things are improving. So like if one team's underperforming, I have no way to measure if their performance improves. And so getting this in place is really fantastic because you can have like a holistic view. Most of the time what this ends up with is you have a dashboard of your team's performance. You have a dashboard of how many sick days do we have this month? What's our performance looking like this month? What's our employee engagement this month? How many new people do we bring this month? How much are we spending on payroll this month? All of the information about your team is in one place and it is life-changing. So how do you select one? Really quick, gonna run through this. Think about your business needs, right? And so I just talked about what I think your business needs, because if you're at this point with your company, that is likely what is the hardest thing. But you want to define any specific requirements based on your company's growth rate and just the type of business you are. Are you in person or are you remote? It's going to be a little bit different if you're either one of those things, because remote companies, it's going to look a little different because you have people all over the board in terms of where they live versus in person, they're all in one centralized location. Next piece you're going to do is you're going to look at your options. So you want to find HRIS solutions based on their reputation, the features they have, user reviews, and whether they align with your growth needs. Again, just like an ATS, you want to select a system that you can grow with. So you don't want to be the biggest customer to somebody because you're going to outgrow that tool really fast. That's the mistake that I've made in the past, is I've come on and been like, I love the fact that they're going to give me all this specialized support because I'm one of the biggest customers. And yeah, and then I realized that the tool is for small companies. And so when my company grows, I get punished because it doesn't work. And so be very careful that you can grow into it. Make sure it integrates with the current tools you're using. Again, your payroll, your accounting, your ATS. And then involve key stakeholders. Here's where everyone fucks this up, is that they're like in the dark, selecting platforms without bringing anybody in. The thing is that most platforms work. It's that most people don't work with them. And the reason they don't work with them is because you don't loop the proper stakeholders into the decision so that they can give you feedback early, so that you can use that feedback to make the right decision. Because at the end of the day, any kind of platform like this, you're getting it so that the team will use it too. And you won't get proper data unless you get proper input from the team. And so make sure that you're involving key stakeholders. I would say like your executives and some of your directors, have them test it out, have them try it, have them use a demo. Now, I'm not saying that you should do decision by committee. We don't do that. But you want to see, like, if 85% of them say this thing sucks, it's going to be tough for them to use it. But if only 30% of them say it sucks, then it probably means it's a good platform. And lastly, you want to do is you want to test the system, okay? So a lot of the times people will pick a system and they're going to be like, okay, I hope it works when we sign up with it. No. You can do trial runs. You can run pilot tests. You can also get trials for these things. And so do that before you sign up for something like this and you commit to a year-long, something like this could be anywhere between like $50,000 and $100,000 a year even. And so you have to understand this is a big commitment for the business. It's also going to either help you grow and make it easy to grow or make it really hard to grow.
So I'll just add in here, the CFO, and if it's not, you don't have one, like you absolutely can negotiate with these companies. So like you're now becoming enterprise. Like you're becoming an enterprise customer. You're like on the low end of that right now. And so it is very standard to not take their initial offer. Like you can go back and forth multiple times to negotiate how the rates are being charged, when they start, are there escalations, what are the fixed increases, like all that stuff you can negotiate. And so like maybe just this one thing right now will save you $25,000 a year. So there you go. But it's just like, please do that.
So you notice the theme for HR right now is when it comes to people overall, we need to get the right tools that enable us to operationalize the culture. This sounds lame, but the reason a lot of people's cultures start to collapse around 50 to 100 people is because they have a culture accidentally, not intentionally. And so what you have to do is you have to operationalize what's already working for you. Why are you already getting great candidates? Why are you already performing well? And if you measure it and you can see what actions affect the results, then you can keep doing that as you grow. And so that is HR. So there were too many different places for employee information and you had no data to work off of. So you're gonna get an HRIS to make sure that you organize all of that. Which brings us to finance.
Finance, how you report and manage your money. So at this level, the constraint is your team starts spending your money stupidly because you've kind of delegated a certain level of spending because you can't approve every single thing that gets spent every day because you're spending money all over the place because you're growing, right? And so to graduate, we put in quarterly expense management. You start creating budgets by department. You have cards with limits that the leaders can have. Sometimes even managers will have cards that they get specific with specific things they can spend money on. You can have pre-approved, like you're allowed to spend on a regular basis for this stuff up to here, right? And then I also like to throw this in, add insurance coverage and get fancier projections. All right, so let's break this down. SOPs.
So at this point in time, this is just an example of something that we have, but we need to start putting in processes to protect us from risk. And so at this point, because you have so many people with their hands in the pot in terms of like, you've got now executives, you then have directors, they're all needing to spend money to grow their departments in some way, whether it's technology, it's stuff for their team, it's employee swag, it's flights and hotels, it's equipment. And the thing is that you don't want to be the bottleneck by saying, oh, I approve and deny every single expense. Instead, you need to take everything from your brain around how you make financial decisions and you need to take it out of your brain and into an SOP. And so when SOP is a standard operating procedure, so this is an example of what I've created so that I know these people in these positions with these names that you will not know have these areas of oversight that they can make financial decisions so they can spend up to $10,000 without my approval on these things in these categories, right? And so they all have credit cards and they can use those credit cards to spend up to $10,000, right? Which then has a document explaining what you can spend that $10,000 on. And then there's a process that if you want to spend money on over $10,000, here's what you've got to do to get it approved by Layla. That's how you will manage expenses. So then their credit cards can tie to the standard operating procedure. And on the other side of that, you want to use that to also create a budget for each department. So it's hard to create a budget when you don't know what people spend. And so oftentimes people try to create a budget before they see how much is needed to run the department. What I will say is this, is that I will get the departments in place and then I will look at what is being spent. I will prune to make sure that we're not spending on the wrong things and we are spending on the right things. And then I will use that to help inform of a budget.
You doing this, by the way, just like actually, and this is like a couple days project. Like this is not a huge lift, but you will almost invariably save yourself a ton of money because you'll find out when you go in how much stuff is being spent yet again. And so there are some problems that are just recurring that never get solved. Like you will always have to manage expenses because they tend to grow. You will always have to manage focus because like opportunities sprout like weeds, right? You have to weed them out so you can keep all the water and all the nutrition on the one tree that matters, right? And so this is not a problem that will ever get solved. It's just that you have to manage it. Right off the top, you're going to assign your people managers or whoever the leader is in the department with a specific budget. And because long term, because we'll see where this gets to, all the leaders of these departments in a level or two are basically going to be running their own mini company at that point. And so it's like they have basically their own little mini P&L. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. All right, so that's that. This is me putting this in, which is let marketing spend as much money as they want as long as it's within these KPIs, these metrics of profitability. So one of the things that always drove me nuts is like, I would have like CFOs come in like when we were interviewing, they're like, so how do you think about marketing budgets? I was like, oh, as long as when we put $1 in, more than $1 comes back. The limit is spend as much money as we can until something else breaks. And so typically I don't think in our career we've ever been limited by marketing. We've always had to basically throttle it based on other demands of the business that were constraining us. Next one, just having card limits just limits your downside as a business owner. So obviously you give them the budget, but I also like having the hard budget there. Doesn't necessarily need to be the same thing because you don't have to like, okay, now this person asked for this higher spend. Now I have to like call the company, increase it's just like kind of a pain. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a level of trust that has to be there.
Yeah, you should really look into getting a really good credit card program, because a good credit card program, you can individually select how much each person on your team is able to spend on a credit card. So departments like marketing, you could make it, millions of dollars a month, depending on your P&L and if your business can support it. Other departments where somebody only needs to spend $15,000 a month, you can limit it to that. And so, don't just go with the credit card program that your bank has, because oftentimes they are shit. Go with a custom credit card program. Look at flexibility as one of the main things. I would say that most of the time what business owners are frustrated with these programs is that they're not flexible enough. And so it's like you cannot raise the limit of the marketing department without raising it of all the rest of the departments. Or they require a ton of manual approvals to get things raised or money transferred to one card or another.
And looking at, because now we're kind of in the expense side, right? Like if you look at where all your money goes, you'll be able to match credit cards that give points or rewards for that. So if you do a lot of travel, then there's probably a lot of like entertainment and travel that will be covered, and then you get double points or triple points on. Now, that sounds small, but when you're spending millions of dollars a year, 3% adds up. Sometimes it's a full-time role. So, I mean, I'm all for like one decision that pays me forever. And so I kind of put this in one of those buckets. Like it's not a lot, but it's like you make it once and then you get dividends kind of ongoing because of that. Next point here, fancy projections. So typically to get fancy projections, we have to graduate. We've got to be a little bit more professional, and getting a full-time person is usually required at this point in order to do that. We're not talking too much about people here, but that usually tends to happen at this point.
Yeah, and so what projections look like is not just what's the business going to grow into, but also what are our operating expenses going to be over the next 12 months. At this point, people need to know, like, how much can I spend on my department? And some people you find spend too much, but a lot of people actually don't spend enough. They don't invest in their departments because there's no budget. And so I actually see a budget at this point, having an operating plan with projections that leads to a budget, as being how you can give your team autonomy to help invest in their teams if you give them a certain amount of money that they have to spend. And so as much as we say, like, sometimes people spend too much, actually a lot of people don't spend enough because they're so afraid of spending money. At least the best teammates tend to fall into that category.
You have people who just spend way too much money who are like, oh, this is free. It's not like company money. It's like, no, it's still my money. It's me. Like, I buy you dinner, same money. Like, don't act that way. And then you've got the other people who are like, oh, I didn't want to spend it because it was $500. And you're like, dude, you're spending 10 hours a week on this thing and we could solve this for $500. Like, this is ridiculous, right? And so there's very rarely people in the middle. And so like you have to rein these people in, and these ones you have to like encourage and be like, we need to think about this in terms of how much dollars is it costing us to not have this thing, and then just do a dollars and cents opinion on it.
And the next thing you want to think about is that a lot of the people that you're recruiting at this point in time, especially for directors and executives, they come from companies where they're given a budget. And so when they don't have one, they don't really know how to spend money, which when you think about money, it's a resource for them. And so if they don't know how much of a resource they have, it's really hard for them to make decisions.
And they'll solve problems relative to that budget. So it's like if you have a $50,000 budget, you might be able to solve something significantly better. But if you only have 10, now I'm all for being creative with constraints, but you do think of different solutions, and sometimes some solutions are better. It's buy nice or buy twice oftentimes. And the last point is that as you get bigger, you will have more exposure. We talked about cyber in some of the past stages, but you will probably have unique exposures to your business that you will want to insure around. And so as exposure increases, for me, I like to limit downside. And so with that being said, we started with your team spends your money really stupidly. And then you get into quarterly expense management. You start doing budgets by department. You book cards with limits for all the kind of the directors and managers. And then you have an expense approval process, which Layla went over. And then you add coverage to your insurance and get fancier projections. Notice how these are getting longer as the company gets bigger. All right. And so at this thing, bottom line is that your constraint is that everything is disorganized. And to graduate, you have to start triaging everything and basically putting them into buckets. All right, that's all we're doing is we're just like, okay, let's just organize this stuff. Now we're getting into the 100 employee range. So we go from categorizing / organizing everything into specializing. And so that is what we begin in the next one. And if this was a video that you randomly got to because you clicked around on the page, which is fine, we have custom $100 million scaling roadmaps that we will make for you for free for your business to walk you through this. All right, and so inside you'll have more details about that stage, what to expect, what to prepare for. And we'll also give you both stages, kind of one before and one after. So the one before is like, all right, I definitely want to make sure I checked all this stuff off. And the stuff that's after is like, okay, I have a line of sight to what's going to happen next. And so big picture, these are themes. You might notice that your advertising is ahead or it's behind. And so it's just that the further behind a department is, the more likely something bad could happen. And so think of these again as they're not absolutes. There are continuums that exist in all of these departments across all functions. So if you want this, it's free. You can click the button below. Otherwise, let's get to the next stage. All right, so we just graduated from 50 to 99 employees, and now we're over 100. So we're in the 100 to 250 range. And so the theme here is specialized. So earlier we're like, okay, there's too much stuff. It's super disorganized. So then you have an accurate idea of how much stuff's coming in. But now that you have all this stuff going in these buckets, we have to start specializing. And so at this point, again, 100 to 250, your role is that you're now president. So now you do have that full executive team. And so this is the leadership structure.
So at this point, you really have 4 layers. So you don't actually add a top layer at this point, you actually add more bottom layers. So you're gonna have at this point really like a fully built out executive team, a fully built out director team, a fully built out suite of managers, and then even managers below them or leads, whatever you wanna call it. So you almost have like junior, senior management, directors, executives. Again, everyone calls this something different in their own business. So please just I'm using the most common terminology. But at this point, especially when we talk about your role as president, you are now the leader of an entire community. And this is really the shift that you go through right now, is it goes from leading a business, leading a team, to leading a community, to leading a team of teams, and having to be the one that is directing multiple very robust teams that all come together.
And I'll just speak to the fact, we've gone through this phase 3 times. And so this is just our experience of the 3 times we've gone from 100 to 250 in terms of getting into this specialization lane. And so the number of companies here is 900,000. So it's less than 1 million companies in the United States are even at this level. Out of the 30 million we started with, that was already only 9% of people. All right, so kudos to you if you get to this level. It's very, very rare. All right, so let's start with product. So good services and results that you deliver. The constraint at this level is that your product now has too many features and overwhelms customers. All right, and so this is because it's kind of become this Frankenstein thing. You keep adding, and keep trying to solve these problems, but now you've got this thing that's just got so much stuff attached to it, right? And so to graduate, you want to survey, prune, and improve through deletion. And one of the cool parts about improving through deletion is that pruned items can actually become cross-sells, which I'll explain later. So here's our delete everything but essentials, and then pruned items can become cross-sells using that I like to call it sawdust, but you take the extra branches and then you put them in and they become something else. All right, so this is what this looks like. So I know this also from school, is that the number one reason for cancellation, if you have a recurring business, but even any really business, cancellation might not be that they cancel subscription, they just stop coming back. It's just overwhelm. It's just too many choices, there's too much stuff going on. And so they're like, it's too much effort, I'm good, right? And so instead of thinking I need to add more, we have to think, okay, how do we make each feature of our service or product good enough to be worth the investment on its own? And so I like to think about it like that, which is instead of saying, there's 14 things, but if you ever listen to customers, a lot of times they're like, oh yeah, it's worth it just for this. That just for this thing is the core value. And then the rest of it, believe it or not, actually detracts from the value because they're justifying why they don't use the rest because of how much more valuable this is. And so you would, in a very real way, have a more valuable service if you didn't give them something that they didn't use. The piece that I like to think about this is also magical product creation. So is there a way that we can make our product work without them doing anything at all? And so there's classic products like this, I think I mentioned earlier, alarm systems. You've got, the energy in your house, Wi-Fi, your phone. These are all systems that just work without them. And so the magic is, how can I get people to do basically nothing and provide them value? When you get to that point, it's like you've won, right? But the thing is that when we're thinking about that, what feature do I want from internet? I want it to work and I want it to be fast, right? What's the feature I want from there? I want it to work. A lot of times it's what is the just get it to work look like for your service. And usually if you ask your customers, it's one or two things. That's it.
And a lot of the times what happens at this point is that you get here because you're constantly looking at what new things your customers would want rather than how do I make the current things I have better, right? And to support Alex's point that he just said, there's a study done by McKinsey that I thought was really compelling, which talks about how the companies that prune 6 times as much are 3 times more profitable than companies that don't. And actually the best CEOs out of it, this is an entire study that McKinsey just did, they wrote a whole book about it. The best CEOs that are in the top 10 percentile, they are the ones who prune 6 times more. So they're not adding 6 times more things, they are pruning 6 times more.
Because people, especially when you start getting bigger and bigger, like people have time on their hands and they start just doing stuff. And so like uncontrolled growth is cancer. And so we want to make sure that we cut that cancer out and make sure that we're growing only in the right direction. And so I love this quote from Elon, but he said, you need to delete until you have to add 10% back. He said, you keep deleting until you're like, oops, I deleted too far. Because until you add something back, you didn't delete enough. And this is kind of where you start to have to think with this hat. It's like growth is no longer about just addition. And so there's this story from years and years ago, so this will date me, but there's something called Dragon Dictation. This is, back in the PC, like some people might remember it. Anyways, they came out with a 2.0 version of Dragon Dictation. And the new version 2 years later had 0 new features. It just had better dictation. So it just had a higher comprehension per word that people spoke. And so when I hear that, I think about that, I just think it's like, what's the job that your product does or that your service is going to do for them? And how do I just make it better? And the reason that most people don't want to confront that is that that's harder to figure out than just adding something new. And so this is the discipline of the product team. This is the discipline of the founder, of the CEO being like, you know what? We just got to get better. We just got to keep getting better. Like, what are all the details? This is where you go deep on stuff. That's where better really crystallizes.
And I would say, like, to go deep, you repeat. That's something that I say all the time, but like at this point in the business where you're at is you're going to notice through all of the different functions that we're going to walk through, there's a lot of repetition, because it's really fun to make a new product, but to repeat and redo the old one over and over and over again, nobody likes doing that.
And so I just give this quote that a lot of people in the school community have like kind of quoted me over and over again. And this is a little bit more from media business, but I think it's still a good perspective, is that you want to think value per second, not seconds of value. And so that seems obvious for media, but really for anything, the amount of consumption that the customer is going to go through, it's like, how do I make every experience they have more distilled, more value packed, rather than more value, right? Value per second, not seconds of value. It's about density, value density. And so there's this fancy graph here where you've got, okay, high value, high willingness to pay, high value but low willingness to pay, low value, high willingness to pay, and then low value, low willingness to pay. And so you've got your trash. So obviously, if it's not valuable and people don't want to pay for it, that's just trash. Like no one wants to build that. Table stakes is stuff that everybody in your industry does. So it's high value, but because everyone else does it, it's like they're not willing to spend a lot for it. It's not differentiated, which then kind of leads to, okay, well then what is differentiated? Well, it's high value, and because no one else can do it like you can do it, there's high willingness to pay. Think about that as pricing power. And then finally, we're talking about pruning things. Now, you might have something that you added that you're like, no, this thing's really good, but you really just have to be honest with yourself and see, not a lot of our customers are using it. So those things no longer are part of the core offering. You carve that out, and then you can have that as an add-on or an upsell for specific types of customers.
And I will just note one thing, which is like, if we look at our best performing portfolio companies, the table stakes, the things that are high value but low willingness to pay, the things that most of their competitors are doing, they're not looking at that. I think that that's actually something that we've done really well, and we encourage all of our best companies is don't look at your competitors, look to your customers. Look to what they want more of. Most of the time, they want to improve the current thing. They don't need you to build a competing product with the one that came out from your competitor.
And so this purple line represents the pruned items can become cross-sell. So you can carve out stuff here that isn't as high value, put it over here. For some people, it might be high value, and for them, they'll be able and willing to pay more for it. All right, and so this was from a survey that Profitwell did that I just loved this. This is for creators, but I just thought this was pretty cool to see how, like, using that exact same thing, it's like, okay, what are the table stakes? Well, they felt, and this is obviously your passive fans and super fans, so they did it across 2 audiences, which, by the way, this is how you would kind of look at this for your own customer base. But it's like, okay, so newsletters. Well, a lot of them just see that as par for course for kind of a creator type business. So they're not like, oh, that's the most valuable thing, but it's table stakes, right? Now, what are the things that they really value? So they value access, they value exclusive content, and subscriber-only events. So almost all of this is exclusivity. If you just look at it, it's almost all of these are exclusive things. Now, what are the things that only some people value? Well, badges, credits, deals and discounts, things like that. Like those are things that some people value a lot, but not everyone. So if you want to make that the core thing, it's like you're going to lose out because people are like, well, they would be justifying. They'd be like, well, it's worth it for only this, even if I have to pay for this stuff, right? Now, for some people, the discounts don't matter at all to them, right? And then subscriber only merch, not as, like I'm not going to get a subscription just so I can get merch to there, right? Or at least it's not a core value driver. And so you should be able to look at your own product with this map. It's less about what this map says, more about thinking through your own product in this manner. All right, and so at this level, it's all about deletion. Pruning. And so we started with too many features, we were overwhelming customers, so we survey them, we prune, we improve through deletion, and then the prune items, if you're absolutely hell-bent on it and people are screaming, it's like, okay, the few screamers, you guys can pay more for it, but the core thing, we're gonna keep simple. And so with that, we then transition to Zim marketing, which is how you tell the people about your amazing stuff. And so the constraint at this level is that broader creative brings in lower quality leads and dilutes the brand. And CAC goes up yet again. And so this is my visual for dilution. It should be darker here and lighter here. So more people are coming in, more hands in the pot. People don't understand the messaging that you want. And so to graduate, you grow the brand with standardized messaging, free value, and big positive brand associations. All right, so these are the big moves, and these are kind of the four pieces as I see it for this level. What's the big free value? What's our simplified mission? What's the standardized messaging that aligns with that mission? And what are the big associations we can make with our brand that our customers love? All right, and so standardized messaging is, I really like to simplify this to you really only get 1 to 3 words. That's it. What's the key word association that people are going to think about with you? So for me, there's a reason I wear acquisition, because both it's the name of my company, but it's also what we're really good at. And it has a double entendre in and of itself, which is for the right level of business owner, the reason that we're not marketing.com, that we're acquisition.com, is that higher level businesses think in cost of acquisition. They think in acquisition, or they're thinking M&A in terms of mergers and acquisitions. So either acquiring customers or they're thinking about acquiring businesses. But that's the level of entrepreneur that I ultimately want to attract. And so if people think one word about me, I would want them to think that or business. And I would say third, if I survey my people, they say value. Those are the kind of the 1 to 3 words that people typically associate me when I look at surveys. And so you just have to know, what are those 3 words? People are like, this is my mission statement and my tagline. It's like, you're not gonna get that. The whole audience isn't gonna know that. They're just gonna know he's the X guy, right? And whatever that X is, that's what we have to be hammering over and over and over again. What we want to do is we want to make sure that the look and feel, so people get really obsessed with colors and fonts and all this stuff, and I think it's hogwash. The only reason that you have that stuff is just to further reinforce the association that this is the same company. Not because this font somehow holds power or this particular blue means something. It's just that when you made the associations many other times in the past, or as you continue to, you want to make sure that when you do it again, that they associate them.
At this point in time, why this is difficult is that the team and the founder typically don't want to repeat themselves. And so it's kind of just like in product, we kind of have to do the boring stuff. Business at a certain size, all of the returns that you're getting do come from a lot of boring work. And so at this point, how do you build a brand? Yes, through associations, but repeating the same associations. And so if you look at brands, for example, it's not like you have to continuously make new novel concept ideas. It's how are we repackaging the current message, the current content? When I'm speaking to my team and I'm thinking, because brand externally and brand internally is culture, you're thinking, okay, I'm gonna keep talking about how competitive greatness is our core value. It's not like I'm making up a new word. It's not like I'm making up it's just I'm constantly repeating it. And so I think being okay with different packaging, right, to repeat the same thing is what you want to focus at this point in time, because it's just like Nike. They've been saying, just do it for how long?
I was literally going to use that exact example. Their creative team isn't you know what, we did just do it last year. Let's, we want to freshen it up. It's once you find the message that hits for your audience, that people are I love this, you just say it over and over and over again, and you let them know in new and creative ways the same message. So the variety is, think of it as 100 different ways to say one thing, not one way to say 100 things. The next thing here is free value, all right? I differentiate this between B2B and B2C. So B2B, typically, this is going to be actual value. So it's usually gonna be some sort of monetary value that you give to people. This is why we make these kind of extensive trainings and courses and things like that, why we put the content out, I write the books. All of this is actual value that someone's like, I made more from this than I have paid this person, and I would like to give them more money so that I can get even more value. Like, that's the idea. It's like, get them to try it before they buy it and feel really good about the purchase. My favorite thing in the entire world is when a customer says, you've literally paid for yourself 100 times over before I've even given you anything. Because it's like, I've already paid for myself. It's one of my favorite ways to do business, and I recommend doing it that way. And so if you're B2B thinking like, what would be insane for me to give away? How much work am I willing to do that my competitors aren't willing to do in order to just over deliver to my customers, and realizing that 99% of people will never become a customer, and that's okay. And so the next piece here is, okay, well, how does that apply to B2C? So B2C, if you look at the big brand, like overall, is oftentimes it's entertainment in terms of like the value that they provide. And that is, and I use that in the formal definition of entertainment, which is just anything that the purpose is to consume it. So sports, for example, they are entertainment. The whole point of sports is for people to watch it. That's it. When people, dancers, singers, and there's a reason that big direct-to-consumer brands find the entertainers that are in that space that resonate most closely with the core values of their brand and their business and their audience, so that they can continue to pair themselves with the values that matter most to their customers. And so this is how I think about it. Because B2B, it's like, well, wouldn't it be great if Elon Musk would do an ad for me? It's like, yeah, he's not going to do that, right? And so it's like, you have to create the value directly, whereas here it's almost by proxy. Now, in both of these situations, long-term, it's still going to come down to the product. But this is just about how do we get ourselves out there? How do we get more people to find out about our stuff? These are the ways that we do it. In terms of big associations, it's taking these free value components and saying, okay, what does that look like? What are the endorsements? What are the sponsors that would make the most sense for our business right now? And so at this level, we had broader creative brings in lower quality leads and dilutes the brand. CAC goes up again. So to solve this, we say, okay, this is the core messaging. These are the 1 to 3 words we want people to know about us. All right, this is how we're going to deliver free value to our base at scale. There's a reason that some of the best ads of all times for direct-to-consumer brands are funny, right? They're entertaining, and they have people that those people recognize and like in those ads. And then B2B, we have to think, okay, we should be willing to invest actual money in the free value that we're giving, like real money. Not just like, oh, we'll just make some content. Sure, that's something. But like, how do we give real value to people? Is there tools that we can give away? Are there calculators that we can give away? Are there even low levels of service that we can give to prospective customers that would reinforce our position in the marketplace? That's why McKinsey and Bain and some of these big like consulting firms, they put out massive white papers that you'd have to pay, tens of thousands of dollars to get that level of information, and they give it away for free so that they can position themselves as thought leaders and authorities in the space. All right, and so at this point, we're like, okay, our product, we've pruned it down, we've let more people know about our new product, and now we transition to sales. All right, so how are we gonna get these people to give us money? And so the constraint at this level is that closing efficiency on their premium product drops. You got more people, it's just, you got a bigger team now. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, my 3 superstars get overshadowed by the 30 non-superstars that I have in that role. And so to graduate, what we do is we route the best leads to the best closers for front end and ascensions. And you create automated metrics tracking, all right? So up to this point, you should have metrics tracking. And if it's not automated, it absolutely has to be automated. But this is at a more granular level. This is to the rep by basically across everything. Attribution by platform, by rep, by product, okay? And so if you see these kind of leads coming in, you then have to have these assignment rules that then push them to it. And so last level, we talked about categorizing, organizing. We can't get into the specialization until we do the categorization first. So we categorize and organize first, and then that sets us up for this stage where we say, okay, what are we gonna do about these categories? What are we gonna do about that? We're gonna specialize. All right, so this is what this looks like, is that the best salespeople get the best hours and leads. And so this is like crazy stats, but you can 4x revenue by making sure that you contact leads within 60 seconds. Well, if you have a gazillion leads, it's very hard to do that. So if you've categorized your leads as these are the best leads, and then you put those best leads with the best closers exclusively, guess what those best closers now have time to do? Call the best leads and 4x revenue because of their speed to contact compared to them trying to call everybody, which they couldn't do. But before this, they might have been doing. The same lead, to the same degree, there was a guy who lived in our building, and he was the #1 timeshare sales rep in the whole nation for the largest timeshare company in the US. At the time, they're doing $200 million a year. and he won the sales competition between 3,000 reps. All right, he told me it was 3,000, however many it was. And so he was number one. And so he got 1 hour with the CEO and as his prize for winning the sales for that year. And when he went to the CEO, he said he went straight into the sale. He said, listen, right now, you're giving away amazing leads to guys who are brand new and they're just flopping on them. And then sometimes I get people who've got a 400 credit score and there's nothing I can do. I can't sell them anything, right? If you gave me all the guys who have the best credit scores and they're most qualified, I will make you so much more money. And so after an hour, the guy finally said, fine, I'll test it at just your location. He tested it at that location and that guy 5x'd the productivity of that one division. And then they rolled it out nationwide and they were able to 5x the company and they went from 200 or 250 million to 1.2 billion in sales over the next 3 years. 4x from speed, best leads to best closers. That can all only happen once you start assigning scores to leads, which we should already have had happen. Now, if you're like, well, if all the best leads are going to the best guys, what's left for the junior dudes? Well, I'll tell you this. There's this amazing thing called survivorship bias. It's the same reason that people play the lottery is that they think they're going to be the winner. And so there's some of the most competitive sales roles in the world. I mean, if you look at MLMs, for example, it's the same idea. One guy makes a lot of money, and then a whole bunch of people work basically for free with the hope that someday they'll be that person. And you're like, oh, I can't believe it. Well, guess what? The same thing works in insurance. Same thing works in private wealth management. They bring tons of people in, and they will work for years because they know they've got a shot at becoming a guy who can make $1 million a year or 500 grand a year. And so the rich do get richer. The best closers all of a sudden start making a ton of money. And that then attracts way more also studs to come in the bottom. And then they sharpen their teeth on these bad leads. And so it's actually the most efficient for the business because when you bring someone in who's not experienced, they then flub on flubbable leads. And then the absolute pristine, amazing leads only go to the guys who are absolute murderers and have been doing this for such a long time that they know how to close this person in their sleep. And then if that person who's a junior guy and he sharpened his teeth and he was able to close the 500 credit scores, the Tom, Dick, and Harrys who walk in the door, the tire kickers, they learn how to close those people. Once they start getting better and better leads, they just get even better. The beautiful thing about this is that it's still the most efficient way for the business to allocate resources. And so that is the big shift that has to happen at that point. In order to get to the next level. Because fundamentally, basically the salespeople have to specialize. And I said this on front end and Ascensions. So you will probably have front end salespeople, but you also now have back end products that have to happen. And so if that back end sale is worth even more than the front end sale, then the even best guy goes there and then everything floods to that one or two guys. And so it's almost like this pyramid where you've got these massive amounts at the bottom, but the very top guys just make a killing. And you just apply this all the way through the business across every sale that has to occur. So from there, we went from closing efficiency on the premium product drops to routing the best leads to the best closers. Now this is across the entire business, front end and back end, and all of this stuff should be automatically tracked and scored by the person, by the platform, by rep, so that you can actually know where we can put these leads to get the best return. And from there, we go to the servicing of customers.
So customer service is how you get more customers to refer, to retain, review, and resell. Okay, and so at this level, the issue is that multiple customer journeys conflict or are poorly timed with one another, right? So you think about it just like Alex was just talking about, we have multiple products at this point in time. And so what we're seeing is that they conflict with each other. And so to graduate, we want to create proactive recommendations to cross-sell other stuff and create a blended customer journey. Okay, and so what that looks like is making sure that the products are not like butting heads with each other, but they're swimming in their own swim lanes alongside of each other, okay? And so what does that mean when it comes to a blended customer journey?
What this looks like is you want to lay out every contingency. So what happens if person A, who buys product A, wants to buy product B? Well, what if someone comes in on product B but wants to buy product A? What if A buys C and then buys B? Right, is that we want to make sure that each of these journeys don't contradict one another, or that there's not messaging, which often happens, that says, oh, this has to be done in this sequence, or these are the levels. You want to make sure that the messaging across any of these hypothetical journeys, when you have more products in the product suite, all makes sense.
If you're laying out all these contingencies and you're making sure that they don't conflict, right, then that means that you're probably going to have a different onboarding for each of these paths. You're probably going to have different email sequencing for each of these paths. You're probably going to have to segment your customer service teams to service each of these paths, and you're probably going to have to tag your customers so that your team knows what path each customer is in. Now that brings us to one thing, which is we also want to make sure that we're eliminating conflict and we're solving for the highest LTV. What you want to look for once you've laid out every contingency that could exist in terms of your customer base is you want to figure out, is there, what are the bottom that are taking up the most time, they're taking up the most effort, and they create no ROI for the business or very low. And so we want to figure out which customer journeys that currently exist within the mix of products that we have actually are not the best for the business because they're not creating a good customer experience, which means these people aren't referring, they're not reselling, they're not ascending, and they're taking a lot of resources from the team. And so once you've laid all these out, then you can go back to one of the levels we talked about with customer segmentation, because you're segmenting your customers by now. And you want to look at that segment and say, okay, if I eliminated that segment, look at the resources it would open up. Could I put more effort into getting customers in these 3 pathways instead? And so you're really trying to figure out, again, if you notice the theme here, it's resource allocation. We're pruning to make sure that we're going to solve for the highest LTV customers. And that's what we want to continue to do over and over and over again. It just gets more complicated when you have multiple products with multiple entry points and upsell points. What you want to be able to do after you've figured all of this out is you want to be able to automate as much as possible. The issue here is that if you do not have the technology and you don't have the automation to properly tag and segment your customers, then people are going to be getting on the phone and they're going to be like, yeah, you got to get on your onboard. They're like, I already onboarded with the other product. What are you talking about? And you're like, oh shit. And then you're like, wait, he just had an onboarding call last week. What are we doing with him now? And it's like, you just notice that it starts to get very disconjointed. And so by eliminating the ones that create the lowest ROI and have the lowest LTV, you make room for the ones that have the highest, and it also simplifies the business. So you don't have 17 customer journeys and they're all hitting each other in the face. You've got 3 and they're all swimming nicely alongside each other.
And so, for example, at Gym Launch, we had our sister company, Prestige Labs. And so we tested a while. We were like, okay, can we get people to buy Prestige Labs as a gym and then upsell them Gym Launch? And we tried that for a while. And then we tried, okay, can we get people to buy Gym Launch and then upsell them Prestige Labs? And it turned out when we actually tested these side by side, the LTV of this pathway was significantly higher than the LTV of this pathway. And the cost to acquire customers here was the same as it was to acquire here. So we're like, oh, okay, so this is a more optimal path for people to go in. We also then were like, can we get people to buy A and B together? That didn't work either. And so as you have these different product suites, you'll find out that there will be times that are the best moment to upsell these other things or cross-sell them. That's right for that specific customer. That does eliminate conflict. That makes the most natural sense. And that's, fundamentally, this is why Gym Launch has continued to be a powerhouse in that industry, and there's really no one else who's at that scale, is because we just simply have a higher LTV than everyone else does. And so we're able to continue to outlast everyone.
Another example that's really common is that what you start to experiment with is when you have 2 products, you say, why do we make everyone buy the first product to get to the second product, right? Why do they have to qualify by buying the first? And that's actually something that we've tested in not just our own companies, but in multiple portfolio companies. And we actually found that those customers who came in to only buy the higher level product and didn't go through the lower level product, oftentimes got created the highest churn and they had the lowest LTV. And the reason for that was because a lot of companies at this point, you're optimizing what currently exists, but to create an entirely new onboarding customer journey, et cetera, for a product and actually a new way of acquiring customers, because essentially what you have to do, you have to have a new front end as well to set expectations properly. It just isn't something that you can do like in the snap of your fingers. It might take 12 months to build it out. So what we found at Gym Launch is that, when people came in through our front end program and they ascended into the back end program, they had the highest LTV. When we brought them in and said, they really just want to go to the back end program, those people actually ended up churning pretty early, like in the first quarter. And so we said, you know what, this doesn't create the best experience. So maybe we suck and we don't have the skills yet, but we also recognize that the marketing that brought those people in set them up to succeed in the first program, not the back end. And so that's something, again, if you are looking like, hey, I want to get people just straight into the back end, that's not impossible, but it requires a completely new customer journey where you're probably going to also have to alter the marketing because the marketing sets the expectations.
We tried to flip this front back thing and that never worked for us. But when we created an entirely new product line for a higher level customer, we had a different acquisition channel for them, a different sales process, a different sales team, a different onboarding process. And once we accomplished that, then it worked. And so just putting this into context, it's like, okay, we want to make sure fundamentally we're just solving for the highest LTV and the lowest operational complexity. It's just that things just grow arms and legs and extra eyeballs. And so we want to keep pruning it down.
So for customer service, we had multiple customer journeys with conflict. right? Or poorly timed. And so we want to create proactive recommendations to cross-sell, upsell, having a blended customer journey and getting rid of the ones that don't make sense anymore.
So at this level of scale, you should have already categorized everything that's kind of coming in. But as soon as you do categorize, you're like, shoot, I need to specialize my team so that I have a stack of people who can respond to this type of customer. And I can have a stack of salesmen who can respond to this type of prospect. And I can have a stack of developers or a stack of delivery people who can help service this level of product. And so the thing is that everything's about going hyper deep and specialized at this scale. And it can be harder to recruit and find those people. And at acquisition.com, one of the core competencies we have is finding the who, because fundamentally the who is what builds the business. One of the things that we do, if this is you watching this for the first time and you don't have your own custom scaling roadmap, then I would encourage you to go below, click the button, it's absolutely free, and we'll help you make an automated roadmap based on where you're at and where you want to go. So we'll show you the stage before, the stage after, and then give you a lot of more in-depth details about what you can do to get to the next level. If you already have that scaling roadmap and you'd like my team, my actual portfolio team, to meet with you in person, then we'd love to invite you out to one of our scaling workshops here in Vegas where we're based. And at that workshop, we'll help take your scaling roadmap and specifically tailor it to your business and your industry right now. So you know exactly what to prioritize so you can get the highest return and pull your future towards you faster. And so if that's at all interesting, you can click, I think, the banner above this video or somewhere along here. I'm sure if you're at this level, you can figure it out. But you can apply, and we'd love to have you out here and help you scale, because transparently, this is how we find future portfolio companies. And at the end of the day, us helping other business owners is kind of why we do what we do. So that sounds cool. Click the button, and otherwise, enjoy the video.
Which brings us to IT. So IT is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information, okay? And so at this level, the constraint is that departments outgrow general software and need specific solutions. This is something that you may notice along the theme here. Too many internal inquiries and no inquiry process, so we need departmental policies. These are all the things that happen. Okay, and so to graduate, you want to get specialized stacks for each department. So what happens is you'll notice that in the beginning, you get general tools that can be used across all departments. Because in the beginning, it's not like we should have a specific platform for sales and for CS, because there's like 2 people there. So it's like, no, you will deal with the one that works for everybody, right? But then once you get big enough, you start to notice, you know what? This communication tool or this email platform actually doesn't really work well for this team. And so you have to get specialized stacks for each department. That's the first thing that we want to focus on. The second thing is that we're going to need an internal inquiry process. So at this point, IT becomes a really big demand, because if you think about it, right, it's starting to look like this, which is you have your departments, you've got product, marketing, sales, CS, IT, recruiting, because IT needs IT, human resources, and finance. Each of them now have their own technology. And then each of them now are going to need to also have a way to send tickets to the IT team and have essentially service level agreements with the IT team about how long things are going to take, what we should expect for turnaround times. And so basically at this point, what we're doing is we have to take IT from being just centralized to decentralizing IT. This is the process that occurs right now. And so what does that mean? It means that IT was its own department that was servicing all these other departments, and it was spread out equally. Now IT has to almost become decentralized, that you have an IT department and you have many IT departments in each of the departments. Because it doesn't make sense if sales has their own product, if sales has their own platform, and they have 5 platforms that make the entire thing work, that they have to wait a week on the IT team because the IT team is working on the recruiting team. All of these things are going to be needed to make each function work properly. And so what you're going to want to look at is having staff to help service each department to their specific needs. Right? So you have specific technology and you have specific staff. So this might look like in the beginning, like you have an IT director and then you've got a generalist or 2. Now it's like you're gonna get a MarTech guy who's gonna do marketing. You're gonna get a sales ops guy who's gonna do sales ops. You're gonna get a CS ops. You're gonna get a rev ops. And so you start notice financial ops. You're starting to notice that you're getting all of these people that are gonna specialize in that one function, right? And then with that, those people are going to create ticketing systems for each of those functions. So what you had prior is probably one centralized ticketing system for IT. And now it's like you're going to have to create an IT ticketing system for each specific person that owns the function. The reason that we want to do this is because at this point, IT is essentially part of the product, and the product being the department. And so in order for it to improve properly, they need to almost create a product-like pipeline, just like you would for software. And so at this point, this is where a lot of things break, because people start to hate the fact, it's like first people hate the fact that they rely on the IT department because they're like, oh my gosh, you guys are so slow. And then now they hate the fact that they have to like send inquiries to people and they have SLAs that are created. And they're like, what is all this communication? Can you just make this shit I want and do what I tell you to do? But at this point, what we have to realize is that we need to have technology to enable us to create the processes the right way. And so each department really starts to become its own piece of tech.
And sometimes you may end up finding yourself with some custom developers that you bring in-house or that you contract in order to build like specialized tools or patches or integrations. And this is a big cautionary tale for you. You may end up building something and it works really well for you. And the amount of times that I actually have companies of this size that then reach out to us, like at acquisition.com, and they're like, hey, we built this tool that makes our sales guys way more proficient in our specific industry. And I've got friends in this industry who want to pay me for that tool. Should I spin this off as a SaaS company? And then, or could I get valued as a SaaS company because I have this? And I just like, stop. You built these things for yourself. You didn't like, well, what about Slack? Slack didn't have revenue. Slack was losing money and threw a Hail Mary.
It was that or nothing.
Yeah, and so they were, from day one, a software company. Right now, the type of software changed, but that's what they were built for, right? If you're a solar sales business and you figure out a way to get your reps to be significantly more productive, great. That's called a competitive moat, and that's what you do to continue to crush your competition. So no, and the thing is like, in order for like the person who's going to write you a $500 million check or $1 billion check or whatever it is that your goal is, that guy's not dumb. He's got the money to write the check. All right. He knows that your solar sales company isn't a SaaS platform. All right. So just don't try and be like, will I get You're not going to get categorized that way. That's just called internal. Those are just internal tools. And long term, what you may end up doing if you're in a service business, unlike that solar sales example, then that just becomes a tech-enabled service. If you figure out a way that you can deliver to customers faster and you've automated a huge portion of the work and that just drives more margin, well, are you going to kill that company and then start a software company for other people in that space, even though your niche is really small? Probably not. Just run on the fact that you have an advantage. That's the point.
And so the last piece of that is understanding having service level agreements with the tech teams, which is understanding this is really at the point where you're starting to measure utilization and you want to understand standards for how long tasks that you repeat over and over again take. So what that might look like is how long does it take to fix a server when it's down? How long does it take to onboard a new rep for the sales department onto this specific tool? How long does it take to build a funnel for marketing? Those are all things that in order for you to know how big your team needs to get and how efficient they can be, you want to have SLAs so that you know how long things take, what kind of the workload is, and if you need to hire more people. That is IT, right? So we start, the departments outgrow general software, they need specific solutions, and then we have no inquiry process, and so we need to create one with SLAs and get specialized stacks for each department. Which brings us to recruiting. All right, recruiting is how you find and hire people for your company. So the constraint at this level is that recruiters hold inconsistent standards and your culture suffers, okay? The wrong candidates are getting way too far in the process. And so to graduate, what we want to do is have standardized selection process for all incoming talent, and we want to have a founder fit final check, okay? This is something that I can't hammer in this enough. The amount of times the founder gets uninvolved with recruiting too soon. And if you look at some of the best companies that are out there that were built, the founder did the final check. Even if it's 15 minutes, it's like they're still doing the final check for people on the team, especially anyone in a management position. What does this look like when we have standardized selection? Okay, the first is having structured interviews. So we want to use the same questions for all of the candidates for a specific role so we can assess the key competencies. So we talked about the four-way fit. For each of those pieces of the four-way fit, we want to understand, is every person asking the same 5 to 10 questions? Because if not every person is asking the same 5 to 10 questions to every person that they're interviewing, they're going to be biased based on different answers to different questions. And so we need to have process that protects us from our emotions, okay? And so the first thing is having standard questions for each type of interview for each role that exists. So that's the first thing we want to do. The second thing we want to do to mitigate risk and uphold standards is have interview panels. Okay, so we want to have multiple interviewers with assigned roles. So what does this look like? Okay, this would look like you have 2 or 3 people that conduct a culture interview together. This would look like you have 2 people that conduct a technical interview together. The reason for this is that we want to eliminate so much individual bias. A lot of people like to hire people like themselves. What you want to do is stack up your interviews with panelists who have incentive to hire people who are competent, right? And so if you have somebody that you're hiring into a sales manager role, you want to bring in the CS manager, you want to bring in the IT manager, because those people also want somebody who's very proficient at their role in there, but they might not be as desperate as the director of sales to fill the role, so they will protect you from lowering your standards. And at this point where you're at with your company is that people are desperate to fill roles because they're like, the recruiter's like, I just want to show some wins. And the people are like, I just need some freaking help. And so you need people that have no incentive to fill the role that quickly on the interview panel so that they are holding the standards for the entire company, right? That's the first thing we want to do. The next thing we want to do is we want to have the founder do at least a 20-minute final interview to ensure that nothing's missed. At this point in time, what seems to happen is that when standards are wavering, what you want to do, like the reason that you want to get back in there is because you want to figure out where the heck are we dropping the ball? Is it culture? Is it skill? Are we not asking the same questions? Is there anything that's not in there that's not standardized that we're missing? Are the recruiters missing? Are the specialized recruiters are they not as engaged as they were in the beginning because they were trying to win our business? Like what's going on? And the way that you get that feedback is by taking the final interviews. And so I'm not saying that you need to do a 2-hour interview for every role, but taking 20 minutes, having one day a week where you just stack, 5 or 6 back to back in the morning. That's usually what I do. And it's like, great, let me just do a final check, because the most important thing at this point is that you hire and fire the right people. And right now, if you think about resource allocation, if your job is to allocate resources, then bringing in people who either take or give more resource to the company is probably one of the most beneficial things that you can do. And so until the structured interviews are in place and they're hemming and they're humming, and until the interview panels are working really well, make sure that you are also doing a founder fit check. Now, the last piece that goes with this, and arguably my favorite thing, is having a scoring system for candidates. Okay, so what does this mean? It means that we need to move from subjectively hiring people to objectively hiring people. So this looks like creating an interview rubric to score responses with a consistent scale. The easiest way that you can do this, guys, is there's so many fancy ways that we can do this. I also fucking hate the fancy ways, because it's all right, so we have a 30-point quiz that we've got, and then people just, honestly, they don't want to fill it out correctly, so they just don't think about it and they don't do it. We need something simple that people on your team will actually take the time to fill out. And so my favorite thing to do is to have 5 scores for skill and 5 scores for culture fit. That's it. And it doesn't even need to be 5 for culture fit. How many values you have, that's however many you're going to score on culture fit. And all it is that you take the 5 top skills the role needs and then your core values, and you have the person score on a scale of 1 to 5. How do they rate on this skill? On a scale of 1 to 5, how do they rate on this value, etc. And so then what you can do is you can have each candidate that's in the final round, you can look at their scores. And I do this all the time, even with myself. And I will tell you, there's so many times that I am I really like this candidate. And then I'm I put their scores down. I'm like, shit, this person's higher. Because a lot of the times what you'll see at this point, your team might not know this, is that likeness blinds us from someone's actual skill and what they're actually going to bring to the table. Because some people are just really likable. They're really charismatic and they're really good at interviewing and making you like them. But they're not really good at doing the job. And interview skill does not equate to ability to do the job.
And this has just been something that I've seen as well, which is just thinking about interviewing as a completely separate skill from whatever the job that you're hiring someone for. Some of the best hires that we've had have had honestly horrendous interviews. But we're okay, objectively, do they have this thing? Do they have this skill? Do they have this skill? What experience they have? How much detour are they able to show? Versus man, I just love this person. And if you're listening to this right now, those people that you just loved on the interview, and then they came in and you're I love them, but they're actually not that good at this job. And so this has just been an evolution for us.
Yeah, and a lot of the times it's, you enjoy talking to them, but they don't actually bring a lot of value to the business. And so that's why having a scoring system in place is so important at this point in time. We want to have structured interviews, interview panels, do the founder fit, and then score your candidates after each interview.
And each of the people who do these, because we have a multi-step interview, right? So you have multiple people scoring. And so you can look at the discrepancies between scores, and that for you, if you're the founder final check, you're oh, okay, this score was the lowest across all 3 of the interviews. I'm going to push on this one really hard. So it allows you to also focus your time on the things that are going to get the best return for you.
Yeah, Alex knows one of the things that I love to do is watch all the interviews before I interview with somebody and then think what's the one thing that's a big red flag, and then just straight up ask them. Be why does it seem like you're so defensive for feedback? And people what? And then I want to see, by asking that question, are they actually defensive to feedback? So Anyways, it's a great use of time. So that's what we want to do with recruiting, right? Our constraint is that recruiters hold inconsistent standards and the culture suffers, right? The wrong candidates are getting too far in the process. So we want to standardize selection and also do a founder fit check. Which brings us to HR, human resources, which is how we decrease the likelihood that regulators and employees sue us. Okay, at this level, the issue is that we have so many new and existing employees that performance suffers. There's compliance issues and complaints start to skyrocket. So you are really getting into having real HR at this point. I think all the way up until about this stage, it's like, you know, you can get by with pseudo HR, you can get by with your operator playing HR, but once you get past 100, it's like, you got HR, right? And that's when you're gonna have like a full-blown department. And so to graduate here, so we can solve these issues, we wanna set up group onboarding, which is a software that you can implement, and we wanna have documented performance management systems, insurance, and we wanna reinforce our cultural values. So I wanna hit on some of this. The first thing that we wanna have in place, and this is often something that complements an HRIS, is a system in place that hosts one-on-ones, feedback, surveys, goal progress, because this is imperative to have as a holistic view of performance as a leader. And so essentially what you have is a performance management tool, okay? And so if you have a performance management tool that manages all of it in one place, then you can have visibility into everything that's going on. Because at this point, you don't have time to look at the performance of every department. You get to the point where it's like, there's so much going on, there's such big problems that you're focused on that you may, when you had 50 people, been able to help with the performance of the department. No longer can you do that. You have to be able to proactively monitor to make sure that if you start to see performance dipping, you can say like, hey, let's take our eyes on this. Like, why is it that half this team right now is not hitting their quota? What's going on over here? So basically, you want to prevent small problems from getting big. And right now, when you're in this fluctuation point where you're growing and getting over 100 people, the small problems become very big problems. Like the little whispers turn into shouts, right? And this tiny little performance issues, he's just that way. It's all of a sudden 10 or 15 people doing that. And so you want to have one system that you can see. Okay, so this is what I set up when I had the first time when I got past 100 employees. I had visibility that I could see every one-on-one, every person out there manager, the notes, the documentation, even the recording. I could see all the feedback that every team gave about their manager. So every week they would give feedback about their manager and I could see what they said. There were surveys that went out every week that asked, how do they think I'm doing as the CEO? How do they think that the company's doing in terms of progressing towards its goals? There was a goal progress tracker that measured how far everybody each week got towards their quarterly goals. So I could see, are we red, yellow, green in each department, right? And so what this allowed me to do was allowed me to see how healthy is each team in the business. And at this point, you don't have time to focus on every single person at every point in time. The reality is that you're gonna at this point have so many leaders in your company that you cannot give them individual attention anymore. You have to go to like preventing problems or solving problems. But like maintenance mode, that's why you're probably gonna have an executive team at this point to help manage the other things. And so that's why having visibility is so important at this point in time so that you can see these things before they get big. What this allows you to do is this is where that ties in with reinforcing cultural values, is that what you'll see is you'll start to see where performance dips and you'll start to see where things are starting to get lax. Like where are people starting to let up? Where are things starting to not be as tight as they once used to be, right? Because when you go from 50 people or even 75 people to 100 or 150 people, things start to feel really different. And so reinforcing the cultural values, just like when we talked about with marketing, how we want to continue to reinforce the brand and the messaging, we have to do the same internally. So it's constantly repeating ourselves. Now, how do we repeat ourselves? My recommendation is that you have formalized leadership training. So just like we have performance management systems, we want to have performance development systems, which look like training one-to-many. To reinforce the cultural values, I suggest twice a month hosting some sort of leadership training or full team training where you reinforce the values, right? You talk about what the values are, what the values are not, and then you reward people who showcase them. Something that we do on a weekly basis is we have a weekly team touch base. On that weekly team touch base, we give shout outs. Those shout outs are related to our 3 core values, right? A way that I really love doing this in our last company is that anytime that somebody showed a core value or went above and beyond to completely demonstrate that core value, we actually would send them a t-shirt that week that had that core value on it. And it would say like, thank you for exemplifying grow or die. Thank you for exemplifying don't sugarcoat it. And so at this point, just as external brand messaging becomes so important to repeat yourself, so does internal brand messaging so you can build your culture.
And so these are the decisions, like who you hire, who you promote, who you fire, also communicate almost more than anything you say verbally. Like if you say we have these values and then you allow someone to be a shithead that doesn't actually do those values, it communicates more than anything that you're going to say. And so people look way more about what you do than what you say in general. So that's just as something that we've seen. The second piece that I wanted to add on is that Layla touched on like learning and development, trading. These are all things that we actually put in that second big bucket inside of that triangle of we've got functions of the business, we have the people in the business, and then we have the operations to connect the people to those functions. And so training is one of the core components of that. We will talk about that in a lot of depth, just in a different entire training on scaling. One of the last little very boring ones that I have here is also you want to have a EPLI, which is employee something liability insurance, but you can Google it. Usually at this point, like you're going to want to have it. It's like sexual harassment, things like that you want to have insurance against because you're a company now and HR is a thing and people will sue you.
So HR, right? We have too many new existing employees. Performance is starting to suffer. So we want to implement performance management systems and reinforce our cultural values.
So here we are. So finance, this is how you manage your monies. All right, so the constraint at this level is that you're still paying retail for everything and you're getting overcharged for everything. Your cash is unprotected and likely getting very low returns or no returns in general. And so to graduate, we have to renegotiate rates on everything. Cash, you want to shift into yield accounts or something that gets a return for it. You want specialized finance roles, especially around tax mitigation. And you'll have to have internal financial audits, kind of like you'll want to start putting a cadence in place where it doesn't have to be a third-party firm, but you want to be able to audit your own financials to make sure that's legit because at this level, you're making a lot of money. Like there's a lot of money that's coming in and you're not close to it. And so you have to have some sort of check system. The amount of horror stories that I have, we've experienced and also like other founder entrepreneurs that we know that, get past the size and beyond, millions of dollars getting lost, stolen, misallocated. Like it's not like, 10 grand here like that. You're losing that right now for sure every day all over the place. But like millions of dollars can get lost. Number one, the monthly expense cleanse. So the cool thing with this is it drops straight to the bottom line. So we have a cadence in place for our financial departments that every quarter or so, they will look at every single subscription and just say, okay, what can we delete here? And they will reach out to those departments to say, are you sure not only are you using this, but are you using it at the level that we're currently paying for?
And I would actually highlight here, this is something that I actually lead each quarter. And then I ask people on the team, can we get rid of this? Because what you will see is that people on the team want to keep everything, don't like deleting things. And so you need somebody to push to get rid of things that we haven't used in the last quarter.
And so waste just happens a lot at this point, right? And so I love this reminder, like Twitter, Elon came in and laid off 80% of Twitter and they were fine. Now, media has whatever news they want about it, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm on the platform. I see the thing continuing to grow. People overhire, like, do we need all these people? Like you have to have somebody kind of questioning like status quo on a regular basis, and they have to be a little bit more dominant in terms of personality. Like they have to be more assertive, because if it's just like, oh no, we need them all. It's like, no, but do you really? Like show me utilization. What are our tickets coming in? Do we need this many? Do we need this coverage, right? So the next one, after you have you've got this cleansing process in place for both people and technology, you then think, okay, well, I'm an enterprise business now, and you should be getting enterprise pricing. And so you should be getting volume discounts. And so I would highly recommend literally reshopping it to everyone. Like go to every single vendor you go to and buy from and ask, okay, we came in here and we've 5x'd our volume since then, but we're still paying retail. And the way that we shop it is like we just go get 3 other vendors, show them what their rates are, show them what they're willing to pay us to switch to them. And then all of a sudden you'd be amazed at what people will do in order to keep your business.
The other thing that kind of goes with that is just like when you reshop, also like renegotiating the level of service you get, because at this point your business has become much bigger. It makes sense that you get a much higher tiered level of service. And so do not settle for whatever you had 100 people ago. You probably need more hands-on, the phone number to the rep. You need to be able to not have to go into the bank to do everything. There's a lot of stuff that you can get and you can leverage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you should have the business banking. You should have a banker who's specific to your account. Like you're doing you're making them a lot of money, and so that should be happening. In terms of cash yield accounts, like at least today, given the current market, you should be This number will change in terms of what percentage yield is, if you're looking at this in the future. But that money should be making you something. And at this point, like when you have 50 grand, 100 grand that sits in your checking account, it's not going to make a huge difference if you're making 5% on that or not. If you have 10 million in your account that's sitting there just for normal business functions, then 500 grand a year is material, right? And so making sure that you're just in those accounts that are going to get higher yields, it's an easy one move thing that just makes you way more money. Begin internal audits. So I referenced it earlier. You just want checks and balances, just because this is uncomfortable to say, but the most likely place of theft actually happens from internal. So as much as we have insurance, we want to stop against malware and phishing and all these these scams and whatnot. The most likely people to steal from you work for you.
The one thing I will add to that is just like, as the founder or the CEO of the business, like thoroughly reviewing your financial statements each month is not a luxury, it's a requirement. Like if you want to get ahead of those things, understanding how to read the P&L, consistently reading it, and not thinking that just because you've brought in, you probably have a whole financial team now, like, oh, I don't need to step back, I can just get the high level. No, I suggest continuing to dig into it every month and just keeping that as knowing like that's part of your job, no matter how big the company is.
And have a 1 or 2 hour meeting every month where you're just going to review that with the the head of finance and go through line items to be like, this seems high. Why is this high? Who's this charged for? What is that? Because the thing is sometimes you're like, that's how much that vendor was? Man, we got to get rid of you have to keep a pulse on this stuff, or you have to have a CFO who's just an absolute savage. It might be, who does that on your behalf.
And I would say that at this point with your financial statement, you should absolutely not just be getting the financial statement, but you should also be getting notes as to why things change each month. So why is this higher this month? Why is this lower this month? I have basically anyone at this point in time, you basically want them to have write that. So it's like you have all the financials and then you have a notes section on the side next to each line item explaining why it's maintained, why it's gone up, or why it's gone down. So you don't want just people to deliver numbers, but they need to be able to tell the story of the numbers, what they mean to the business. And so if you don't have a team that can tell you the story of what the financials mean about the business, you probably have the wrong financial team, which we'll talk about in another video.
And the financial, in 2 stages ago, I think we had more granular financials that came in, like kind of financial operations kind of starts to bridge that gap. They should have a good understanding of what's going on. Like a good finance team has operational awareness of what are the key levers that drive outcomes in the business. And I mean, this is like 201, 301 version of finance, but like they should be fundamentally, they're allocating your resource of money. And so they should be very astute to how this generates a return in the business and everything. And I'll just say this personally, like the best CFOs that like we've come in contact with, man, they're cheap. You know what I mean? They're just ruthless. They're like, I don't think we need that. I think we can downgrade. They'll do. You know what I mean? Like they'll live, right? It's like you want somebody who's even more aggressive than you are. I've never had a CFO that wanted to spend money more than me. Right, like you have to have somebody who, like, is like founders, like I'm like, let's go, like throw the money at it, like let's do this, let's grow this stuff. But you have to have, it's a yin and yang. So with that being said, that is finance. You're still paying for retail for absolutely everything. You're getting overcharged. Your cash is unprotected and getting zero returns. And so we have to renegotiate rates on everything. We put those processes in place in order to make sure that we're saving more money on a consistent basis. Cash goes into accounts. When we get more specialized finance roles, specifically against tax mitigation. So I didn't hit tax mitigation very much in this, but at this point, you probably have some significant write-offs that you qualify for. Sometimes it's R&D tax credits. There's just some, like it is now in the hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars of range. And so I think it is worth doing because it's not about what you make, it's about what you keep. All right. So bottom line, at this level of specialization, if we're looking at this whole list here, the theme is specialized. We categorized last level. Now we're specializing, specialization of roles. And so the constraint is no one is good enough to know everything and your focus is too broad. And so to graduate, we create dedicated people and teams for specific tasks. That is the bottom line of this stage. And so we went from 100 all the way up to 250 and the theme was specialized. So what do we do next? Now, if you're new to this, and you're like, man, that was really thorough. I would really like to have something like this for my business. Depending on what size you are, we will help create a customized $100 million scaling roadmap that has more details inside of the roadmap based on the level you're at. And it'll also give you the videos for before and after this level. So before, so that you know that you can check off these boxes, and after, so that you have a line of sight of what you need to be prepared for. And this has just been so helpful for me. Like, I've had to glean all these things from interviews and conversations and be like, oh, I got to piece all these things together. We tried our very best to put across all functions of the business in one place, so you can be like, oh, this is what's going to happen next across all these departments. And so if you want that personalized thing, you can click the button below. You can fill out your information. We will send it through the cyber world into your inbox. And yeah, rock and roll. So let's get to the final stage. Going to, there we go. Going from 250 to 499, and the theme here is capitalize. So at the last level, we were at 100 to 250, and the theme was specialization, right? So we categorized everything. Now we're specializing in roles, specializing in teams. And so now we're past 250, and we're going from 250 to 499, 250 to 500. And the theme here is capitalize. And so at this level, headcount is like I stated. Your role is that you're now chairman. All right. And so the leadership structure is that you've got 5 layers underneath of you. And just to be clear, ideally you want as few layers as possible. Sometimes at this point, like, you just kind of have that. And so it's almost like you have these division leaders that kind of run an entire product line or division of the business that drive sales, drive revenue. And so you have these revenue leaders and streams that kind of report into a CEO who reports into you, or sometimes it reports to you. It just depends on how the company is structured. Number of companies here, 300,000, like 0.1%. Very, very small. One out of a lot. And so at this level, let's start with product. What are the constraints? This is the goods, services, and results that you deliver in the business. And so the constraint at this level is that changes to successful products, which are AKA cash cows, actually make them worse now. But you need new stuff to keep growing. So what do? And so to graduate in this level, you look at buy or build. So buy is through M&A, so mergers and acquisitions, and build is through R&D, so research and development. And what you're trying to look for is the next rising star product to add to your suite. And so you're automatically thinking 1+ years out. And so remember, at this point, you're this size business. Like, you probably have a pretty good product. Like, people like it, people are buying it, people are renewing. And so what happens is, if you keep trying to change it, it's like you have a 5-year-old, 8-year-old base, and a lot of them are like, don't mess with it. We like it, it works, just leave it alone. And so you messing with it more oftentimes ends up just hurting the core product. And so this is a very famous quadrant from Boston Consulting Group. You basically have kind of 4 like product life cycles. All right. And so you've got your stars. These are the rising stars. So this is growth of the market, and then how much of the market you have. So if you have a growing market and you're growing in your market share, the percentage of the pie, that's a star, right? Now, a lot of times the product at this point that you have is a cash cow. It's this thing that prints money, it makes money month after month after month. And so you have a lot of market share, but maybe the market's not growing as much. Or like, you're like, we're definitely the market leader. We're definitely the dominant player in the space. Obviously, this depends on the market that you're going after, right? You've got the question marks, which is like, I don't know, these are bets. And then over here, you've got the dogs, right? It's a low percentage of market share of something that's not growing, and probably just a mistake that I thought was going to be a really good idea and ended up not being a good idea. And so instead of messing with the cow and trying to make it into a rising star, we basically have to make a bet on what the next kind of 5 years might look like. Buy or build rising star. So you now kind of function like an investor. And so you look at market trends. So this sounds crazy, but you're like, all right, where's the market going to be in the next couple of years? What are the trends that people are like? What are the adoption rates of new tech or I'm going to say trends again, but like, what's happening in the market that I can bet on so that I can be there when the demand surges, right? What service line are people asking for today, and what are they going to ask for tomorrow? What geography or country is underserved? This is an underspoken about one. It's like you might have crushed the US, you might have crushed the UK, but maybe there's maybe Mexico or LATAM's a really interesting market for you that you could go pursue.
It's like one of our portfolio companies. We looked at the market trends for that specific industry. What we noticed is that AI was actually taking out a lot of the smaller players. And so we made a decision, I want to say it was about 16 months ago, that our next big product that we need to roll out needed to be AI-driven technology. And so that actually is rolling out right now, and it's incredibly successful. And 18 or 24 months ago, people might have said, oh, is that really? But you start to see the trends, you start to read about it, you start to see what's coming. And so you start building something so, a year or 2 years later, you have your next product.
The big thing here is that you're optimizing for highest risk-adjusted return. It's the same RICE formula that we've talked about in other pieces, like what's the reach of this potential market or product? What's the impact that we think the solution is going to have? How confident are we that we're going to achieve this outcome? And how expensive is it to make this bet? Time, money, resources, et cetera. You're like, all right, well, do I buy or do I build? So this is just a classic business case study question, and there's horror stories on both sides of this, and there's amazing unicorns on both sides. So if you're trying to make the decision to buy, it's like, is this very core to our business, or is this something that just can kind of sit on the side as just a good return of capital? Is this something that we can cross-sell our existing customers? Are there cost savings that we can get by just bringing this company in? If it's in the same industry, is our company now going to become a platform company? So Waste Management's a famous platform company. All the guy did was just keep buying these trash routes until it eventually became one of the biggest trash management business in at least the US. It costs money and time to do this on your own versus taking it in. So is there a speed component? Is there a race that's going to happen, and us getting 1 year ahead or 2 year ahead, is it going to make a material difference? If you're in a market that's not like this, if you're in the lawn care or trash, there probably wasn't a huge amount of technological breakthroughs happening in trash. And so now he still did do a rapid scale system because he did through acquisition. So obviously it worked well for him, but you may lean more towards acquisition if speed is a massive thing. And so it's if speed's super important, and it's not going to be core to the business, then that might be something where acquisitions it makes more sense. If it's really core to what your future is going to be, it might make more sense to build it in-house. And so building tends to have better long-term outcomes. It's just that if there are market dynamics that require speed, that is when that other variable comes into play. Or if there's relationships or regulatory agreements that licensing that takes years in order to get, sometimes you buy it just for the underlying assets or the IP that you could then cross-sell into your existing base, et cetera.
So at this point, when you're looking to buy something, you really want to think of it like you're buying a business which is a product to your business. And so if it's a product to your business, what you have to realize is kind of like what we talked about in the last levels, not every piece of that product is useful to you. And so what are you buying? Are you buying the customer base? Are you buying the team? Are you buying the product? Are you buying the potential? Are you buying the list? And so I think that's where a lot of this fits into is you have to know why you buy the thing, what piece of the business you want the most.
And I'll tell you a fun little story about this. So a friend of mine acquires private wealth management firms. So he buys the book of business from guys who are retiring from private wealth management. And so the thing is that literally the cost to acquire a private wealth management customer, call it $10,000. I'm just making this number up. If he can get 500 clients for $10,000 for less than, it literally is cheaper to just acquire all of the customers at once in one shot than it is to go try and acquire them onesie twosie via marketing and events and conferences and speaking and all this stuff over time. And so sometimes even breaking it down to CAC times the entire customer base might be a decision that makes even more sense to you, especially if you have this big cross-sell ability where you're oh, this clearly merges into our existing journey. And the easiest way to know that is if you already have crossover with those customers. There's a zillion case studies where people are oh yeah, we're gonna be able to cross-sell all these things, and then nothing happens. So I would say the easiest leading indicator for these types of deals is, oh, customers already being shared, let's just formalize it and make it easier. And I'll put this last consideration in, is that if you wanna, let's say you wanted to expand on a new marketing channel. You're you know what, we wanna get into TikTok as a crazy example. Well, you could, if you're a company of this size, build that whole team out, which is possible. But sometimes it just makes sense to just go buy a vendor. So it's they have a vendor, they are a specialist, and it's well, if you can manage 10 customers, I'm a really big customer, and so we can just take 100% of your resources and just put it towards us, and that might just make a ton of sense. And so there's different reasons to acquire businesses in order to grow, but these are just some thoughts. Now, if build, and obviously you can't get okay, I watched this one video and I made this massive, $10 million decision or $1 million decision as a result of it. This is at least just frameworks to think through. So if you're doing build, who's already done this? Sometimes you can just hunt the teams. Sometimes you go for the number 2 at your competitor and say, oh, who are all the people that guy knows? I'll just go hire them. And I'm willing to give massive signing bonuses because it's way cheaper than me trying to buy a business. Because now it's what's the relative return I can have? This money can go buy something, or I can just put massive bonuses to acqui-hire or bring teams in from another company all together that already function well. Do we understand the space well? If we don't, then yeah, we definitely might be something that we want to bring experts in. Is it worth the delay to ramp up? That's the speed component. The pros of this, obviously, is that the same culture. The cons are around speed and the cost and risk compared to buying. That's what we're really thinking about here. And so in the product level here, now, like, you have your cash cow, you need to make a big bet, and it's either, am I gonna buy this thing or am I gonna build this thing? I don't wanna keep messing with this core product. Maybe a couple, like you have your normal break fix, but you're not gonna have this huge order of magnitude change at this point. It'll probably have to be a new product or service altogether. And so that leads us then to marketing at this level. So how you tell people about your stuff. So 250, 500 employees. The constraint here is that lead attribution by channel becomes really difficult because you're marketing all over the place. You have many different channels of getting customers, and platform and regulatory compliance become an issue. All right, and so to graduate here, you shift to brand first advertising with an omnichannel approach with blended ROAS across all products. And on top of that, you install a compliance process. All right, and so this is what this looks like. So from a compliance process, which is just like the most yawn-worthy stuff in the world, to be clear, all advertising includes risk. And so I was talking to one of our portfolio founders the other day. They talked to an attorney, and if you ever want to just get frightened, just have an attorney just like tell you all the places that you have risk. And so they were like, man, if we do all these things, it's gonna be so hard to blah, 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 blah. I was like, listen, the number one risk is that we go out of business. That's the number one risk. Second to that is all of these other risks, right? And so we need to always make sure that we're taking care of risk number one. Now, can we make sure we stay in business? Like if the way you do business actually puts your business at risk big time, then that becomes the biggest risk. But for most businesses, like if you can't sell anyone, then you won't be in business, right? All advertising has risk. The largest risk is not having a business because you didn't advertise to begin with. And so the big rules that we have, and I've said this in every piece of content I possibly can about marketing, state the facts and tell the truth. As long as you state the facts and tell the truth and you give people money back when they ask for it, you are usually gonna be okay. All right, you substantiate your claims, you create a compliance checklist. And so the key thing here, like when we have to start doing this, it's like sometimes you have to hire one person full-time who's compliance. They look at all the advertising materials that go out. They look at emails, they look at content, they look at ads, they review phone scripts to make sure that people aren't making promises they can't deliver. It's just that you become a target. Fundamentally, that's it. You've got money now. You're a big business. And people just want to sue because they would like an easy way to get money. At this point, the last point here, differentiate between platform and regulatory risk. So there are some platforms that will have rules that might be more stringent than what the rules of the governing country or city or state that you're in may be. And so making sure that you're clear, okay, is our risk that we're going to get our account shut down or that we're going to go to jail? So just understanding the difference between those two things, or that we're going to get a fine, right? And so this is so boring, and it's just one of those things that you just have to do at a certain point, and it sucks as a marketer. It just feels like the worst, but yeah.
I would suggest that you have, legal counsel go through, audit everything that you have, and then you create a list that your team can use. That's basically before any piece of marketing gets deployed out, they have to, check off each box on this list to make sure that it complies with the marketing compliance list. That's the best way that I've ever done it, is basically they have to turn that list in to their manager in order to deploy the piece of marketing to show that it is past the compliance test.
Real talk, what happens is it ends up being a culture that people these are the rules we play by. And so over time, if it gets reinforced, it ends up just being like kind of an unspoken, like, of course, this is how we advertise to be compliant. The next shift is about brand. And so I want to tell this story because I think it's probably the best encapsulated story I can tell about branding. So at this point in time, New Balance is having this big resurgence. And so this is after 15 years of straight decline. And so they got a new CMO in after 15 years of downward sales. And the CMO went to the CEO and he said, hey, can I just swing for the fences? And the CEO said, sure. And so he switched from 70-30 direct response to 70-30 branding, meaning top of funnel, brand awareness, brand associations, collabs, partnerships, endorsements. And then only 30% went to bottom of funnel or direct response offers, direct to sale, ROAS stuff. And so here's what happened. After they made that switch, they kept losing money for 18 more months. They actually lost even more money. It was, he was thrilled for his new job. But at month 19, they just went whoop. And then after that, it shot out like a gun and it went straight back up. And now New Balance is having this big, resurgence right now. And so there's a couple big lessons that I take from this that I think that businesses of this size would benefit from. So number one is that it takes a long time, 18 months, for branding to start paying dividends. And so if you are we need to reinvest in the brand, don't expect it to be like a 2-month thing. It's gonna take years plural, because New Balance probably has a pretty big budget. And they still spent for that money for that period of time before it really started showing returns. So that's number one. Number two is that this ratio is something that I would say, like they had 70-30. That's what I heard from secondhand from the person who talked to the CMO. This is so close to accordance with the 4-to-1 ratio that I talk about in terms of give to ask. And so that ratio has been super well studied. So every 4 pieces, 3 are content, 1 is a commercial, right? So every 4 minutes of television, every 4th minute is a commercial. They might block that, so it might be 12 minutes and then it's 3 minutes of commercials, right? That's how it might work. Same thing with YouTube. If you look at your news feed on Facebook, 3 posts and then an ad, 3 posts and then an ad. And so that ratio of give to ask, of reward to not good, has already been studied as like kind of the sweet spot for a mature platform in order to benefit financially, but also be able to continue to at least maintain its market position. Now, if you want to grow, that ratio gives even more in the give favor. So like when TikTok started, they didn't have any ads and they didn't have ads for years because they just wanted it to be value, 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 right? The whole way through. In your content or in the stuff that you're going to choose to brand, keeping that same idea of like, what is the ratio of value to ask that we have in our prospects' minds? And so I see this 18-month period as people had already seen so many asks, they had to just basically keep giving for 18 months before they could shift that ratio back where they're like, oh, these people are sweet, these people are cool, whatever it is, right? And so if you are going to invest in branding at this point, you have to be able to say, okay, we're going to spend, let's say you're, for simple math sake, let's say it's $1 million a month is your advertising budget. You're going to say 750 of that is going towards content, it's going towards giveaways, it's going towards tools and products that you can give to your base for almost nothing. Or if you're direct to consumer, this is endorsements that you're doing. This is the LeBron deal. This is the collabs that you can do with other creators or influencers that represent things that your ideal customers resonate with, that's in parallel with your brand and the things you want to resonate with. Okay, so once you start branding, then it's like, okay, we have to look at this as a blended ROAS. So when you start doing this, the marketing team, like if you do have a good brand, the direct response side, the ROAS side of the business, it's all about optimizing the funnel and direct response, getting the immediate sale. Their numbers are going to be absurd, but it's because you have to take into account the money that you're putting into branding. And so your natural inclination is going to be, well, shoot, we should double down on the ROAS stuff. We're getting 20-to-1. It's like, well, you're not really getting 20-to-1. You might actually be getting 4 or 5-to-1 because you had to put this branding in place in order to do that. And so this is why CEOs can come to a big publicly traded company and look really brilliant for a year. Because all you do is you just pull revenue forward. You say, hey, we're going to stop doing goodwill and we're going to make ask and we're going to empty the goodwill coffers that we have in our audience and drain everyone's goodwill bank account right into our bank account. But now you're empty on goodwill and then you got to spend that 18 months of giving again. And so it's like, it's this well that you want to always keep digging before you're thirsty. You always want to over deliver prior to the ask. And in my opinion, that's fundamentally how branding works in a longer period of time. You want to start dividing ad spend from top of funnel / awareness versus bottom of funnel. So you blend this together. Top of funnel is long-term, bottom of funnel is the short-term stuff. And when in doubt, go long. The biggest difference between founder-led companies and kind of like professionally managed companies is the founder is almost always thinking much longer term. And so they're willing to give a quarter, 2 quarters, a year towards gives, whereas these corporate guys, these suits, you know what I mean, who are just managing quarterly expenses tend to not think that long because they're going to be on to the next business that they don't really care about. They're just going to rip out profits and move on. And this is what gives private equity and things like that a bad name. But if you are kind of founder driven and you do have that long-term expectation, you have to keep giving. And so you have to, in my opinion, if you're making these excess profits right now, you spend the extra cash on the long-term branding if you want to build something that lasts. At this point, you then add as many channels as you can using that same approach. And when you want to enter into a new channel, you still start with that still brand first, give first, value first approach. So you can kind of like pave the way with goodwill, and then you follow up later with your ask, your direct response things and whatnot to basically get that money back. This is a little bit of a more advanced business topic, but if you're listening to this, then this would apply to you, is that you want to figure out what the cost to acquire a permanent customer is. And so I'll give you kind of like a simple example. Let's say that you have a software business, I'll just make it simple, and you sell a widget that's $100 a month, okay? If you sell, let's say, free trials, and 1 out of 3 trials turns into a customer, okay. You can look at month 12 and month 24 and say, okay, what percentage of customers who come in make it to here, and then after this point, people don't churn. Okay, so let's say it's 1 out of 3 of the customers makes it all the way to that point that they basically don't leave again. Or if you're in a physical products business, once they're here, they're a permanent customer for life. They keep buying Coca-Cola, they keep buying See's Candies, they keep buying Gymshark, whatever. Once you do that, then you can understand the cost to acquire a permanent customer. So it might be the cost of 9 trials is what it costs to create a permanent node of revenue in the business. And so then at this point, it's really just a huge math problem of, okay, it's going to cost us this many millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to then force all the way through to this one point that builds our permanent compounding in the business. And like understanding, it's just like one of these big back of napkin math equations that's so valuable, because once you see it, you're like, oh, I know how to get to $1 billion. Oh, I know how to get to 10 billion from here. Because you're like, it's this much money, it takes this many trials to make this many customers become permanent customers. Great, let's flow our cash through there. That is what marketing at this level looks like in terms of telling people about your stuff. And so now we move on to sales. So how do you get them to give you money? All right, so here the constraint is that too many different leads and products for any one type of salesperson. And so to graduate here, salespeople specialize. So you'll see a little bit of crossover between the last one and this one in selling different products to different leads using different processes. And sometimes you have to start routing leads by product or territory. All right. And so this is what this looks like. So sales specialization. So we already did the best leads to best closers. So that's kind of like number one, check. The next one is certain leads can only go to certain closers because they only know how to close them. So it's like if you have a direct-to-consumer line and then you have a wholesale line, the process of selling wholesale is going to be completely different. The salespeople selling to wholesale is completely different. The prospects that you're selling to are completely different. They respond to different messaging entirely. I'll give a D2C example. So like here you might have a nano influencer sales team that's just for the tiny influencers. Then you might have mega influencers, and then you have wholesale. Like all of these are very different avatars that you might need to expand into, but each one of them is gonna have different leads, different pipelines, different processes, different everything. But at this point, you might be getting them because like sometimes your nano influencer does bring a wholesaler in. You're like, oh, what happens here? And so this is why we put in the categorization and we put in the specialization of roles so that we get to here and we can capitalize on what we put into place so that we can get even more, we can squeeze even more out of the funnel. All right. And so this also means by consequence that you're going to have different types of salespeople and different compensation and training for each of those reps. And so those teams now have to, like training is going to be in a completely different scaling framework that we have for you guys, but I would be remiss not to at least mention it. The reason that we have to do this though, just to be the big picture, is that you specialize to shorten training. Because imagine if somebody comes in and you're like, okay, there's 6 different processes we use. There are 6 different types of leads for 12 different types of products. The time it would take for somebody to learn all those processes, all those products, all those customers, like it would take forever. So you have to narrow it down and be like, okay, we're recruiting specifically for wholesale. We onboard them specifically to wholesale training. They're going to have this compensation structure. They're going to go after this thing on this channel. And so there's just a lot more stuff going on. And so each of these divisions start to sprout and grow their legs. I mentioned earlier the territories that often sometimes happen, especially if you're like a brick and mortar type thing, or at least you sell into different areas of the US. Having territory leads and things like that starts to become important. Sometimes just culturally, like guys from the South tend to respond more to guys from the South. Guys from the North respond more to that. And so you start matching the types of people with the types of people who sell best to them. And so this is just an explanation of what different processes might look like. If you have a really low ticket thing, it might be boom, 1 call close. The second might be 2 calls with some sort of sales aid in between. The third might be, okay, we have to get someone on, then we have to talk to multiple stakeholders in the company. It might take 5+ phone calls with different stakeholders all at different times to make sure our thing integrates with their solution, blah, blah, blah. And each of those is gonna be basically a whole separate thing. And so the theme here, capitalizing, right, is that you have too many different leads and products for any one type of salesperson. So salespeople specialize in different products, different leads, different processes, and you're routing them by territory. And so this is just basically going even deeper on the specialization across all functions of the business, especially sales in this moment, which opens us up to now lots of different customers who need to be serviced.
So customer service is how you get customers to refer, retain, review, and resell, okay? So at this level, support for varied new offerings is breaking because of the volume. So it's basically like the entire department is breaking because there's just too much volume of new customers and different types of customers. And so to graduate, what we want to do is triage support to specialized CS reps. Notice this is very similar to sales. And this is to improve efficiency and shorten training. Okay, so again, really reflective of sales. We want to make sure that we shorten training for new CS since they don't have to learn everything, right? And so if you have product 1, product 2, and product 3, just like Alex was showing on the last slide, it's like we don't need to have a rep that knows how to speak to enterprise level clients if they're only speaking to someone who bought a $5,000 level product. And so what we want to do is make sure we have different training for reps specific to the products that they service. So we want to be able to triage our support. So essentially you have a system that will route the specific type of customer to the specific type of rep that has the ability to serve that customer, right? And so that's like tagging in the CRM. That's like customer segmentation, which we've talked about for the last like 6 segments. And that's like routing people on the phone via email. So what that enables you to do is have career progression for those reps that are servicing those higher level customers. So the cool part is that what you can do now that you have the different levels of service, you have customers, and then now that you have reps that are servicing those customers, is essentially for those reps that start off and they're servicing the lower level customers. You can say, hey, listen, if you kill it, maybe we're gonna put you on product 2, and then you're gonna make $15,000 more a year. And then, hey, if you freaking kill it there, we're gonna put you on enterprise. And enterprise, you can almost double what you made when you came in day 1. And so the cool part is that you create almost a retention system in here, because with all the new products that you have, as you tier them and you triage that support, you also, by proxy, create this system where you get to ascend support reps, which means you extend the lifetime value of your talent, which is fantastic. And so it extends the lifetime value of your customers, extends the lifetime value of your talent. You also get to shorten the time of responses, since the best people get routed to the support reps that are trained on that specific product. So a lot of times what happens at this point, again, is that support is slow because there's no efficiency, because you haven't trained people and you're not rerouting people correctly. So it's like, have you ever gotten on the phone with somebody and they're like, what's your problem? And you're like, the delivery didn't get to my door, so like I don't have the package. And they're like, oh yeah, okay, that's actually a different department. So let me, hold on. And then you get on the phone and then they're like, hey, what's your problem? You're like, oh my God, okay. Well, my delivery didn't get here. I don't have my package. They're like, oh yeah, okay, actually, that's not my department. That's another, I'm gonna have to reroute you to them. And you're like, oh my gosh. And so by the time you get to the person that can actually resolve your problem, you've been on the phone for 20 minutes. Nobody wants that. And so that is why it's so important to triage support at this point in time. And then here's the last thing, is that you wanna make sure that the notes that you have in the system are standardized so that different reps can do different handoffs seamlessly. So for example, if you have somebody that's in your first level product, right? And then they want to buy a back level product, or they get, passed over and they do a cross sell to a different product. There's notes in your CRM so that somebody can reference what's already happened. They're not having to ask them the same question twice. The customers aren't having to repeat themselves, because this is the biggest thing that happens in big companies like this, is that the customer repeats themselves over and over and over again if you don't have a centralization of notes about that specific customer.
And so just adding this in with regards to like technology, the idea is that think about all the different ways that any customer can communicate with you, right? And so at this point, you probably have many different ways that a customer can reach out. They can reach out via email. Sometimes they reach out via DM on social media. Sometimes they call, right? There's all these different ways they reach out. And all of those have different customers that are using those different methods. And so most of this is just tech integration to route via rules and by channel of communication.
So Alex doesn't want me to talk about this, but I'm gonna throw it in, which is, well, you'll notice the theme of this entire section capitalized is that you have almost like product divisions, right? And then below those divisions, you've got your electronics, which has its own marketing, own sales, own CS. Home goods has own marketing, sales, CS. Yummy snacks division, own marketing, sales, CS. And so at this point, you might have CS that is segmented by each division itself. So you have a CS team here, a CS team here, and a CS team here, and they got triaged by the technology.
And structurally, each of these has people who are just driving revenue. That's why it's like almost like these little mini companies that start to exist within your larger company.
Great. So for customer service, we have varied support for the new offerings, and it starts breaking due to high volume of customers. And so we want to triage support to specialized CS reps.
So at this level, you're almost a company of companies. You've got divisions of revenue, and sometimes they're separate, entire entities that you've either bought or haven't bought yet. They've been rolled into a larger group. And just for context, Acquisition.com has over 1,000 employees across all of our portfolios. So I feel relatively confident in talking about some of the struggles that you may be going through and some of the challenges to get kind of above that. If you don't already have a customized scaling roadmap, below this video, you can click a button and it'll give you kind of a general overview. But I'm assuming that if you're at this level, that I think it will help. But you may need more tailored or individualized solutioning. And if that's you, I'd love to invite you out to one of our scaling workshops here in Vegas, where Acquisition.com is based. And so my portfolio team can work with your team or work with just you to help you tailor your specific roadmap to where you're at in your industry right now for your business. And candidly, the businesses that have more resources get more out of it than anyone else, because also this is like what we do. And so if you want to expand through M&A or you need to make a big bet, it's one of the most strategic decisions that you can make. And we've had to navigate this many times across our portfolio. And I'd love to help to the extent that we can. And transparently, the reason we do this is because it's also a way for us to meet other great businesses that we could potentially partner with or buy, depending what your goals are, to help you get to whatever level of scale or impact that you're looking for. And so if that sounds interesting, you can click, I'm sure somewhere around this video, if you're at this level, you can probably figure it out. But you can click, make sure you qualify, and otherwise, love to see you out here.
Which brings us to IT, which is how you gather, store, analyze, and display information. Okay, and so at this level, the constraint is our old tech stack is insufficient and needs updating. You've essentially broken it with volume. Notice there's a volume play here. Departments demand new and specialized solutions. So here's the thing. In the last level, we talked about how we needed more specialization of tech. That started in that level. At this point, you should have full-blown, just like I showed on the last slide for CS, you also have tech teams for each product division, right? And so each major tech function has its own updated and segmented tech stack by this point and is fully fleshed out. At this point, they cannot function without their own autonomous teams. Now, does that not mean that there's one person that regulates all of the teams of teams? No, that can exist, and we'll talk about that in a different training. At the same time, the new thing that happens at this point is you probably need to consider a new enterprise level software. So at this point, when you've gone from, you probably are using the same CRM that you were using when you had 50 people and you had way less customers. At this point, you probably have to look at an entirely new solution, something like an ERP. So you might start off with a CRM, but then you have to move to a real full-blown customized solution, something like an ERP like a NetSuite or a Zoho or something that has more robust customization so that you can actually fulfill all of the individual needs of all the departments and all the products. Because at this point, the thing that you notice is that even just something down to the detail of the CRM you have doesn't even have the right login abilities to account for the products and the owners you have of each. So you're like sharing login credentials and stuff. That's because you have the wrong system. The right system has all the right functionalities to accommodate a company of this size. And so again, each function of IT needs its own czar, essentially, right? You need a marketing czar, you need a sales czar, you need a CS czar, right? And then below that, we need prioritization of that system to make sure that they don't get bogged down with work that doesn't matter, right? And so that's why we have to make sure that we have inquiries and we have SLAs established.
And I'll jump in. The thing is that a lot of times teams and individual contributors at this level almost have like the IT function specifically is like an internal service that it's almost like a vendor that exists in the business to service the other functions of the business. They support value creation. And so oftentimes when you give someone a blank check on help, a lot of individual contributors don't understand the cost of the asks that they have relative to the impact of the asks. And so these guys just become free help and they just get inundated with a bunch of useless stuff. And so you have to just be able to say, like, these are the only things that these guys are working on, and this is the agreed upon triage order of importance in terms of prioritization. What ends up making IT departments ineffective in general is that they spend all their time working on stuff that doesn't matter.
And so you want to have different levels of IT talent to organize the infrastructure to make sure that it stays working correctly. And at this point, you are going to notice that you're probably going to have to bring in-house developers. So with the tech that you have, with upgrading to an ERP level software, it's going to make sense that you have your own in-house developers at some point. It's probably going to start in, maybe it's marketing, maybe it's sales, and it's going to move its way down based on the needs of your company. So that being said, for IT, our old tech stack is insufficient, needs to be updated, and our departments need specialized solutions. So we've got to move towards an updated tech stack, also an updated enterprise level software, which brings us to recruiting, right? Which is how you find and hire people to work for your company, okay? So at this level, the constraint is that the best talent is not responding to your recruiters or to anyone besides you, okay? And so to graduate this level, this is really fun, is that the founder is going to directly attract talent. So something I want you to think about is you are the magnet for talent at this point because the people that you need on your team are highly specialized. They're very hard to find. Think about the amount of companies that are in this level, not that many, and you're trying to find people competing with all those companies to work for yours. And so at this point, you are going to have to realize that you are headhunter. You are head headhunter. You are head headhunter of the company, right? And so you are going to be the one, you're the chief salesperson selling people on the growth and the vision of the company. This is something that I can't stress enough. It's not something that you can outsource to a recruiter. It's not something that people can do for you. Nobody's going to respond to anybody more than they will respond to the founder, the CEO of a fast growth, large company. Okay, so when you knock on their door, they might not know you personally, but they've seen your name, they've heard of you, they've even just seen your marketing or an ad, and they're like, holy crap, I'm gonna open the door just to see what's up. And so that's what you get for being the CEO or the founder, is you get them to open the door. Now the next thing is that you go in the beginning when you have a smaller company, you're selling customers and you're selling your teammates, and now you're selling top level talent on the vision of the company. And you're selling them on the vision of your company being so big that it can fit their vision for their own career within it. And that's really why it's so important at this point in time that you are the one bringing them in. Second to that is that these people are highly autonomous. They don't need this job. And they're gonna have so many more questions, because most people that get to this level in their career and are this kind of talent, they centralize their entire life around this job. And so it's not, oh, I'm changing a job, I'm just getting a different 9 to 5. It's, oh, I changed my whole life. I'm orienting myself into a new mission. I'm on a new rocket ship. And so if you think about it like that, you'd understand why you might have countless conversations with these people over the span of months or even years. And I can tell you that I am actively in conversations with multiple people who take months to persuade to leave their current opportunities to come into our business. But think of it more like courting. It's like dating. It's like we got to date before we get married. And there's some really interesting examples of this. If you look at Steve Jobs, he constantly talks about how it takes 12 to 18 months to get the top people from his competition, okay? And so that's something that he cites over and over again, is it might take 12 to 18 months to get the person that you need to grow the company. Another one that you can look at is if you've ever seen Mark Zuckerberg. He talks about how he had to take Sheryl Sandberg out to dinner for a year. They went to dinner together. I think it was like every 2 weeks, maybe almost. Do you remember?
It's a lot.
It was a lot. To persuade her to come to Facebook, right? And it ended up being one of the best decisions she could have made. But I would also argue that one of the reasons Facebook is so successful is because he assembled a team of the right people to make it happen.
And so I'll just add in here real quick. This might be like, wait, am I going to be the head recruiter? No, you're going after high value targets. Like you're still, you're going to have a team of recruiters at this point. I'm just being clear here because I was talking to one of our mutual friends who's got a company of this size, and he was like, make sure they know that he's like, I'm not recruiting like frontline. I was like, I know you're not recruiting frontline roles, man. And so it's like, you're not recruiting frontline, manager, director, even like sometimes even leaders. You're not playing there anymore. You're looking for people who are rainmakers. You're looking for people who bring Rolodexes of contacts so that they can get you into huge new areas of distribution or new geographies that they already have all the handshakes and they know all the key stakeholders, or entire teams that they have with them that just are going to move with. Like these are people. And if you want to go back to the that tweet I have, and so I had this tweet that basically only applied to very big businesses, but beyond a certain level, no one works for you anymore. This talent doesn't work for you. They just work with you. They join your team, and you're on a team together, because the people at this level have 100 other options begging to have them. They have recruiters in their inbox every day, which is also why it's you, the founder, who's going to break out of every other recruiter and headhunter that's spamming their inbox. And so you're not doing them a favor by giving them a career. They're doing you a favor by building you a company. And so that's the thing, is like these are weapons. These guys know they are like who they are, and they've got a huge track record, and they're still hungry. And I think to Layla's points, like this isn't the person who's in their career who's like, I've made it. They're people who are very mission driven, and their whole life goes around work. And so they want to make sure that you're at least matching their level of intensity and intelligence and drive.
I would say like a lot of founders would take the time to close a $10 million, $15 million contract, $20 million contract, while closing somebody of this caliber on building a department or a product division or whatever it might be within your company could create 10 times that kind of wealth for your company. And so it is absolutely worth your time to do. And so that is recruiting. Okay, your top talent is not responding to recruiters anymore, and so you become Chief Recruiting Officer. Which brings us to HR. HR is how we decrease the likelihood that employees and regulators sue us.
Yay.
And so at this level, what happens is that churn increases, and we don't know who we need to grow. So in order to graduate, we need to implement strategic workforce planning. Okay, what is that? That is making sure, that's essentially a nice word for saying organizational design. So let's look at what organizational design is, or strategic workforce planning. Okay, it's looking at our objectives as a company and then figuring out the who to make the what happen. So the what is where we're going, what are our objectives, our goals as a company. And then we say, all right, who do we need? How many of them? How quickly do we need them? Who are we going to need to move around? Who are we going to lose by then? Based on our churn rate. How are we going to backfill those people? And who can we promote? Are there people that we can move up? Where do we want to have backups in case somebody leaves, gets pregnant, quits? And where do we need hyper specialization in the future? It's essentially just like you do projections for your financials, you do projections for your workforce. Okay, this is actually something that I do right now, which is essentially building out a 12 to 18 month workforce plan. You know, it's predicting who's going to leave, who's going to get promoted, what roles are we going to need, and looking at, okay, right now we have 315 people, but in 18 months, we're going to need to have 500 people to accomplish our goals. How are we going to get those 500, and where do they fit in the org chart?
And Layla does this really cool thing, which I don't think it's in here, but when she does these organizational design maps of like what's going to happen next, is that she has these little simple color codes where it's like, okay, a green is somebody that we have internally that we're going to promote. A yellow is somebody that like, there's somebody there, but they're weak. A red is like, okay, there's clearly a department that should be here, and we've got this whole team of people basically routed to another person who's just competent, but really shouldn't be leading that whole team. And so we've got a red there. So we need to fill that. And so by looking at this, I love when she does it because it's this very simple map where you can just see, okay, we got a lot of reds, or it's like, okay, we got greens on this side, but there's a lot of yellows over here. So we need to upskill some of these people. And so how many of these people can we just train up versus bring in, move around? You're thinking about allocating resources, right? You're a chairman at this point. You're an investor. You're like, okay, these are the assets I have. These are the resources. How do I redeploy them and mix them to get the best returns?
And the thing is it's not like at this point, you know how everyone's performing. You're going to have to create a process that your managers can use to rate the employees on their teams. Are they red, yellow, or green? And then you use that to look at, okay, now I need to know what kind of resources to bring in based on the feedback that they've given me, right? And so there's another cool thing that you can teach your team that you've probably seen. This is a project management tool. It's called the RACI matrix. Responsible, accountable, consulted, informed. And so I've taken this and I like to use it actually for how I do organizational design. So responsible is who's the person who actually does the task, right? Who's the one doing the job? Accountable is the person who's accountable for the process or the task being completed, which is usually that person's direct manager. C is consultant. Who are the people that are not directly involved, but they're consulted with because maybe they are a subject matter expert, right? Like I don't do the recruiting and I'm not even right above recruiting, but I am consulted for recruiting because I am an expert in recruiting, okay? Informed is who are the people that need to receive information about the output of the task, right? So this might be the whole leadership team, the CEO, the CFO. And so when I'm doing workforce planning, within each team, I like them to build out a RACI matrix for their team specifically. Because when they're trying to fill gaps, it's really easy to see where the gaps are if you roll out a matrix and then you see, oh, weird, we have all these people, but this one person is R for all these responsibilities, for all these tasks. Or, hey, we have this whole leadership team, but only one of the leaders is actually the one that's accountable for all these things. The other ones are just being consulted or informed, so they're being underutilized, right? This person has too many direct reports. And so it's a really great way of seeing how resources are deployed within a specific team. And so I'd suggest try it with your teams. I don't think it's useful to do with the entire company, but it can help if you have your teams use this framework. They can then give it to you, so then you can use it to figure out the entire organization and what it needs to look like so that you can plan. And so that is HR. Churn increases, you don't know who you need to grow, and you don't know how to add people to the organization to achieve your goals. And so you want to implement strategic workforce planning, aka organizational design. Which brings us to the last, which is finance.
And so finance is how you manage your money. And so the constraint at this level is that your finances aren't legit enough to get other people to give you money. So think about this in terms of raising money, borrowing money, buying your business to make a big investment in M&A or R&D. So if you recall from the product section, we've got our cow, we have to make a bet, buy or build in order to get a rising star. So the thing is that at this point, sometimes you need outside capital in order to do that, or at least to accelerate it. And so to graduate, I like this kind of frame of like, prep for sale. So to be clear here, I'm not saying you're going to sell your company. That's not my point. It's that you want to get your company sale ready. And that's not like, oh, now we want to trim, we want to show our margins, anything like that. It's just, how do we clean up everything so that we can double down and capitalize on the opportunity that's in front of us. And so this is where you want to get maybe a quality of earning. Maybe like one of the biggest hacks in the world is getting a banker audit, which is talking to investment bankers and being like, hey, tell me everything that's wrong with my business. Now, they want your business because they want to sell your business later for a commission. But some of the best free consulting in the world that I've ever gotten is just talking to investment bankers, because they'll tell you everything that's not good with your business from the eyes of an investor. And just as importantly, from the eyes of a lender.
And I would say the key here is like you're looking at your business as a product for the marketplace. And so you're really trying to figure out, how do I make this product more appealing to be bought? Not even just because you want it to be bought, but because it makes it a more valuable product to own.
And so I like this little analogy, which is if you've ever owned a house before and sold it, you go through this process where like at the very end, when you're about to sell it, all of a sudden you like fix the door, you fix the patio, you power wash the side, you put some lube on the thing so it doesn't squeak anymore. And at the end, you look at the house, you're like, this house isn't so bad. Maybe I will keep it, right? And so it's like you kind of want to do that within the business, because then you're the owner and you do get to keep it.
Yeah, it was funny because the other night we were having dinner with one of our portfolio CEOs, and he actually said, he was like, I'm not saying because they have interest in selling a piece of the business to a different partner.
They're getting pursued a lot by different investors.
Yeah, so they have a lot of investors that are interested in them. And as we're going through this process of, quote, prepping for sale, the owner kind of said to us, he was like, I don't know. I keep looking at it. It's like, if these couple things, we get all this stuff in place, like, why would I want to sell the thing? And it's kind of the conclusion a lot of people come to. So, even though we go through the prep for sale process, like by no means does that mean that you need to sell the business.
And so, yeah, you speak to bankers, you get your free consulting, you clean house on the people who no longer contribute. You'll get third-party audits beyond a certain point to ensure that nothing's missed. Remember, internally we said these internal audits. Well, at this point, sometimes it's just good to have somebody on the outside who's kind of a neutral party. Double check all your internal team's work. So I had a friend who had a business years ago, and he actually did this process, and he actually found out that one of the people on his team had stolen over $20 million over like years and years. And so this was many, many years ago. He was telling me about this story. And so I was like, geez, he's like, it's good to have outside eyes past a certain point, right? And so the next one is you might want to reconsider your legal structure, because sometimes if you're an LLC or an S corp, it doesn't actually make you an ideal structure for like a minority deal or some sort of dividend recap, things like that. Talk to the lawmen, and they'll let you know where you're at with that. There's sometimes it depends on the company, but big investments hedge. So Ray Dalio tells a story in his book where he was going to McDonald's, and basically when you're buying in so much volume, for if you sell products, for example, and you have key ingredients like beef, or Starbucks has coffee beans, right? Like a change in a couple cents per pound or of whatever is going to have a huge impact on the profitability of your business. And so basically there are investment products where you can hedge against that. So it's like, okay, if I make a bet that soybeans go up, then if they go up, then I'll get paid, which will offset the loss that I would have from the fact that my cost of goods went up. And so on the flip side, if the cost of soybeans goes down, my cost of goods is going to go down, so I'll make more profit, but I'll lose the bet. Right? And so that hedges your bet so that you can kind of smooth out the profit. We're talking big business here stuff, but these are some things that you can consider if you have huge reliabilities or huge purchases that you need to make in order to make the business grow. Big thing here is that if you are not wanting to do any kind of sale, but you still want to have more capital to potentially make an acquisition or buy a team and carve it out of a company, or maybe it's on the marketing side. Like, I want to go get these two big brand sponsorships, but like it might cost me $20 million a year to get these huge sponsorships. Okay, if that's the case, then sometimes having debt relationships can be really helpful, right? And so that's where you can have lenders, you can have banks sometimes, but usually it's going to be kind of private lenders and they're institutional typically, who they are all about the downside. They actually don't care about your upside. They just care about how likely it is that you're going to continue to make money so you can pay back the debt with the interest that they're going to make their return on. And so when we do all this stuff, it allows you to gain access to a whole new pool of capital, money, so that you can make the big bet to get your rising star or to buy the rising star and incorporate it inside of the business. And so that's why from the finance perspective, a lot of this is super professionalization so that you can capitalize on the next big bet. From a finance perspective, finances aren't legit enough to get other people to give you money for them, to make a big investment in M&A or R&D, so to buy or build. And so you go through a fake sale, you do a prep for sale, you get a quality of earning, get bankers to audit, you get free consulting, you look at your capital structure in terms of how the ownership shares are structured, what the legal entity is. You might have to make some hedges to even out the cash flow in the future based on bets that you're going to make. And at that point, you will have the option to either sell a small part, get a strategic partner in who, let's say someone says, I'll buy 10% of the business, and in exchange for that, I'll also give you my distribution to 10,000 brick and mortar stores, right? That would be a strategic buyer that could help you both give you cash, offset risk for you, and help you expand the business. And so at this point, capitalize was the theme of this layer. And all of this around making the big bets that we need to do to expand the company. Like we had to make big bets in people. We have to plan. How much do we need to get in the future there? Big bets in product, big bets in brand in terms of marketing. What are the big investments there? And so that's kind of the theme here. It's like, because how are we going to get past 500 to 1,000? Because that's going to be the next level. And so the big constraint here is that you hit a plateau and no growth is occurring, or growth isn't occurring more specifically as fast as you want, or in the main product line that you have. And so to graduate, you're gonna need to make a big bet. So this is typically, you're many years into the business at this point, and for lack of a better term, it's like you might have to shake things up again to get to the next level. Like, how do we 10x from here? And that's kind of the answer that you're kind of prepping for at this stage. Big picture, we graduated to here. Now, above this, you'd have 500 to 1,000. We don't feel confident talking about it because we haven't been there. We are technically crossing into this threshold right now with acquisition.com across our portfolio companies. I vetted that framework with multiple of my friends who are there or above there to make sure that that was justified. Of course, this triangle could be significantly bigger because you can get up to a gazillion employees. You could be Amazon, have 1 million employees, right? But I think for most people who watch my stuff, who are business owners, who oftentimes are bootstrapped, this is an unbelievable success having gotten to that level. I mean, it's 1 out of a gazillion that actually get there. And if you're like, man, I'm just randomly on this video, I don't know how I got here, I would love to get a custom plan specific to me and my company. We can give you a customized $100 million scaling roadmap that will show you what level you're at, what you need to look at between departments, and kind of the specific things at this level to be concerned about. And we do this in 3 distinct ways. So one is we're going to tell you what's going on right now, what you need to look out for. That's today. You also want to look in the past to make sure that you've shored up everything up to this point, because you might be behind on a couple things and ahead on a couple other things. And so if you're behind, it's like, well, the longer you let that fester, the riskier it gets as you scale, and the more likely that thing will break and cause calamitous damage to the business or set you back 6 months or 12 months or a year, whatever. On the other hand, once you have those things fixed, it's good to have a line of sight into what the next level is going to be so that you don't screw yourself today for a change that you're going to have to make tomorrow. And so to avoid all of that stuff, Layla and I have just tried to compile all the lessons that we've had. You can't teach how to get to $100 million in 12 hours, but we do our very best to try and consolidate these learnings for you, so at least you have themes of the things that you're probably going to have to do in the business. And so if you want one of those customized roadmaps that I said, you can click the button below, enter your information. Our little dwarves in the background will send it to you. I hope you enjoyed this. We also have in-person workshops that we run at our headquarters here in Vegas. And so if you're like, you know what, I would love to just get hands-on help from functional experts who are actually doing this every single day. Like, I'm at this stage, I do need to revamp my advertising, but I need like 10 more nitty-gritty steps that would be beyond the scope of this. Just hit us up. We'd love to see you out here. This is obviously only for business owners who qualify and have businesses. We open up 1 or 2 dates a month. So if that sounds interesting, you can go. I'm sure you can find it on the site. Otherwise, thank you. See you in the interwebs. Would you like to come out for 2 days to my headquarters in Vegas? If so, I've got something for you. If you're watching this video, you just finished $100 million offers, $100 million leads, or the $100 million scaling roadmap. And that means that hopefully you have a bunch of things that you have already started doing or are about to do. And so here is my ask on behalf of my team, myself, and potentially future entrepreneurs. Beneath this video is a little form field where you can fill in where you're currently at and where you might already have gotten results from other stuff in the past, from other content, and where you might be today. And filling that form out is impactful in a number of ways. And I'm going to give you a very juicy incentive to do it in a second, but hear me out. Filling out that form helps me obviously get feedback on the things that are actually working for you. Second, and probably most materially, is that all of the content that you see all over the internet, all over social media, actually comes from Mozy Media, which is a separate team from our portfolio. And so our portfolio gets these wins because companies grow and there's all this stuff that happens. But on the media side, there's actually, relative to the amount of people that we impact, there's fewer formalized ways for people to give feedback. I see them in my DMs, but sometimes they get lost in translation. So if you have had results from any of these trainings that are on the site or the content, if you could fill out the form below, I will also give you a little cookie. So number one, every month we'll be featuring some of the stories on the site, which I think would be pretty cool. But secondarily, and this is probably the really juicy one, is that at random every month we'll pull somebody who submitted their details and then invite you out to the headquarters. All right. And so if that sounds at least enticing enough, it would mean the world to me. It would mean the world to the team, and it would mean the world probably to an entrepreneur like you who's earlier on, who hasn't consumed this stuff and is about to make the decision of whether or not they should invest the time. You can help give them the conviction that it is worth it, and that might change their life. And so if you're willing to risk 60 seconds of your time, potentially have the upside of coming out here and helping another entrepreneur in our world, it would mean the world to me. And so if you want that, you can go below this video, fill out the form. It'll take you 60 seconds. And thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I mean it.